Xi'an, 60 years of devouring demons in the dungeon. Synopsis. This is an immortal martial Qian where immortals and Buddhas bow down and demons run for their lives. The 9 continents of immortal Qian, each of which span 10 million miles of mountains and rivers, with countless mountain spirits and demons. Relying on the golden finger, Zhang Yuan rises up the ranks and becomes the commanding general of the Great Qin Jinfu Division, becoming the strongest martial artist in the world. With a sword in his hand, casting the immortal Qin. Chapter 1 Xi'an Qin Jinfu C. Under the immortal Qin world, martial arts are honored. Immortals and Buddhas bow down and demons run for their lives. Wherever the Great Qin War flag goes, all domains submit. The 9 continents of immortal Qin, each of which span 10 million miles of mountains and rivers, with countless mountain spirits and demons. Xi'an Qin to martial arts to suppress the world, to the cultural way to caress the people of a side. The world avenue, the same way. Luoyang Prefecture, Jinfu Division, immortal Qin 9 continents, a hand to suppress the world fairy demons and evil demons, a hand to comfort the world officials and people. Life and death dictate, directly to the heavenly hearing, is the town of the division, the Jinfu Division, a sword in the hands of the Emperor of Qin, the sharpest knife, the towering and cold Jinfu Sea entrance, before the 2 10-foot-tall green stone lions, a young man who was more than 8 feet tall, with a straight back, wearing a soap robe and a black belt, and pressing his hand against the gooseplume sword took a deep breath and walked up the 13 stone steps in large strides. His name is Zhang Yuan, and today is the first day to report to the Jinfu Division. Zhang Yuan's family has been living in Luoyang province for generations. Parents died early. His elder brother Zhang Jin served in the Jinfu Division. March died in the line of duty. Zhang Yuan dealt with his elder brother's aftermath. He came to the Jinfu Division top job. In the Xi'an Qin military service, the father dies and the son takes over. And the brother dies and the brother takes over. Stepping up the 13 layers of stone steps, overhead were the 3 ancient and clumsy characters of the Jinfu Division. Words like buckets, dark with golden light. Before the 10-foot-high gate, several figures stood upright. Zhang Yuan, we are robe brothers with your elder brother Zhang Jin and should have taken care of you, but the Jinfu Division has its own rules. The person who spoke was wearing a black martial arts uniform. His hand pressed the hilt of a gooseplume sword, and he was covered in a fierce aura. Sun Zhe, the flag officer, is Zhang Yuan's elder brother's top official, and if Zhang Yuan can become a soap guard, he will also be Zhang Yuan's top official. Passing the test, you will henceforth be our brothers in life and death, wearing soap clothes and carrying a gooseplume, and you will be in charge of all the affairs of the world. If you can't pass the test, then we'll help you start a family, marry and have children, so that your Zhang family's lineage won't be cut off. Are you ready? Zhang Yuan nodded, and the palm of his hand that pressed the goose feather at his waist clenched. The Zhang family has been soap guards for generations, and he, Zhang Yuan, has been preparing for this day since the dawn of time. The flag officer Sun Zhe waved his hand, and a middle-aged man, also wearing soap clothes and with a short and fat figure, guided Zhang Yuan into the gate of the Jinfu Division. The sound of footsteps on the lapis lazuli became more and more dull as he walked through the imposing lobby and across the wide plaza. Zhang Yuan slightly tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and lowered his voice. Brother Quan Wu, what exactly is this trial? Zhang Chuan Wu was the soap clothes guard who led Zhang Yuan to his place of trial. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Zhang Chuan Wu turned back. His eyes fell on the Yanling sword on Zhang Yuan's waist, and he let out a light laugh. Murder. Killing. Zhang Yuan's hand gripped the hilt of the blade tightly. The Jinfu Division lives and dies alone, and those in the division's prisons who are proven guilty will be punished with clear justice. Zhang Chuanwu reached out and made a chopping motion. The Jinfu Division is divided into 2 divisions, the military Jin and the civilian Jinfu. Wu Jinxi wanted to arrest and pursue, suppression and capture. Yanling knife the world chills. The Wenfu Division, on the other hand, is responsible for determining guilt, and life and death are all in the balance of a single stroke. All those convicted of capital crimes by the Wenfu Division, the Jinfu Division will issue execution assignments. Zhang Yuan's trial, or the trial task of every newcomer to the Jinfu Division, was to kill people. Never killed anyone, no qualifications to be a soap guard. Through the long, dark tunnel, the road opens up ahead. 4 high walls, 10 feet square, solemn and dignified. Overhead was half-drawn eaves and warped feet and half a 3-foot-high stone platform that was mottled green and black. There was a figure kneeling on the stone platform at that moment, and his hands and feet had been chained. Under the house in front was a long case. 2 rows of sword-wielding soldiers stood upright, and a man in green robes sat behind the long case. Green robes and long shirts. This is the scribe who cultivates Confucianism. Manfredo's people. Lord Point C. Today's penal envoy has been brought here. Zhang Chuanwu bowed respectfully while giving Zhang Yuan a wink. Zhang Yuan was busy bowing. The gaze of the Confucian scholar behind the long case fell on Zhang Yuan and his brows furrowed. Newcomer? Zhang Yuan cupped his fists and said aloud, "My humble position." Zhang Yuan, whispered the Confucian Point C, waving his hand. "You go to serve the sword." Bong knife. On one side of the stone platform, there were knife racks, on which were placed several long knives of varying lightness and width. Some blades were as thick as wheels, others were as narrow as awns, and still others were as good as door slats with dark red grooves of blood. Zhang Yuan unhooked the goose plume from his waist and handed it over to Zhang Chuanwu, then straightened his clothes, tightened his belt, and took a few steps onto the stone platform. Once on the stone platform, his eyes landed on his feet and he stared wide-eyed. I didn't pay attention to it before, but only when I got close did I realize that the greenish blackness on this stone platform had actually formed an inch-thick blood scab. There was so much blood flowing on the stone platform that it caked to an inch thick. The pungent smell of blood filled his chest and abdomen, and Zhang Yuan's face instantly swelled red. The chained figure on the stone platform moved, drawing the chains to clatter. "Let me see who is going to kill me." The voice was dark and cold with ferocity. Zhang Yuan's eyes seemed to be completely covered by the color of blood, and he was in a sea of blood, to be completely drowned by that bloody aura. Its fury. The fury of a martial arts practitioner's body. Having killed someone, it's natural to have a fury. Never seen blood? Zhang Chuanwu, do you think that anyone can be a criminal envoy? Have you not taken dark money to earn the 5 taels of murderous silver? The voice of the upper head of the Confucian Point Division did not bring angry rebuke, but only a light touch. As the voice rose, all the illusions in front of Zhang Yuan seemed to shatter like water bubbles. He just felt wet with cold sweat. This penalizing errand is so treacherous. If you don't have enough guts, I'm afraid you've already sat down on the ground. Where can you complete the soap guard trial mission? I, Zhang Yuan, must become a true soap guard. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan clenched his teeth and walked over to the wooden shelf, reaching out to hold a 3-foot-long, 1-finger-wide thick-backed chopper, cupping it in both hands and heading to stand by the stone platform. This is the bong blade. His gaze fell on the chained figure on the stone platform. His clothes were ragged, his beard and hair were disheveled, and his cheekbones were high. Only the eyes that lifted his eyes and swept over Zhang Yuan were fierce. It was this person who inspired the fury chi just now, causing him to almost lose his soul. By order of the head of division, review the identity of the bandit Hu Jinren. The voice of the Confucianist point man rang out. Are you Hu Jinren? The voice was not loud, but it seemed to have a strange power that could not be resisted or refuted. But the figure chained to the stone platform shuddered, then nodded stiffly and replied, "Yes." Hu Jinren answered honestly to every inquiry made by the point man. Holding the long sword in both hands, Zhang Yuan quietly listened. 16 people were killed. 5 were raped. Homes were destroyed. Property was taken and corpses were dumped. Such people should be killed. The kill. Zhang Yuan's heart was incomparably calm at this moment. He was in a strange state. Reviewed without error. Bandit Hu Jinren, beheaded. At the top, Dotzi spread out the scroll in his hands, picked up an ink pen at the side, and swiped it down. At this time, Hu Jinren, who was bound by chains, just turned awake. His face was first bewildered, then turned into ferocious tyranny. "Ha ha, kill me. I've had enough long ago anyway." He stared at Zhang Yuan, who stood holding his sword, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan's eyes. Holding the long sword, Zhang Yuan gripped it in his hand, the blade sagging and dragging the ground as he slowly walked forward. "Ha, this kid," whispered the black-robed middle-aged man who stood by the long case and pressed the goose-plume sword. A point of curiosity also appeared on the face of the point man behind the long case, nodding his head and saying, "It's a bit special, and it actually has a bit of guts." Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yuan dragged his sword and walked in front of Hu Jinren. "You come and kill me." Hu Jinren drank low. "Kill." Zhang Yuan nodded, his voice low. His words made Hu Jinren froze for a moment, looking at Zhang Yuan, who was dragging his knife towards his back. Hu Jinren's mouth shivered. You wait. Don't kill. I don't want to die. I don't want to die dash. Zhang Yuan walked behind Hu Jinren and slowly raised the hilt of his sword with both hands clenched. The blade cut down diagonally with a mournful shrill whistle. Clear sharpness flickered between the tousled whiskers. A flurry of hot blood rushed up to 10 feet high before spilling down, drenching Zhang Yuan's head and face in crimson. Chapter 2, The Ninth Realm of Martial Arts. Boo! There was a rolling sound on the stone platform. Zhang Yuan retrieved the long knife. His eyes a little dumbfounded. His palms lightly wiping clean the blood on it. Then holding the knife in both hands, he walked back to the wooden stand and placed the knife back in its original position. Trials, passed. He let out a whisper. Then his face swelled red to a bruise, and his entire body couldn't stand up and collapsed directly to the ground. In a daze, Zhang Yuan felt himself being dragged away from the torture platform. He also heard what seemed to be someone saying that this was Zhang Jin's younger brother, who looked small but dared to kill. He heard the sound of silver ingots clinking and felt several tucked into his chest pocket. He heard Sun Zhe's voice and asked, "Have you made arrangements for the purser that you found for this boy?" He also heard Zhang Xuanwu say, "Xi'an Yang, I've sent the man back for you. Take care of him." He could feel warm water rubbing between his head and face over and over again. Feel warm hands caressing his chest and stomach over and over again. He heard a low murmur, but he couldn't open his eyes. He could only see a large, crimson mass of blood in front of him, which was constantly in turmoil. The blood mass exploded apart, and a tall, thin martial artist with a long sword rushed towards him with fierce eyes. Hu Jinren, the one he decapitated. Hu Jinren, that Hu Jinren who killed 16 people, raped 5, destroyed families and homes, robbed money and dumped bodies. This man deserves to die. Zhang Yuan did not know where the strength came from, and the knife in his hand that came from nowhere met Hu Jinren with a slash. Hu Jinren was cut in half by a knife and turned into a blood bead suspended. A scene appeared before Zhang Yuan's eyes. Children of 7 or 8 years old practicing martial arts. 17 or 18-year-olds kill people. 20-somethings running around. In his 30s, he became a mountain bandit. Killing, hijacking, doing evil. A brilliant blade light ended it all. The screen is terminated. A blood bead infused into Zhang Yuan. He only felt that in this moment, there was an inexhaustible amount of strength in his body, full of red heat. The original body refining level of martial cultivation was steadily advancing towards the hidden Yuan realm amidst the constant churning of qi and blood. However, the increase in cultivation was too slow, and the surging qi and blood power in his body could not be suppressed at all. His body seemed to be burning clean through the flames. "Koro, what's wrong with you? Koro, Koro." Zhang Yuan heard a soft yet anxious voice calling out. Zhang Yuan's tightly closed eyes opened. The face in front of her eyes was hung with teardrops, and there was surprise on her brow. "Xiaolang, you're awake." Zhang Yuan stared at the face in front of him, and flames seemed to surge in his eyes. A hoarse sound came out of his mouth. "Right up." Zhang Yuan woke up when the east was white. Reaching out to gently cover the sleeping little mother with a thin quilt, he stood up and quietly walked out of the compartment. Yesterday most of the day plus a night of madness can give Xian Yang exhausted. This little lady is the purser that Zhang Xuanwu and the others sought for him. If he, Zhang Yuan, did not pass the soap clothes guards trial and did not qualify to become a soap clothes guards, then in the future, he will live peacefully with Xian Yang, and Zhang Xuanwu and the others will be considered to have given the big brother who was killed in the line of duty an explanation. Luckily, Zhang Yuan had passed the trial and was now qualified to become a soap clothes guard. Standing in the middle of the small courtyard, feeling the qi and blood running like a tidal wave in his body, Zhang Yuan's face revealed ecstasy. Hidden Yuan Realm. This is the martial Dao Hidden Yuan Realm. Immortal Qin was founded on martial arts, and martial arts cultivation was passed down in an orderly manner. Hidden Yuan Realm, Dongming Realm, Yaoguang Realm, Kaiyang Realm. The Kaiyang Realm martial artists were the strongest level that could be seen in the Luoyang Prefecture. Above Kaiyang is said to be the Jade Balance Realm, and above Jade Balance is the legendary Celestial. Each realm of martial arts was further divided into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and great. Martial arts cultivation one step at a time, step by step, arduous, talent and effort chance are indispensable. Zhang Yuan was 8 years old to cultivate martial arts, 10 years of hard work, but only to cultivate to the body refining consummation, has not stepped into the first realm of martial arts Hidden Yuan. Even the qualification of claiming to be a martial artist are not. Don't look at just refining body perfect, that is also 300 to 500 pounds of strength, waist knife unfolding. Unusual 7 or 8 people can't get close. At first, Big Brother even praised him for his talent. Of course, Zhang Yuan himself knew that his own martial arts cultivation was not even close to those experts who had become famous in the Jianghu. Martial cultivation talent, resources, inheritance, and effort. He had only dabbled in effort a little bit. His goal is not high. This life can be cultivated to the late stage of the Hidden Yuan. in the Jinfu division to achieve the soap clothes guard flag officer position will be satisfied. Official positions in the Jinfu division are tied to merit and cultivation, and in order to be a soap clothes guard's flag officer, one must be in the late hidden yuan cultivation stage. Who would have thought that now his own martial cultivation would have rushed directly to the hidden yuan realm in a day and night, saving him a few years of bitter cultivation? Wouldn't that mean that one could set one's sights a little higher? Suppressing the ambition in his heart, Zhang Yuan took a deep breath to calm his mind. How did one's cultivation level rise? After killing someone yesterday, I was knocked unconscious by the impact of the baneful energy, and then a blood mass appeared in my mind, which transformed into the appearance of the bandit Hu Jinrun, and beheading Hu Jinrun. There was a blood bead integrated into my body. Blood beads. The blood bead did not only contain surging to the extreme Xi'an blood, but also fragments of that Hu Jinrun's memories. The Xi'an blood impacted the body and was difficult to control. It was by relying on the soothing of Xianyang's limp a few times that it was poured out and channeled and turned into cultivation. As for Hu Jinrun's memories, recalling them at this time, Zhang Yuan's face turned gloomy. A life where practice and killing go hand in hand. Unlike his generation of Jinfu Si, the father died and the son inherited the family lineage. Hu Jinrun was born in a reckless, dislocated, and grew up struggling for his life. Cultivating the martial arts path is to become stronger. To kill is to live. After a long time, you can't go back. That one killing that shouldn't have happened ended up cutting Hu Jinrun's life short. Walking over to the wooden frame in the corner, Zhang Yuan took off the outer robe he was draped in, revealing his lean and naked upper body, and then drew out a 3-foot-long sword. His eyes fell on the blade, and he gripped the hilt tightly, slowly discharging the knife in a slow motion. This sword technique was different from what he usually practiced. The moves were full of pirouettes, jabs, and wandering. It's kung fu knife fighting, the sword technique practiced by Hu Jinrun. 2 trips of saber strokes went by, matching the memorized moves, and Zhang Yuan had already grasped the saber stroke very purely. His body stood still, and his aura slowly condensed. Drink! With a low drink, the knife in his hand slashed straight down. As the blade slashed down, he did not stop his footsteps. His body and horse united, and then drew his blade to slash horizontally, chopping forward with each step. Without stopping, a silver bright pike lit up in front of him. The faint sound of the wind had a hint of poignancy, penetrating the rigidity and might. That's what the Wuzhenji soldiers in the Jinfu division inherited their swordsmanship. There were not many sword strokes, and each one was stripped down to a battle formation, forward and mighty. He didn't feel it before, but now that he had Hu Jinrun's memory of the blade imprints, Zhang Yuan seemed to be standing on a high place, looking down on the difference between the Jianghu blade technique and the battle formation blade technique. The 2 sets of blade techniques collided in his mind, and both eventually transformed into his own sense of blade techniques. The knife in his hand was faster and fiercer. Drink dash. A long drink, both hands holding a knife. Blade chopping, people with the knife. A 10 feet in front of a silver and white chopped out. A step across, inducing an ear-piercing whistling. Good. Behind him, the voice only rose and was silenced again. Zhang Yuan put away his sword and turned back to see Xianyang crouching by the door, covering her mouth with one hand. Seeing Zhang Yuan turn back, Xianyang's gaze fell on his fine naked and sweaty body, not knowing what she remembered. Her face flushed and she turned around to go back to the house. When she came out again, she had already taken a sweat towel and took a broken step to Zhang Yuan's body, reaching out to wipe his sweat. Zhang Yuan could feel light, warm fingertips walking over his spine and chest and abdomen. The morning dew is cold, so be careful, little Lang. Behind him, the voice was as soft as his fingers. Zhang Yuan nodded and grinned. I'm the one who disturbed you, right? Last night was hard on you. I would have let you sleep more. Behind him, the wandering fingers lurched, permeated with the slightest tremor. No. The mosquito-like voice didn't finish after all, and Xianyang hid her blushing face and walked away. Zhang Yuan's heart surged for a moment, and he couldn't help but laugh long and hard as the knife in his hand unfolded, with a bit more brilliance between the blades. Chapter 3. There are 3 levels of the divine prison. From the dawn of the day straight to practice to the rising sun, Zhang Yuan and the little lady waiting to wash, eat breakfast, and organize the clothes, before walking out of the small courtyard. I have silver money in my coat pocket. Keep it, Zhang Yuan instructed as he left the house. Xianyang returned to the compartment, looking at the blood-stained shirt, carefully pulled out the silver money in her coat pocket and held it tightly in her palm. Jinfu Division. My humble servant Zhang Yuan has come to answer the call. Seeing a few familiar figures in front of him, Zhang Yuan relaxed a bit and busily walked forward to arch his hand. Zhang Yuan has met all the big brothers. Flag Officer Sun Zhe is the head of the first big brother. Zhang Zhen mouth can be life and death. The black-faced, gnarled and bearded Chen Liang, who was in his late 30s, had once patted his chest during his elder brother's funeral and said that in the future, whenever Zhang Yuan had something to do, it would be his Chen Liang's business. Li Changwei with his red face and hanging eyebrows and high cheekbones, and Zhang Chuanwu, who was less than 7 feet tall and had a thick waist. Going forward, these guys would also be their life and death brothers. I don't know whether it is because of the surge of qi and blood, or because of Shan Yang's remediation. Zhang Yuan, who stepped on the stone steps in front of the door of the Jinfu division, appeared to be high and vigorous, and his figure was heroic. You kid can do it. Li Changwei, who stood on the side of Flag Officer Sun Zhe, sized up Zhang Yuan and his eyes lit up. Suenza also nodded slightly. Lord Flag Officer, I'm here on duty. Zhang Yuan cupped his fists towards Sun Zhe. Zhang Yuan, do you know where this place is? Looking at Zhang Yuan, Flag Officer Sun Zhe spoke out. Immortal Qin Jinfu Division. Zhang Yuan instantly reacted and subconsciously drank low. Sun Zhe said word for word. What is Immortal Qin? Treading on the immortals and subduing the demons. Sitting on the mountains and seas of the 9 continents. Is Immortal Qin? Zhang Yuan replied without hesitation. What is the Jinfu Division? Sun Zhe's eyes were deep within them. Hand holding the hilt of the sword. The figure of the healthy Zhang Yuan voice is loud and high. As in the beginning every time to follow the big brother Zhang Zhen shouted, where I Xi'an Qin 9 continents. Suppressing the world of fairy demons and evil. Comfort the world's officials and the people. Life and death dictate that directly to the heavenly hearing. It is the Jinfu Division. With a low voice, Zhang Yuan gripped the Yanling sword. We are His Majesty's swords? Zhang Yuan, the Jinfu Division has the rules of the Jinfu Division. Sun Zhe's voice rang out, permeated with majesty. Zhang Yuan nodded and bowed with his fists. I understand. If you want to become a true soap guard, you don't just have to kill people. You have to be recognized by your fellow soldiers in order to be integrated into the Jinfu Division. Who would want to trust their family with their life without being recognized? When my elder brother took over my father's job, he had a hard time in those 6 months. If you can't pass the level of simmering, you're not qualified to become a real Jinfu Sea soap clothes guard. Zhang Yuan, soap clothes guard of the Jinfu Division, is charged to enter the division prison to guard it for 1 month. After Sun Zhe finished speaking, he handed a black waistplate to Zhang Yuan. The superintendent is on duty. Immortal Qin World, the Jinfu Division directly to the heavenly hearing. Life and death dictate. Each county Jinfu Division has set up the division prison. Not many prisoners who are sent to the prison for their crimes come out alive. Even the Jinfu Sea-owned people do not want to be on duty in the Department of Prison, because the Department of Prison is dark, in which the grievances of the death of the gas is extremely rich. Stay a long time people will be out of the disease. The jails are on duty, and all of them are drawn from the Jinfu Division. Zhang Yuan bowed his head and took the waistplate, holding it in his palm as he walked quickly in the direction of the division prison. That's a tough boil. That's pretty tough. Zhang Chuanwu looked at the others and gave a heave-ho to catch up. Looking at the 2 men's backs, Sun Zhe sighed lightly. People have been killed. Women have been slept with. And as long as they can survive a month in the division prison, they are considered refined. Li Changwei, who was on the side, nodded his head and showed a complicated look on his face. We are used to seeing life and death in the Jinfu Division, so we can afford to be on the right side of Zhang Zhen's brother. In the Jinfu Division, Zhang Chuanwu gasped and caught up with Zhang Yuan. I've already ransomed that little lady for you last night. From now on she's yours. Zhang Yuan slowly turned around and looked at Zhang Chuanwu for a while before he whispered. Many thanks to brother Chuanwu. Zhang Chuanwu smiled and patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. What are you thanking for? You're a brother. Said this, he paused, face showing a difficult look. Brother. Brother, my hand is also tight. The redemption of the small mother's silver money is not enough. That flower boat pimp promised. Within a month will be the lack of silver money to send. Otherwise, raising his eyes to look at Zhang Yuan, Zhang Chuanwu whispered in shame. If not, she is going to be picked up, and you have passed the trial anyway. Take it back? Zhang Yuan's mind floated back to last night's shy and delicate appearance of that little lady begging for forgiveness, as well as the voice of this morning's low sobbing as she wrapped her arms around her back. You're pushing out such a good girl because you're short on silver? If the money is gone, you can earn it again, but if the girl is gone, I'm afraid I won't be able to meet her again. Zhang Yuan's changing expression was all seen by Zhang Chuanwu. Men, only when the blood is fresh. the heart will still be hot. Over time, hearts harden. Brother Chuan Wu, how much silver money is still missing? Zhang Yuan took a breath and opened his mouth to ask. Zhang Chuanwu extended his palm in a gesture. 50 taels of grain silver. 50 taels. So much. So clothes guard's salary of 5 taels a month has been the top of the prefecture in the rich. January day wine and meat to eat and drink also cannot be used up. 50 taels. All the silver money Zhang Yuan had on hand added together was less than 10 taels. Seeing his expression, Zhang Chuanwu came closer. Older brother. 50 taels is not a small amount. Or forget it? Of course, if you really want that little lady and can't come up with the silver, old brother can show you the way. Zhang Yuan was silent for a moment, slightly bowed his head, and lowered his voice. Brother Quan Wu, please still teach me. Zhang Chuanwu's gaze landed on the wild goose plume sword at Zhang Yuan's waist and he let out a light laugh. Murder. Killing. This is the way Zhang Chuanwu said to make money. The criminal ambassador's mission was completed yesterday, and 5 taels of grain silver were placed in his coat pocket. The Jinfu division does the murder of a criminal envoy, 5 taels at a time. Zhang Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart and a hint of surprise. It's not about the silver money, but you don't have to find another reason. He was still trying to figure out what reason he could find to serve as a penal envoy again in order to confirm whether or not there were blood beads for murder. Good. Zhang Yuan nodded heavily. I'll send you here then. Without a belt tag, outsiders are not allowed to enter the heavy ground of the division prison. Zhang Chuanwu let out a laugh, arched his hand towards the several figures by the stone gate in front of him, turned around and left. Zhang Yuan looked up. The stone door in front of him was thick and heavy, with a hideous beast pattern engraved on it, transmitting a hint of coldness that made people not dare to look directly at it. Standing in front of the stone door, the 3 people have a somewhat dry and thin figure, wearing robes that are not soap clothes, but black. Not the black robes on the flag officer Sun Zhe, it is gray and black all over. A goose feather knife is still a goose feather knife. As Zhang Yuan knew, there were different robes and different duties in the Jinfu division. There are also different martial arts cultivation levels and official positions, and different statuses. When I asked my big brother, I was always excused, saying that the Jinfu division is hidden from prying eyes. Zhang Yuan took out the black waistplate that Sun Zhe had given him. The 3 men guarding the doorway across the street looked at each other and grinned. Let's go. Since you're here on duty at the division prison, let's come in first and take a look. The wrinkled old pawn in the lead waved his hand and turned around to walk towards the thick stone door. Zhang Yuan was busy following quickly. Do you think the kid will piss himself later? I can't say. Not many first-timers in the division prison come out on their feet anyway. Behind them, the 2 men manning the gate court came with teasing in their voices. Without turning back, Zhang Yuan followed the old pawn in front of him at a fast pace. This road seems to be traveling underground. The surrounding atmosphere is more and more cold. The walls are also green stone. That is, in the daytime, a few feet away from the burning torches must be inserted to illuminate. Twisted flames reflected, the silhouettes on the ground elongated, and the walls around them concave and convex, as if a dark shadow was writhing. Ahead, a cacophony of voices blurred. It seemed as if there was an agonizing hiss, interspersed with wailing, and cursing, and weeping, and unintelligible chanting. Zhang Yuan felt a little breathless. He could only grip the knife in his hand tighter, as if it was the only way he could feel a shred of safety. Relax. Division. I guess, it's actually pretty much the same as anywhere else. My name is Luo Shanghu. You can call me Luo 2 or Master Tiger. I've been in this prison for a little over 10 years. The old pawn leading the way ahead stopped his steps, looked back at Zhang Yuan whose face was taut, and said softly, Zhang Yuan, meet Master Tiger. Zhang Yuan cupped his fists and spoke in a low voice. Luo Shanghu let out a hum, carrying his hands, while walking forward, occasionally reaching out and pointing to the surrounding roads and gates, whispering introductions. The division is indeed built underground, and it's 3 floors below ground. Luo Shanghu and the others were only responsible for the defense and guard duty of the first floor, and they were not even involved in holding prisoners as well as torturing things. Daily duties consisted mainly of delivering meals to the cell door, cleaning the 4 passageways, changing torches, and some summoning duties. Disregarding the fact that this place is dark and depressing, the duties in the division prison are surprisingly cleaner than the soap guard. Ahead, a heavy iron gate blocked the way. That's where the prisoners are held in the division prison. Don't look at this as only the first level of the division prison. Here are imprisoned either Jianghu villains, or felonious criminals officials. Among them there is that martial arts profound. We people are stained with a little bit are going to lose their lives. Luo Shanghu turned his head with a hint of helplessness on his face. Martial arts powerhouses. Zhang Yuan had also practiced martial arts with his elder brother since he was young, and now that he had stepped into the first hidden elemental realm of martial arts, he was certainly clear about martial arts cultivation. Immortal Qin suppresses the world with martial arts, and there are as many martial arts techniques as there are people, in which the strongest people who have cultivated to the extreme are said to be able to break mountains and rivers, and move mountains and take mountains. You see, the task is simple, right? Luo Shanghu grinned, turned around and paced back. As long as you don't collide with those prisoners who are incarcerated or arraigned, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't touch what you shouldn't touch, you will still be able to live a long time in this prison. Luo Shanghu's voice contained a few moments of complacency in it. Jinfu Division. Soap guards can live for 10 years or killing field crawling, licking blood over the knife. This division prison easily mixed over 10 years, when it is worth celebrating. However, Zhang Yuan knew that things would never be this simple, or else the division prison duty assignment would not have been drawn by lot. Master Tiger, this is only the first level of the division prison. Aren't you going to take a look at the other 2 levels? Zhang Yuan looked around and asked curiously. Although it was said that those 2 floors didn't need them to be on guard, it was always okay to take a look, right? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Luo Shanghu slowly turned around. His pale face permeated with gravity. Kid, without hidden elemental greatness, it's best not to go to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Hidden elemental greatness? Hidden Yuan Dicheng's martial arts cultivation can be 1 against 100. Serving in the county government can be a lieutenant. In the division prison can only be able to enter the division prison 2 or 3 layers? A hint of shock came through Zhang Yuan's eyes. Division prison 2nd floor it. Imprisoned most of those Confucianism has accomplished the civil officials. Cultivated Confucianism. Words follow the law. No hidden Yuan Dishang. God's soul is unstable. Maybe people a word can let you directly lost. How to die do not know. As for the 3rd floor, it is said to hold those who cultivate immortals, those who cultivate demons, and those mountain spirits and water monsters. Do you think you can go there? Luo Shanghu grinned, his pale face looking a little obscure and uncertain under the shadowy and dim torchlight. Xi'an Qin. Naturally there are immortals. No wonder the 2nd and 3rd floors required a hidden elemental realm achievement to go there. Zhang Yuan felt that Luo Shanghu's comment about the hidden Yuan realm achievers being able to go to the 2nd and 3rd floors was the minimum requirement. Without reaching the 2nd realm of the martial Dao, the cave Ming realm, the cave heart and mind, if you enter, you are afraid that you will not be able to come out. Neck shrinking, Zhang Yuan quickly stepped forward and rushed to Luo Shanghu's side before he spoke about the main matter that Zhang Chuanwu had said. Master Tiger, I wonder, that execution mission, is there one? Chapter 4, Beheading Horse General Meng Tao. Zhang Yuan's words caused Luo Shanghu's face to change slightly. If the Secretary of State kills someone, it's 5 tails ahead. This silver money is not that good. The fury of those jungle martial artists is not something that anyone can withstand. Division prison on duty, usually a month, also do a couple of times the criminal ambassador, is to earn some silver money subsidies, but no one dares to really make this errand a permanent one. You, Luo Shanghu mused, nodded. Rules Zhang Chuanwu they have told you. You live within your means. Young man, silver money is not earned. Zhang Yuan nodded and said in a deep voice, I understand. In Luo Shanghu's opinion, Zhang Yuan wanted to be a criminal envoy just to make money. Most of the newcomers in the soap guards want to make this money, but having suffered a loss, they will understand that this money, hot. The first level of the division prison watch is a simple task. Zhang Yuan went to replace those torches that burned out overnight, and pushed open a small half-foot window to ventilate and let in the light. Several canopies were swept clean. On the way, when they met someone in heavy armor, escorting a prisoner, they retreated to the side without looking or asking questions. After that heavy iron door, hissing, cursing, chanting as yesterday, but perhaps killed people, or perhaps martial arts cultivation enhancement. At this time Zhang Yuan, listening to the ears, surprisingly did not have yesterday's oozing annoyance. Remembering what Luo Shanghu said, after half a noon, tidy up your clothes and go to the torture platform. Walking down the long tunnel, the urgency in Zhang Yuan's heart could no longer be suppressed and he could not help but slightly clench his fists. If you kill someone, do you get the blood pearl? Is it true that killing someone can raise your cultivation? The fists were clenched so tightly that the knuckles were a little white and the palms stung a little. All these, Zhang Yuan did not care in the slightest. If, by killing someone, one could really obtain the blood pearl, and killing someone, could really raise one's cultivation level. What would happen to oneself? Don't dare think about it. Walking out of the tunnel, Zhang Yuan looked up and could see the great sun overhead. Dazzling light shining. Penal envoy Zhang Yuan, meet Lord C. Clasp your fists and bow. Zhang Yuan? In front of the long case, it was the same point division from yesterday. Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division. One of the 8 points of the division. Point Criminal Officer Tu Hao. 2.C's gaze fell on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan raised his head and his eyes met. At this moment, he was surprisingly in a stable state of mind, without the slightest feeling of falling into a phantasmagoria with a single glance like yesterday. Was this the benefit of martial arts enhancement? Or was it because he had killed someone, or had viewed Hu Jinrun's memories and gained much more experience? Zhang Yuan's eyes were smooth and his figure was upright. The few soldiers standing by the long case looked at each other with a hint of surprise on their faces. The first time I was a criminal envoy and still managed to slow down in a day. You Zhang Yuan are the first I've seen. Tu Hao nodded gently, then raised his hand. Offer the sword. Zhang Yuan quickly walked up to the high platform, ignoring the bloodstains on the ground, and even walked somewhat eagerly to the wooden frame, holding up a thick-backed ghost head greatsword with both hands. The blood on the torture table was not washed for 10 years and was left to dry on its own as a deterrent to the convicts. Kneeling on the stage today is a big man with a majestic figure, kneeling down also 5 feet tall. One of the big man's arms was gone, and a dark red chain went through his backbone. It knelt down and did not look up. This figure, Zhang Yuan had seen from Hu Jinrun's memories. Meng Tao, the third leader of White Horse Mountain, known as the Horse Chopper General, with the martial Dao hidden elemental completion. A single person would be able to crush those constables and patrol guards from Yonglin County who had gone to White Horse Mountain to round up the mountain bandits, later or Luoyang Prefectural Government troops, Jinfu Division, only to break the White Horse Mountain, captured Meng Tao, by order of the head of the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division. The identity of the bandits and thieves of Beima Mountain is reviewed. Tu Haodatsi's voice rang out, are you Meng Tao, one of the White Horse Mountain bandit leaders? The voice was as it had been yesterday, with a strange power that could not be resisted or argued with. Zhang Yuan, who was holding the sword, felt as if a fresh breeze was blowing around him before he pressed toward Meng Tao, who was kneeling on the stone platform. The figure that was ambushed on the stone platform shuddered, and did not reply, but only nodded slightly. From August of the 3rd year of the Wuqing year to March of the 6th year of the Wuqing year, the bandits of Beima Mountain in Yonglin County intercepted and killed the passing merchants and customers, and the bandit leader, Meng Tao, killed 5 people by himself. Can you recognize it? The figure on the stone platform moved its head gently. In September of the 3rd year of the Wuqing year, the bandits of the White Horse Mountain ravaged the 2 counties of Yonglin and Shanglin, breaking 41 homes and slaughtering 124 people, and the leader of the bandits, Meng Tao, abused and killed 16 innocent people. Do you recognize them? The figure on the stone platform nodded again. Every time C asked a question, the stone platform nodded, without the slightest intention of arguing or resisting. Zhang Yuan knew that this was just going through the motions, and the case had been adjudicated before. Meng Tao, is the White Horse Mountain bandit leader Du Haizhang and the bandit leader Lu Changnan still in Liangfu? Tu Haodatsi's voice rose steeply. White Horse Mountain's Grand Master, Du Haizhang, and Second Master, Lu Changnan, both escaped during the roundup. The head of the department was annoyed that the town's governor had not done all he could. The district bandits could not be solved, and at that time, he really said a few harsh words. Nowadays, Du Haizhang and Lu Qingnan's bounties are still posted outside the city gates, both of which are bounties of 100 taels of grain silver. On the stone platform, the one-armed man finally looked up. Zhang Yuan cast his gaze over and could see that this Meng Tao's face was square, with blood seeping through a few cracks on his face. Beg, die quickly. Meng Tao's voice was low. Then he bent down again. Confucian means should be words follow the law. The arraignment of the soul of the person lost. What to ask, what to answer. At this time this Meng Tao surprisingly only answered to ask for a quick death. Was it because Meng Tao's martial arts cultivation was high enough to withstand 2.C's Confucian tactics? Zhang Yuan is not sure. The cultivation in the world is as vast as the sea, and he is just a small soap guard at the early stage of the hidden yuan. The 2.C behind the long case pondered for a moment, took the ink pen and ticked it off on the paper scroll in front of him. The review is in order. Let the execution take place. Upon hearing the order from the point division, Zhang Yuan held his sword and moved forward. Today there is no such ethereal state of mind as yesterday, just a few more points of urgency in the heart. Walking behind Meng Tao, Zhang Yuan slowly raised his sword. Brother, Meng is evil, so you lay down your sword harder, lest my fury wash over you. Meng Tao, who was crouching on the ground, suddenly spoke out. Yesterday, when Zhang Yuan went up to the execution platform, his mind was stirred by Hu Jinren's fury and he almost lost it. Today's Meng Tao's cultivation far exceeded Hu Jinren's, but he did not drum up the fury to move his mind. Zhang Yuan recalled Hu Jinren's memories that the third leader of White Horse Mountain was obsessed with martial arts and treated everyone kindly, as if it was the reason for his origin. Good, Zhang Yuan replied. The force of the raised long blade coalesced, and with a low gulp, he swung the blade down. Bright red sprays and waves of heat. Even though he had seen this scene yesterday, after one slash, Zhang Yuan still felt his chest and abdomen flip, and his face went from distended red to greenish white. Returning the long sword to the wooden frame in his hands, Zhang Yuan's legs were a bit weak, and he turned around and left with a bow towards the front of the long case. Go to the Treasury Department to receive the mission silver. Tu Hao's voice rang out. The next criminal envoy mission is in 3 days. Zhang Yuan nodded and walked into the tunnel. Watching Zhang Yuan leave, the black-clothed man standing in front of the long case turned back and looked at Tu Hao. Lord Point C seems to think highly of Zhang Yuan? Tu Hao stood up and put away the scroll in front of him and left straight away. The big man in black in front of the long case didn't hear his soft self-talk. I owe Zhang Zhen my life. Zhang Yuan couldn't suppress the trembling of his hands and feet as he walked through the dark tunnel. Not for killing again today. Deep in his mind, a blood mass was surging at that moment. This blood mass was several times larger than the one when he beheaded Hu Jinren. Chapter 5, Innate True Element. Quickly walking to the door stall with the doorplate of the treasurer. An old man wearing a long black robe and a goatee had already placed a letter of 5 silver ingots of 1 tael in front of him. Glancing at Zhang Yuan, the old man reached out and pointed to the silver ingots and the roll of paper on the side. Sign and draw a pledge. And take the silver money with you. Zhang Yuan was busy writing his name with a pen, then grabbed the silver ingot, bowed slightly, and left quickly. Blood clusters tumbled in his head, and he could no longer suppress them somewhat. He didn't know what would happen after the blood cluster erupted. Out of the division prison, at the doorway Luo Shanghu only looked at him and said, return first, do not need to be on duty in the afternoon. Quickly stepping out of the Jinfu Seagate court outside, by the square, several big men carrying a stretcher covered with a white cloth and oozing blood stood there. A middle-aged man in a green robe walked up to Zhang Yuan and took a look at the bloodstains on his body before bowing to the ground. Sherbrooke has bothered the Minister of Justice. The middle-aged man was tall and strong, with a square face that bore some resemblance to Meng Tao. The middle-aged man got up and took a tray from his sidekick's hand, on which 2 large silver ingots were placed. 1 ingot, 5 taels. Zhang Yuan did not reply, so he took the silver, put it in his arms and left. Luo Shanghu told him, there are prisoners' families will pay money, begging for the sentence to make the knife dry, to give the prisoners more pain. This is money that can be taken. With his hand pressed on the hilt of his sword and his soapy clothes stained with blood, Zhang Yuan, who was running in large strides, was an existence that everyone avoided on the street. To the door of the house, his speed from the beginning of the running into running, directly pushed open the door, and then bam closed the door. Shan Yang, who was scrubbing her clothes in the small courtyard, stood up in a panic, and when she saw Zhang Yuan's appearance, she called out, Xiaolang. Zhang Yuan wrapped his arms around Shan Yang and ran into the compartment, lifting his foot and kicking the door shut. In a few moments, however, a few low cries came from the compartment. When the wind and moon stirred, the blood mass in Zhang Yuan's mind finally exploded. Meng Tao, who was holding a long-handled heavy sword, walked out slowly, over 10 feet tall and as majestic as a mountain. Zhang Yuan also sought his own virtual shadow, soap coat, black hat, goose feather. As he watched Meng Tao approach, Zhang Yuan's hand pressed on the hilt of his sword. I should thank you. Meng Tao stood in front of Zhang Yuan, a soft murmuring whisper coming out of his mouth. Looking at Zhang Yuan's dress in front of him, Meng Tao's eyes revealed a hint of envy and sighed regretfully before transforming into 5 suspended blood-colored beads. It's really blood beads, and it's still 5. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath as the 5 blood beads crashed towards his body before collapsing into bloodlight to wrap his body. As with yesterday, the vast to the extreme qi and blood power poured into his body, running through his tendons and bones like a flash flood. His torso straightened and he clenched his teeth, restraining the onslaught of that torrent with all his might. Today's 5 blood beads erupted with 5 times the qi and blood power gained yesterday. Zhang Yuan's martial cultivation had rushed into the middle stage of the hidden Yuan realm in an instant, directly saving Zhang Yuan 10 years of hard work. When one's martial cultivation entered the middle stage of hidden yuan, the body was able to hold at least 3 times the amount of qi and blood power than before. But the process doesn't happen overnight. It needs to simmer down. The qi and blood impacting in Zhang Yuan's body was still as voluminous as a big river, and his tendons and bones were impacted by the power, making a creaking sound, and his entire body seemed to have increased in size. At this moment, it seemed as if heaven and earth were shaking and all the qi and blood impacts were burgeoning. However, at this moment, no matter if it was the soothing of Xi'an or the increase in cultivation, it could not ease the impact of that rushing qi and blood. His sinews were on the verge of collapsing at this moment. His qi and blood power began to reel in, collapsing inch by inch. Was he too greedy? Or is that the best you can do? Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth as a suppressed low growl escaped from his mouth. He's not happy about it. The Zhang family had been soap guards for generations, so why couldn't he, Zhang Yuan, step into the late stage of hidden yuan and become a flag officer? Father died early. The older brother did not marry. All the salary is used to change the soup to his Zhang Yuan to beat the bones. Big brother says he's the most likely to become a flag officer in the Zhang family. He, Zhang Yuan, wants to become a flag officer. Clenching his fists, Zhang Yuan sat up straight. Shan Yang looked up and trembled when she saw Zhang Yuan's crimson eyes. Koro! Zhang Yuan, who clenched his fists, pushed her away and just walked out of the compartment naked and into the courtyard. He stood in the yard and threw punch after punch, swinging with all his might. He swung all his power with each punch. The ancestral iron armor fist went over and over again, full of qi and blood and sweat steaming, turning into a cloud with the color of blood outside his body. Sitting paralyzed at the threshold, Shan Yang clenched her hands tightly and bit her lip, teardrops welling up in her eyes. For some reason, she just wanted to cry. She was afraid that the man in front of her, her own Koro, would leave her, just like those of her family. Zhang Yuan's consciousness at this point already felt a hint of blurring. It was as if he had become one with the overly tall figure in the picture that came to mind. Meng Tao, the third leader of White Horse Mountain. The Meng family, the fifth son of the Meng family head, a major merchant in the Luoyang prefecture. Meng Tao has been good at martial arts since he was young, and the martial arts masters extended by the clan have changed for 8 and 10 years. All of them regretted to leave because Meng Tao's martial arts cultivation had improved too fast and they thought they were unable to teach him. Meng Tao, if you can enlist in the military, wrestling a hereditary military lieutenant won't be a problem. These were the words the 10th master said to him when he was leaving. That master, who specialized in heavy sword strokes underfoot, taught Meng Tao all his own means of executing the heavy sword, and also told him that Xi'an Qin valued military service, and that the military was Meng Tao's future. This is what Meng Tao said to his father, but also to the big brother who was in charge of the family industry. Unfortunately, none of them were able to help him. My father said that Meng Tao is demented in nature and is not suitable for enlistment in the army. Big brother said that the Meng family didn't have a military registration, and Meng Tao didn't have a chance to become an immortal Qin general. Later, Meng Tao was arranged by the family to be the head of the merchant guard, escorting the merchant team, and with a heavy sword, he struck a formidable reputation as a horse beheading general. But he had only been the head of the guard for a year before he was removed by his big brother. Because of his heavy-handedness towards those bandits who had hijacked the road, the Meng family caravan became the target of retaliation by bandits from all sides. The Meng family sent gifts to the various cottages and then removed the head of the guard. Manto doesn't know what he did wrong. No one explained it to him. Later, his best friend came looking for him and took him with him to various places for a break, to go and spar with a number of kung fu masters. Once, he violated the city's laws and orders and seriously injured a famous master by mistake, and the officials began to search for him. His best friend said, "No matter what, why don't we go to find the cottage to defect? Anyway, in the cottage to hang around for a few years, and so the government to organize the cottage. Meng Tao can still be a body of crime to join the military. Isn't that a way to go?" Meng Tao didn't understand what this path would lead to, but he wanted to be enrolled in the military. He wanted to be a lieutenant, and he wanted to return to the Meng family in his battle armor. He disciplined himself as a general all through the cottage. He did not eat or drink wine or meet with anyone. He did not rape women. He toughened his body and practiced his heavy sword every day. The cottage is on fire and his best friend becomes the big leader. He waited for what his best friend had said, for the day when he would be recruited and integrated into the military. However, there is no official to take care of them. A good friend said they weren't famous enough for the officials to bother. They began to pillage more places, gather more people, and grab more possessions. Though he didn't know where those possessions ended up, All he knew was that every time he descended the mountain, he wouldn't go airborne. And every time he descended the mountain, he would wield a heavy sword that would give people the chills. Make a name for yourself and get the officials to pay attention. Then, the government finally took it seriously and came to round up the people. A good friend says it's not enough to make the officials take it more seriously. To make them afraid, he came down hard. Later, the Zenfuzi came. He was surrounded. His heavy sword couldn't cut anyone. His feet couldn't catch up with them. He called out for a duel, but he was greeted by a hail of crossbow arrows. His arm is broken. He was rescued by the brethren and his best friend wanted to take him away. He didn't leave. How can you be a general if you can't hold a heavy sword with a broken arm? A good friend said that the Meng family had been using him. A good friend said that everyone was using him. A good friend said, "Don't dream of being a general. Not in this lifetime." "Thank you. My dream." Awake. A voice softly sounded in Zhang Yuan's mind. His body shook as he swung his fists, and all consciousness returned to his body. Boom. It was as if explosive thunder had exploded in the body, and the sinews, bones, flesh and blood, all seemed to have been turned into formlessness. A power that had been hidden somewhere was stimulated and gathered into a trickle in the body. It's. Surprise was evident in Zhang Yuan's eyes. True element. The innate true essence. At the hidden Yuan realm, the muscles and bones of the body were beaten up, accumulating the hidden power of true energy within the body. True essence, known as the innate essence, the invisible force, can be the true qi flowing in the sinews and veins, and even more so the aura, demonic qi, and demonic qi. Regardless of what kind of technique one cultivates and what cultivation path one takes, the pinnacle of the hidden element realm is to go and open up one's own true element, and then step into the second realm of insightfulness and brightness. Insightful Realm. Chapter 6, Shui Yunyang. The cultivation of the cavernous realm was based on the innate true essence cultivated at the hidden Yuan realm. No matter how thick the latter heavenly true element cultivated afterward was, the root was the innate true element that had been opened before. The amount of innate true essence determines how far one can go on the cultivation path in the future. Why do martial arts practitioners have to boil their bodies with all kinds of great medicines? Why is there a saying that the world is poor in literature and rich in martial arts? Why is it that the children of those lineages can't see anything at the hidden Yuan realm, but at the cave Ming realm their strength stands out? Because the hidden Yuan realm was the process of beating and accumulating. Those whose families had strong resources started accumulating them for their descendants at the hidden Yuan realm. Without reaching the peak of the hidden Yuan realm to turn on their true essence, no one knew how much innate true essence they had accumulated. When the innate true essence opens, that is when it enters the cave bright realm. Want to raise the innate true essence again, tamping the foundation that is extremely difficult. The hidden element of hidden Yuan was not just hidden, but also signified that at this stage, there wasn't much difference between genius and mediocrity. But at this moment, Zhang Yuan was different from everyone else. Zhang Yuan, who had only just barely stepped into the middle stage of hidden Yuan, had already sensed the existence of the innate true essence. Then he would be able to boil down his true essence in advance, accumulating true essence in advance that no one else dared to imagine. And when he stepped over the peak of the hidden elemental achievement of the cave brightness realm, he would be able to soar to the heavens. Unconsciously, Zhang Yuan was no longer willing to have his future be only in hidden Yuan. Many of Meng Tao's memories in his mind overlapped with his own, and Meng Tao's regret of not being allowed to be in the military for the rest of his life echoed in his own mind. Meng Tao had already touched the threshold of the cavernous brightness realm, but unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to actually take that step. Insightful Realm. Zhang Yuan was going to become the realm of insight. With the opening of the innate true essence, the originally unrestrained qi and blood calmed down. The innate true essence began to channel the flow of qi and blood, slowing it down. The qi and blood flowing in the sinews and bones of his body began to slowly settle, and the qi and blood power that could not really be digested was regathered into 3 blood beads, which were silently suspended in the middle of his mind. With the channeling of the innate true essence, Zhang Yuan's qi and blood of the middle stage of hidden Yuan in his torso was so silent that outsiders could not perceive it at all, and would even think that his qi and blood were somewhat compromised. Unbeknownst to him, the qi and blood in his body was much more surging than the same rank. Feeling the 3 blood beads in his mind, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth. With true essence in the body, there was no longer a need to worry about uncontrolled qi and blood, and the excess qi and blood would be turned into blood beads to be stored and slowly refined. The blood-colored aura outside his body dispersed, and Zhang Yuan turned back to see Shan Yang nervously looking at him. He slowly walked over and picked up the little mother. Koro, are you okay? Do you want more? Slave can do it. Slave yourself. Zhang Yuan didn't do anything. He just put Xianyang in his arms and gently patted her back. Xianyang, who was crouching in Zhang Yuan's arms, seemed like her entire body had finally relaxed, but she fell asleep after a while. Zhang Yuan quietly changed a set of coarse cloth clothes. Out of the room. Will not wash the soap clothes, today stained with blood-stained robes. All began to wash up. In the past, these things would have been done by him. He was the one who cleaned Big Brother's bloody clothes every time he returned. Except for Big Brother's last blood-soaked soap garment. The door of the compartment was pulled open, and the cloaked young lady came out and quietly went to Zhang Yuan's side and sat down. Not getting any sleep? Did I wake you? Oh, little mother's hands, they are not made for this. In the future, I'll find a granny, and you won't do any of these rough things. Zhang Yuan said softly while wringing out his clothes. Nyang didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. The yard needs some renovation too. I remember the last time it was fixed was 10 years ago, by another zither. I remember that you play the zither. Little lady, I'm a rough man, I don't understand it, but I like to hear you play. I'll make some more silver, and that's pretty much it. Back there, if I can rack up a promotion, I'll give you dash. Nun's name is Shui Yunyang. Xianyang spoke in a low voice. Zhang Yuan's hand rubbing his shirt paused for a moment, turned his head, and said softly, Yunyang, good name. My name is Zhang Yuan. You should know that. I'm just a soap clothes guard. Anyway, you follow me. Not to say great wealth. Live peacefully. If we have a child, the boy will follow me to practice martial arts. The girl you teach her to learn the qin. Zhang Yuan's voice paused. The teardrops on Shui Yunyang's face in front of her couldn't stop flowing. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything else, so he took the back of his still clean hand to wipe away the teardrops on Shui Yunyang's face. Without realizing it, he was no longer the Zhang Yuan who had never touched a woman and knew nothing. Now that he had viewed the life experiences of the two Jianghu visitors, he had opened his true essence in advance, and his martial arts had reached the middle stage of the hidden element. He possessed a steadiness that his peers could not have. Drying the washed clothes with Shui Yunyang, Zhang Yuan turned back and said, Yunyang, let's go down to the restaurant. I haven't eaten the pig's head meat from Mingquan House for 2 months, returning from the Jinfu division on duty to kill people, plus a lot of tossing and turning, and washing clothes. At this time the sun is already in the west. Zhang Yuan had qi and blood infused, so of course he didn't feel it, but Shui Yunyang hadn't eaten for most of the day, and so ate up. Going out? Shui Yunyang looked outside the courtyard, a hint of nervousness on her face. She didn't know how to face the neighborhood outside her door. What? There is no harm. Male unmarried, female unmarried. And so on some days I ask Sun Flag Officer to help us master a marriage. Soap clothes guard although in the military, but with the Jianghu people deal with a lot. Cannot that what some rules? Zhang Yuan held Shui Yunyang's hand in his and said softly, with me here, no one will dare to look down on you. Luoyang City is the capital city of Luoyang Prefecture. The city has more than 500,000 permanent residents, and the 4 directions of the city square span dozens of miles, making it a truly large city. Zhang Yuan lives in Dingjiaxiang, not the rich people in the city, but because there are many city guards in Zenfuji live. The surrounding market is quite prosperous. These soldiers who ate official food might not be rich in terms of their families, but most of them were not poor. Immortal Qin, founded on martial arts. The military is the foundation of Xi'an Qin. Mingquan Lu is a 3-story pavilion, and at this time, the lights are brightly lit, and it has already seated 60 to 70% of the guests. Many of them were wearing martial robes, or armor and leaves military attire. Such a restaurant is naturally noisy. Zhang Yuan specially chose a corner on the 2nd floor and ordered the store's signature pork head meat, as well as 2 other dishes with good flavor. Yunyang, you're not eating? Zhang Yuan, who had a large mouthful of meat, looked up to see that the opposite Yunyang, who was wearing his rough clothes and tying up her hair, did not move her chopsticks much. The shirt was his, and it rolled up fold after fold on Yuna. It was Yunyang who said she wanted to wear men's clothes when she went out. After all, she didn't dare to wear a hairpin dress and be held by Zhang Yuan's hand to go out. Xiao Lang, you eat. Yunyang said softly and pinched the meat into Zhang Yuan's bowl. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and beckoned for his fellow to come over, then whispered a few words. Within a few moments, the fellow came over with a serving of bright pasta and 2 small verdant dishes. Yunyang, you are from Yunzhou Prefecture. There are Yunzhou Prefecture rice noodles and Yunzhou small dishes for sale in this Mingquan building. It's me who forgot to order them. Zhang Yuan spoke softly. Yunyang looked down at the bowl in front of herself, the clear rice noodles reflecting Zhang Yuan's face across the room. The little man in front of her who said he was a martial artist remembered that she had said she was from Yunzhou, and remembered to order Yunzhou food for her. Turning her head gently, Yunyang's gaze fell on the place in the distance where pink lamps and candles were translucent and the sound of silken bamboo came out, and turning her head again, Zhang Yuan's face in front of her was clear and rigid. It's really been a long time since I've eaten Yunzhou's powder. 10 years, right? Yunyang, who had tears fighting in her eyes, spread a smile. The smile made Zhang Yuan grin. When I have the chance, I'll take you to Yunzhou, to find your family. Zhang Yuan spoke in a low voice as if giving himself a promise. Hurry up and eat. The rice noodles won't taste good if they get cold. He himself reached out with a smile. Xiao Air. Add another plate of pork head. Chapter 7 Iron Mountain Leaning. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Martial artists need more meat to stabilize the qi and blood power they need. Originally, Zhang Yuan did not dare to spend silver money generously, but nowadays, the insights are different, the strength is different, and the eyes have changed. The 50 taels of ransom silver that Ben had made difficult for him was nothing in his eyes anymore. Now he's looking further ahead, so he had an extra plate of pig's head. Perhaps there is the taste of childhood in her hometown, or perhaps it is a day have not eaten well. Yunyang, that bowl of powder actually ate almost. Does it taste good? Zhang Yuan asked in a low voice with a smile. Seeing the smile on his face, the Yunyang, who had eaten until she was full, nodded her head with a red face. Zhang Yuan stood up and pressed down on Yunyang, who followed. Wait for me to come back. He walked down the stairs, sought out the shopkeeper to pay for his dinner, whispered a few words, and handed the shopkeeper a few more coins. The shopkeeper nodded, turned toward the back kitchen, and in a moment led a rough-hewn rickety old man in his late 50s. I've seen you, master. Thank you for the reward. If that powder you eat well, you can come often in the future. The old man bowed toward Zhang Yuan. 10 copper coins is not much, but it is also able to offset the old man's wages for half a day. Luoyang City in the unusual work can have a month of 1 or 2 silver money wages. A day is also spread to about 30 copper money. Don't look at 30 copper coins, already enough for a large family of ordinary people to eat and drink and still have more. Zhang Yuan in the Jinfu division has a monthly salary of 5 taels. That is a proper high salary. Day after day to eat meat and drink, all spend endless. Soap guards are martial artists, not ordinary people. You cook Yunzhou dish as well. I wonder if you are from Yunzhou. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and spoke. The old man was busy bending over and arching his hand. My family is from Yunzhou, and it has been a small 20 years since I arrived at Luoyang Prefecture. My little mother is also from Yunzhou. I would like to find a granny who can cook Yunzhou dishes. The wages can be higher. If old abbot has an acquaintance, he can lead it to the 5th house of the Dingjia Lane Shua, Zhang's house. Zhang Yuan finished speaking, nodded to the shopkeeper on the side and turned to go. In the past, Zhang Yuan, one person to eat the whole family is not hungry. Now more Yunyang. Home. To live a decent life. Old Taoa. The Dingjia Lane side is mostly the homes of the Jinfu division and the patrol guards, so you have to be more attentive to this matter. The shopkeeper glanced at the old man and instructed in a low voice. Zhang Yuan returned upstairs and left with Yunyang. Instead of going straight home, he took Yunyang and sought out a store that sold ready-made clothes. Yunyang brought few clothes. The store was not small. Yunyang went to choose clothes along with the grannies in the store where hairpin and dresses were sold, while Zhang Yuan waited for the men's robes side. The store lights and candles are bright, and the 2-foot square copper mirror, reflecting the slightest. It is said that the county government side and the kind of Shanghai glazed mirror, people in front of the mirror, as if into the reversal of heaven and earth. This kind of treasure was unseen by Zhang Yuan. He looked at the bronze mirror in front of him, behind which there were other guests changing, or coming to pick out their clothes. Zhang Yuan, who was casually looking around, saw the person reflected in the bronze mirror, and suddenly looked puzzled. This person, he had seen from Meng Tao's memory. White Horse Mountain bandits in a minion, named Xi'an, because more clever. Unusual times often help the big boss to pass messages. At this moment, Xi'an had just put one of the garments he had tried on back on the hanger, then shook his head and turned around to head out of the ready-to-wear store. That laid-down garment was reached for by another guest to try on. Zhang Yuan turned around with an open mind and looked towards to the doorway. Xi'an, he called out. That Xi'an who walked to the door subconsciously turned back and saw Zhang Yuan. His face immediately changed and he turned his head and rushed out of the garment store. Zhang Yuan followed with a few steps across. The two men's pursuit and fleeing movements caused cries of alarm to emanate from the ready-made clothes store, and some of those guests dodged aside, while others curiously followed and rushed outside. Yunyang, who was choosing her robes, did not care about the ready-to-wear bodice she was wearing and ran to the door in a panic. At this time, Zhang Yuan was already on the street. Seeing that Xi'an had already rushed to the crowd, he let out a loud shout. The Jinfu division is taking people. Idle people, get out of the way. This drink was like a thunderbolt, and those people in the market, as if they had rehearsed it, all instantly ran toward the corner edge and crouched on the ground. Xi'an, who had rushed to the middle of the market, stood still, alone, and a little bewildered for a while. Zhang Yuan's figure whistled and rushed over. With the infusion of qi and blood from the middle stage of hidden yuan, he was faster than a galloping horse. Xi'an panicked and ran away. Before he could take a few steps, there were two big men in half-soft armor in front of him rushing out from the street corner, their waist swords in their hands blocking them horizontally. The patrol guards are here. Where to escape? With the city guards with armor and swords in front of him, and Zhang Yuan with his bare hands behind him, Xi'an gritted his teeth and chose to turn around and charge back towards Zhang Yuan. In his hand, a small, foot-long knife clenched. Yunyang at the door of the ready-made clothes store covered her mouth tightly. The people around them also raised their eyes, and some let out low cries. Zhang Yuan looked at Xi'an, who was rushing towards him with a knife, and not only did he not avoid it, but he increased his speed by a few more points. To the front of the two rushing bodies, Xi'an's knife in his hand slashed at Zhang Yuan's neck. Zhang Yuan still did not dodge. Only the original slightly hanging left hand steeply probed out. In Xi'an's big arm below a support, will be his arm up to the sky. The hands of the small knife cannot hold the fly up to the sky. Without stopping his footsteps, Zhang Yuan's left shoulder sidestepped forward. The force started from the foot, gathered from the waist, and was sent to the shoulder. Boo! Being hit in the chest by this shoulder, Xi'an's entire body flew backwards and landed 2 feet away, rolling on the ground for more than 10 feet. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, directly fainting. At this moment, the knife that flew up in the air fell down and Zhang Yuan reached out to catch it. What a move! Iron Mountain leaning. In front, two patrolmen in soft armor shouted under their breath and came over at a quick pace. One went to probe Xi'an's situation, and one pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword to Zhang Yuan's body. Fighting in the street. If there is no reason for it, please come back with me to the guardhouse. Although the guards heard Zhang Yuan shout just now, he was not wearing soap clothes, nor did he have any soldiers traveling with him, so he could not prove his identity. Zhang Yuan took out his identity card from his waist and handed it over, then said in a low voice, I am Zhang Yuan, a soap clothes guard from the 4th team of the Jinfu Division's Armor Guard Battalion. This person is one of the bandits of White Horse Mountain, so I would like to ask my brother to bring it for examination. After receiving the identity card and hearing Zhang Yuan speak, the look on that patrolman's face was suddenly different. The soap guard of the Jinfu Division is no match for the patrol guard. Zenfusi, suppress the world fairy demon evil, comfort the world officials and people, life and death dictate, directly to the heavenly hearing. The patrol army in front of the Zenfusi also do not dare to raise their heads. He nodded and handed his identity card to Zhang Yuan, cupped his fists and said, Don't worry, Master Zhang. We will capture this person and take him away, and we will definitely report this matter to the higher peaks, and will never fall short of Master Zhang's credit. Zhang Yuan clasped his fists and returned the salute, said thank you, handed over the short sword in his hand, and turned around to see that Yunyang was almost paralyzed by the threshold of the ready-made clothes store. It was only when Zhang Yuan walked back that Yunyang softly stood up. It's my fault. I've forgotten that it's not the time to be on duty and scared you. Zhang Yuan held Yunyang up and said softly. Yunyang's gaze fell on Zhang Yuan, and she was relieved to see that he was not injured in the slightest. My family Xiaolang. Awesome then. Yunyang's face blushed again as these words were uttered. Zhang Yuan lifted her head up with a solemn face. My family has been the soap guard of the Jinfu Division for generations. My elder brother was, my father was, my grandfather, my great-grandfather still is. Duty calls, and this may be destiny. Looking at Yunyang in front of him, Zhang Yuan lowered his voice. Just like you and I meeting. Su is destiny. Predestination. Yunyang looked at Zhang Yuan blankly, momentarily lost in thought. Zhang Yuan laughed as he helped her into the ready-made clothes store and shouted, Boss, wrap all the clothes that my little lady tried just now. Chapter 8. In the end, Yunyang didn't take all of the tried and true garments with her. She only picked out 2 sets of plainer dresses, and then received a not-so-expensive hairpin from Zhang Yuan. Perhaps it was the cover of the night, but when she went back, Yuna had not pushed the hand holding her arm away. I don't know whether it was because he had enough essence after his martial arts ascension, or because his true essence was in his body and his soul was solid, Zhang Yuan slept well all night and got up early in the morning. When he stood in the small courtyard, holding the long knife in his hand, he felt different again. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed and stabbed heavily, each strike carrying a whistling wind sound. This stance was clearly Meng Tao's heavy sword. A few trips down the road, this set off the sandfield, but also a few Jianghu road sword. Zhang Yuan has mastered the pure and familiar. Meng Tao was a martial arts nerd, and his heavy sword stances had been cultivated to the point of incomparable purity. Otherwise, it cannot be one person's power to let a county constable patrol guards cannot be helped. As before, after this heavy sword stance was sensed, and then combined with his own blade technique, Zhang Yuan made great gains. He was especially surprised to feel the quiet flow of qi, blood, and true essence in his body when he wielded the long sword. It's not just power augmentation, it's control of subtle forces. Just like last night when he defeated Xi'an with one blow. If the Zhang Yuan of 3 days ago, not to mention defeating Xi'an with a single move, he might even be injured under Xi'an's sword. Nowadays, what he had improved was not only his cultivation, but also his qi for battle, his instinct for fighting. Whether it's a sword or a simple punch or kick, there's nothing wrong with walking down the path over and over again. Putting away his stance, Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of crystal light. He knew that all of this, more of which belonged to Meng Tao's martial arts talent. Perhaps, what was obtained from Meng Tao was not just tangible blood beads, but also intangible talents? Lieutenant, your dream. I'll help you fulfill it. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan whispered softly. After eating the breakfast made by Yun Yang, which was not really delicious, Zhang Yuan walked out of the small courtyard with Yan Ling on his arm. When he arrived at the door of the Jinfu division to answer the dawning, Sun Zhe was flanked by an equally black-robed flag officer. He was in his early 30s, with a square face, and his body was permeated with surging qi and blood, as well as a hint of fury. This is Yu Xiao, the flag officer of the 3rd team of the Sea Guard Battalion. Seeing Zhang Yuan come to meet him, Sun Zhe spoke out. You are Zhang Yuan? That flag officer looked at Zhang Yuan and spoke. Zhang Yuan nodded his head and cupped his fists. My humble servant Zhang Yuan has met Lord Flag Officer. Sizing up Zhang Yuan, Yu Xiao's voice sank. You're the one who tossed and turned our Sea Guard Battalion for a night. The soap-clothes guards in the Jinfu division are numbered in 8 battalions of A, B, C, D, E, H, G, and S, with each battalion having several squads. A typical squad is 1 flag officer and 4 soap guards. Just soap-clothes guards in the squad or guard battalion or full of not many. Zhang Yuan listened to that flag officer. Yu Xiao said last night Siwei camp tossed all night. Then knows Xi'an things. He didn't open his mouth. There was quite a bit involved behind this thing, and he just waited for the finalization of the credit and didn't care about anything else. Son, old brother, discuss a thing. This Zhang Yuan looks like a rash young man. I heard that he was also sent to the division prison by you. This kind of unconscionable. Why don't you let me have it, and I'll invite you to go to the flower boat to play for 3 days. How about it? Yu Xiao's next words made Zhang Yuan slightly stunned. Yu Xiao, the fish caught last night is not small. Right. You also have enough credit. Zhang Yuan to go to your place may not yet reuse. You will be promoted. Why toss? Sun Zhe laughed. You'd better go back to catch up on your sleep. Sun Zhe's words made Yu Xiao very popular. Let out a laugh, and the original serious atmosphere disappeared. 2-point division leaders, a battalion of Marshall Town soapers all out, taking big fish. Of course. Yu Xiao looked at Zhang Yuan, with a few appreciative smiles on his face, and softly lamented. Even the Lord of the Point Division has asked for your brat's name, and in the future, I can't help but say that he will be reappointed someday. Zhang Yuan quickly said that he didn't dare. Last night was all just a moment of luck. Yu Xiao was mainly to see what Zhang Yuan looked like, and having seen him at this time, he greeted Sun Zhe and left. It's rumored that the White Horse Mountain bandit you captured was interrogated overnight, implicating quite a few other bandits hidden in the city. Only when Yu Xiao left did Sun Zifang let out a sigh. Your kid is really good luck Wei. You know, for the White Horse Mountain bandits things, from the main division to the Point division, and then to the lieutenant, who has not eaten the head of the division hang down. If the White Horse Mountain bandits cause trouble in the prefecture this time, then I can't have the face of the Jinfu division. The credit is not big or small. It's timely. It doesn't matter if you catch a big fish or a small one this time, at least you'll be able to show it to the top. No wonder even the Point division had to ask for Zhang Yuan's name. In fact, in Zhang Yuan's case, the former him could never have this kind of insight. Now that he had many more experience memories and his cultivation level had risen quite a bit, he had the chance to take down Xi'an. Zhang Yuan took advantage of the fact that no one was around at the moment. He whispered a few words in front of Sun Zhe. Sun Zhe laughed and waved his hand in response. Zhang Yuan left and Chen Liang and Li Changwei came to answer the Dao. It was Zhang Yuan just now. I heard that he did down something big last night. Li Changwei looked at Zhang Yuan's back and said with a smile. The head is smiling with such joy. So the credit for last night can be shared with our squad? Chen Liang, who was at the side, also spoke up. Sun Zhe shook his head with a smile on his face. I guess we don't have a share of the credit or anything. After all, it was the Seaway Battalion that contributed last night. I'm laughing because this kid Zhang Yuan wants me to officiate for him. This kid, he's going to marry that little. His words caused both Chen Liang and Li Changwei to smile at each other. It's a good thing to start a family. If Shang Jin were here, I'm afraid he would have invited us for a good drink. Li Changwei's words carried a hint of regret. It's a good thing. I heard from the tiger that this kid has a lot of killing intent, and having a little lady will help stabilize him. The tiger that Chen Liang was talking about was Luo Shanghu, the old pawn of the division prison. Those of us who make a living on the edge of a knife should indeed start a family early and leave a legacy. Zhang Yuan went to the division prison, and Luo Shanghu and the others were also talking about last night's events. Zhang Yuan only said luck. Today's division prison was exceptionally busy, and from time to time there were soap guards and armor escorting prisoners in and out. Soap clothes guards are usually without armor. The only time they will wear armor is when they are on a mission. It's basically light armor, not much heavy armor. Immortal Qin military armor. Forging complex. Ordinary hidden yuan early stage. Can 3 knives to break an armor is one of the best. In the middle stage of hidden element, a blade is needed to break the armor. Those who can stand up to the 3 armors undefeated on their own will be eligible to become flag officers. The division is understaffed today, so issue meals you come. Zhang Yuan was summoned over by Luo Shanghu as he replaced the torch. These words caused the several black-robed soldiers in the black robes of the division to have bitter faces. Hey, it's time to suffer again. It's a lot of shedding of skin to have to go into a cell and hand out meals. Several people complained inside. Zhang Yuan now knew why these soldiers did not want to go to the first level of the prison cells of the division. There is a heavy deathly aura there, and if you don't have enough cultivation, it's a real ordeal to go in. I'll go. Who else is with you guys? Luo Shanghu carried a large wooden barrel and turned his head to look at the crowd. The crowd looked at each other, and a few raised their hands in greeting. Let me do it. Just in time to see it. Zhang Yuan went straight to lift the rice bucket and opened his mouth. The others breathed a small sigh of relief as they watched him lift the bucket. Luo Shanghu nodded and led Zhang Yuan towards the cell. This kid is remarkable. He dared to kill someone just after coming on duty, and he was a criminal envoy for 2 days in a row. The black-clothed soldier who was previously guarding the gate of the division prison and knew Zhang Yuan a little better whispered, "Then we'll see if he can walk out standing up after a trip into the cell." Yeah, what's the bet? A drink? How about something bigger? The iron door of the cell on the first floor of the division prison slowly opened, and an air of cold and death greeted him. Also interspersed with this is the clamor that enters the ear. "Tay grandma, why don't you put food on the table? Want to starve me to death? Hey, I knew that the Jinfu division was in a state of decline, and I'm afraid that we're going to be out of food today. Ha ha, on with the music, on with the dance." Chapter 9, Acquired and Innate. A long tunnel, flanked on both sides by a single cage built of lapis lazuli, arms-length thick black iron fence, barely a half a foot of space for one person to lie down. The cell on the first level of the division prison was cleaner and more open than Zhang Yuan had imagined. In Hu Jinren's and Meng Tao's memories he had already seen what the divisional prison cell looked like, but the angle was different, and the view was naturally different. All of those 2 memories were depressing, claustrophobic. Followed by Luo Shanghu, he placed a portion of meal in front of the cell, then carried the bucket and left quickly. According to Luo Shanghu, "Don't listen, don't ask. Boy, why is there no meat today?" As Zhang Yuan placed a portion of the meal in a wooden barrel in front of one of the cells, a bellowing cry came from the head. The voice was like explosive thunder echoing in his ears, and Zhang Yuan was shaken and could not help but look up. In the middle of the cell a big man with a full beard and disheveled hair had his hands chained tightly and his legs were heavily locked with fine iron. At this moment, the big man had a fierce light in his eyes, staring at Zhang Yuan. In Zhang Yuan's mind, a qi and blood flooded up, diffusing and transforming into a ferocious god. This is the fury attack of a strong martial artist. The moment this qi and blood flooded, the innate true essence in Zhang Yuan's body gently surged, suppressing the baleful qi and quickly devouring it. After devouring this fatal qi, the innate true essence was as if it had eaten a delicacy. and it vibrated in the body for a moment before reluctantly sinking into silence. The nourishment for the innate true essence is martial fury? Zhang Yuan's gaze turned to the wooden sign at the entrance of the cell, which had a few lines on it. C13, Xiangyang, heavy punishment, middle stage of the cave brightness realm. The prisoners in the first floor cells are divided into 4 layers of A, B, C, and D according to their crimes and strength levels, and C13, which means that this Xiangyang's cultivation is not low in the ranking here, and is guilty of the felony of murder. In fact, there are not many people who can be imprisoned in the Jinfu Division's prison who are not felons. The government office's cell could not watch over a strong person of the cave brightness realm. Among the martial artists working at the Luoyang Prefectural Government Office, there were not many above the cave brightness realm. The kid has something. Xiangyang in the cell couldn't help but mutter when he saw that Zhang Yuan was not affected by the fury in the slightest. Xiangyang, you seem to want to die quickly. A voice resounded behind Zhang Yuan as a long greenish-gray whip passed through the cell bars and threw itself at Xiangyang's shoulders. Clothes shredded, blood splattered, and skin split open. Xiangyang grinned and shivered. This strike, both in terms of speed and force, was exquisite. Zhang Yuan turned back to see an old man in his 50s wearing a black robe with a bland look on his face slowly put away the long cowhide whip in his hand and then paced away with his hands behind his back. Many thanks, senior. Zhang Yuan bowed his head slightly before continuing to put on his meal. That whip just now. He could only see and understand it, and could never throw it out. That's the master of the town's prison. The strength of a party's Jinfu division, as seen by outsiders, is only the tip of the iceberg. By Xiangyang making a bit of a scene just now, that whip thrown down, the others behaved quite a bit. This made Zhang Yuan a little disappointed. He still wanted to try the breaking chi to stimulate the innate true essence for his own enjoyment. I'm afraid that only a guy like him, who had opened his innate true essence at the hidden Yuan realm, would treat the invasion of the Fury Chi as enjoyment. Moving forward, he was just about to put down his meal when suddenly a team of soldiers in armor came quickly and took away all the prisoners in several cells and locks. Zhang Yuan saw that these prisoners were still neatly dressed, and their facial color was not as messy and pale as the others. These were brought in last night, and it is expected that they will now be arraigned, and the guilty ones will remain in custody, and the lesser ones will be handed over to the rangers. The government office side also wants some credit, doesn't it? Luo Shanghu said while carrying the bucket forward. Empty a couple of cells and save on putting out meals. Hey, there's extra meals. Give me an extra one. I can help you answer a question on martial cultivation. Zhang Yuan was about to move forward when he was stopped by a voice. Turning his head, in the cell was a prisoner with his hands chained and a chain across his back. Peep a bone piercing in the back and dragon locking nails in the spine. This is the confinement of a strong martial arts practitioner. Ding Wu, Zhao Pingchuan, heavy penalty, late caveman, with a late-stage cultivation of the cave brightness realm. If he were in the military, he would already be able to command 3,000 soldiers and sit on one side. Even in the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division, is also with the point of the division almost the level of high level. Such a character is now pierced through the bone and nailed to the spine and imprisoned in the Department of Justice. That's the town hall. No matter how strong you are, as long as you commit a crime, you will be taken. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and took out a meal from the barrel and placed it in front of the cell's bars. Senior, what is the difference between innate true essence and Hotian true essence, and how are they boiled down respectively? Zhang Yuan raised his head and looked at Zhao Pingchuan. His gaze was calm. Zhao Pingchuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zhang Yuan and smiled gently. That's 2 questions. He moved forward with difficulty, slowly reaching for his meal. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and pushed. The bowl containing the meal moved forward 2 feet and landed in Zhao Pingchuan's palm. Zhao Pingchuan held the bowl and reached out to grab a handful of rice mixed with rice and vegetables and stuffed it into his mouth. After stuffing a bowl, Fong let out a mouthful of ragged breath, and his face flushed with a hint of flushing. Look, it's the day after tomorrow. Looking towards Zhang Yuan, Zhao Pingchuan grinned. When he finished speaking, he reached over and brought the previous bowl of food over to him, and slowly and methodically began to grab the rice and vegetables and bring them to his mouth. Zhang Yuan was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, the bowl that holds the rice is the innate, preternatural and posternatural, pretty much as he thought. The day after, as Zhao Pingchuan said, was that bowl of rice? Eat a bowl of rice. Is a bowl of rice strength? Do not eat no strength. Eat more, is not immediately more strength. The innate, on the other hand, is the bowl that holds the rice. The bigger the bowl, the more rice it holds. The innate is sufficient and solid to bring out the power of the acquired. His words caused Zhao Pingshuan's eyes to light up as he reached out and slapped his thigh. Wonderful! Your kid has good talent. His voice was not small, and he reached out and slapped his thighs, causing the chains behind him to clatter. The prisoners in the other cells next to them looked up. Since we know what is innate and what is acquired, isn't it simple to boil down? Those who have money swallow big medicines. Those who don't dig deep into themselves. The martial way of Xi'an blood. The immortal way of immortal spirit. The Confucian way of vastness. The demon has its own way. This world cultivation is nothing more than a free. Before Zhao Pingshuan finished his words, a voice from not far away faintly sounded. There are plenty of feats in the Jinfu division. If you want to learn them, take the feats and exchange them. Where in the world of immortal Qin are the feats stronger than those of the Jinfu division? It's the same one who just threw Xiong Yang out of the fire with a whip. Zhao Pingshuan hemmed and hawed a few times and stopped talking. Zhang Yuan stood up, turned back with a bow, and continued to put the food away. Zhang Yuan couldn't afford to take a single serving of the great medicine that cost thousands of silver dollars, but he was able to sense the innate true essence in his body at the hidden Yuan realm, and already had many more opportunities than others. The method of simmering the innate. Since it is simmering, let's try how to simmer it. Martial Qi and blood, digging deep into themselves. You can go back and speculate on these lines. Moreover, this senior in the town cell was right. There were plenty of feats in the Jinfu division. Taking credit for it is, give me an extra meal and I'll give you the chance to ask a question too. As Zhang Yuan put down his rice bowl at the end of the cage, a voice rang out. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on the wooden sign of the cell in front of him. A1. Jin Changlu. Heavy penalty. Kai Yang Realm. Chapter 10. Kichi Kanagi Riku. The ninth realm of the martial Tao. One step to heaven. Hidden Yuan. Dong Ming. Yao Guang. Kai Yang. The Kai Yang realm was the fourth realm of martial arts, and those who had this realm could town a house. The strongest martial artist in the Luoyang prefecture was the Kai Yang realm. General King. Zhang Yuan whispered. Jin Changlu. Luoyang prefecture Jin family genius martial artist. Luoyang City's first 5th grade military general to return with military honors. Who in Luoyang City has not followed the example of Jin Changlu? With a sword in his hand, to earn a glorious career for his family? Only that role model image came crashing down a decade ago. Jin Changlu led 8,000 war soldiers to the northern region, and lost the army to the wasteland. All his men died at the hands of the foreigners, and he was the only one who escaped. It is said that he came back alive by paving the way with the lives of the soldiers under his command. Xian Qin is a martial artist and a brave man. Escape and return to the Gold City. Lu became Luoyang City spit joke. The Kim family also removed him from the family tree. Jin Changlu should be escorted to the imperial city for the crime of defeat and beheading. I did not expect to be imprisoned in the Luoyang Township Fusher Division prison for 10 years. Zhang Yuan silently took an extra meal and placed it in front of the fence. Why did you come back alive? Zhang Yuan raised his head and looked at the figure sitting in the fence. Slim figure. Beard hair has covered the face. Eyes through the crystal. There were no chains added to the body. Only a deep-rooted iron ring above each shoulder. Zhang Yuan's words caused Ben's body, which was reaching for his meal, to pause. Why I came back alive. Why I came back alive. Murmuring and whispering, that outstretched palm held the meal in his hands. Shivering, he grabbed the rice and brought it into his mouth. His voice carrying a dull tone. I lost 8,000 brothers. They all died for me. How can I not live? I want to live. I want to live. If it was still the old Zhang Yuan, at this moment, I'm afraid that he would have directly stood up and pointed at Jin Changlu's nose to call him a coward. Now that he had read Hu Jinrun and Meng Tao's memories, his state of mind was different. Hu Jinrun had thought about going over to his death during his first kill, but he didn't end up dying, choosing instead to kill more people, more innocent people. Meng Tao was invincible, but after he lost his arm and could no longer be a general, his faith collapsed and he only wanted to die quickly. Between life and death, it depends on the thoughts in your mind. Jin Changlu such a person. To say that he is really greedy and afraid of death, I am afraid to say it is not true. What is the faith that sustains such a man alive? Zhang Yuan remembered his big brother. The father dies and the son takes over. The brother dies and the brother follows. When his elder brother died in battle, he did not think of avenging his death, but only organized his aftermath and then put on his soap clothes. As a Jinfu division, generations of soap guards, personal grudges have been looked down upon. Soap guards always die, and then the family comes in to fill the post. Is faith, that soap coat, that goose feather. That's the faith of every soap coat family, isn't it? Wasn't that the case with the former Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yuan gently clenched his fists. Now he seems to be able to think further ahead. He is capable of avenging his big brother. In this instant, it was as if he felt a flame burning in his heart. The 3 blood beads in his mind shook, and the innate true essence in his body penetrated his entire body, binding the surging qi in blood, and he calmed down. There are some things that are willing to be done. This realization enlightened his mind. He looked over at Jin Chanlu, who was dumbly shoveling rice into his mouth. 8,000 brothers are dead. Because 8,000 brothers died, he will live. But what is the point of living like this in a prison cell? For 10 years, 20 years, until it is forgotten, or one day beheaded. You don't want to avenge your brothers? Zhang Yuan spoke softly. Kanashiro Lu paused for a moment and didn't look up, just reached out and pointed at the wall behind him with its dense engravings. I want to. There is not a day that goes by that I don't want to. I scratch a mark on the wall every day. I wait for His Majesty to release me from my sins. I wait for the day when I will lead the army again. Why did you wait for His Majesty to release you from your offense? Zhang Yuan looked at Jin Chanlu with a calm face. Why do you wait for the day when you can lead again? If you wait one more day, won't those dead brothers of yours suffer one more day? Can your torment in prison compare to the pain you felt the moment they were dead? Zhang Yuan's words caused Jin Changlu to slowly raise his head. He stared tightly at Zhang Yuan, trembling. Zhang Yuan also stared at him closely. 10 years, 3,600 days. If you kill 1 foreigner a day, that's 3,600. If you kill 2 foreigners a day, that's 7,200. If you kill 3 a day, the revenge of the 8,000 brothers has been avenged. Jin Changlu's lips trembled and his body shuddered. He stood up and ambled back down. Ah! An agonized hiss escaped from his mouth. He slammed back into the wall behind him, his fingers gripping the wall so hard that his nails chipped and blood soaked along the indentations. Han Chanzai, let me out! Han Chanzai, I want to join the army. I want to be a prisoner army. Jin Changlu hissed and rushed to the fence in a few steps, grabbing it with both hands and causing it to shake. Han Chanzai, head of the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division, hurry up and leave. This matter is not for us to manage. Behind Zhang Yuan, Luo Shanghu reached out and tugged him by the sleeve and left. Hey, you shouldn't have been allowed to put food on the table. Luo Shanghu spoke while his gaze drifted to the black-robed figure not far away with his hands behind his back, holding a long whip. Zhang Yuan walked out of the cell standing up. He didn't care if those jailers at the entrance to the division won or lost. He sought an excuse and went straight to the squad room where the soap clothes guards were on duty to fix things. Flag Officer Sun Zhe, who had just had lunch, and Li Changwei were sitting there, and when they saw Zhang Yuan coming over, they all stood up. What are you doing here when you kid is not on duty at the division prison? Curiosity appeared on Li Changwei's face as he grinned. It can't be that you can't wait. Lord Flag Officer, I want to know how my elder brother died. Zhang Yuan looked at Sun Zhe and spoke in a deep voice. His words caused Li Changwei to tremble, and Sun Zhe's face, which was originally wearing a smile, instantly sank. Sun Zhe looked at Zhang Yuan. His eyes narrowed. Zhang Yuan, the robes and the soap clothes guards have their own means of revenge. If you want to take revenge on your blood relatives, it depends on whether you have that ability or not. I thought you were composed, and I was ready to transfer you back. But now look, you're still tender. With a cold snort, Sun Zhe put his clothes together and took big strides outside. I had also promised to officiate your marriage, but now I see that it's better for your nature not to wreak havoc on other people's young ladies. As Sun Zhe left, Li Changwei looked at Zhang Yuan and let out a low sigh. Zhang Yuan, you're still young. You need to look at some things in the long run. Your elder brother was also a subordinate of the head, and his revenge is remembered by us, the A4 team, and the entire Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division. You don't know that for the past 3 months. We, Team A4, have been running around just to avenge your big brother's death. If you were the one who could avenge your big brother's death, would we have waited until now? Sun Zhe left in anger, not because Zhang Yuan wanted to avenge Zhang Jin, but it's because he knew that Zhang Yuan didn't have that ability yet. Li Changwei shook his head and walked out with a complicated face. Zhang Yuan came to ask about Zhang Jin today. It must be an extra hurdle in his heart. Once a martial arts cultivation has a thought in the mind that is not clear, it is extremely difficult to advance further in cultivation. Dang dash, dang dash. Just then, the urgent sound of a brass bell rang out. Ben left the squad room and Suanza ran wildly back. Town Hall Mission. Team A4 assemble. Leader of the armor. Glancing at Zhang Yuan, who was standing still, Sun Zhe bellowed, what are you fuming about? Go to the military armor division. Chapter 11, you look so much like your brother. Codes, points of punishment. These 2 divisions are under the control of the Department of Wunfu. in charge of a variety of books of documents and sentencing cases. Prison. Military Armor 2 divisions are in charge of the Department of Wuzhen, of which the Department of Military Armor is a variety of weapons and armor management storage place. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the Military Armor Division, Zhang Chuanwu and Chen Liang had already arrived, and when they saw Zhang Yuan, they could not help but grin. It seems like the head really values you, kid, bringing you out on a mission so soon. Zhang Chuanwu smiled and reached out to pat Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. His gaze swept aside and his palm stopped. At this moment, Li Changwei was giving him a cold look. What's going on? Zhang Chuanwu, Li Changwei, with heavy armor and long soldiers, Chen Liang, light armor and shield, Sun Zhe, who carried a pile of battle armor over, chilled his face and drank low, throwing a piece of light armor at Zhang Yuan. Sun Zhe's voice was cold. Lead a crossbow and follow behind. Zhang Yuan received the black light leather armor and quickly put it on. By this time, several other people had already cooperated with each other to put on their light and heavy battle armor. Heavy armor is a half-body scale armor, weighing 30 pounds, and it is difficult to be injured by swords and knives. The armor is a pain to put on and requires someone to be behind you to help. Light armor, on the other hand, is leather, with steel armor leaves only on the chest. Putting on their battle armor, the people each went in search of weapons. Seeing that Zhang Yuan went to collect his bow and crossbow, and Sun Zhe also went to get his weapon, Zhang Chuanwu turned his head to look at Li Changwei. What's going on? Li Changwei raised his eyes for a moment and whispered. Zhang Yuan came today to ask the head how Zhang Jin died. These words caused Zhang Chuanwu and Chen Liang's faces to sink. Zhang Jin's death was reported as a martyrdom in the Jinfu division, and Zhang Yuan is now asking why Zhang Jin was killed in the line of duty and by whom. Is it possible that Zhang Yuan is going to seek revenge like a Jianghu man? The two men stopped talking at once and went to collect their weapons. Zhang Yuan went to a piece of wooden rack and chose a hand crossbow that could be hung at his waist, and sought a hard bow that could be folded. Older brother Zhang Jin was a bowman in the beginning. In Meng Tao and Hu Jinren's memories, Zhang Yuan had also seen images of the Jinfu Sea Soap Clothes Guard squad in action. Two heavily armored long soldiers impacted. One light armor fights. One light armor covers encounters. In the rear position, the bowman watched the four directions. In this process, if the charge of heavy armor behind the curative failed to arrive in time, with their long heavy armor slow action, it is very easy to be killed by people close to the body. If the guards around the lightly armored grappler couldn't defend themselves, it would also cause the entire battle to collapse. As for the crossbowman, it looks like the safest. In fact, the safety of the whole team are entrusted in his hands. Not only need to watch the 8 directions, but also to the critical time to go out, either a blow to destroy the enemy, or to show the alarm, if the retreat is broken. After selecting a crossbow, Zhang Yuan loaded 10 boxes of crossbows and arrows, 2 bags of arrows, and sought out a 1.5-foot short sword, then slanted the goose plume at his waist behind his back and walked out quickly. When they reached the outside of the military armor division, Li Changwei and Zhang Chuanwu, who were holding long spears and long axes, both had a look in their eyes. You kid, you're so much like your brother, Li Changwei whispered. As the words left his mouth, he had realized that he had said the wrong thing and was busy turning his head away. On the other side, Sun Zhe and Chen Liang also had a glint of crystal in their eyes. Zhang Yuan did not say anything, but just walked to the side of the crowd with the folded-up short bow in one hand and one hand pressed down on the sword at his own waist. Not far away, 3 other squads had also assembled. A 40-something military general in black armor walked quickly accompanied by a green-robed scribe. The scribe was Tu Hao, the pointing officer of the Department of Criminal Justice. Team A4 Suanza greets the battalion leader, Lord Captain. A 6th Team Wang Shangzhao greets Lord Battalion Chief. He Chang of Team B5 meets the captain. Lu Xingxiong of Team B8 meets the captain. The head of the A Guard Battalion, Wu Jinxi Captain, Officer Zhou Lin. To be able to make it as a captain in the Jinfu division and be in charge of a battalion, that would be at least the 2nd level of the cavernous realm of the martial Dao, regardless of whether they were accrued or hereditary. Military positions in the Jinfu division were tied to cultivation. Zhou Lin swept his gaze across and nodded, speaking with his hands behind his back. Today, the Department of Penalty Pointing has found clues to the thieves and bandits, and the Department of Pointing 2 will be traveling with me to arrest them. Make your move outside of the capital city. Make sure to kill them all in one blow to minimize the impact. When he finished speaking, he reached out and beckoned, and the 4 flag officers stepped forward to listen to his whispered assignment. After not more than a moment, the 4 of them arched their hands, each receiving a scroll of paper handed over by Tu Hao.ce, and turned back to their forms. Departure. Returning to his original position, Sun Ce let out a low gulp, holding the paper scroll in one hand and pressing the pair of curved swords at his waist with the other, and walked forward at a fast pace. Zhang Yuan and the four of them followed closely behind. Out of the back door of the Jinfu Sea, several green and gray carriages were already waiting there, and the drivers were all wearing bucket hats and gray clothes. Zhang Chuanwu and Li Changwei, holding long soldiers in their hands, boarded the vehicle first and laid them down. Only after Sun Ce and Chen Liang boarded the car did Zhang Yuan step into the carriage. In the carriage, Sun Ce had already unrolled the paper scroll in his hand. The White Horse Mountain bandits are hiding at the docks on the outskirts of the city. This is the dock orientation drawing. We have to guard the west side of the enclosure. 10 feet of space. There are 3 gates. The side is the river, leading to the connection of the Guelu River. If the bandits enter the water, we basically cannot catch up. Our mission is to defend these 10 feet to the death. After Sun Ce finished, his eyes swept over and he let out a low gulp. Can you understand? Zhang Yuan's 4 men all nodded. Understood. Sun Ce's eyes flicked over Zhang Yuan, straightened his back, pressed his hand against the knife at his waist, and closed his eyes. The other 3 looked at each other. Ahem. Zhang Yuan, later on, you stand by the river, and if anyone ascends the wall, you release your arrows. If we are fighting the enemy, you stand away. And Chen Liang gazed at Sun Ce, who closed his eyes and said in a low voice, you have not participated in the Jinfu Division battle formation drill. Hastily joined the difficult to cooperate. You only need to pay attention to the head to fight with people when the battle becomes good. Zhang Yuan nodded. His reply was so dry that Chen Liang, who had wanted to bark out a few more words, didn't know what to say for a moment. The others stopped talking at this point. Silence in the carriage. Only the wheels rolling squeak sound, and the sound of vendors outside the window. Zhang Yuan knew that if he hadn't recklessly asked Sun Ce how his elder brother died today, there would have been a lot of activity in the carriage right now, and at this time, he should be discussing battle formations and layouts. Perhaps it was still his own lack of heart and mind that was stirred by the story of Jin Chang Lu in the middle of the division prison. It seemed that the increase in cultivation and the increase in memories of observing enlightenment didn't really allow one to be transformed. Worldly practice is hard step by step. Big Brother's vendetta, left in the heart, can serve as an incentive for one's cultivation, but it cannot be a hold on one's way forward. I believe that Big Brother doesn't want his cultivation to be affected because of his vendetta. Caressing the folded short bow with his palm, Zhang Yuan allowed his mind to stabilize. Bows and crossbows he does imperious. Although Xian Qin prohibited people from hiding bows and crossbows, but generations of soap guards are not considered folk. Zhang Jin was a bowman, and Zhang Yuan had touched a bow when he was very young. There was also Meng Tao, the third leader of White Horse Mountain, who had specialized in practicing the bow, because in order to be a general on the sands, a bow and crossbow was bound to be proficient. Holding the short bow at this moment, Zhang Yuan kept recalling his memories about the imperial means of the bow. A bow is not a sword. It's not as good as having chakra force. Bows are about control, about precision. At this moment of recollection, the innate true essence contained in Zhang Yuan's meridians quietly operated. Divide the qi and blood, control the tendons and bones of the whole body, control the power, and sort out the subtle power changes. With a light movement of his fingers, Zhang Yuan's heart was flooded with joy. So, this was what the innate true essence was for. The role of the innate true essence was not to have 1 point of force and grow it into 2, 3 points, but to refine that 1 point of force and use it in the most appropriate position at the most appropriate time. Master Jun, the dock is here. The driver's voice rang out from beyond the frame. Zhang Yuan took a step out and landed on the roof of the car in a backward flip. His left hand short bow half open. 3 arrows knocked in the palm of his right hand, and his eyes swept over the surroundings. Chapter 12, Formation. Immediately after Zhang Yuan stepped out was Chen Liang, who was holding a round shield. With a round shield in one hand and a short sword in the other, Chen Liang circled around the carriage, his eyes landing on Zhang Yuan on the roof of the carriage, a hint of amazement coming through his eyes. Zhang Yuan's movements, his posture at this moment, were not at all like a newcomer who was participating in the mission of the Jinfu Division for the first time. The other 3 got off one by one. Li Changwei, who gripped the long-handled battle axe in his hands, looked up and muttered under his breath, "It's damn like." Zhang Chuanwu glared at him, holding his lance and moving forward quickly. Li Changwei was busy dragging his long axe along with him and quickly followed. Sun Ce's torso bowed down slightly and pressed his hands to his waist, which was the most suitable position to strike his sword. Chen Liang's round shield was in his left hand, protecting half of Sun Ce's body. At this time, Zhang Yuan had already jumped off the roof of the car, knocking 3 arrows, his body slightly sideways, more than 2 feet away from the 4 people in front of him, his footsteps light and swift. Chen Liang in the front turned back slightly, and when he saw Zhang Yuan's position and figure, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Suenza glanced back and turned his head again. This is it. Zhang Xuan was stopped and whispered with a slight gasp. 30 pounds of heavy armor, at least 20 pounds of lance, and a quick run of 2 miles was no easy task. Beyond the walls of the inn, the 10-foot path was no more than 5 feet wide. At the end of the trail is the Guelu River. Long soldiers can't be used, Zhang Chuanwu whispered, crossing the long spear in his hand and interlocking his hands. Ka-ching! The lance was split into 2. One was a bladeless iron rod, and the other was a 5-foot short lance. 5-foot alley. Long soldiers can't cast. On the other side, Li Changwei also split his long axe into a short one. Side by side, the 2 men blocked the 5-foot trail right off. Sun Zhe, who had his hand on the hilt of his sword, and Chen Liang, who was holding his shield, were a foot behind the 2 of them. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, was 2 feet away, holding a short bow. Boo! In the distance a firework shot straight up into the sky and exploded at a height of 10 feet. The rangers take the man. Bind his hands quickly. Archers stand by. If you don't surrender in 3 breaths, shoot on sight. The Luoyang Prefectural Army is here. You won't be able to fly. A voice rang out with majesty and coldness. There was a cry in the distance, and it appeared as if 1,000 troops were coming. Tackle the heart and mind. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes, so if you can't attack strongly, don't attack strongly. Boom! The sound of a heavy object crashing sounded. Looks like it's still a strong attack. The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air was interspersed with the shouts of soldiers charging, the dull sound of swords colliding, the even duller sound of swords cutting into bodies, a cry of anguish, a roar of pain. Above the trail, it was silent, with only the wind from the river pouring in. The 2 men in heavy armor were already covered in sweat. Zhang Yuan, who was standing at the back, could see Sun Zhe constantly rubbing his palms together, wiping the sweat from his palms on the back of his shirt. At this moment, Zhang Yuan felt that his sense of hearing and vision were exquisite to the extreme. The sound of the willows caressing around him, the 2 dragonflies spreading their wings and flying by, were all captured by him. If he bent his bow at that moment, he could shoot off the long tail of the dragonfly on the left. Lift your hand. Bow round. An arrow shot out. On the fence just poked out half of the figure should sound tumbling back, with a bang sound, and a miserable cry. There's an ambush. Punch out. A narrow door in front of them ripped open, and figures armed with swords rushed out from it. These figures wearing rough cloth robes and waving swords in their hands did not rush out a few steps. Zhang Chuanwu and Li Changwei in heavy armor blocked their path. A 5-foot gun isn't long, but it's longer than those 3-foot swords. Forward picking. Sweeping. The coldness on the gun's blade caused the bandits who rushed out of the mansion's door to only retreat. Put! Li Changwei's axe slammed down, splitting a gray-shirted bandit who was holding a short sword and rushed in front of him before rolling on the ground with his neck and half of his shoulder, blood spraying on the gray and yellow walls. Drawing back his axe, Li Changwei slashed down again. 2 of the short swords that were raised to resist were split, and one fell straight to the ground. A flinging sword struck Zhang Xuanwu's shoulder armor and bounced off with a ding sound. Zhang Xuanwu's spear blade made a sweeping motion and clashed with several swords and knives, dangling chaotically. The 2 heavy armored men moved forward, pressing the battlefield between the narrow door and the entrance and exit, unable to get out behind the door, unable to retreat in front of the door. A short spear was thrust out, piercing through a figure, and a miserable cry was connected with the sound of the spear entering the body. Boom! Li Changwei slashed his axe across the wall, provoking a splash of yellow wall soil. The people behind the narrow door finally backed away, and those who had rushed out retreated, slamming the door shut with a bang. On the trail, a bandit lies upside down with his body split open by an axe, his body twitching slightly. In front of the narrow door, the spilled blood was a bright red. Zhang Xuanwu and Li Changwei retreated back to their original position with a gasp, leaning on their guns and axes, trembling, seemingly remembering something. Zhang Xuanwu glanced back at Zhang Yuan, who stood 3 feet away, and his face, splattered with beads of blood, revealed a smile. Zhang Yuan, good archery skills. If Zhang Yuan hadn't shot that arrow well just now, allowing that from bandit to jump down from the wall and directly burrow into the middle of the crowd, and then the narrow door to open again, it would have been a bitter battle. Chen Liang, who stood beside Sun Zhe with his shield, also let out a grin. Zhang Yuan nodded his head, and his hand, which was hanging down, steeply raised. 3 arrows shot straight out. 2 probe bodies tumbled and fell directly from the arrows, and a blade light deflected the long arrows before jumping off the wall. Kill! The bandits were still in mid-air. Sun Tzu had already let out a thunderous bellow, and sheathed his twin swords at his waist. The bandit's knife in his hand blocked Sun Tzu's knife, and his entire body was instantly knocked askew, falling to the side of the path. Sun Tzu's figure rolled forward, and before the bandit could get up, he was already chopped on his leg by Sun Tzu's knife, and the whole person fell down again. Put! Sun Tzu's backhand chopped down, directly cutting the bandit's neck open, blood spurting out. 3 knives in a row, knives like wheels. Such a knife is not a Jianghu knife, but a sand field knife. The Jianghuist couldn't make such a ferocious sword. Boo! All 3 narrow gates were pulled open, and a figure rushed out once again. Not only were there swords and knives, but there were also several burlap bags up front. Zhang Chuanwu and Li Changwei danced with their gun axes and were held up against the burlap bag, pushing them back. Above the wall, 7 or 8 figures probed. Once these people jumped down and engaged in close combat, Zhang Chuanwu and the others, who were counter-encircled, would surely die. Retreat! Sun Tzu let out a low shout and flung his hand, a sleeve arrow flying into the sky with a sharp whistle. Ask for help. The number of bandits here was clearly beyond what their squad could handle. Sun Tzu threw out his sleeve arrow and swept his gaze to Zhang Yuan behind him. How many of their group would leave alive depended on fate. Perhaps the only one who had a chance to live was Zhang Yuan, who was farther away from the battle circle. This was supposed to be the opportunity Sun Tzu had left for Zhang Yuan. Sun Tzu turned around with his dual swords and put his back against Zhang Chuanwu and Li Changwei's back. If they didn't, the bandits on the wall would jump down and strike directly behind Zhang Chuanwu and Li Changwei, and the 2 of them in heavy armor would be living targets. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's heart was surprisingly quiet. It's that unmistakable silence. It's as if, for the first time, when he completed his mission as a criminal envoy, reaching out, all 10 arrows in his back arrow pouch were grabbed. Bending his bow, the arrows shot out in a scattering. 10 arrows shot up the wall. Some were chopped off by the long knives, some were shot in the air, and 2 hit, sending the person hit rolling back down. This flurry of arrows caused the bandits at the top of the wall, who were about to jump off, to stutter. Taking advantage of this vacancy, Zhang Yuan threw off the short bow in his hand and probed his waist to raise the folding crossbow. Click! A box of crossbows buckled. Boom! Boom! It took less than 2 breaths for 10 crossbow arrows to empty. The short sound of a crossbow bolt hitting the wall came out, interspersed with cries of pain. The bandits on the wall were too pinned down to raise their heads. With a shake of his left hand, the empty arrow case popped open, and his right hand pressed down a new one. Instead of stopping where he was, Zhang Yuan took 2 steps out and stomped on the fence, pulling his figure up by about 10 feet before shooting a crossbow bolt through the air. Boom! Boom! The crossbow arrows slashed past Zhang Chuanwu and Li Changwei's heads and shot at the pile of bandits who rushed out of the narrow gate. It's too dense for a crossbow to miss. This unexpected barrage of crossbow arrows caused the bandits who had rushed out of the narrow gate to stop in their tracks in panic. When Zhang Yuan fell, the box of arrows in his hand had already been shaken out, and a new box of arrows had been loaded. He landed on Sun Tzu's side, protecting him with Chen Liang on his left and right, his back leaning against Zhang Chuanwu's back, his bow raised in his hand, pointing at the wall position. The 5 men stood with their backs against each other on a 5-foot trail. Sun Tzu turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan, and the other 3 also turned their heads slightly. You kid, don't want to live? Sun Tzu let out a low growl. Chapter 13, This is a good trick. Zhang Yuan did not say anything, only pressed the crossbow in his hand on Zhang Chuanwu's shoulder, and once again bang 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 shot the empty arrow box. This kind of close-to-hand crossbow arrows were fired in succession, and the foot-long fine iron crossbow arrows with barbed hooks stuck on those bandits who rushed out of the narrow door, bringing up a flurry of blood. There was a mixture of screams and angry shouts, but they didn't dare to rush forward. Zhang Yuan shot an empty arrow box and replaced it with another one, raising his hand and pointing at the fence above his head. Everyone gasped and waited for the bandits to jump off the fence. Although there is armor on his body, this narrow pathway simply does not show the advantages of the Jinfu Division Soapclothes Guards battle formation. A short fight can only be fought to the death. The Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division is on the case. Those who resist, kill. Within the enclosure, a leisurely voice rang out. This voice was completely different from the tense atmosphere at this moment, and just for a moment it made the bandits at the entrance of those narrow doors tremble one by one, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in their minds. Rudimentary means. Manfushi Denture 2 How struck out swinging. Boom. With a loud bang, a thick-backed long blade chopped out from a section of the fence. The 1-foot-thick brick fence was cleaved through a large opening by this knife. Zhou Lin, the head of the Jinfu Division's armored guard battalion and a captain, held a long sword and took a step out of the openings. Seeing that all 5 of Sun Tzu and his squad were there, Zhou Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Kill! Not far from the corner, several patrol soldiers in military armor rushed over, longbows in their hands to press the line. Rip who dash! Rip who dash! Chants of retreating bandits were heard from all around the walls of the enclosure, as well as from within the enclosure. Some of the bandits in front of the narrow gate retreated back, while others held their heads and knelt on the ground. Zhang Chuanwu, who was holding the lance, went limp and fell to the ground. On his thigh, there was a bloody gash, and blood was gurgling. Li Changwei hurriedly threw away the axe in his hand and held him up. Sun Tzu pulled out a handful of medicinal ash from a pouch on his waist and applied it to Zhang Chuanwu's thigh, and pulled out a gray bandage. Bite your teeth, Sun Tzu said as the bandage tightened steeply. Your grandpa Zhang Chuanwu shivered and let out a low curse. Looking up to see Sun Tzu staring at him, he busied himself. Head. I'm not cursing you. I'm cursing the bandit who injured me. To the side, Li Changwei, who was holding him, grinned. You have to thank people for that. A few more inches up on that cut, and you'll have a clean slate for the rest of your life. Bah! If I don't have that thing, you guys won't be able to go to the flower boat either. The corners of Zhang Chuanwu's mouth twitched in pain as he reached out and grabbed Li Changwei's arm to scold him. Zhang Yuan slowly put away the crossbow in his hand. You kid! You can do it! Chen Liang, who stood beside Zhang Yuan and held a small shield in his hand, shoulder bumped Zhang Yuan and let out a grin. Not bad, not afraid of death. Zhang Chuanwu, who was sitting on the ground and letting Sun Tzu tie the bandage, had just finished speaking when Sun Tzu pulled the bandage in his hand, causing him to hiss and almost jumped out from the ground. You can't be on duty for 3 or 5 days. No alcohol for half a month. Sun Tzu stood up and put the rest of the bandages back into his belt pouch. At this time, the other soap-clothes guards had already arrived, and the patrol guards and prefectural army, as well as the Yamen constables, had come to capture those bandits who had given up resistance and lock them up in one place. Old Sun, not dead? He Chang, the flag officer of Team B5 wearing heavy armor, came over with a heavy sword, looked at Sun Tzu, then swept a glance at Zhang Chuanwu who was helped to stand up, and opened his mouth with a smile. As a soap guard, it is inevitable to be injured on a mission, and to be alive is a blessing. Ha! Who is the archer of Team A4? This means, outstanding. On the other side, someone from Team B8 spoke out. The man was around 30 years old, also carrying a short bow in his hand and a hand crossbow hanging from his waist. At his shout, the crowd turned their heads. As his eyes swept over, he looked different. Crossbows stuck in the walls, arrows and crossbows scattered on the ground in front of them. Those bandits who were escorted out, surprisingly, 7 or 8 of them had arrow wounds on their bodies. Bow and arrow, although it can have a long-range suppression effect, but the killing power is not strong. The most crucial thing is that this kind of short-fought place, it is impossible to give the crossbowmen several chances to strike. Everyone is a veteran, and with a little observation they have already roughly guessed the battle scene. Zhang Yuan's instant messy arrows and swift crossbow rapid-fire play a great role in this blockade. Zhang Yuan, newcomer. This kid still has some talent. Sun Tzu looked at Zhang Yuan, a hint of smugness flashing across his face. By the time Zhang Yuan looked up at him, he had already turned his head away. On the side, Chen Liang and the others were grinning. When the longsword-wielding Captain Zhou Lin heard Sun Tzu say Zhang Yuan's name, his gaze turned to look at him one more time. At this moment, Tu Hao, the punishing officer who walked out from the narrow door, looked around, and when his eyes landed on Zhang Yuan, he also smiled lightly and nodded his head as a greeting. Clean up the battlefield, gather up the broken and scattered weapons, and retrieve all the crossbow arrows and arrows that can be retrieved. Half a quarter of an hour later, everyone rejoined the carriage. In the carriage, the 5 men sat paralyzed. Life and death struggle. You don't feel it at the time, you feel exhausted when you relax. If you have a battle today, you can take a day off tomorrow. Do you want to go drinking tonight? This Zhang Chuanwu guy won't have a mouthful. Painful 5 times the enemy, blocking the road and attack. Lieutenant Zhou, look at our eyes are different. A 4 team, head. We have no chance to become a 3? Chen Liang and Li Changwei spoke cheerfully, making Zhang Chuanwu, who was frankly holding his thighs on the side, curse in anger. Sun Tzu's gaze turned and landed on Zhang Yuan, who was silent on the side. There was a moment of silence in the carriage. with military honors. Don't exchange them for silver. There are martial arts techniques in the department of canonical books, and there are fine medicinal herbs in the department of treasury, all of which can enhance martial arts cultivation. Young man, improve yourself when you have the chance. Suenza says a few words, then leans back and sits in the wagon, looking up at the roof position. Everyone else in the wagon bowed their heads. Many thanks to the flag officer for teaching me. Zhang Yuan nodded and spoke. It's not exactly teaching you anything. Suenza shook his head. Your brother wasn't much older than you when he arrived at RA4 team. He is also desperate to earn silver and save up for war. There was a hint of depression in Sun Tze's voice. He exchanged all those battle credits and silver money for herbs to beat up his body, but he didn't want to use them himself. He said he has a younger brother with a good talent for martial arts. He told me that he would never be a flag officer in this life. His brother will surely become a flag officer. Zhang Yuan clenched his own fists. He felt like his heart was going to explode. The innate true essence in the meridians of his body seemed to be boiling and rising. There was no way. If this innate true essence didn't flow rapidly, it simply couldn't bind the surge of qi and blood in the body. He knows his big brother is good to him. He knew that after his parents passed away, his older brother held the family together. But he had always felt that this was what big brothers were supposed to do. The father dies and the son takes over. The brother dies and the brother follows, picking up the goose plume left behind by his elder brother. What he thought in his own mind was that he had finally become a soap guard. Sad? Naturally sad. But at that time only thought of their own to become the successor of the big brother. Cannot give the big brother and the Zhang family disgrace. To organize the big brother's aftermath. Big brother does what big brother does. And you do what you do. It's all deserved. Until this moment. From Sun Tze's mouth, he heard the image of his big brother in the eyes of outsiders. Zhang Yuan realized how much his big brother had paid for himself. Perhaps if big brother used the resources on himself and his cultivation and battle power increased, he wouldn't die? Perhaps. Big brother wouldn't have died if he didn't try to earn more military honors? Head. Tell me how my big brother died. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and slowly raised his head, looking at Sun Tze. At this moment, the qi and blood in his body was unexpectedly suppressed to death by the innate true essence, and his entire body appeared to be calm. In the carriage, there was only heavy panting. Chapter 14 Target Suanjiawi, Zhang Chuanwu and Chen Liang, as well as Li Changwei who was on the side, all turned their gazes towards Sun Tze. Sun Tze was silent for a moment and shook his head. Zhang Jin was participating in the special mission of the Jinfu division in the first place, and which people were participating and what they were dealing with were all unknown to outsiders. Special assignments. There are actually quite a few tasks in the town hall that are like that. Participants in such missions need to be kept secret, and outsiders cannot easily pry. We've checked many places over the past 3 months, even going to a few places in the outer house that might be connected. Private inquiries have been made in the town hall, and there are no clues. A few moments of dishevelment appeared on Sun Tze's face. Perhaps this was the reason why Zhang Yuan would get angry when he asked his elder brother Zhangjin how he died. There's really nothing he can do about it. Zhang Yuan nodded. He had really calmed down at this point. The Jinfu division involved in secret missions was never something that an unusual martial artist could handle. Cases that shook the prefecture like the White Horse Mountain Bandits were not issued secret missions in the first place. Secret missions that are basically related to prisoners in the second or even third level of the division prison. The corners of Zhang Chuanwu's mouth shivered and he lowered his voice. I participated in a secret mission 3 years ago. This is something that could not have been said. It's just that all the people present today are his own people. And as he looked at Zhang Yuan and the others, his face twitched slightly. Killing a demon. A wolf demon. That's when I really saw what demon was. Zhang Chuanwu's eyes were filled with fear, and his hands and feet trembled slightly. 30 soap-clothes guards brothers, and only 8 of them came back alive. In the carriage, there was silence again. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists and breathed a bit heavily. A secret mission. A possible mission accomplished. A vendetta no longer needed to be avenged. Or, perhaps, the vendetta is simply too weak to be avenged. Zhang Yuan slightly gritted his teeth, still not willing to just give up on knowing the truth about his elder brother's martyrdom. So what if it's a demon? If you can become the head of the capital battalion, you can look through the records of the canonical division about going out on missions, and naturally you'll be able to find the mission associated with your elder brother's original martyrdom. Sun Tze looked at Zhang Yuan and shook his head. I'm getting old. When you've saved up enough military achievements, I'll give up my position as a flag officer. You've already caught the eye of a couple of the higher-ups, so do well. There's a chance. Become a lieutenant and run a battalion? even if it's smooth sailing. I'm afraid it'll take many years to accumulate military honors, right? Xi'an military merit. 1 merit for 3 levels, 1 turn for 3 merits, and 1 rank for 3 turns. As the name suggests, chopping 3 enemy head square for a military merit. 3 merits to qualify for promotion of military positions. Really want to become the next level need 3 turns. To be promoted from soap guard to flag officer, it takes 3 turns, or 9 merits and 27 ranks. Another 3 turns from flag officer to captain. Could be 27 feats and nearly 100 ranks before you have a chance for promotion. It is because military service is rare and promotion is extremely difficult that there is the law of hereditary military service. Zhang Yuan didn't know how many years it would take for him, a small soap guard, to accumulate 100 levels of military service to the rank of captain. Even if he could quickly raise his cultivation level by killing people, military merit was something that had to be accumulated in real terms. Head. Is there any other way? Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and lowered his head, his voice seemingly blocked by something. If he didn't have the hidden secret of killing people to raise his cultivation level, and didn't have the innate true essence that had already been opened, Zhang Yuan might have pushed all his thoughts down and accumulated merits as Sun Tze had said. But how can you be happy with yourself now? Sun Tze's gaze was fixed on Zhang Yuan, and after a moment of contemplation, he lowered his voice. Zhang Yuan, tell me, what is your current cultivation level? Repair 4. Sun Tze's words caused Zhang Chuanwu and Chen Liang to raise their heads. Sun Tze didn't ask them to pay attention, but only now did they remember that the strength Zhang Yuan had displayed today was by no means something that an ordinary martial artist who hadn't stepped into the hidden Yuan realm could have. Insight. Response. These are things that need to be backed up by cultivation. Mid-hidden Yuan stage. Zhang Yuan replied softly. Hiss, your kid is already in the middle stage of hidden Yuan? Zhang Chuanwu let out a low cry. Good boy. You're not even 20 yet, are you? You're already in the middle stage of hidden Yuan. No wonder your brother said. Chen Liang's words stuttered. Sun Tze nodded, a trace of emotion flashing in his eyes. He looked at Zhang Yuan and spoke. Have you heard of the Xi'an armor guard? Suanjiawi? Zhang Yuan thought back for a moment and nodded. I remember Big Brother saying that the first elite of the Jinfu division is the Xuanjia guards. Xi'an armor guard? Li Chanwei looked toward Sun Tze and let out a low cry. Head. You want to dash? Sun Tze reached out to stop Li Changwei's words and stared at Zhang Yuan. Before the age of 20, hidden elemental achievement, and accumulating more than 9 levels of merit. The upper 3 teams of the Jinfu division's armor guard battalion can participate in the Xi'an armor guard selection. Zhang Yuan, can you do it? Hidden elemental greatness before the age of 20. Accumulated merits are 9 levels, or 3 merits. The upper 3 teams of the Jinfu division's A guard battalion. Now they're 18-4. Only with such a condition could one be qualified to participate in the Xuanjia guard's selection. In the eyes of ordinary people, such a condition is even more difficult than accumulating merit to be promoted to captain. It was because the 20-year-old hidden elemental grand achievement would directly brush off countless people. But in Zhang Yuan's eyes, this was his fastest shortcut. Becoming a Xi'an armor guard will enable you to know how Big Brother was martyred? Zhang Yuan clenched his fists and spoke in a deep voice. Sun Tze nodded his head and said, the Xi'an armor guards are specialized in completing secret missions, and they all have the qualifications to access the various mission dossiers in the Department of Canonical Records. If you can check the canonical volumes, you can find out how your elder brother was martyred, and you can find out if his revenge has been avenged. If there is no newspaper, then do it yourself. Zhang Yuan only felt that all the flames in his heart were turned into power, and the true essence in his body turned round, and he actually had a sense of immediate transparency. It's a kind of clarity that comes with a clear mind. Good. Then I'll strive to become a Xi'an armor guard. Hearing his words, the other 4 people in the carriage looked at each other, a hint of complexity permeating their faces. I'm sure it's young and driven. When you return to the Jinfu division, you return your armor to the military armor division, and all the losses are recorded and signed and sealed. He said that he would drink after his duty, but the Jinfu division was extremely busy in the past 2 days. Plus Zhang Chuanwu was really injured, so Sun Tze pushed this matter back. Zhang Yuan went to the division prison for a turn, cleared a section of the tunnel, and replaced a circle of torches, when Luo Shanghu came to seek him with a smile. Kid, what a great thing to do. Luo Shanghu surveyed Zhang Yuan with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Young people after all. As he spoke, he handed a scroll to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan took it and unfolded the scroll, seeing that it had 4 big words written on it. Military Merit Commendation. Below it is a record of the accumulation of 1 merit. 1 credit is 3 levels. In today's fight, can I count 3 decapitations myself? Or is it, along with the previous capture of Xi'an? These things will not be recorded in the commendation order, but there will be a record of them, and you can check them yourself at the Department of Civil Administration. Looking at the commendation order in his hand, a trace of excitement flashed across Zhang Yuan's eyes. He cared more about the rewards attached to military honors than the military honors. Chapter 15, Comprehending the Iron Armor Fist. 10 taels for 1 level of military merit. 30 taels for 1 merit, which is to be exchanged for silver money at the Treasury Division. And another reward can be exchanged for gongfu books at the Canonical Books Division, as well as other great medicines or opportunities for cultivation at the Martial Arts Division. The one who was responsible for explaining the military achievements to Zhang Yuan was the civil official of the Xianwei Division in the Wenfu Division. The Jinfu Division is divided into 2 divisions, Wuzhen and Wenfu, to suppress the demons and evils of the rivers and lakes by the martial arts, and to comfort the government and people by the literary arts. There were 8 point servers in such a government-level township of Luoyang, 4 in each of the civil and military departments. Under the Wenfu Division, there is a point of punishment, a cannon, a treasury, and a Xianwei. The Wuzhen Division, on the other hand, is the division of military armor, prisons, martial arts and the division of Wuwei, which is in charge of all the soap clothes guards. The Department of Xianwei is a functional department that specializes in the internal distribution of various merit exchange and the external promotion of military policies. At the Xianwei Division, Zhang Yuan found out how he got his 1 merit. As expected, the capture of Xi'an is considered to be a level. Today's mission, although he did not kill people directly as Li Changwei, but their squad blocked the enemy with merit. Sun Tse and they let him the first credit, counting 2 levels. If military honors were divided equally, he would only be considered a first class. It's a token of appreciation from a couple of older brothers. Just keep it in mind. I'll exchange it for 3 months of martial arts division cultivation opportunities. Zhang Yuan spoke in a deep voice. 30 taels of silver, together with the previous savings, was enough to ransom Yunyang. Martial arts texts were needed, but a single merit was all that was needed, and could not be exchanged for really good feats. Big medicine Zhang Yuan has blood beads and doesn't need them. The Department of Martial Arts is a place where battle formations are taught, as well as other martial arts practices and the sharpening of martial arts practices passed down from other Jinfu divisions. On the way back, Sun Tse and the others told Zhang Yuan that there were military honors to be exchanged first for the opportunity to practice in the martial arts division. Those who teach in the martial arts division are the battalion chiefs and point chiefs, and even the master chiefs and chiefs may go and lecture. And with your talent, it is highly likely that you will be looked upon favorably. This is what Sun Tse said to Zhang Yuan. Not only was it valued, but what was taught in the martial arts academy was systematic martial arts, as well as knowledge of the various structures of the entire Jinfu division and even the Xianqin dynasty hall. Ordinary soap guards may not have to care about this. To enter the Xuanjia guards, without enough insight cannot be. The Department of Martial Arts is a 3-day class, half an hour every morning and evening, either performing or lecturing on martial arts. Taking the 3-month martial arts division listening voucher, Zhang Yuan went home from his duty, today to the division of prisons to put meals, to see the Golden City Lu. A great feeling, out of the task of a fierce battle, but also consumes a lot of energy and mind. Walking out of the gate of the Jinfu division, standing on the steps and watching the setting sun fall in the west, Zhang Yuan was a bit lost in thought for a while. After today, one's first goal was to cultivate, accumulate merit, and participate in the Xi'an Armor Guard's selection. It was already dark by the time he returned to his own small courtyard in Dingjia Alley. Zhang Yuan saw that there was Yunyang standing in front of the door and was picking her head to look at it. A grin appeared on his face as he walked quickly over to them. The door to the small courtyard closed. Those killings, those schemes, put them down. Today the Mingquan building's Uncle Tao brought his family Aunt Wu over. Said it was Xiaolang you let find a granny. You are not in. I did not dare to answer. In fact, cooking and washing these things I can do. Silver money to spend less good. When I was at the door, Mrs. Han next door came to ask. And I had a little family talk with her. Sister-in-law Sue from the street corner also came over and talked for a while. It's been 2 years since big brother Sue left, right? Sitting opposite each other at a small table with oil lamps. Not exactly a hearty supper. The roughly clothed Yunyang ate less and talked more. Zhang Yuan looked up at her. Less inauthentic than before and a little more smoky. Not just because of the change of dress, but because she really did think of herself as his little lady, the wife of a soap guard. She was no longer the fairy who sang softly on her zither and made herself feel afraid to get close to her, but the little lady who was willing to talk to the neighbors and listen to the joys and sorrows of them. The mortals. What are you looking at? Seeing Zhang Yuan stop his bamboo chopsticks, Yun Yang looked over curiously. Is the dinner not to your liking? I'll find sister-in-law Su to learn tomorrow. Zhang Yuan shook his head and looked at her. I told the flag officer that after some time when big brother Chuanwu has recovered from his injuries, he will officiate our marriage. Also, that Aunt Wu let her come. It won't cost much silver to have someone else do these chores. I got some credit today. 30 taels of silver, plus the previous ones. Tomorrow we'll go to the flower boat and exchange your sale contract. The main marriage. For the deed of sale. Yun Yang looked at Zhang Yuan, tears welling up in her eyes. Koro, I've been sold to a flower boat since I was 6 years old, and I never thought. It's not that I haven't thought about it, it's that I don't dare to think about it. How many of the ladies on the flower boat will have a good future? I've seen so many of those sad things that I don't even want them anymore. What talent and beauty, what golden house, what mountain alliance and sea oath. Those are just to cheat the daughter's tears of the story. In Yun Yang's heart, it was the young Lang in front of her that was unavailable to her. Yun Yang, as long as you don't mind my soapy clothes, my rotten life, and aren't afraid to follow me in fear. Zhang Yuan put down the bamboo chopsticks in his hand and raised his hand. Zhang Yuan, swear. Yun Yang was busy getting up and reached out to press Zhang Yuan's mouth down. Don't, Nushin Koro. The warm and soft palm pressed against his lips, and Zhang Yuan was a bit paralyzed. Reaching out, the soft body fell into his arms. Aren't you going to eat, Koro? Eating you is enough. A night of madness. Early morning. Zhang Yuan, who was standing in the small courtyard slowly throwing out punches, had one more point of delight on his face. He found that his Xi'an blood cultivation and innate true essence were both quite solid and improved quite a bit. This may have been the explanation from Zhao Pingchuan and the cell about the innate and post-innate true essence, or it may have been the stimulation from a sparring match yesterday. It is also possible that with the goal of joining the Xuanjie guards, the mind's thoughts are clear. While swinging his fist, Zhang Yuan kept recalling the process of feeling the changes in the innate true essence several times yesterday. Zhao Pingchuan said that the Wudao innate true essence lies in the Wudao Qi in blood, in digging deep into oneself. Yesterday, when he was in the middle of a fierce battle, as well as the emotional upheaval on the carriage, he felt the surge of true essence. That simmering? He was moving faster and faster, but his mind was getting calmer and calmer. The innate true essence in his body also began to circle. Every time it wanders, there's a hint of improvement. It's all about tapping into yourself. The true essence bounded and divided, and with each punch struck, the manipulation of power in it was transformed into fineness and precision. The original boxing style that I had long familiarized myself with was now very different when I looked at it again. With a single punch, there were surprisingly several changes in the operation of power. Outside of a heavy power, it turned out that it was possible to catalyze more power overlays. Zhang Yuan had never imagined that a set of soap clothes guard inherited iron armor fists could be this strong. The punches that were originally only for speed and power became light and heavy, and the power levels began to shift. Quickly, the sound of the wind, slow and staid as a mountain. Light, floating clouds illuminate the water. Heavy, landslide, wandering around again and again. Zhang Yuan felt that yesterday's battle. If this boxing method, he could definitely block all the bandits with just one person's strength. Buzz. A punch was struck, and a shocking sound permeated from the front of the fist's shadow. Slowly closing his fist, Zhang Yuan turned back to the compartment. Yun Yang was already neatly packed and standing there. I'll go to the martial arts school for my morning class, and when I come back we'll go to the flower boat and exchange the body contract back. Zhang Yuan spoke softly. Yuna nodded heavily. The sunrise shone on the two men, revealing a few moments of exuberance. Young is just right. Chapter 16, Morning Martial Arts Class. The Department of Martial Arts is in the back room of the town hall. In the morning, before the dawn, and in the evening, after the duty, half an hour's class was taught by the middle and high-ranking people in the Zhenfu division to teach the lectures. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the school hall of the Department of Martial Arts, there were already more than a dozen people sitting here. Come, this way. A low cry came from a figure wearing a green robe as he beckoned to Zhang Yuan. The same soap guard who also made the bow in yesterday's B8 team. Zhang Yuan walked over and sat down next to him. My name is Zhang Qing, a bowman from Team B8. Looking at Zhang Yuan, Zhang Qing laughed in a low voice. Zhang Yuan, newcomer. I know. Zhang Yuan nodded his head and slightly arched his hand. Greetings, brother Jiang. He looked around. Those who came to the martial arts division to listen to the lessons were basically all under 30 years old. It was assumed that all of them were similar to him, being new to the township for a short period of time. The morning martial arts are mostly about martial arts cultivation. The evening ones should bring a pen and paper. There will be quite a lot of insights and general knowledge that needs to be recorded. Seeing that Zhang Yuan came empty-handed, Jiang Qing opened his mouth to remind. Zhang Yuan really didn't know about this rule. Many thanks to brother Jiang. As he spoke, a figure in front of him had already taken large strides. All of them stood up and straightened their figures. The arrivals wore black martial arts uniforms, with their hair tied back with an iron crown and a black sash around their waists. About 40 years old, with a stout face, head of the Ethereal Guard Battalion, Captain Chao Zhangtang, Jiang Qing introduced in a low voice. At the front, Chao Zhangtang raised his hand, signaling everyone to sit back in their seats. Then picking up the scroll of paper placed on the long case, he said faintly, "Call the roll." As his words fell, the person sitting at the front stood up straight. Team A6, Tao Qinghan. The first one had just sat down, and the next one had already risen to sign up. Team Ding 3, Zhao Sancheng. A voice of enrollment rose up, loud, high-pitched. After Jiang Qing reported his name, Zhang Yuan stood up. Team A4, Zhang Yuan. Chao Zhangtang, who was sketching on the page in front of him with his pen, looked up and then looked down again to continue circling. A total of 21 soap guards attended today's martial arts lecture. When everyone had reported their names, Chao Zhangtang put down his pen and stood up, moving his wrists and arms. Today I am teaching the Zenfuji fist technique of power operation. As he spoke, he slowly raised his feet, horse stance, and punch. Power comes from the soles of the feet, strength from the back of the waist. Refine the essence internally. Strengthen the muscles and bones externally. What kind of foundation you build when you're young? What kind of cultivation you'll have later on? What Chao Zhangtang was rehearsing was not Zhang Yuanqiu's iron armor fist, but at this moment, he completely understood it. Those narrations of power operation, demonstrations, were surprisingly 70% compatible with what he himself had sensed through his true essence operation. The remaining 30% is what seems to be more subtle and spiritual in its own sense. As it turns out, one's own epiphany was right on the money. When relying purely on one's own perception, even though it was impossible to fake the operation of that kind of power and the enhancement of cultivation, Zhang Yuan still did not have a bottom in his heart. Now that it was corroborated with Chao Zhangtang's narration, he was instantly grounded. No wonder when he was in the cell, that senior of the town guard said that there was everything in the martial arts in the Zhenfu division and that there was no need to ask for outsiders. Where is this kind of in-depth martial arts teaching that someone can point out with a few casual remarks? Boom! Chao Zhangtang had rehearsed a set of boxing techniques, and when he struck out with a punch, a tremor that sounded like the sound of wind and thunder was transmitted. Whether it's a fist technique or a sword, when a technique is practiced to the point of purity, there will naturally be a vision. Some come with wind and thunder, some can transmit the thunderous sounds of tigers and leopards, and others have spiritual light wrapped around their bodies, just to name a few. These you must cultivate to that level before you can feel them. There are many introductions in the various miscellaneous records of the Department of Canonical Records, so I won't go into them. Chao Zhangtang swept his gaze over everyone. You may seek out the fist techniques that you are good at and form a team to rehearse them, and I will see if there are any that need instruction. Upon hearing his words, some people voiced out that they cultivated the Mangnia fist, while others said they cultivated the iron armor fist, and there were also those who said they cultivated the sword technique. However, in a few moments, the field had already been divided into 4 or 5 small groups, all based on their respective cultivated techniques. Chao Zhangtang first let the 6 people who had practiced the Mangnia fist come forward and practiced their fists together. Mangnia fist Zhang Yuan also repaired, just not particularly pure. At this time to see people practicing, coupled with Chao Zhangtang on the side of the explanation, immediately have a lot of comprehension gain. Looking around, Zhang Yuan also roughly understood the role of the martial arts division. A battalion chief captain like Chao Zhangtang came to personally teach martial arts, not only to improve the combat power of them, the soap clothes guards, but also to familiarize everyone with each other and quickly contact their own connections. These may be the people who will be entrusted with their lives and their deaths. Jiang Qing cultivated the first line fist, and there were 3 others who did the same. The one-line fist belongs to the category of movements that are straightforward, with not many moves, but they are very agile. To be a good bowler, you need to be flexible, and whoever is more flexible has more chances to win when strength is not an advantage. Chao Zhangtang corrected the 2 men's way of carrying power, and then patted Jiang Qing's shoulder. Jiang Qing's one-line fist practice is good. He will surely become the top bowman among the soap clothes guards of my Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu division in the future. Hearing Chao Zhengtong's words, Jiang Qing's face flashed a bloated red as he stood up straight. Many thanks for the instructor's praise. The others looked at him with a hint of envy on their faces. Anyone who can get compliments during drills is one who can get into the eyes of the instructor. These instructors can be more than the identity of the instructor, or the head of the battalion. Point division. Out of the martial arts academy is the top official. Jiang Qing's gaze swept over and landed on Zhang Yuan. Complexity flashed in his eyes. Instructor. When it comes to the bowman segment, Zhang Yuan is the true master. Zhangwan? Chao Zhengtang turned his head and looked at Zhang Yuan. A flash of surprise flashed across the faces of the others. In such a scene, recommending someone else in front of the instructor, does Jiang Qing really think that he is not as good as Zhang Yuan? Most of the people present are not more than 3 years into the Jinfu division. Really someone can be as strong as? I know something about yesterday's mission, and Camp Chief Zhou also said that Zhang Yuan's bow and crossbow make is not bad. Chao Zhangyang nodded, then looked at Zhang Yuan and the 6 people standing beside him. You guys practice Iron Armor Fist. Iron Armor Fist is transformed from the military martial arts, both offensive and defensive. Easy to learn and hard to master. You guys practice, I'll take a look. Even Zhang Yuan, a total of 7 people practiced Iron Armor Boxing. This boxing is really easy to get started. Almost everyone in the Jinfu division will. The 7 stood apart, holding their fists. Zhang Yuan took a slight breath and raised his hand in the same bow as the other 6. It was as if something was coalescing in his gaze, like the fury that had invaded his body in the entry cell. Fury. He, Zhang Yuan, was also a soap clothes guard who had killed and sparred, and was also a hidden Yuan intermediate stage martial artist. He also had his own killing intent coalescing and transforming into a bloodthirsty aura. At the moment of the start, no matter if it was Chao Zhengtang or the other observers, their gazes were all focused on Zhang Yuan, because just this instant, the aura on his body had been completely different from before. From others, boom, a fist struck out, sounding like a drum. In this instant, Chao Zhengtang's eyes erupted with brilliance, and he shouted lowly under his breath. Good fist technique. Chapter 17, Chao Zhengtang feeds the tricks. Chao Zhengtang bellowed, and the others even showed astonishment on their faces. Zhang Yuan's fist stance at this moment was the same as everyone else around him, but in the eyes of the crowd, it was completely different. What's the same is the movement. What's different is the force, the speed, something indefinable. Chao Zhengtang's eyes were fixed on Zhang Yuan's movements. Zhang Yuan had already immersed himself in his punching technique. In the body, the true essence rounded. The qi and blood surged. The force started from the soles of the feet, sent out from the waist and back, and came out with the fist blade. Strike, like the impact of a sword or a spear, and go forward. Guard, as if carrying iron armor, thick and solid. The attack is swift and the code is steady. The other 6 people's punches did not look any different from Zhang Yuan's, but in the eyes of the crowd, they were clearly very different. If someone had substituted for Zhang Yuan's opponent, the feeling would have been very different. Punch after punch, the moves are agile and powerful. Drink dash. By the time he closed his momentum after the last punch was struck, Zhang Yuan only felt a sense of euphoria in his body. As a fist walk went by, qi and blood surged through his body, and there was qi and blood steaming like mist on top of his head. Chao Zhengtang glanced at the top of Zhang Yuan's head and turned his gaze away again. Walking forward, Chao Zhengtang explained and corrected the other people's movements where they had not grasped the essence, and then walked up to Zhang Yuan. Come on, I'll feed the moves with you. Feed the trick. The surrounding soap guards all stared in disbelief. Who is Chao Zhengtang? Luoyang Prefecture Soap Clothes Guard Sea Guards Battalion Head, Captain Officer, Martial Arts Cultivation of the Cavernous Brightness Realm. The only people in the soap guard who were qualified to spar with him were those few battalion chiefs. In the division of martial arts, there were all early and mid-stage hidden elemental soap guards. Who would dare to think of fighting such a strong person? Who has such qualifications to make Chao Zhengtang make a move to feed his moves? Jiang Qing looked at Zhang Yuan with nothing but envy and emotion in his eyes. Yesterday, on the way back to the B8 team, several people were discussing that Zhang Yuan of the A4 team, with that battlefield strain and that hand of crossbow, I'm afraid that he will have a promising future in the future. Now look, where is the future? It's already in the eyes of the superior officer. Zhang Yuan has the audacity to fight. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, his face revealing a wariness that was difficult to suppress. Fighting with a cavernous brightness realm powerhouse, even if it was just feeding strokes, was something that could lead to great insights. The only way to stimulate one's potential is to battle against the strong. Seeing Chao Zhangtang nodding with his backhand, Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and stepped forward to throw a punch on his chest. The third stance in the iron armor fist. Iron armor straight punch. This punch was powerful and heavy, with a silky whistling sound. Even if you don't fully stimulate the power of qi and blood, this punch is also a few hundred pounds of force. That is, a robust bull can also be smashed paralyzed. The most crucial thing was not how much force was in this punch, but the fact that this punch carried an unrelenting momentum. Facing Shangwon, seniors, Cave Bright Realm powerhouses, and still have this kind of momentum. Such a punch, no one present in the soap guards can come out. Chao Zhangtang waited for Zhang Yuan's fist to reach his chest before he probed his hand against Zhang Yuan's fist, letting the force of his fist crash into his palm, not moving at all. To an expert like Chao Zhangtang, Zhang Yuan's punching power was no threat. If it was the Zhang Yuan of old, he would have already panicked at such a time, but now he has a wisdom and experience rarely found in people his age. At his level, Chao Zhangtang is going to feed him moves, that is to see his clinical change of tactics, to see if his moves can be coherent. Then it's coherent. When the chest punch iron armor straight was only blocked, Zhang Yuan had already progressed and stepped forward, slamming down an elbow. Iron armor fist 8 stance, close elbow, a simple stance, permeated with the power stored up before, close but dangerous. This strike went towards Chao Zhangtang's neck. If it really hit, even a strong person like Chao Zhangtang would not be able to withstand it. Chao Zhangtang had a smile on his face, and his empty right hand had already blocked under Zhang Yuan's arm, allowing him to only send half of the force of this blow before it was resisted. Only just against Zhang Yuan's arm, Chao Zhangtang showed a hint of surprise on his face. The force on top of Zhang Yuan's elbow was not strong at all, fast but without enough force. Instantly he realized what was going on. The moment Zhang Yuan's arm was pressed against him, his body had already rushed up, turning his elbow into a crash. The 12th stance of the iron armor fist is also the most powerful stance, the Iron Mountain leaning. He had previously knocked Xi'an directly unconscious with this strike. Whether it's a straight iron armor punch or a close elbow, it's all about storing up power for this Iron Mountain lean. Boo! Zhang Yuan's shoulder hit Chao Zhangtang's left front chest position. Chao Zhangtang's body shifted slightly, and then he drained all of his strength, while Zhang Yuan was unable to stop his body, charging forward 3 steps and turning his body back around, assuming the defensive stance of the iron armor fist. From the time Zhang Yuan threw a punch to the time the guarding stance was raised, it was only a total of 2 blinks of an eye. Chao Zhangtang turned back slightly, looking at Zhang Yuan's stance, nodded his head and said, attacking like a blazing fire, defending like a rock. Your kid's base is really good. A 4-team, Sunze. This guy is considered to be picking up the treasure. Speaking of this, his gaze fell on Zhang Yuan's face, and a glint of light flashed through his eyes. Do you, Sunze, have a mind to rush the top 3 of the Armor Guard Battalion? The first 3 of the Armor Guard Battalion. Other people may not know, but Zhang Yuan already knew yesterday. This is one of the basic conditions of the Xi'an Armor Guard. He slowly retracted his stance and nodded before clasping his fists and bowing. When Chao Zhangtang saw him nodding, a trace of complexity flashed across his face as he reached out to pat Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Kid, martial cultivation is as deep as the abyssal sea. The gap between the cavernous realm and the hidden Yuan realm is like a gulf between heaven and earth. Your opponent is more than just the hidden Yuan realm. After speaking, he looked at the crowd and looked up at the sky, then waved his hand and said, today's morning lesson, dismissed. All were busy bowing and exiting the schoolhouse. Only when everyone had left did Chao Zhangtang reach out to rub his chest, which had been numbed by the impact. This kid, the talent is actually good into this way. I Luyang House but more than 5 years did not come out of a Xuanjia guard. 21 soap guards came out of the academy and dispersed with their own greetings. Some people are going to change into soap clothes for duty, while others are resting today like Zhang Yuan, Jiangqing and the others. The crowd looked at Zhang Yuan more than once, but none of them said anything. Too much of this sort of thing is a compliment, and any more is jealousy. People have talent and can be valued, and that's their business. Besides, the hidden Yuan realm is just that. It's not like it's the cavernous realm that can distinguish between true geniuses and mediocre talents. I'm going back to take a nap. The evening class should be the Xianwei Division Point Division coming to talk about the laws. Zhang Cheng waved his hand at Zhang Yuan as he left. The Xianwei Division, originally, is a connoisseur of using the law to oppress people. Zhang Yuan left the Zhenfu Division, and as he walked, the image of the sparring session with Chao Zhangtang just now appeared in his mind. Without realizing it, he felt movements, strength, and speed that he had not perceived before. A set of iron armor fists became more pure. Walking at a fast pace, Zhang Yuan nearly rushed back to Dingjia Alley. To the entrance of the alley, already see wearing green rough cloth hairpin dress Yunyang playful standing in front of the door of the small courtyard. Brother Yuan, you couldn't leave your daughter-in-law behind and skipped work to come back? At the entrance of the alley, a woman holding a large coarse porcelain bowl swept her gaze over Zhang Yuan and opened her mouth with a snicker. Others in the alley poked their heads out. Zhang Yuan grinned and walked back to the entrance of his small courtyard. We'll take the silver and go and exchange the deed back. Yunyang nodded her head, her eyes brimming with tears again. Chapter 18, Yunzhou. Yunyang was sold to the flower boating Yingchui boat when she was 6 years old. She doesn't remember much of her old home in Yunzhou, only that the powder was delicious and the sky was blue. My family was probably intercepted. All I can remember is so much blood. I was hidden under the frame of a car. I can't even remember if it was my parents or whoever was hiding me. In the swaying carriage, Yunyang, who was crouching in Zhang Yuan's arms, spoke in a low voice. Her body could not stop trembling, as if the unwillingly remembered images were being turned up again. Zhang Yuan reached out and circled her body, his broad body wrapping around her. I was 6 or 7 when my parents died, and it was my big brother who held our family together. I remember when my father was sent back, covered in blood. I only knew how to cry. My elder brother didn't cry. He took my father's Yanling sword. I didn't cry when my big brother died. Zhang Yuan's palm pressed on the sheath of the gooseplume sword at the side. Yuna looked up. Perhaps this is the favor of the heavens, allowing us two lonely people to be together? Zhang Yuan reached out and wiped away Yunyang's tears before a smile appeared on his face. The deal is that if I die, you will give this knife to our son so that he is not allowed to cry. Zhang Yuan's words caused Yunyang to be slightly stunned. It was a while before she bowed her head slightly. His own Koro is a soap guard. Saying something like that has nothing to do with being auspicious or not. The father dies and the son takes over. Then, what if the daughter? As the words left her mouth, Yunyang already felt that something was wrong, and when she looked up, she saw Zhang Yuan staring at herself with a smirk on his face. At once, she blushed. Then have another son. If it's still a daughter, then go on. Or a daughter, and then another. If you don't have it, you don't have it. The Ningchui boat is docked on the Guilu River outside the city, docking in the morning and during the day, and at night lighting red lights and swinging to the center of the river, requiring small sampans to ferry onto the boat. Compared to other flower boats, a 3-story, 10-foot boat like the Ningchui boat looked incomparably taller. With its fine carvings and bright red lacquer, it completely made the other flower boats lift their heads. You can spend 30 to 50 taels a night, a veritable money spinner. Yunyang said. Ningchui boat behind the background of the Jianghu. The power is not small. The specific she is not clear. Just to a place to stay. The local also no one dares to offend. This is true. Generally this kind of business, if there is not enough background, it is really a strong dragon cannot suppress the snake. Miss Jade. Yell. Miss Jade is back. Jade. When the two of them got out of the car and went to the side of the condensed Chui boat, someone called Yunyang's name. Yunyang looked up, excitement flashing across her face. Zhang Yuan took her hand in his and held it tightly. The two of them boarded the ship, and the pimp had already greeted them. My little Jade, Auntie Hong Mrs. Yuna. Not knowing whether it was true or not, the bod reached out to take Yunyang's hand, her eyes red. At this time, the others also greeted them, and Yunyang looked at the crowd and also reddened her eyes. I heard that Miss Yu was ransomed by the groom and married into a good family. Look, it's a perfect match. Hey, don't girls just want a good home? The crowd spoke, causing Zhang Yuan to hold Yunyang's hand a little tighter. Yunyang turned her head to look at Zhang Yuan with a hint of a smile on her face. The self-same groom. Nervous. Disperse quickly, disperse quickly, disperse. Officer Zhang must have something to do with leading Xiaoyu here. The pimp could also see that Zhang Yuan was uncomfortable, and voiced out for the crowd to disperse first before leading Zhang Yuan and Yunyang to the cabin. Xiaoyu, I really can't let go of you. After all, it's been so many years of raising you as my own daughter. This time, Auntie Hong is determined to let you go because she thinks that Officer Zhang is a good match for you, and that you can live a good life together. Aunt Hong rambled on as she walked, then went to a cabin and sought out a sheet of paper and took it out, along with half a jade pendant. This is your body contract, as well as the jade tablet you were wearing in the beginning. Yunyang, you come from Yunzhou, and may have once been from a large family, but Aunt Hong sees that those are things of the past, and living a peaceful life with Officer Zhang is the long term. Zhang Yuan reached out and took the body contract, as well as the jade tablet. The body contract was stamped with the official seal of the Yunzhou prefecture, and the jade plate had the word Yuning on it. Yunyang. He placed the jade tablet in Yunyang's hand. Yunyang nodded and said softly, I should have been called Shui Yunyang. When I was a child, I only knew that my family called out Yunyang, and when outsiders heard that it sounded like Yunyang, they kept calling Yunyang. Zhang Yuan reached out and patted Yunyang's shoulder, then put away that body contract and took out the 50 taels of silver money in his bosom. Seeing the silver money, Auntie Hong first froze, then smiled and waved her hand. Officer Zhang, Officer Sun and Officer Zhang, they have already paid Yunyang's ransom silver. They confided that if you come you will be given this body contract, and this 50 taels is considered the dowry that the Yingning Chui boat will give to Xiao Yu. Officer Sun Zai Qi and Zhang Chuanwu they put together 100 taels to ransom Yunyang. Originally, Yunyang's such a boatwoman, cleaner, and is good at playing the piano and singing. The ransom at least 300 to 500 taels of silver. Just Sunzay they are soap clothes guards. Ningchui boat do not dare to offend. Hard to pressure the price to 100 too. A trace of complexity flashed across Zhang Yuan's face as he retrieved the silver money. I didn't want to owe a favor, but I didn't expect this favor to be owed more. This favor, I'm afraid, can't be repaid with silver money. Yunyang went back to the cabin where she stayed before, and took out all those jewelry and clothes, and except for a few pieces that were close to her own, she gave them away to those ship girls. A ship's maiden dragged Yunyang to the fiddle and sang a Yunzhou ditty. Yunyang says this was the first tune she sang when she was bought on the ship, and now she sings it when she leaves. The languid Yunzhou ditty drifted along the waterfront of the cabin. A tune from Yunzhou. There are still Yunzhou ship girls on this ship? In one of the cabins, a middle-aged brocade-robed man spoke curiously. Yunyang is from Yunzhou. She was sold onto the boat 10 years ago. She was only 6 years old, and she still remembers the Yunzhou ditty. The boat lady leaning on the side of the brocade-robed man showed emotion on her face. She can be considered to have a good home. 10 years ago. Yunzhou, 6 years old. The brocade-robed man muttered and whispered under his breath. And suddenly his eyes flashed with a trace of crystal. The Shui family, the number one family in Yunzhou, seems to be searching for it all these years. Zhang Yuan took Yunyang to leave the Yingning Chui boat, and instead of going back to Dingjia Alley, he diverted to Sun Zai's house. Today their team is all rested. The flag officer Sun Zai was not at home, and it was Chen, the wife of Sun Zai's family, who received Zhang Yuan and Yunyang. Chen has seen Zhang Yuan, and helped his older brother Zhang Jun to arrange a marriage. It's a pity that your big brother, AI, reaching out to pull Yunyang. Chen's gaze fell on Zhang Yuan. Go back and have a few more babies, so that your Zhang family's fragrance will flourish, and you will be able to stand up to your big brother. These words made Yunyang's face blush. Chen gave Yunyang a bracelet and asked her own children to lead Zhang Yuan and Yunyang to seek Sunzai. Sunzai's son is called Sunli, 15 this year, not too tall. Look at Zhang Yuan's hand carrying the wild goose plume sort of face of envy. Fargo, call uncle. I'm the same generation as your father. Zhang Yuan's words caused Sunli to instantly deflate. They went to Zhang Chuanwu's house. Suwenza went to see the injured Zhang Chuanwu. Chapter 19, a guest at the door. Sunli, Zhang Yuan? In front of Zhang Chuanwu's house, Chen Liang, who saw Zhang Yuan's arrival, was a bit surprised. Then his eyes swept over and he was grinning. Zhang Chuanwu's home in Sujia Lane is actually not far from the Dingjia Lane. The small yard scattered with stone locks and hammers to beat the sinews of these instruments. The compound is slightly run down. I'm sorry to make you laugh. My old Zhen likes to fiddle with these on weekdays and can't even get down in the yard. The one who came to talk with Yunyang was Zhang Chuanwu's mother-in-law, Wang. Zhang Yuan walked into the compartment and saw Zhang Chuanwu lying on his side on the bed, flanked by Sunzai and Li Changwei. What are you doing here with me if your kid is not at home with your little lady? Zhang Chuanwu glared at Zhang Yuan when he saw that he had come to see him, although a trace of excitement flashed across his face. Zhang Yuan looked at Sunzai and his gaze landed on Zhang Chuanwu. I've been to the condensed shui boat. You've been to the courtesan boat? Zhang Chuanwu and Sunzai they looked at each other. Zhang Yuan, old brothers and your elder brother are brothers who have been born to die, and what he hasn't accomplished in his responsibilities, we certainly have to help him accomplish. Zhang Chuanwu took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Yuan with a solemn face. If you can't become a soap guard, then live peacefully with Xiaonyang, and when you have a fragrance in the future, cultivate it properly and then continue the legacy of your Zhang family's generations of soap guards. Zhang Yuan nodded. It's a good thing he became a soap guard, and there were wonders he didn't dare to imagine. Now that you've become a soap guard, you should also know that we've lived a life of blood on our swords. Getting away with it today means dying tomorrow. Sun Tse glanced outside the compartment, and at the doorway, his own youngest son, Sun Li, stretched his head to look, and when he saw himself looking over, he shrunk his head and backed away. Suwenza's words caused a slight dullness in the middle of the room. Zhang Xuanwu's injuries were not considered serious, but this was the norm for their soap clothes guards. Today, 5 people in the squad are still gathered together. Maybe tomorrow someone will be out on a mission and lose their life. Jinfu Division. Soap clothes guards, with unimaginable power, but also as others do not see the hardship and pay. I understand. Zhang Yuan nodded his head and took out the 50 taels of grain silver in his coat pocket, placing it on a cabinet to the side. I'll pay the silver for Yun Yang's redemption myself, and I'll pay you back when I earn your share. Son 2. Silver money is silver money, and favors are favors. Silver money should be returned, and favors should be remembered. Zhang Xuanwu looked at the silver money that Zhang Yuan had put down, glared, struggled to get up, and was pressed down by Sun Tse reaching out. Since Zhang Yuan has brought out this silver money, Quan Wu, you can keep it. Zhang Yuan, I don't need you to pay back my share of the silver. Sun Tse looked at Zhang Yuan and lowered his voice. I beg you for something, please? Zhang Yuan looked up at Sun Tse. Several other people were also looking at Suwenza. What's the Jinfu Division? What do the soap guards do? Those Confucians scolded us as dogs. The Jianghu people said we were hawks and dogs. The 100 officials feared me. The immortals and demons hated me. And even those people have never been afraid of only the soap clothes on our bodies and the goose plumes in our hands. My boy, I'm not going to let him take my place. I want him to follow the Confucian path. Whether it's to serve in the One Fu Division in the future or to go to the government as an errand boy, he can have a stable errand. This kid doesn't have much ability, but it's real. In the future, Zhang Yuan, you help me take care of him more. We are all brothers in the house. We few old brothers will do our best to help you become a Xi'an armor guard. You have a great future ahead of you. There's not much our old brothers can do to help you in the future. Sun Li and the others may still be able to give you a hand. Sun Tse saw Zhang Yuan's potential and was now fully committed to helping, even preparing to give up his position as a flag officer. But this help was a favor that Zhang Yuan would have to pay back later. The son of the Sun Tse family, Sun Li, and the descendants of several other families will need Zhang Yuan to take care of them when the time comes. Older brothers can be born for you to die, to help you earn merit. You later sword do not expect you to carry the big guys, but to contribute a hand to help those boys. Sun Tse's words were very direct and did not beat around the bush in any way, which in turn allowed Zhang Yuan to have no psychological burden. Chen Liang and Li Changwei they looked at each other and didn't say anything. It's better to pick some things apart. No one was stupid. It was a matter of putting their lives on the line to help Zhang Yuan make at least 3 achievements within 2 years and raise his cultivation to hidden elemental achievement. The soap guard's military service is traded for blood and lives. Son 2, 3 old brothers, Zhang Yuan will definitely have a generous reward in the future. Zhang Yuan arched his hand and spoke solemnly. A smile appeared on the faces of the crowd. On the side, Li Changwei reached out and patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. My brothers will do their best to help you. But when are we going to drink your wedding wine? Is it possible to organize it together with the full moon wine? Everyone in the compartment was laughing, causing Wang and Yun Yang in the courtyard to turn their heads. After the laughter, Suwenza talked about yesterday's case. What we intercepted yesterday was the congregation of the Green Bamboo Gang in the lower reaches of the Guelu River, of which there were a few whose cultivation wasn't bad, and which were taken down by the Point Division and the battalion head. White Horse Mountain was eliminated, and the bandits involved colluded with the Green Bamboo Gang, and were also preparing to do business without money to rob the Meng family's merchant ships at the docks, just as the Meng family found out and reported it to the officials. Meng family, that is, Luoyang Prefecture big merchant Meng family, the head of the family Meng Shanghai, is the elder brother of the White Horse Mountain chopping horse General Meng Tao. Zhang Yuan was no stranger to the Meng family. Probably because of Meng Tao's case, the Meng family hated the bandits in White Horse Mountain so much that they reported to the government. Otherwise, with the Meng family's peaceful nature, it would not be so bad as to flip out with the Green Bamboo Gang, which was rampaging across the Guelu River. On the contrary, those bandits of the White Horse Mountain, even if the Meng family had been Meng Tao origin family, there is not the slightest favor to speak. How can there be any real righteousness when you're a bandit? White Horse Mountain there are still scattered bandits. Green Bamboo Gang this time things out. The Jinfu Division in the future is estimated to dig deeper. To merit, we can quietly keep an eye on. Sun Tse looked at a few people and said in a low voice, if in the past, people didn't have any great desire for merits and participated in missions when they had them, There was no need to care about such things. Now that he was going to help Zhang Yuan become a Xi'an armor guard, he would have to seek more credits, and he would have to be on top of all these things. The crowd nodded, then whispered what paths each could have recounted, dividing the labor among themselves. Zhang Yuan didn't stay long at Zhang Chuanwu's house, and when he left with Yunyang, Wang insisted on giving a pair of jewelry. Back in Ding's alley, there were two figures standing at the entrance of the small courtyard. Old Tao, the cook of Mingquan House, and a woman in her late 50s, wearing a gray cloth robe, stood there in a formal manner. Master Zhang, ma'am, this is my mother-in-law Wu. She's quick with her hands and feet, and she can cook all the food in Yunzhou. Seeing Zhang Yuan and Yunyang return, Lao Tao greeted and bowed. Wu was also busy bowing and saluting. Soap-clothed guards, wild goose plume sword. The eyes of ordinary people is to stop children crying killing God. Lao Tao was working in Mingquan building. People were not stupid. It was their luck to climb up to Zhang Yuan. As long as his own mother-in-law could work as a matron in Zhang Yuan's house, no one would dare to bully him in Mingquan House. Koro, or, before Yunyang finished speaking, Zhang Yuan had already walked to the door and opened it, while looking back. Eat and live in my house, do some Yunzhou food on weekdays, and cleaning things, 1 month $1 or $2 silver. Feasible? $1 or $2 silver a month. Ludong City and the strong and sturdy man can get 3 taels of silver a month. Soap guards such as at least hidden yuan realm of martial artists a month is only 5 taels of salary. A granny who gets $1 or $2 silver for doing some raking and cleaning is really overpriced. Lao Tao and Wu both nodded their heads repeatedly. Is this the Zhang Yuan's house in Dingjia Alley? A voice rang out from the entrance of the alley. Zhang Yuan looked up, and the expression on his face instantly changed sharply. Chapter 20 Prisoners Army Junxiang Lu. 2 figures came walking slowly, tall in stature, dressed in rough clothing. Jean, General Jean, the first level of the Zhenfu Sea Prison. Cell A1. Jean Changlu. Zhang Yuan's gaze landed on the first figure, took a deep breath, and looked at the other one. Zhao Pingchuan. Jean Changlu. Zhao Pingchuan. How could these 2 felons from the Department of Justice come to Dingjia Alley in such a dignified manner? Zhang Yuan's qi and blood coalesced all over his body. The true essence in his meridians surged quietly, and his fists clenched. The Yunyang beside her had been paying attention to Zhang Yuan, and when she saw Zhang Yuan's expression change, she was busy gently leaning forward some. As the 2 figures approached, Zhang Yuan's gaze froze slightly. Prisoner. Both Jin Changlu and Zhao Pingchuan had the word prisoner tattooed on their foreheads. Prisoner Army. In addition to the Xian Qin Jingjun, there is also the prisoner's army that wears the sins of the people. Prisoners of the army are people who should have been punished in the clear, taking their own lives and letting them go on the battlefield. In a battle of life and death, charge the battlefield with a death row prisoner. In the army of Xian Qin, few of the prisoner armies have survived more than 3 years. Junxiang Rock and Cho Pyankan made prisoner army? Is that why they were able to walk out of the division? What? Were not welcome to come? Jin Chanlu, who had his hands behind his back, surveyed the surroundings with a hint of a smile on his face, regardless of whether it was Jin Chanlu, who had once been in charge of an army, or Zhao Pingchuan, who was at the late stage of the cavernous brightness realm of the martial arts path. It was not something that Zhang Yuan's tiny soap guard could befriend. Zhang Yuan did not expect these 2 to arrive. Xiaolang, since you are an honored guest, of course you should be invited to sit at home. Yunyang reached out to hold Zhang Yuan's sleeve and spoke in a low voice. Zhang Yuan nodded his head and raised his hand to invite Jin Changlu and Zhao Pingchuan into the small courtyard. Yunyang pushed Zhang Yuan to follow her into the courtyard and turned back to Lao Tao and Aunt Wu herself, whispering a few words. In the small courtyard, Zhang Yuan accompanied Jin Changlu and Zhao Pingchuan to sit at the stone table. As you can see, Brother Jin and I made prisoner armies. Zhao Pingchuan revealed his forehead, which was slightly covered by his own scattered hair. Brother Jin said that you woke him up, and that he wanted to see you before he left Luoyang City. Lightly smiling and looking towards Zhang Yuan, Zhao Pingchuan brought a hint of emotion. I, Zhao Pingchuan, have no attachments, so I followed along to take a look. It was Zhang Yuan who woke up Jin Changlu and made him realize that instead of waiting for His Majesty's pardon in the prison, he should go and avenge the death of his brothers himself. Yesterday, Jin Changlu begged the head of the Zhenfu division to step in and make him a prisoner army, and he will go to the border in a few days. Zhang Yuan looked at Jin Changlu. This Luoyang house and the heavenly pride figure wasted 10 years. At this time the momentum is calm and steady. No arrogance. More than a few points of frankness. It seems to have really let go. Prisoner army or not, the mind can be at peace as long as it is doing the right thing. Actually, it was also General Jean who woke me up yesterday. Zhang Yuan shook his head and spoke softly. He didn't hide it, and briefly said the matter of his own elder brother's martyrdom, as well as his own epiphany in the cell. Jin Changlu is not a great revenge, cannot report the difficult things to Zhang Yuan feelings. Zhang Yuan will not want to find out about the big brother martyrdom mission. Will not have to become a Suenjiawi heart. You want to become a Xi'an armor guard? Jin Chenglu's gaze fell on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan felt a trace of strange power flickering over his body, as if all the hidden secrets of his body were being probed out. Fortunately, the innate true essence did not have the slightest movement, so it should not have been tugged and probed. 18 years old in the middle stage of hidden Yuan. The talent is good. Not many of the prefecture's cities can produce Xuanjia guards. Jin Changlu withdrew his gaze and spoke faintly. The county city, and even the imperial city, was where the Xuanjia guards came out. The prefecture city had no heritage, and it was difficult for either the family or the Jinfu division to cultivate geniuses qualified to become Xuanjia guards. I was prepared to take you to the border and send you a creation, but since you want to be a Xuanjia guard, forget it. Jin Changlu shook his head and said softly. Zhao Pingchuan on the side also smiled slightly. Although Jin Changlu was working as a prisoner army, he had quite a few contacts in the army. It's not hard to take Zhang Yuan to the border and arrange some opportunities to earn military honors. This is considered to be a repayment of Zhang Yuan's kindness of waking up yesterday. However, Zhang Yuan wants to investigate the matter of his own elder brother's martyrdom and wants to be a Xuanjia guard, which is not good enough to force. The two honored guests, please have some tea. Yun Yang brought tea and served it to both Jin Changlu and Zhao Pingchuan, and Zhang Yuan set a cup in front of him. Zhang Yuan uncovered the lid of the tea light to see that it was really tea inside. I don't think I have any tea in my own house? Turning her head to look, Yuna had turned back to the kitchen side. Zhao Pingchuan lifted the tea up and took a sip, looking at Zhang Yuan with a hint of envy in his gaze. This way of looking at it, you kid do not go to the border over that military days or not. Young, talented, do a soap guard, and a demure little mother. This life is ordinary, but there is fireworks. The Xi'an armor guard is not that good. There are many perils in it. Jin Changlu put the tea down and spoke in a deep voice. Zhao Pingchuan nodded. Indeed, Jianghu martial artists, Confucian experts, and those demons and evils, none of them are easy to deal with. About 20 years ago, I guess, when my martial arts had just entered the cavern brightness realm, I had encountered a fish demon and fought a bitter battle, soaking in the river for 3 days before I was able to kill it. Zhao Pingchuan's words made Zhang Yuan's eyes light up. Seeing Zhang Yuan's interest, Zhao Pingchuan smiled and recounted the events of that year. Xian Qin martial arts to suppress the world, whether demons or devils, those who cultivate immortality, basically rarely dare to infest the ordinary people, but some of them have gone astray and harmed the people and the living. Demons in the low ranking, but also the hidden Yuan realm cave Ming realm cultivation power. Martial arts have martial arts chi and blood power. The same level can also resist. However, those demons with higher cultivation levels, who had survived the heaven and earth tribulation, who could take human form, and who possessed divine means, were not something that ordinary martial artists could deal with. Zhao Pingchuan encountered the fish demon has not yet transformed, but the combat power is not low, but also some water means. In the big river above the fight, it is very costly some work. In a nutshell, the immortal Qin world is honored by martial arts, and as long as the martial arts cultivation is profound, no matter if it's an evil demon or an immortal god, they wouldn't dare to face it head-on. In Jin Changlu's words, there was a hint of arrogance that only the strongest in the martial way had. His cultivation level was enough to qualify him to say such things. According to him, he had also fought with immortal cultivators, and with Confucianism and evil demons. In front of him, any divine ability or technique was not surprising. Speaking of a few engagements, those demons and evils were overwhelmed by the fury before his chi and blood power, unable to even exert their divine abilities, and were left to be slaughtered by him. These experiences Zhang Yuan had never had before, nor did he dare to think about them before. Where would an ordinary soap guard be exposed to such things? Jin Changlu would not have been able to say this to him. A small hidden Yuan realm, if he had not been reminded of Zhang Yuan's reminder yesterday. Xiaolang, Uncle Tao, Aunt Wu and I have fixed up some small dishes from Yunzhou, so please treat the two honored guests to dinner. Yunyang walked over and spoke softly. Zhang Yuan turned his head to look at Jin Changlu and Zhao Pingchuan, and only nodded when he saw that they did not refuse. Over there, Lao Tao and his mother-in-law brought over a few Yunzhou-style dishes and 2 wine jugs. Zhang Yuan looked to Yunyang and grinned gratefully. Whether it was making tea and pouring water, or quietly leaving Mingquan House's cook Lao Tao to help fix the dishes. The means of hospitality displayed by Yun Yang was not something he could compare to. Honestly, these are things that he wouldn't have thought of. Boy, you're a rare man with a good wife. Zhao Pingchuan smiled and shook his head, looking at the dishes in front of him, his face showing emotion. From the time I left Yunzhou, I haven't eaten authentic Yunzhou food for nearly 20 years. Just for this meal, I should send something. Looking to the Yun Yang on the side, Zhao Pingchuan smiled and said, "Girl, say, what do you want?" Chapter 21 The Chief of Department's Call. What do you want? Yun Yang froze slightly and looked towards Zhang Yuan, then bowed gently towards Zhao Pingchuan. Your guest turns out to be from Yunzhou as well. That would be considered Yun Yang's mother's family. It's only right for us to try our best to provide hospitality when our mother's family comes, not opening his mouth to say what he wants, but pointing out Zhao Pingchuan's mother's family status, instantly closing the distance, which made Zhao Pingchuan laugh. This girl is not to be missed. Chang, if I, Zhao Pingchuan, don't die in 3 years, I will recognize you as my sister. With that, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a jade tablet, handing it to Yun Yang. I come from the East Origin Sword sect of the Cloud State. If you go to the Cloud State in another day, go back to see it on my behalf. Yun Yang took the jade tablet, nodded her head gently, and said in a low voice, Yun Yang has met Big Brother. People said that they would recognize their sister after 3 years, and Yun Yang called her elder brother first. This Big Brother made Zhao Pingchuan's smile intensify. Yun Yang had left Yunzhou as a child and did not know the name of the Dongyuan Sword sect. Zhang Yuan lived in Luoyang Prefecture and was even more unaware of the Dongyuan Sword sect. The Dongyuan Sword sect is one of the 3 top forces among the rivers and lakes of Yunzhou. Jin Changlu, who was on the side, spoke softly. The top power among the rivers and lakes of Yunzhou. This is not comparable to a bandit gang like the Green Bamboo Gang White Horse Mountain. Among such large sects, there were strong martial arts practitioners who were afraid that there were even Kaiyang realms like Jin Changlu. If Yun Yang were to go to Yunzhou to search for her relatives, she would certainly get twice the result with half the effort if she could get help from such a large sect. Zhang Yuan joyfully got up to pour wine for Jin Changlu and Zhao Pingchuan, and Yun Yang also opened up and accompanied them with a toast. This banquet is not sumptuous. The identity of the people sitting around is also different, but at this time it is a happy and harmonious. Yun Yang was extremely intelligent, and when Zhang Yuan opened his mouth to ask something, she helped by asking more questions. Martial arts techniques, cultivation insights, military battle formations, and some Jianghu anecdotes were all impossible for Zhang Yuan to know with his current cultivation and experience. Even if Jin Changlu and Zhao Pingchuan had been imprisoned in the division prison for so many years, and many of their insights had become outdated, they were still precious messages to Zhang Yuan. Jin Changlu and Zhao Pingchuan aided Zhang Yuan's house and left. They were a prisoner army and needed to rush to the border, so they couldn't stay in Luoyang City for long. Uncle Tao, this is 1 tael of grain silver. I'm going to labor you to fix this banquet today. When Jin Changlu and Zhao Pingchuan left, Zhang Yuan took out an ingot of grain silver. A table of Yunzhou dishes made a powerful man like Zhao Pingchuan of the cavernous brightness realm willing to recognize Yun Yang as his sister. And he also gave a jade tablet representing the identity of the Dongyuan Sword sect. This is something you can't even get for 10 taels of grain silver. Although Lao Tao excused himself, he eventually accepted it. Today was left to make a meal at Zhang Yuan's house, delaying the Mingquan house's errand, and will certainly be punished. This ingot of grain silver is considered Zhang Yuan's compensation to him. And Wu, on the other hand, stayed behind and worked as a mother-in-law for Zhang Yuan's family, and from now on, she would be the one to do all the cooking and laundry. Lao Tao left happily. Aunt Wu cleaned up in the front yard, and Zhang Yuan and Yun Yang returned to the compartment. Today is really thanks to Yun Yang. General Jin and Big Brother Zhao are both strong martial artists and seniors. A few pointers from them would be of endless benefit to me. Zhang Yuan gently held Yun Yang's hand and spoke with emotion. A smile also appeared on Yun Yang's face before she pulled her hand out and looked outside the compartment. Xiaolang, the wine and tea borrowed from sister-in-law Su's family today, but all of it has to be returned. Return? Definitely return. Zhang Yuan nodded his head. After paying back Zhang Chuanwu 50 taels of silver, Zhang Yuan no longer has much money left in his hand. No wine or tea at home, but also rely on Yun Yang to borrow to entertain guests. But at this time, although life is somewhat poor, Zhang Yuan's heart is peaceful. Give him time, and glory and riches are all within his reach. Evening. Zhang Yuan came to the Zhenfu division with a pen and paper. At this time it was already the time of the next duty, but also the time of the evening class of the Zhenfu Division Martial Arts School. Before he even arrived at the martial arts academy, a soap-clothed guard in a black robe quickly stepped forward. Black robe, soap clothes? In addition to the division of prisons in the people, is the Jinfu division and the teams of flag officers and belong to the superior officer directly under the A Guard battalion on the 3 teams. You are Zhang Yuan, aren't you? Sweeping his gaze over Zhang Yuan, the black-robed soap guard said in a deep voice, the head of the division wants to see you. Division chief. Zhang Yuan's face flashed with amazement as he followed this soap-clothed guard in quick steps. In the afternoon, in the compartment, Yun Yang helped Zhang Yuan analyze the benefits that Jincheng Lu and Zhao Pingchuan brought to Zhang Yuan this time. According to what Yun Yang said, it was Zhang Yuan who spoke out and woke up Jincheng Lu, and brought experts like Zhao Pingchuan Chang to join the prisoner army, which was a credit. It's just that Zhang Yuan doesn't necessarily get the credit for this, because of Jincheng Lu's special status. Yun Yang said that if nothing happens, someone will come looking for Zhang Yuan during his evening class. It could be the battalion chief, the point division, or even the main division of the Wuzhen division or the main division of the Wenfu division. It was just that Zhang Yuan didn't expect it, and neither did Yun Yang, that it would be the head of the division who summoned him. Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division, a general town head of the division, 2 civilian and military deputy head of the division. Which one summoned himself? Passing through several corridors, Zhang Yuan was brought before a courtyard. A middle-aged man wearing a gray and black robe with a unicorn embroidered on his shirt stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. This is Lord Su Ko, the head of my Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division's Wenfu Division. The soap-clothes guard who led Zhang Yuan to arrive lowered his voice and spoke before standing outside the small courtyard. Han Chanzai, head of the Jinfu Division, Dong Junjian, head of the Wuzhen Division, and Su Ko, head of the Wenfu Division. These 3 are the pinnacle of power in the entire Luoyang Prefecture. And even the Luoyang Prefectural Office and the town guards have to bow to the existence of the guards. My humble servant, Zhang Yuan, has met the head of the division. Sir, even if he had only just today drank against a former 5th-rank general like Jincheng Lu, he was still a little nervous about meeting Su Ko now. Bowing and cupping his fists, Zhang Yuan did not raise his head. The head of the Wenfu division is naturally a strong Confucian scholar, and this raised his head to look at him, and he was afraid that he would lose his soul again. Zhang Yuan lowered his head for a while before he heard the voice ring out. It's to your credit that Kaneshiro Lu was able to repent. The voice was light, with a touch of distance. About Confucianism and Taoism, practitioners are like this. Usually listen to the breathless, but the key time is sound like a yellow bell, shaking the heart and soul. My humble servant does not dare to take credit. All from the bottom of my heart. General Jin is a monument in the hearts of my Luoyang sons and daughters. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. He slowly raised his head and looked at Su Ku, the head of the Wenfu division in front of him. Su Ku's eyes were deep, as if he wanted to see through Zhang Yuan's mind. At this moment, Zhang Yuan only felt that his body was drenched in layers of seawater and he could not breathe. The feeling comes and goes quickly. Jincheng Lu said that when fighting with a strong Confucianist, you must perceive the subtle changes, especially the other side of the invasion of the power of the divine soul, which is like a wave of water that can quietly make people drown without knowing. Zhang Yuan didn't move, and he couldn't move. I'm afraid that a strong person like the head of the division, I'm afraid that the open Yang realm like Jincheng Lu will have to deal with it with all their might. Words from the bottom of my heart, the heart of a bear son, what my Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu division has failed to accomplish in 10 years, you can do in a few words. Su Ku's voice remained calm, without the slightest emotion. What the Jinfu division had failed to do for 10 years was done by itself. Zhang Yuan didn't know if Chief Su Keiji was praising himself or something else. Yun Yang said that when you talk to big people, you don't answer when you can't understand them. Less said, less wrong. Say, what kind of reward do you want? Su Keiji looked at Zhang Yuan. What reward? Can I make myself a Xuanjia guard? Can you allow yourself to find out why your elder brother was killed in the line of duty? Zhang Yuan only felt a tightening in his heart and his qi and blood stirred uncontrollably. Chapter 22, Heavy Gifts. Seeing the qi and blood stirring in Zhang Yuan's body, Su Ke shook his head with a hint of a smile on his face. That's what young people should be. This matter cannot be counted as meritorious, and the reward cannot be based on military service. It can't be against the rules of the Jinfu division. It can only be considered as a special reward for you from Hanji Chief and us. Special rewards, not counting military service, cannot violate the rules of the Jinfu division. Even this matter can't be publicized from now on. Naturally, this reward for entering the Suanjiawi and checking the news of the elder brother's martyrdom were also no longer possible. Zhang Yuan was a bit lost in his heart. It was a good thing that when Yun Yang helped him analyze it in the afternoon, she had said that she was afraid that such a feat could not be made public, and that the benefits that could be exchanged would not be too much. The matter of the imprisoned army. Jincheng Luan Prison Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu C 10 years thing, cannot be publicized. Head of the division. My humble servant is just an ordinary soap guard. Only top job into the Jinfu division. For the reward thing is not clear. I hope that your lordship will make the decision. Zhang Yuan cupped his fists toward Su Ku and spoke aloud. Yun Yang says it's called retreating to advance. Zhang Yuan's words caused a glimmer of light to shine through the eyes of Market Su Ku. It's a bit interesting. Looking at Zhang Yuan, Su Ku nodded and took out a green-colored jade tablet. With this token, you can go to the Department of Canonical Records to choose a feat. Zhang Yuan walked out of the small courtyard and gripped the jade tablet in his hand. The fact that one could choose a gongfa in the Jinfu Division's Canonical Records Division was something that one did not dare to think about before. Such rewards are not comparable to gold, silver or goods. That's the way to go. Suppressing the urgency in his heart, Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and put away the jade tablet. What feats to choose need to be thought through. An opportunity like this cannot be wasted hastily. Zhang Yuan, are you interested in joining the A3 team? At the entrance of the small courtyard, the youth in black soap clothes suddenly spoke. Zhang Yuan was slightly stunned. I'm a third-team flag officer Lu Yangzhao. If you want to come to a third team, I can seek out Sun Zhe for someone. Looking at Zhang Yuan, the soap-clothed youth spoke out again. Joining the A3 team qualifies you to compete for the status of Xuanjia Guard. A trace of excitement appeared on Zhang Yuan's face as he said in a low voice. Flag Officer Lu, if I join the A3 team, can you help me become a Xi'an armor guard? Xi'an armor guard? Lu Yangzhao looked at Zhang Yuan, sizing him up carefully and shaking his head. Not to mention that I don't have the confidence to help you compete for the Xuanjia guards. Even if I have that ability, I can't use the lives of my A3 team brothers to help you fight for military honors. It's too difficult for the one-house Shinfu division to come up with an Suanjiawi. Lu Yangzhao shook his head regretfully and turned around. He couldn't fulfill Zhang Yuan's conditions, and there was no point in saying anything else. Looking at Lu Yangzhao's figure, a trace of crystal light came out from Zhang Yuan's eyes. Even the flag officers of the A3 team did not dare to help themselves, but Sun Zhe and the others were willing to do their best to help themselves become Xuanjia guards. Sun Zhe and the others knew that this matter was difficult and perilous, but they did not shirk and retreat in the slightest. That's what true love is all about. They did it for themselves and for big brother Zhangzhen. Zhang Yuan suppressed the agitation in his heart and turned around to walk in the direction of the martial arts academy. There are some things that are better to think about than to do. To the martial arts academy. The morning came to those soap guards are almost all there. There are also many people wearing green robes of the Wunfu division, but also on the sidelines to listen to the lessons. The morning class was martial arts practice, which was not of interest to the people of the Department of Cultural Affairs, while the evening class sometimes covered a variety of insights into the law, as well as the detection of many cases, which fell within the scope of the duties of the Department of Cultural Affairs. Jiang Qing beckoned toward Zhang Yuan, who brought his own pen and paper over with him. When the others saw Zhang Yuan's arrival, they also had smiles on their faces and nodded their heads gently. Zhang Yuan had fought with Chao Zhangtang, the head of the Instructor Sea Guards Battalion, in the early morning, displaying a combat power that far exceeded that of his peers. This has been recognized and respected by those who attend the martial arts course Soap Guard. In the world of cultivation, the strong were honored, and no matter where they were, those with strength would always be respected. Evening class main lecture instructor is the Xianwei Division Point Division Shinwei. Shinwei is about 50 years old, dry and thin, with a goatee and translucent eyes, a green robe with a jade-colored hair crown. Still roll call and then the lecture begins. Today's lecture is on the civil law of the 12 laws of Xianqin. The law comes from the king and the king alone. Xianqin is His Majesty Xianqin, and we, the Jinfu Division, are the pen and sword in His Majesty's hands. The decree consists of a unity. The people are taught by the officials, and it is the duty of the Jinfu Division to restrain. The sword and the pen are both methods of governing the world, and when they are used well, they are right. Zhang Yuan held the ink pen and scribbled as fast as the others. It's just that even though he went to government school, he was only marginally literate, and at this point it was killing him to take notes. After one lesson, he had circles on the page in front of him, all the words he couldn't write. On this, or with some Meng Tao and Hu Jin run memory only, if his own level. At this time I am afraid to write a few big words. When Shinwei examined the transcript, he turned over Zhang Yuan's paper scroll, and his face darkened. Luckily, The Xianwei Division Point Secretary didn't say anything, directly put down the scroll, and then no longer cared about Zhang Yuan. Jiang Cheng, who was on the side, couldn't help but grin as he stretched his head to look at the notes Zhang Yuan had taken. Zhang Yuan, I thought you were even as talented as the martial arts in this literary path. Zhang Yuan showed a hint of heckling on his face. It's really not his strong suit. After checking his notes, Shenwei began to explain the code laws. Zhang Yuan took his own notes as he was told, and by the time he was halfway through, he was already a little giddy. He felt that these laws were more difficult than practicing boxing and sword training. When Shenwei examined the crowd, he could not help but shrink his head back. When the half-hour martial arts class ended and instructor Shenwei left, Zhang Yuan felt his back sweating. Jiang Cheng handed the scroll he had transcribed to Zhang Yuan and said in a low voice, although we soap clothes guards do not have any cultivation requirements for the way of literature, it is always right to learn more. The Jinfu division says that murder is not guilty, but it actually depends on when. If you don't understand the law in order to strike out indiscriminately, it's also troublesome. Zhang Yuan gave him a grateful look and nodded his head to accept the scroll. He knew Jiang Cheng was right. The crowd left the martial arts academy in 2s and 3s, out of the Jinfu division when it is already dusk, full of streetlights. Zhang Yuan held the booklet under his armpit and walked forward quickly, and when he reached the entrance of the Ding family alley, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Master Zhang, villain Jinzhou. A young man in his mid-30s stood there and bowed towards Zhang Yuan. The servant standing behind him stepped forward, holding a small box and handing it over. Zhang Yuan didn't pick it up and just looked at that Jinzhou. Master Zhang. The fact that Uncle Clan was able to leave the division prison was due to Master Zhang's contribution, and my Jin family cannot forget Master Zhang's great favor. There are some things that can't be said explicitly. These thin gifts are a small token of my Jin family's appreciation, Jinzhou said as he pushed the small box in front of Zhang Yuan. The King family, Uncle Clan, the Jin family of Luoyang City, Jin Changlu. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment, lifted the not-so-light box, and walked straight back. Little man respectfully sends off Master Zhang, Jinzhou whispered and bowed behind him before leading the servants away. The Jin family's interactions with Zhang Yuan should have ended there if there were no other chances. When Zhang Yuan returned to his own courtyard, Yun Yang had already welcomed him out. How was Xiaolon's evening class? Receiving Zhang Yuan's pen and paper, Yun Yang asked curiously. In the afternoon, Yun Yang was already aware of Zhang Yuan's level of Wendao at home. I have a feeling that if the instructor could kick someone out, the first one would kick me out of the academy. Zhang Yuan shook his head and spoke with a bitter smile. That made Yuna laugh out loud. Going to the compartment, Zhang Yuan placed the box on the tabletop, then reached out and pressed on the lid. What could the King family's gift be? Gently uncovering the lid, the Yun Yang on the side whimpered out. What a real gift, Zhang Yuan whispered. Chapter 23 Spring and Autumn of Confucianism. It's very real. Real money. The small box held 2 layers of golden ingots neatly. 10 taels per ingot. 10 ingots in total. That's 100 taels of gold. Discount Zhang Yuan whispered. 1,000 taels of grain silver. Yun Yang spoke softly. The price of gold in Xianqin is 10 times that of grain silver. According to Zhang Yuan's salary, 5 taels a month. 1,000 taels of silver will take him nearly 20 years to earn. This is really a fortune for him. A commoner would never see such wealth in their lifetime. Little Lang. Where did this gold come from? Such a heavy gift. May I receive it? Looking towards Zhang Yuan, a hint of nervous apprehension appeared on Yunyang's face. Silver is good, but you have to be blessed to spend it. Zhang Yuan is just an ordinary soap clothes guard. Why should he let others send such a heavy gift? It's from the Jin family that General Jin comes from. Zhang Yuan pressed his hand on the wooden box and spoke softly. Hearing that it was the Jin family, Yunyang nodded slightly and breathed a soft sigh of relief. A 5th-grade general and an expert of the Xi'an realm was indeed worth offering 100 taels of gold. Although the Jin family had removed Jin Changlu from the genealogy, it was done for outsiders. Jin Changlu was the pride of the Jin family, so how could he really sever his relationship with it? This time Jin Changlu stepped out of the divisional prison. Even if he came out as a prisoner army, he was still a powerful person on one side. There is hope when you get out of the division. Zhang Yuan contributed to the matter of Jin Changlu out of the division prison, but there is no way to get explicit credit. And even Jin Changlu came to Zhang Yuan's house, and did not leave any substantial thank you gifts. That's what makes the Golden Nine come in for a gift. It's a gift and a hush money. Jin Changlu out of the Department of Prisons this matter. In the future Zhang Yuan cannot be mentioned. With this silver money, Will Xiao Lang be able to purchase great medicines to boil the martial arts? Yun Yang looked at Zhang Yuan and asked softly. For someone like Zhang Yuan who practiced martial arts, the great medicine for boiling the body was a great expense. Zhang Yuan nodded his head and said, wait until we have the chance to find the great medicine. He has blood beads, and there is not much need for big medicines to beat up the body's qi and blood. But the matter of blood beads is something that even Yun Yang can't say. It was his secret alone. Putting the wooden box away and then spreading out the booklet for today's evening class, Zhang Yuan's face revealed a sad expression. Yun Yang stretched her head to read his handwriting and also hid her face as she burst out laughing. Yun Yang dares to laugh at my husband. It seems that she wants me to revitalize my husband. Zhang Yuan reached out and then pulled Yun Yang to his body. Yun Yang immediately body soft, because now the yard more rain cleaning cooking Aunt Wu. Do not dare to call out loudly, only ambushed in Zhang Yuan's arms panting. Only when Zhang Yuan had wreaked enough havoc did Yun Yang, red-faced and biting her lip, help him spread out the booklet, and then put up her pen to transcribe today's notes. Yun Yang's handwriting was clear and elegant, contrasting strongly with Zhang Yuan's rough handwriting. While transcribing, Yun Yang also whispered to help explain the law. It was just that sitting in Zhang Yuan's arms and being wrapped around his waist by his big hands, it was always a bit awkward to talk. By the law, Xiao Lang remember, Xi'an Qi law act all law. If the 12 laws of the civil law are to be observed for the officials. Ooh. Eventually, the lamp and candle went out and this transcript was not transcribed. In the middle of the compartment, a sobbing song rang out for a long time. The sun is rising. Zhang Yuan stood in the middle of the small courtyard, his breath constantly vibrating. With the method of iron armor fist cultivation explained by Chao Zhangtang and the martial arts professor, coupled with his own perception, every move now felt different. The force will come out but not yet come out, and the strength will be spat out but not yet spat out. The punches looked flat and soothing, but they contained enormous power. Yesterday, when he asked for advice from Zhao Pingchuan and Jin Shunlu, the two of them also explained quite a lot about the operation of the innate true essence. Now practicing boxing again, he had quietly induced the true essence to flow between his tendons and veins. One trip down, the qi and blood bulged, not to mention that even the innate true essence was compressed and hammered a lot. This was the method of refining oneself with martial qi and blood, the most authentic martial cultivation method. Use martial arts to refine your body. Use martial arts to refine your qi. Between his fingers and palms, his punches and kicks were dynamic, and Zhang Yuan felt that if he were to spar with Chao Zhangtang again today, he would not be suppressed so easily. After practicing the fist technique, Zhang Yuan raised his sword again. Soap clothes guards in the inheritance of the sword moves off the battlefield, swift and strong, chopping between the knife light as a pie. From the opening lift of the sword to the upward step of the cleaver, the moves were coherent, as if they were caught in the wind and thunder, turning and chopping horizontally, like a green dragon probing its claws. The light of the knife leads to a dark halo, and between the flashes is a 10 feet of cold blast. In the middle of the small courtyard, the blade light was either radiant or agile. One step at a time, the blade turned continuously. The innate true essence and qi and blood powering Zhang Yuan's body were unconsciously urged together, and it was as if a layer of silver frost was smeared on top of the blade. Zhao Pingchuan had said that the reason why it was difficult to fight demons and evils below the realm of cavernous brightness was because those demons and evils had bodies that were difficult to injure with swords. In order to injure the body of the demon or evil and break the immortal Taoist arts and aptitudes, one must infuse the sword with true essence, and the innate breaks the innate. At this moment, Zhang Yuan felt as if there were layers of icy cold air right within the blade, which was guided by his own true essence and qi and blood to chop everything in front of him. After a blade move, Zhang Yuan's qi and blood were bulging, and his innate true essence was actually quite depleted. This kind of depletion was also a way of hammering one's true essence, as long as it wasn't too drastic a loss. Collecting his sword and standing, one of the 3 blood beads in Zhang Yuan's mind directly exploded and then surged to infuse his entire body. The original hidden Yuan middle stage qi and blood cultivation slowly raised and gathered. The power of a blood pearl quietly flowed through the body, as if the power of a great medicine was simmering within the body. Looks like it's time to go search for a good technique. Feeling the speed at which his qi and blood were running, Zhang Yuan muttered. The iron armor fist that he had cultivated, the qi and blood simmering method that came with it, was too slow to beat up his body. By the time he finished his morning exercise, Yun Yang had already made breakfast with Aunt Wu. Today's breakfast tasted a lot better than the one Yun Yang had made alone 2 days before. Of course Zhang Yuan certainly wouldn't say that. Eat a good breakfast, change into soap clothes, Zhang Yuan to the Jinfu division on duty. Today's duty was easy, and after dawn, there were no criminal envoys to task. and no need to put food into the cells. After replacing the torches in the division prison and sweeping the canals, Zhang Yuan found a secluded place to take out the notes on the laws that Junyang had copied for him and recited them in a low voice. It's a quiet place to read, and it's really quick to memorize. Although Zhang Yuan had little interest in reading, he also knew that he could not just be a reckless person who only practiced martial arts. The 12 Laws of the Civil Code. Do you know what a people is? A voice suddenly came from the ears of Zhang Yuan, who was originally chanting in a low voice, causing him to tremble. He looked up and around, empty and unoccupied, his eyes cast forward. Over there is the tunnel that leads in the direction of the second level of the division, the second level of the divine prison, in which were imprisoned, were Confucian practitioners. That sound, it's coming from over there? Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment and whispered softly in a low voice, the people are like grass, gathered as a rock, dispersed as gravel, driven like oxen and horses, obedient to the Commonwealth, contrary to the Commonwealth. Against it, heaven and earth are overturned. These were the words often said by Meng Tao's best friend in Zhang Yuan's memory. That White Horse Mountain Grand Master was a Confucian practitioner. My spring and autumn lineage has actually infiltrated the Jinfu division? The voice in Zhang Yuan's ear carried a few moments of curiosity before it was hidden. When Zhang Yuan recited again, he couldn't hear anything. Lunch was served in the dining hall of the Jinfu division, where the meal consisted of meat and vegetables, and cost only 2 copper coins. Zhang Yuan sought out Jiang Cheng and returned the borrowed notes to him. Our squad took the mission. We have to go out of Luoyang Prefecture in the last few days. You copied the notes in the back. Lend me a look when I come back. Jiang Cheng put away the notes and spoke with a smile. Success. As long as you don't mind that I can't recognize my words. Zhang Yuan nodded. Going on a mission. Where to? These are not to be asked. People are going to say it naturally. After eating, Zhang Yuan reported to Luo Shanghu and headed to the Department of Canonization. Iron armor fist boiling body refining blood bead speed is too slow. He has jade tags that can be exchanged for feats. Let's see if he can exchange for a feat that boils qi and blood faster. Chapter 24, Jinyugong. The Department of Canonical Records. The place where all kinds of canonical records are stored in the Jinfu division. Among them were both top-secret volumes of various cases handled by the Jinfu division, as well as the secret records of many canonical books on martial arts cultivation methods. It was even said to have included many Jianghu sects and even immortalism and Confucianism texts. The books and records stored in the Department of Canonical Records can be accessed either with a warrant from the head of the Department of Jinfu Division, or with sufficient official and military service. Immortal Qin emphasizes military service and rewards and treats meritorious service with unparalleled generosity. Zhang Yuan came to the Department of Canonical Records and took out the Jade Tablet. The Jade Order of the head of the division allows you to go through all the cultivation texts of the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division and choose any one of them to cultivate. The middle-aged scribe who received the jade token swept his gaze across, and a trace of astonishment flashed across his face. He had only seen this jade tablet twice in the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division. Quietly sizing up Zhang Yuan, the scribe raised his hand to signal Zhang Yuan to walk with him towards the rows of storehouses in the Department of Canonical Books. Immortal Qin's martial arts techniques are divided into 3 orders of heaven, earth, and man, and each order is divided into 9 grades, with heavenly ordered techniques hidden only in the imperial city, rarely spread out. The topmost martial arts in the Jianghu and military, as well as in the Jinfu division, is the 9th grade of the earth order. In fact, my immortal Qin Majesty does not prohibit the practice of martial arts, and the 9 tripods in the plaza outside the imperial city's main hall are inscribed with heavenly quality gongfa, so anyone can view them. As the scribe walked, he introduced Zhang Yuan to martial arts cultivation and the canonical books collected in the Jinfu division. Martial cultivation emphasizes simmering and talent. While cultivation could be hard work and resource accumulation, talent was the realization of the way of cultivation. Not enough talent, not enough resource base. The heavenly grade martial Tao could not be cultivated even if it was placed in front of them. The cultivation method on the 9 cauldrons of the imperial city, without a realm above Kaiyang, not to mention not being able to read it. Even if you can read it, you can't cultivate it. As for worrying about those kinds of feats being spread out, that was even more unnecessary. The strongest inheritance of martial arts in the world was in immortal Qin. The richest resources in the world were in immortal Qin, and the strongest martial arts practitioner in the world was also in immortal Qin. As long as you are strong enough, as long as you still want to be stronger, you will eventually be used for immortal Qin. If not, destruction awaits. Zhang Yuan had also longed for the heavenly grade feats on the 9 cauldrons. But where is the imperial city? Immortal Qin 9 continents. Luyang House is only one of the 9 continents. Tengzhou, one side of the government city land. Luyang Prefecture is attributed to Jungang County. From Liangfo to the imperial city, that is, the hand has a customs ultimatum, all the way through, also need a year and a half, not to mention that the rivers and lakes were far away, and an ordinary person might not be able to walk to the imperial city in their entire life. Young man, don't be overly ambitious, choose a gong method that fits your own cultivation. Of course, this Sisho Jade order is precious, and you can't waste a great opportunity, the balance of which is at your own discretion. When you've chosen your technique, go directly to the second floor to seek an offering to explain it. The middle-aged scribe stood before a bronze doorcourt and reached out to push the door open before looking at Zhang Yuan and opening his mouth. The pungent scent of books was mixed with a hint of dryness coming through. Zhang Yuan arched his hand and walked into the gate court. To the eye were rows of bookshelves, on which volumes were either spread out or scrolled. There were also wooden signs on the bookshelves, labeling fist or sword martial arts. And not only that, there were also Gongfu level markings. For example, Zhang Yuan found the Iron Armor Fist recipe in the location of the human rank 3 fist technique. Iron Armor Fist's boxing recipe is a few thin pages. In addition to the diagrams on it, there are some text notes. Flipping through it, feel no difference with their own practice, which text notes are not as fine as Chao Jingtong's explanation. Next to the Iron Armor Fist recipe were placed a number of boxing styles of the same level, including those handed down by the Xi'an Qin military and the Jinfu Si, as well as Jianghu boxing styles. Flip through to see. Jianghu boxing. Most of the opening chapter said the profound, what, this fist into the town of mountains and rivers. What with this technique can travel 10,000 miles. What I practiced for a year before the realization of this law, passed on to future generations. The military and Jinfu division's gong method is not as fancy as those. Only recording this method is one of the 12 basic martial arts methods of the Jinfu division, and in 530 years of Xi'an Qin, General Han Zhao of Yun Taper created this fist and so on. It was hard to get the opportunity to select a merit law, so Zhang Yuan could not possibly waste it on a human rank merit law. He went straight to follow the wooden plaque and saw the location of the earth-ranked feats. I was prepared to go directly to the 9th grade of the earth rank, but I found that not only the 9th grade, but also the 8th grade's bookshelf was empty. There was one low-grade 7th grade Gongfu, and when Zhang Yuan looked through it, it was a 3-spirit skill with some evil cultivation methods. After cultivation, the body is so spiritual that outsiders cannot distinguish between male and female. Zhang Yuan was not interested in such feats even if they were of high grade. There were only a handful of 3 booklets on the bookshelf of the 6th grade of the earth rank. Cloud Void Power. Wind Spirit Body Technique. Shen Yu Gong. Cloud Void Strength is a martial arts technique used by a Jianghu sect called Cloud Void Quan. According to this tome, the Gongfu was imprinted with the immortal Tao, and when cultivated to the highest depths, it could generate its own immortal spirit qi, and floating around could lead to immortality. Zhang Yuan felt that if the Cloud Void Strength was really strong, it would not have been placed on the bookshelf of the Jinfu division. Another Wind Spirit stance is also said to be cultivated to a high depth like clouds like fog, body illusion invisible. Rather, Shen Yu Gong said dry. This law is inherited from the Jinfu division. Is the Jinfu division in the repair of qi and blood a superior method? Comparing the other techniques and looking at the 4th and 5th grade techniques of the earth rank, Zhang Yuan finally chose the Jinyu technique. Walking out of the canonical treasury, the scribe waiting at the door did not bother to see what technique Zhang Yuan had chosen, but only took him up to the 2nd floor to a white-bearded old man in a green robe before retreating. Zhang Yuan handed over the Jinyu Gong to the old man. Shen Yu Gong. This gong method has been passed down more in the Chao County Jinfu division, and very few people in the prefecture city have practiced it. The old man looked towards Zhang Yuan and spoke in a low voice. This technique is not very demanding for talent when it is first cultivated, but it requires a great accumulation of resources, and it is difficult for those who do not have a rich family to cultivate it. When the Jinyu Gong has been cultivated, then it will depend on the talent to comprehend it. Otherwise this gong method will be just an unusual martial path. Looking up at Zhang Yuan, a hint of a smile appeared on the old man's face. In that case, do you still choose this Jinyu Gong? Be resourceful, be gifted. Zhang Yuan didn't know if he had enough resources, but the big deal was that he had to work more as a criminal envoy. Anyway, this gong method was one of the top gong methods in the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu division. As long as it was cultivated, it was definitely stronger than his own iron armor fist. Please also explain. Senior. Zhang Yuan cupped his fists towards the old man. In addition to people with rank and position in the Jinfu division, there are also many titular offerings. These people were in no way weaker than the masters of the Wuxian Sea in terms of combat cultivation. It was just that they didn't want to be bound by their military positions, and they only completed tasks in the Jinfu Sea in exchange for resources. Many martial artists of Jianghu origin, after being recruited into the Jinfu division, were the ones who carried the name of offering? The old man nodded and spread out the tome that Zhang Yuan had handed over to him. The word Jinyu, in Jin, also in Yu. This gong method heavy accumulation. Need to pile up mountains of blood in true essence, and so on moving mountains to take the power of you achievement, and then negative mountains. No one can block. Jinyu Gong has two sets of martial arts to go with it, Jinyu Fist and Jinyu Sword. But Jinyu Sword can also be transformed into a sword technique and executed with the Gooseplume blade. A set of gong methods could not be cultivated so easily. Zhang Yuan could come to seek advice from this worshipper named Tao Cheng during his leisure time or when he was off duty, until he cultivated the Jinyu Gong. As he walked out of the Department of Canonization, Zhang Yuan felt a bit dizzy in his head. In the end, it was an Earth rank 6th grade technique, and just listening to the explanation was strenuous. In one afternoon, it was only just less than 0.5% of the practice. He thought that he had poor cultivation talent, as well as some of Meng Tao's memories and talent additions, all of which made it difficult for him to understand this set of Jinyu Gong. I'm afraid it's not easy to truly cultivate this Gong method. Zhang Yuan, tomorrow the Criminal Envoy Mission Point Division has asked you to go. Zhang Yuan returned to the division prison just as Luo Shanghu walked out from the direction of the cell with a shirt under his armpit. Seeing Zhang Yuan's gaze fall on the clothes under his armpits, Luo Shanghu shook his head and grinned. Earn some extra money. Help the death row inmates to bring something to the outside. This kind of thing is said to be against the rules. Just on duty in the Department of Prisons. A little bit of advantage, and the general public will not care. Zhang Yuan nodded and carried a broom to sweep the canal. Halfway through the sweep, he suddenly turned back. The shirt that Luo Shanghu took away. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. Chapter 25, The Third Penal Envoy's Mission. Xi'an. This long shirt was the one that Xi'an had put on the hanger that day after trying it on at the ready-to-wear store. The reason why Zhang Yuan remembered it clearly was because the tattoos on this long shirt were printed in the mirror at the time and looked a bit peculiar. This shirt, how come it's in the division? This shirt, why was it sent out of the prison again? Master Tiger, Zhang Yuan voiced out. Luo Shanghu turned around, surprised to look at Zhang Yuan, and then smiled again. Your kid in the future in the division prison on duty, don't be so dead-eyed. Things are done to go to the soap clothes guard's squad room side. You'll only be in the division for a few months. Just toughen up. Don't make this your home. You're not a division jailer. You're one of the few backwoodsmen in the soap guard who's looked up to. After saying that, Luo Shanghu turned around and walked out of the division prison. Zhang Yuan stood there without making a sound or moving. Luo Shanghu was reminding him that he was not a member of the SJC and not to tell the SJC what to do. This means that Luo Shanghu knows the origin of this shirt, or knows that this shirt is unusual. But Luo Shanghu still had to give the shirt away. Who do I give the shirt to? What's the secret among the clothes? For a while, thoughts ran through Zhang Yuan's mind. Luo Shanghu has been in the Department of Prisons for 10 years, and if he had not acted cautiously, I am afraid that he would have lost his life long ago. The division prison has the rules of the division prison. He is a soap guard, just simmering here, a full month or to leave here. But this shirt, if it really relates to Xi'an, it is highly likely that it is behind the involvement with the White Horse Mountain bandits. In this case, it's military service. You can only become a Xuanjia guard with military service, so you can go and explore the reason why your elder brother Zhangzhen was killed in the line of duty. Taking a look around, he put down his broom and walked straight out of the division jail to the squad room where the soap guards were on duty. Zhang Yuan, is this almost the end of duty and you want to call your old brothers for a drink? Seeing Zhang Yuan coming, Li Changwei, who was patrolling in front of the squad room, grinned out. Chen Liang, who was on the side, smiled and said, good thing, while that Zhang Chuanwu guy isn't around, we can have a good drink. Zhang Yuan approached and whispered, I'm looking for the head for something. His complexion was somewhat grave, causing the two men who were still wearing smiling faces to change their complexion. The head is in the squad room. I'll take you there. Chen Liang gripped the hilt of the wild gooseplume sword and led Zhang Yuan into the squad room with quick steps. Suwenza was writing there on a spread-out sheet of books. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and recounted in a low voice the fact that he had seen Luo Shanghu go out with his clothes. Sun Zai's face sank slightly as he whispered, are you sure that what you saw was that shirt? Zhang Yuan nodded. Sun Zai stood up, reached out to pat Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, and said softly, You don't need to worry about this matter. I will report it to the battalion chief. Brothers are brothers in the town hall. Rules are rules, and you did the right thing. When Zhang Yuan returned to Dingjia Lane after his shift, Yun Yang and Aunt Wu had already prepared dinner. It wasn't quite sumptuous, but it was already the most comforting dinner that Zhang Yuan had eaten at home in these days. Xiaolang, Mrs. Fan's son is now practicing Confucianism, and I borrowed 2 law books from her house. The west side compartment was originally a utility room. I thought I'd give it a few days to clean it out and make it a study for you. While eating, Yun Yang told Zhang Yuan about the daytime events. Zhang Yuan also whispered what he could tell. After dinner, Yun Yang accompanied Zhang Yuan to transcribe the laws again, and also wrote down the words that Zhang Yuan heard Tao Chun's confession explain when he was practicing Jinyugong, picking the important ones. Little Lang, I don't know anything about this martial arts. Looking at the words on the page, Yun Yang's face showed sorrow. She could still help explain to Zhang Yuan about the law and other things, but she could not help with this martial arts technique. Zhang Yuan also had a bit of a headache looking at the words on the pages in front of him. The canonical text of Jinyugong and the explanations of Tao Chun's offerings had been relatively shallow, but he was too shallow in his own martial arts foundation. Even in Meng Tao and Hu Jinren's memories, they had never come into contact with such a precious tome as the Jinyugong, an earth-ranked technique. Let's wait for a few days and then go and ask the offerings, or seek out the camp head lord to ask. Zhang Yuan whispered. It was just that whether it was Chao Zhangtang or Tao Chun, I'm afraid that neither of them had that much time to give Zhang Yuan a slow explanation. Moreover, what Zhang Yuan lacked right now was not only the perception of Jinyugong, but also the understanding and accumulation of the foundation of martial arts. Xiaolang, I think you can read more books. Yun Yang leaned over to Zhang Yuan and said softly, whether it's martial arts or Confucianism, they are actually all connected. Reading to understand an enlightenment may be helpful for the profound technique you are going to cultivate. Reading? Zhang Yuan also felt that his Wendao skills were too poor since the evening class. Today, looking at the martial arts texts and listening to the explanation of the confessor, I am even more aware of my poor foundation. It's just that the whole reading thing isn't just talk. I have to be on duty, so I'm afraid I don't have time to read. And besides, even if I wanted to read, where would I find a gentleman? In the eyes of those Confucians, this soap guard of mine is nothing less than a flooding beast. Calling it a flood is still putting a face on it. Those Confucians have 3 words behind their backs. Bah! Traitor! Yun Yang reached out to hold Zhang Yuan's arm and said softly, I will go to Fanda's sister-in-law's house tomorrow and ask, and I will definitely find a way to find a gentleman for Xiaolang. On the second day, when Zhang Yuan went to the prison on duty, he did not see Luo Shanghu. He didn't bother to ask. He just took it upon himself to change the torches and clean the passage. When he was done, he went to find a corner to read. It is true that a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. A few more times to transcribe. Now not only reads much smoother, some have been able to memorize. Some of it was even more understandable with the help of the notes that Yuna had helped copy. Wrong, the law of the Smin. For the pass for the obedience. This obedience is obedience to whom? Shan Xian Qin Law. Xian Qin Law General Outline you clear? Curfew. City ban. Our military control of the law, used to control the people would have been improper. Qin Law. Harsh carry on. Once again, the voice came to Zhang Yuan's ears, and the voice commented and argued from time to time as he read through the Torah. Zhang Yuan didn't bother, and didn't get distracted with or without reason. After a while, he suddenly had a change of heart and put away the law notes, then took out the Jinyugong that he had memorized silently last night, gathering sand into towers, using meridians as bones and Xi'an blood as dragons. Zhang Yuan chanted in a low voice, martial cultivation? It's a bit interesting, this Gongfu, it's on the right path. As expected, a few moments of surprise permeated the voice in his ears. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and deliberately read out those few sentences from the Gongfu that he had never understood over and over again. Punching ing duo acupoints, transforming Qi into blood, Qi and blood double birth. This do not understand. You have to be innate true essence as the foundation, and Qi and blood impact each other to catalyze the birth of the innate foundation. That is the basis of cultivation. Qi and blood flushing. That's one of the means of condensing true essence. There's nothing wrong with it except that it's extremely costly. What kind of gong method is this? It even has a method to raise and gather true essence. I'm afraid it's not earth rank? Zhang Yuan could no longer care about the chattering words in his ears. It was as if a door had been pushed open in his heart. Qi and blood twinning. The innate true essence and the power of Qi and blood colliding with each other was the means of generating the innate true essence. This Xinyugon was to pile up cultivation with resources, and as long as one had enough qi, blood, and true essence, one could continuously raise their cultivation. An innate true essence rushed out from his meridians and crashed into his dantian, then induced a churning of qi and blood in his body. 2 full blood beads and half a faded one exploded in his head. A faint rumble emanated from outside Zhang Yuan's body, a strange noise induced by qi and blood running too fast. Ha! An epiphany? This kid, what a ing. Ahem. The words of a reader must not be vulgar. This kid, the talent is okay. Okay. The whispers in Zhang Yuan's ears slowly disappeared. When he opened his eyes, a look of surprise appeared on his face. In his meridians, the flow of true was more than 30% thicker than the previous innate true essence, and the qi and blood in his body was even 50% thicker. This was just a trip to cultivate, not really comprehending the Xinyugon. What would it be like to fully cultivate the Xinyugon? Is this an earth rank technique? Where's the sky rank? Zhang Yuan, today's criminal envoy, you still do not do it. Point Division Lord sighed if the delay of the hour. You cannot afford to eat. Not far away. A sharp drink came. Zhang Yuan got up and saw that it was a jailer on duty at the prison with a dark face who came looking for him. He busied himself with straightening his clothes and ran quickly towards the execution platform. Today, at last, the penal envoy's mission is again awaited. Chapter 26, Xiao Pai Pai. Punishment envoy Zhang Yuan pays his respects to the Lord of Points. Before the torture platform, Zhang Yuan bowed. The black-robed jailer who had led him here stood back. On the torture table, a thinly built prisoner was kneeling there with his hands and feet locked in several chains. Tu Hao, the Point Punishment Officer of the Point Punishment Division, swept his gaze across and said faintly, "Bong sword." Zhang Yuan was already familiar with the process, and without hesitation, he flew up to the torture platform, went to the wooden frame and lifted a ghost head knife, holding it in his arms. As his cultivation level increased, the fatal qi and deadly qi of the torture platform no longer had any effect on him. He also dared to face the gaze of Tu Hao, the head of the judge who practiced Confucianism. Keeping the mind and spirit in mind, the true essence presses down on the divine soul and does not allow it to be invaded by external objects. This was the strategy that Jin Changlu and Zhao Pingchuan had said they would use when dealing with Confucianism and immortalism's means of confusing the mind. As long as the mind is firm, it will not be taken advantage of by external evils. Holding his sword in both hands, Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on the casemate who was to be executed today. The hair is disheveled, the clothes on his body are still neat, his face is pale, and his beard is sticking to his face. It didn't look like a martial arts expert, but rather had the feel of an old Confucian. Zhang Yuan recognizes that this person is the person who is in charge of the property on White Horse Mountain, and his abacus is extremely fine, and he is the person who is most trusted by the big boss of White Horse Mountain, the criminal Xiao Mingjing, a White Horse Mountain bandit, participated in the White Horse Mountain looting, and handled all the property. Can you admit it? At the top, the voice of Point C2 Hao rang out. This time, Zhang Yuan could clearly feel a trace of divine soul power that was going to penetrate his skin, rushing towards the torture platform and pressing down on that Xiao Mingjing's body. Xiao Mingjing trembled, his eyes dumbfounded. Acknowledged. Xiao Mingjing, involved in 13 cases of robbing caravans in the White Horse Mountain, robbing 5 villages and handling 7,000 taels of silver. Do you admit it? Acknowledged. The criminal Xiao Mingjing knew the law and aided and abused it. The Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division examined and sentenced him to capital punishment. Do you have anything to say? Tu Hao's voice threw a trace of light. Less cold. Xiao Mingjing, who had originally lowered his head, looked up blankly as he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Xiao Mingjing, you have also read books and understood reasoning. Where are the possessions obtained by the bandits of White Horse Mountain, and how are they taken care of? If you speak out, this Point Division is willing to speak up for you, and your culpability may not be as bad as beheading you. Tu Hao's voice lowered a few more points. Much lighter. Zhang Yuan stood there, feeling that the divine soul power around him had not only not decreased, but had pressed to the extreme. Xiao Mingjing's voice was hoarse, and there was no God in his eyes. I don't know. As soon as these words came out, Tu Hao, who was seated at the top, trembled. His face instantly swelled red, and then turned pale. Zhang Yuan felt the oppressive divine soul power around his body instantly dissipate. Point C2 Hao's Ru Dao divine soul method was broken. Zhang Yuan looked at Xiao Mingjing and saw that his palms were clenched and a trace of blood flowed from them. At the critical time, with the help of the injured and disabled body, he induced the vibration of the divine soul and broke the suppression of the Confucian divine soul. Xiao Mingjing had also practiced Confucianism and knew how to deal with it. Xiao Mingjing, the deaths of the White Horse Mountain bandits are not enough. What exactly are you harboring and hiding? Tu Hao whispered softly and spoke in a low voice. Cough. Just at this moment, a light coughing sound rang out. The laxity in Xiao Mingjing's eyes shook slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He shook his head and ambled away. The people around the torture platform, including Zhang Yuan and Tu Hao, all looked towards the person who had just coughed out a voice. It was the same jailer who had led Zhang Yuan to the execution platform. Seeing everyone looking at him, the jailer was nervous but not flustered, but bowed and said, Lord Pointers, Zhang Yuan has already delayed the hour, and if he is not executed, he will be sent back to the Jinfu division for retrial. It's a rule of the township's law that you don't behead a man when he's out of date. Whatever the reason for the delay in execution, the process has to be redone. The key is that several important criminals in the White Horse Mountain case have already been beheaded, and retrial of the case is missing important testimonies, which may overturn the previous convictions. Tu Hao stared at this jailer with both eyes and said indifferently, This official doesn't need you to teach him yet. When he finished speaking, he raised his hand and made a stroke on the scroll in front of him. Zhang Yuan walked to Xiao Mingjing holding his long sword. This man may not have had blood on his hands, but he had killed no fewer people than any of the bandits of White Horse Mountain. Both Meng Tao and Hu Jinren had seen him encouraging several bandit leaders on White Horse Mountain to come down and plunder the mountain. His paranoia about money, looting caravans and villages, not missing any opportunity to scavenge, in the White Horse Mountain has the name Xiao Pai Pai, Xiao Pickpocket. Damn it! Zhang Yuan whispered lowly. Xiao Mingjing looked up with a shudder in front of him. In this instant, the long blade in Zhang Yuan's hand chopped down fiercely. As the blood qi entered his body, Zhang Yuan's face was as normal this time. Slowly retracting his sword and placing the long blade back into the wooden rack, he bowed towards Tu Hao Datsi and walked off the torture platform. When he went to the treasury to collect the 5 taels of grain silver from the criminal envoy, the treasury clerk called him to a halt. Lord Pointman has asked you to wait for him for a moment. Zhang Yuan nodded his head and put 5 taels of silver into his arms. Then he sought a side of the veranda to sit down. On his body, there was a faint surge of qi and blood power. At this moment, a green-colored cloud exploded in his mind. A figure wearing a green robe with neatly groomed hair ran out from it. Zhang Yuan chopped this body with a single slash of his raised hand, and then an image surfaced in front of his eyes. He was accompanied by a reader at the age of 7 and became a scholar at the age of 15. His own son reads and makes friends, with himself as a follower behind him, carrying a bookcase. The prince traveled far and went all the way, visiting the countryside Confucian and Taoist greats. One can only wait outside the house. Literary and Taoist gatherings, Confucian discourses, all by themselves only with those carters and horsemen. He himself can read and read, but he can only be a scholar. Until one time, my own son was discussing with a wild scholar, after which he started to go crazy. What spring and autumn has no way? What Xi'an Qin has no Confucianism? All kinds of strange words were spoken. 3 months later, my own son died of depression. After that day, there was one less book boy in the world. Xiao Mingjing should have been called Niu Erliang. Replacing Xiao Mingjing's Niu Erliang is still studying all over the world. His talent is not worse than his own son, but because of the exhaustion of silver money, he can only join the merchant. As a bookkeeper, he is not in the real Xiao Mingjing. Never dare to go to the government to apply for the examination of the Confucian and Taoist official positions. Ruto has the means to ascertain the identity. On a business trip, the merchant fleet was robbed, and the bookkeeper Niu Erliang or Xiao Mingjing was captured. Relying on his identity as a Confucian and Taoist practitioner, he talked with the head of the White Horse Mountain and became a close friend. Since then, there has been one more Xiao Paopi on the White Horse Mountain. As the images flowed, Zhang Yuan saw how Xiao Mingjing was scheming and amassing wealth and scavenging at White Horse Mountain. Most of all the money was taken by the big boss, and some of it was constantly traded in the hands of Xiao Mingjing. The money in the hands of the White Horse Mountain bandits is not 7,000 taels of grain silver. Much more than that. Xiao Mingjing is incredibly sensitive to money and disguises himself as a merchant accountant, trading with merchants around the Luoyang prefecture, buying low and selling high. The money running in his hands was at least 50,000 taels of grain silver. White Horse Mountain was broken, his hands of money quietly hidden. Only a fake account was found by the government. Images emerged from his memory, and a glimmer of light came out from Zhang Yuan's eyes. A few days ago, the Jinfu division cells detained a group of people involved with the White Horse Mountain bandits. These people after a simple trial will be sent to the government office jail. Someone in this group gave Xiao Mingjing an outer robe. This outer robe, Zhang Yuan recognized, When Xi'an hands that piece of clothing, also Luo Shanghu take away that piece of clothing, the item of the great master, and your private stash of belongings, hand it over, and we'll leave your son alive. The seed you left in Yujia village. Whether you want to leave a queen for your Xiao family you choose yourself. The person who handed Xiao Mingjing his outer robe uttered these words as he was leaving. Last night, Luo Shanghu went into the cell and took the robe as Xiao Mingjing requested. Xiao Mingjing drew the orientation map on his robe. It was marked that by following the route on the map one could find the hidden treasures, and an item that had been exchanged for which the White Horse Mountain Master had spent all of his fortune. But that chart marks the location. Not really. The bearing of that map is 20 miles below the White Horse Mountain. Yujia Village. Chapter 27 The Power of Confucianism's Vastness. Zhang Yuan. A voice rang out in front of him. The images in Zhang Yuan's mind dispersed and he slowly stood up. Lord Point's division. Standing in front of him was none other than Tu Hao, the point torture officer of the point torture division. Tu Hao's face was calm, with his hands behind his back and his Ru Dao aura converged. Your talent is better than your elder brother. No wonder he said that his younger brother would be able to support the Zheng family in the future. Tu Hao's words caused Zhang Yuan to tremble, his body's qi and blood surging steeply. Holding up the Zhang family. These are the last words of elder brother Zhangjin, words that Sun Zhe and the others relayed. See you recognize my big brother? Zhang Yuan tried to suppress his body's qi and blood, looked at Tu Hao, and asked in a deep voice. Tu Hao nodded, his gaze turning to the distance. Zhangjin acts steadily, and whether it's a criminal envoy mission or an outing mission, it's always completed steadily. If he had not been killed in the line of duty, he would not have had no chance of accumulating merit and promotion in the Jinfu division in the future. Point C. Tu Hao's evaluation of his own big brother was surprisingly high. Zhang Yuan couldn't suppress his excitement and clenched his fists. Mr. C. My elder brother. Before he finished his words, Tu Hao had already turned his head and looked solemn. As a rule in the Jinfu division, there are some things that can be asked, and some things that cannot be asked. Zhang Yuan paused there, and between the surges of qi and blood in his body, it was difficult to calm down for a while. It was only after a long time that he managed to suppress the emotions in his heart and nodded. This is the Point Criminal Officer of the Point Criminal Division, the upper echelon of the Lujiang Prefecture Jinfu Division, and himself, but is just a small soap guard who first joined the Jinfu Division. Tu Hao probably knew the reason why his own big brother was martyred, only that Zhang Yuan could do nothing about it if he didn't say anything. Zhang Yuan, today, that Xiao Mingjing is being punished in a proper manner. Can you see anything wrong with the whole process? Tu Hao's gaze landed on Zhang Yuan and spoke faintly. Questions? Naturally, there is a problem. Having checked Xiao Mingjing's memories, Zhang Yuan was clear about all the problems involved. Resist the method of Confucian probing and keep the spirit from being confused. Hiding White Horse Mountain sins and possessions and transferring material property. All of these, Zhang Yuan knew. And there was even the matter of passing messages and colluding with those outside that he was aware of. It's just a matter of discretion as to whether or not to say it at this point, and how much to say. Although he didn't know why Tu Hao had specially come to look for himself, Zhang Yuan could roughly deduce something after combing through what he had done since joining the Jinfu division. Dare to kill. Few newcomers in the Jinfu division dared to take on back-to-back criminal envoy assignments like he did. Fine mind. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhang Yuan's discovery of Xi'an and his capture was due to his keen observation and careful and courageous mind. It was naturally impossible for Zhang Yuan to let outsiders know the secret of his ability to access the memories of those who had been decapitated. Tu Hao came today to ask himself to see what? I'm afraid that is the meaning of his own regard and examination. If you answer well, you will be able to get into the eyes of the middle point of the punishment officer of the Jinfu division. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yuan spoke in a low voice. Xiao Mingjing has practiced Confucianism, and may have the means to withstand the interrogation of the Lord of Points. What he said may not be all true. A lot of it is false. It's all about obfuscation. Is there more? Tu Hao's face remained unchanged as he looked at Zhang Yuan. And Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment and nodded his head. Today, if it wasn't for the interruptions made by the prison guards of the sea prison, perhaps the power of Lord Point's Confucian divine soul had already caused Xiao Mingjing's mind to lose its grip. Jailer. This was the focus of Tu Hao's visit to seek out Zhang Yuan today. Appreciation flashed within Tu Hao's gaze as he reached out to pat Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Zhang Yuan, there is someone in the division prison who is colluding within and without. My township is not just outside the town. It's inside the town. To clean up the prison and reorganize the jailers. This task, do you dare to take it? Mission. The task of inventorying the jailers. Zhang Yuan knew that Tu Hao was looking for him about this matter. The quests issued in the Wenfu division are also counted for battle merit after completion. Such a war effort is easier and much less treacherous than a soap guard going out on a mission. The division of prisons belongs to the Wuzhen division, and the Wenfu division is not good at interfering, so Tu Hao can only give Zhang Yuan a chance to complete his mission in secret. He asked Zhang Yuan to hang on to a position in the middle of the prison to facilitate the investigation. Tu Hao gave Zhang Yuan a waistplate. With this card Zhang Yuan can walk in the Department of Prisons. You can take the criminal mission. If necessary, you can mobilize the soap clothes guards with the waistplate. You can come directly to the Department of Penalty to find him. To complete the mission, at least 2 levels of military merit can be earned. If the clues involved in the mission are important, even a direct accumulation of 1 merit is possible. Do a good job. Don't let your big brother down. Tu Hao looked at Zhang Yuan and whispered softly before turning to leave. Zhang Yuan stood still and clenched his fists. For Zhang Yuan, this was an opportunity to get closer to the upper officials of the Jinfu division and more chances to take up the criminal envoy's mission. If it were the Zhang Yuan of old, such things might have been hesitant, but now that he was presented with such an opportunity, there was no reason to turn it down. He needed merit. He wanted to make a name for himself in the Jinfu division. He wanted to become a Suanjiawi. He, Zhang Yuan, also had ambitions of his own. There will be a half-day break after the penal ambassador's mission is completed. Zhang Yuan didn't go home, but sought a secluded place to cultivate right in the middle of the division prison. The beheading of Xiao Mingjing did not result in a feedback of martial qi and blood, but rather a faint ball of Xi'an light exploded in his mind. The green-colored stream of light and the ball of light escaped in his body, and Zhang Yuan did not feel any substantial changes, but when he flipped through the copied notes of the laws, he abruptly froze. What was once obscure text is now every sentence understandable. Words that felt difficult to write now look at them and know how to write them. Not only these transcribed texts, but many other laws and canonical texts that seem to touch on the same thing, were skillfully mastered by himself. Confucianism. That one green-colored ball of light was definitely the vast power of Confucianism cultivation. It contained Xiao Mingjing's memories of Confucian and Taoist cultivation. Niu Erliang can replace his own son from a book boy. His academic talent is really not bad. Not only does he have a very keen intuition about goods, but he is also good at discovering business opportunities among various business houses. Hu Jinren, Meng Tao, Xiao Mingjing, different lives, different experiences and memories. These experiences were not at all something that a generational soap guard like Zhang Yuan could have. From Xiao Mingjing's memories, Zhang Yuan also understood what a wild Confucian was and what a court Confucian was. The same cultivation of Confucianism, serving in the court, hand control Xi'an Qin official seal, borrowing the power of Xi'an Qin's national fortune. Those court Confucian cultivators can be followed by the law. As for the Confucian cultivator without the official seal of the court in the hand, can only use their own Confucianism vast power to influence the body outside. The combat power and the Confucian cultivator with a meritorious reputation cannot be the same. No wonder so many Confucian and Taoist scholars' lifelong goal is to join the government. Wild Confucianism, after all, is not the right way. With the enlightenment of Confucianism, Zhang Yuan did have another layer of cognition when he went to deduce the martial arts that he had learned. Unconsciously, there is also a greater understanding of one's own cultivation. It was true as Yun Yang had said, in order to go far in the cultivation path, it wasn't enough to just brutally cultivate the martial arts path. One had to touch the world and use both literature and martial arts. In addition to sensing cultivation, Zhang Yuan also found quite a few useful clues from Xiao Mingjing's memories. A conduit for the White Horse Mountain bandits to dispose of their belongings. The White Horse Mountain bandits colluded with all sides of the merchant trade. The bottom line is that tens of thousands of silver dollars worth of wealth lurks in the message. This is a fortune. Chapter 28 Mr. Woman. These messages in memory, as long as they worked well, could be transformed into merits and wealth belonging to Zhang Yuan himself. He didn't act immediately, though. There's no rush. The more memories he viewed and the deeper his experience became, the more steady he acted. Merit, or wealth, is best taken when it is most needed. For example, he captured Xi'an, but a small minion, but it is a chance to become a breakthrough for the Jinfu division and the patrol guards, and instantly exchanged the attention of all parties of the superiors. After a moment of realization, Zhang Yuan left the division prison and went to seek Tao Chang, the official of the Department of Canonical Records, to ask for some explanations on the cultivation of Jinyu Gong. With Xiao Mingjing's experience in Confucianism and Taoism cultivation, and listening to the explanation of the Gong method, Zhang Yuan had a sense of enlightenment. Even Tao Qing was a bit surprised. Zhang Yuan seemed to have gotten the hang of it all of a sudden, and the explanation of the gong method was extraordinarily smooth. A little bit goes a long way. It should have been 10 days of explaining the contents of the gongfu, but in half an hour Zhang Yuan had mastered and memorized them all. Before leaving, Tao Qing specially instructed that if there is anything he doesn't understand, he can always come to the Department of Canonical Books to find him. Obviously, this was because Zhang Yuan was looking at him differently because of his talent. Today, he took on the criminal envoy's mission and earned 5 taels of silver. So Zhang Yuan bought a gold hairpin for Yun Yang on his way home from duty. Stopped by to quietly look at a few stores on Main Street. These stores are all related to the sale of stolen goods by the bandits of White Horse Mountain. Master Zhang. Halfway down the road, 2 patrolling guards in half-iron armor called out in a low voice, causing Zhang Yuan's footsteps to stop. Master Zhang. Villain Yu Liang. This is Gao De Chang. We are both patrol guards from the Left City Patrol Battalion. Master Zhang. Do you remember the capture of the White Horse Mountain bandit Xi'an that day? The 2 guards who captured Xi'an and escorted him to the guard barracks that night. Zhang Yuan showed a smile on his face and arched his hand. Master Zhang. Thanks to you, our brothers have shared some of the credit. Yu Liang looked around and whispered. Master Zhang. Later on, our brothers will invite you to Mingquan House for a drink. Zhang Yuan is a soap clothes guard of the Jinfu Division, and has earned first-class military honors from the capture of Xi'an. Patrol guards Yu Liang and Gao Chang also contributed at that time and escorted Xi'an to the patrol camp. Xi'an's body but dug out a lot of clues. Yu Liang and Gao Chang, even if there is not a head of the military, but also can get a lot of commendation. For the duo, this was a not-so-small favor, and it was only right to treat Zhang Yuan to a drink. Not to mention that Zhang Yuan is the Jinfu Division soap guards, can climb on the friendship among colleagues can be more than a point of support, more than a bottom. Jinfu see one hand to suppress the world fairy demon evil, one hand to comfort the world's officials and people. Life and death dictate, directly to the heavenly hearing, that soap clothes and wild goose feathers everyone fear. The same military, outsiders are shorter in front of the Jinfu Sea. Zhang Yuan took a look at the sky and waved his hand. 2 old brothers, my little lady has made dinner. I'll treat you to this wine some other time. Speaking of which, he pulled out an ingot of grain silver of 1 or 2 taels from among his coat pockets. 2 old brothers, the case of White Horse Mountain is not a small alarm. If we can dig out some more bandit leaders, the credit will not be small. He pressed the silver ingot into Yu Liang's hand and said in a low voice, 2 old brothers, if you have any news in the patrol camp, don't forget about little brother. Instead of dinner, he took out a silver ingot. 1 tael of grain silver was not a small amount for patrolmen like Yu Liang and Gao Chang. The 2 of them looked at each other with joy on their faces. Don't worry, Master Zhang. We know how to do such things. The 2 of them arched their hands towards Zhang Yuan, their faces showing excitement. As long as digging case clues, credit and silver money have, but also can make friends with Zhang Yuan such as the Jinfu Division soap guards, such a good thing how can not do? Zhang Yuan agreed with them on the channel to deliver the news, and each of them arched their hands and left. Back in front of the small courtyard on Ding's alley, the sound of Yun Yang talking to someone came from the courtyard. Zhang Yuan walked through the door, his brows furrowed. A man in a green Confucian shirt sat in the courtyard with Yun Yang, a stringed zither in front of him. Yun Yang's fingertips lightly walked, and the sound of tinkling fiddles rang out, as if flowing water was gurgling. Zhang Yuan did not know about music, but only felt that the sound of the zither was so good that it gave his qi and blood a sense of calming. In particular, his cultivation level, which had been skyrocketing recently, had the feeling of a slightly compacted foundation amidst the sound of the zither. The Confucian-robed man with his back to the courtyard door stroked his palms lightly, beating a beat that matched the sound of the zither. When Yun Yang finished stroking the song, the Confucian-robed man clapped his hands and whispered with emotion. Yun Yang looked up and saw Zhang Yuan at the courtyard entrance. A smile appeared on her face. She was busy standing up and walked over quickly. Koro, you're back. She reached out to hold Zhang Yuan's arm. Quickly, I have found a gentleman for you. The Confucian-robed man sitting in front of the stone table stood up, turned to look at Zhang Yuan, and frowned slightly when he saw the soapy clothes on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, who was led forward by Yun Yang, also looked at this Confucian-robed man, a bit taller than Yun Yang, somewhat thin, with her hair up in a bun and wearing a Confucian shirt. The face was fair, and there was no heroic spirit between the brows, but rather a softness. Zhang Yuan's gaze swept over the neck and chest of this Confucian-robed man. A trace of disgust flashed in the Confucian-robed man's eyes, and he took a step back, raising his hand to slightly cover his figure. Yun Yang was busy whispering from the side. Xiaolang, don't look at Miss O as a daughter. But her knowledge of Confucianism and Taoism is extremely profound. She lightly tugged on Zhang Yuan's sleeve and lowered her voice. Xiaolang, I would like to ask Miss O to be a gentleman for you. Being Mr. To have a woman as a gentleman? Zhang Yuan was slightly stunned for a moment. Your family's youngest son is a soap guard? The Miss O in Confucian robes on the opposite side of the room looked at Yun Yang. You're asking me to give a soap guards a Confucianism and Taoism tutorial? The voice is clear and crisp, like a yellow warbler. Just the feeling of overbearing in the words is a person can hear out. What are the soap guards in the eyes of the Confucians? Traitor. Yun Yang turned her head to look at Zhang Yuan, and a trace of crystallization flashed across her face. The selfsame Koro was different from the others. Sister O, my youngest son is a soap guard, but he's a good man. Good people? There are good people in the soap guard? Looking at Yun Yang, Miss O said in a deep voice. Sister Shui, if you don't feel comfortable here, I'll take you away. My teacher is the Confucian and Taoist great Zuoqiu Lian. The district Luoyang Prefecture Zhenfu Division is not yet in his old man's eyes. Miss O's words caused Yun Yang's face to flush and she quickly shook her head. She held Zhang Yuan's sleeve tightly. She was afraid that her own youngest son wouldn't be able to keep his face up and strike. Heiyang County, Mr. Yuntai of the Gun Prefecture? Zhang Yuan looked at Ms. O and suddenly opened his mouth. His words caused a flash of surprise to cross Ms. O's face. You? How dare you know my teacher's name? Surveying Zhang Yuan, Miss O's eyes revealed a few moments of curiosity. So clothes guards who can know my teacher's name in the Luoyang Prefecture Zhenfu Division, which is 3,000 miles away, is a bit interesting. Zhang Yuan, however, did not care about Miss O's curiosity, but only whispered softly, Mr. Yuntai closed his doors 20 years ago and did not accept disciples, even if he did not want to remember his name. Are you the disciple he accepted 20 years ago? His words directly froze Ms. O. The Yun Yang at the side also had surprise flashing across her face. Zhang Yuan's face was bland. This matter was known to him from Xiaomingjing's memories. It was when he met Mr. Yuntai Zuoqiu Lian's disciple at a Confucianism and Taoism gathering, and then heard about this matter. Mr. Yuntai, Zuoqiu Tough, was a very famous figure among the wild Confucianists. This is not only the cultivation, virtue, teaching, all are Confucian Taoist masters. That is, many practitioners of Confucianism and Taoism in the imperial court have gone to visit and seek advice. Many of his disciples were also officials in the imperial court. Xiaomingjing had wanted to visit Zuoqiu Lian at Yuntai Mountain in the beginning, but unfortunately, he was unable to make the trip in the end. Are you questioning me for lying? Miss O's face swelled red as she reached out and pointed at Zhang Yuan. Chapter 29, Successful Completion. Yun Yang was busy tugging on Zhang Yuan's sleeve and spoke in a low voice. Xiaolang, Miss District is learned. Before I said learned. Now I say educated. I get it. I get it. It's learned. I'm a roughneck. Those who wear Confucian shirts are learned. Zhang Yuan reached out and stroked Yun Yang's hand and said softly, why does that sound so bad? Wearing a Confucian shirt means you're educated? Isn't this still a suspicion that you are posing as a disciple of a great scholar and have no real knowledge? Miss District stared at Zhang Yuan and droned in a deep voice. Your name is Zhang Yuan, right? I'll take you as a disciple. When he has the chance to go to Yuntai Mountain someday, I'll take you to see my family's teacher. 2 taels of grain silver for the January tuition, and other ink, paper and ink stones to be provided. When she finished speaking, she cradled the stringed instrument on the table and turned to leave. How can you lose face in front of a soap guard if you don't fight for buns? This disciple, take it. What's more, recently she really tight hands. 2 taels of silver money for tuition. Can't not want. Yun Yang was busy following behind, smilingly going to send Miss O out the door. Sister O, you have a deal. My Xiaolang will rely on you to cultivate his writing in the future. Don't be angry. Sister O, my youngest son doesn't understand. You must be Mr. Yuntai's disciple. Sister O, then we can start tomorrow. The early enrollment, early to get the tuition. I know you are now. Ahem. When Yun Yang returned from outside the courtyard gate, her face was all joy. She took a quick step forward to pounce in front of Zhang Yuan, her brows filled with joy. Xiaolang, Sister O has promised you to fix your text, so you must learn it well. For Yun Yang, being able to help Zhang Yuan was the happiest thing for her. Zhang Yuan wanted to cultivate martial arts and needed Confucian insights to improve himself, so she tried to find a way to come and find Mr. She wanted to help Zhang Yuan do what she could. and did not want to become Zhang Yuan's vassal. For Zhang Yuan, repairing the text was a good thing. From Xiao Mingjing, he had gotten a lot of memories about Confucianism cultivation, and a few points of Confucianism's vast power, and had a deeper understanding of Confucianism cultivation. Confucianism, heavy accumulation of learning, heavy sense, simmering the mind, is also able to achieve greatness. If he could properly cultivate Confucianism, not only would he be able to improve his insights into martial arts, but he would also be able to cover up the fact that he had suddenly gained the power of vastness. Zhang Yuan nodded and smiled as he reached out to stroke the hair on Yunyang's forehead. It's still my Yunyang who is great. Finding Mr. like this. As he said that, his big hand had already taken an unfaithful belt and rubbed Yunyang's body into his arms. Just before he made his next move, a voice had come from behind him. Ma'am, dinner is ready dash. Ahem, I forgot. There's a soup left to make. I'm going to make it. Naturally, there wasn't another soup added to dinner. What kind of person cooks 2 soups for one dinner? During the meal, Yunyang told Zhang Yuan how he found this Miso as a gentleman. The son of Mrs. Fan's family in the neighborhood was studying at the academy, and Yunyang even went to her house to borrow books on the law. Yunyang followed Mrs. Fan's son to the school today, wanting Zhang Yuan to be able to study at the school as well. It was just that the school teacher was jealous of Zhang Yuan's identity, and there was really no time schedule suitable for Zhang Yuan to cultivate his literature. Zhang Yuan had to be on duty at the Jinfu division, so he didn't have much time on weekdays, and only morning and evening could he study literature. However, due to Zhang Yuan's status as a soap clothes guard, he did not dare to offend Yunyang, and the school's teacher did introduce Yunyang to a distant relative who happened to live in the school. It's Miso under the alias of O Young. True relative or not, this M.S.O. does have knowledge. Yunyang also counts the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting are dipped in some, but also some cultivation of literature. In front of this Miss District but far from enough. I see that her stringed zither is of excellent quality, and her status must be extraordinary, if she were not indeed in distress now. She could not have become a gentleman just for 2 taels of grain silver. After dinner, in the newly organized study, Yunyang spoke as she put paper and pencil and scrolls in order. Oh Young said he was a disciple of Mr. Yuntai, which is impossible, but she was able to open her mouth and mention the name of Mr. Pantai, so perhaps there was some connection. It's not a bad thing to have this whole Shu Owen thing as a cover-up. Zhang Yuan pondered over it while penning down today's martial cultivation epiphanies. Xiaolon's writing looks much better. Yunyang probed her head to look at it, her face showing surprise. Zhang Yuan knew that this was with Xiaomingjing's memories as well as his cultivated Confucianism sense. His own handwriting also had more pen and ink chapters that were not there originally. It's about practice making perfect. I've been thinking all day today about how to write well. Zhang Yuan spoke softly, his pen-tip handwriting more focused. Yunyang gently studied the ink on the side. Her eyes were full of tenderness. Although his own youngest son is just an ordinary soap guard, he is diligent in his studies, and he values love and righteousness. Early morning, in the middle of the small courtyard, Zhang Yuan was holding a long sword, and the light of the sword was like a practice in front of him. The benefits of practicing Jinyu Gong had already been initially revealed, and his current qi and blood strength was more than 30% higher than before. Not only was the qi and blood strength boosted, but moreover, the speed and reactions were sharper as well. A martial artist of the same level would definitely not be able to last 3 moves in front of him. Holding the sword and chopping, a sound of breaking wind was heard in front of Zhang Yuan. This set of cloak and dagger techniques in the soap clothes guards is considered to be a denizen. Not only the sword technique, but the iron armor fist was now also cultivated to the point that there was a surge of strength when he raised his hands and feet. These 2 sets of low-rank techniques were cultivated to the extreme by Zhang Yuan. Waiting for the later is to go to the training of the boxing skills brought by Jinyu Gong and the sword skills that can be transformed into sword moves. After a few trips of sword and fist techniques, Zhang Yuan's bare upper body was covered in sweat, athletic and translucent. The 2.5 blood beads in his head were down to 2. The cultivation level of the middle stage of Hidden Yuan was solidified, advancing towards the late stage of Hidden Yuan. According to Zhang Yuan's projections, if all 3 blood beads were refined and simmered for a while, he would be able to step into the threshold of the late stage of Hidden Yuan. Without the blood beads, the process alone would take 2 or 3 years. Collecting his strength and looking up, the female gentleman, Yang, who was standing beside Yunyang at the courtyard entrance, busily turned his head over. Little Lang, put your clothes on quickly. The mister is coming to give you your morning lesson. Yunyang was busy going forward to put the thin shirt on Zhang Yuan. Going to the study, Yang spread out the scrolls he had brought with him. Yang said that you, Zhang Yuan, are now reading the civil laws, so today we will come to learn the civil laws. If you want to talk about civil law, you have to look at my immortal Qin laws first, of which the official laws, and the military laws, are all related. Zhang Yuan, you are in the Jinfu division, currently a soap clothes guard. You have to abide by the military law. When you are promoted to a flag officer, you have to abide by the Mandarin law, and if you go further, you have to abide by the official law. The 12 laws of immortal Qin are both the laws that should be obeyed and the foundation for the protection of power by law. District Yang is indeed learned, at least when talking about civil law. Xi'an Qin 12 laws are explained together. In fact, if it were the Zhang Yuan of old, he would definitely be confused at this moment. Where can an ordinary soap guard really understand so much and know so much? The martial arts lessons given to the soap guards in the Jinfu division are shallow and easy to understand, and the instructors are teaching only the most basic things. However, at this time, Zhang Yuan already had a trace of Hao Ran's power, as well as Xiao Mingjing's Ru Dao memories and talent. What Yang said, he could understand. Not only do you understand it, you can touch it. Yang was listening to Zhang Yuan's repartee with District Yang. Her face was all joyful. Alright, that's all for today's lesson. I'll come back later in the evening. Putting away the scrolls and walking out of the study, District Yang looked at the rising morning sun and muttered under his breath. Could it be that I'm really suitable for teaching and collecting disciples? Otherwise, how come a soap guard can teach so fast? Sir, breakfast is ready. You eat breakfast before you go. Yang shouted behind her. Yang stepped across the room, paused and nodded. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the Jinfu division, Sun Zhe walked quickly. Luo Shanghu was back. Sun Zhe looked towards Zhang Yuan and lowered his voice. This time the Jinfu division lost a lot of money. Chapter 30, Demonization. Luo Shanghu, who has been on duty for 10 years in the Department of Prisons, also has another layer of identity, that is, the detective ambassador of the Department of Punishment. Receiving the dispatch of the Wenfu division, he quietly probed the various secrets in the prison cells of the division. Under the pretense of delivering news from the cell, he was actually collecting various clues. This identity was exactly the same as Zhang Yuan's today. This time Luo Shanghu got Xiao Mingjing handed over to him clothes, and then find the connector, and then convene the Jinfu division and the soap guards, along the trail of the connector, all the way to track, a small village under the White Horse Mountain. The village had already been slaughtered when the soap guard went there. 2 soap guard squads, only 3 came back alive. The White Horse Mountain bandit leader is actually a wild Confucian who practiced Confucianism. Sun Zhe lowered his voice, looked around, and whispered, he also has a demon as a helper. Zhang Yuan knew that the big boss of White Horse Mountain's martial arts was average, but he had always practiced Confucianism, and even Xiao Mingjing admired his Confucianism practice. It was just that Zhang Yuan did not know that this White Horse Mountain Grand Master could have a demon as a helper. However, even the 2 soap clothes guard squads were not able to kill all of them. The strength of this demon was not too strong, and it must be one that had not yet transformed into a form. If it was that kind of transformed demon, even 10 soap clothes guard squads would not be able to have anyone come back alive. Zhang Yuan's heart stirred, remembering Xiao Mingjing's stash, which the White Horse Mountain Grand Master had spent most of his fortune to purchase. A precious big medicine. Originally, he only thought that the big boss was taking it himself, but now that he thought about it, maybe this great medicine was prepared for that demon? If the demon got the precious medicine and improved its cultivation, it would be even harder to deal with. Originally, Sun Zhe and the others helped him to investigate the matter of the bandits in White Horse Mountain and wanted to dig out some credit from it. But looking at it now, I'm afraid the credit isn't that good. Since the White Horse Mountain banditry matter is so dangerous. You guys, before Zhang Yuan could finish his sentence, Sun Zhe had already raised his hand to stop it. Zhang Yuan, we are the soap clothes guards. Patting the clothes on his body, Sun Zhe had a solemn look on his face. It is the duty of my soap guards to hold down a side. If we retreat from the danger of the case, how can we afford to wear soap clothes and hold a goose plume in our hands? Looking at Zhang Yuan, Sun Zhe took a breath and spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Yuan, when the day comes that the A4 team is handed over to you, the first thing you have to do is not to save everyone's lives, but don't lose my soap clothes guard's reputation. This is the root of the soap guard's legacy for generations. Zhang Yuan nodded. The father dies and the son bears the responsibility and the honor. If the prestige is lost, if the hearts are scattered, then the foundation is gone. Zhang Yuan went to the prison on duty. Half a noontime Jinfu division a notice. An obituary posted. The notice is that the head of the prison warder Luo Shanghu acted on his own, causing the Jinfu division to suffer heavy losses, and was dismissed from his post to investigate and deal with the matter. Obituaries on the other hand, the soap guards themselves guards battalion 4 or 5 2 squad injury and loss of Ming list. Division prison guards already know Luo Shanghu accident. A face look are not good. Jinfu see such a loss, certainly someone to take the blame. Luo Shanghu in the prison for 10 years, but ultimately failed to have a good result. Before lunch, a civil official from the Xi'an division came and read out a notice in the division prison, and then named Zhang Yuan as the temporary head of the division prison wardens. The meaning of that official. Because of the Luo Shanghu matter, the superior officer does not trust the jailer in the prison to send a new jailer from elsewhere to come. Zhang Yuan is now temporarily acting as the warden for now. Division prison guards even Zhang Yuan total of more than 30 people, divided into 3 shifts. Weekdays is to guard the division prison gate, sweeping tunnel, replace the torch and other things, waiting for the clerks to leave. Zhang Yuan, who received the waist tag of the head jailer, took out an ingot of silver and invited the people to drink, then said that the things in the Department of Prisons were as they were before and will be as they will be afterward, and turned around and walked away. He knew that he had been given this status of head jailer merely to find out who among the divisional prisons had problems. He naturally wouldn't beat the bushes at this point. In the afternoon, Li Changwei came looking for Zhang Yuan, because there is a demon among the bandits in the White Horse Mountain. All the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division soap clothes guards have to be assembled and trained. The painful lesson of those 2 squads from the self-defense battalion could not be repeated. Zhang Xuan's injury is not yet healed and he is still on vacation, and the A4 team can't form a 2-to-1 5-man battle formation. It is not uncommon for squads in the Jinfu division to be understaffed, and there are few squads in full training that are fully staffed. This time Zhang Yuan saw the first 3 teams of the A-Guard battalion for the first time. A team of 5 people, dressed in black robes, 2 of them also covered with a black veil. The breath of the body permeated with a fury. A second team of 4, led by a tall, naive-looking flag officer with a diagonally drawn scar on his head and face. Zhang Yuan, the flag officer of the A3 team, recognized that it was Lu Yangzhao who had recruited him earlier. Sun Tze led Zhang Yuan to find an empty space for them to greet around them, and they slowly quieted down. In front, 3 old men in gray robes and 4 black armored soldiers walked over, led by Chao Zhengtang, the head of the Sea Guard Battalion, and 2 other guard battalion heads. That's the Xi'an Armor Guard. Sun Tze looked towards the several black armored soldiers walking towards him and spoke in a low voice. Genghis Khan's guards, the strongest military guards in the Jinfu division, the elite of the elite. Becoming a Xuanjia guard would qualify you to access the case information in the canonical division. Zhang Yuan's gaze was cast towards the 4 black armored soldiers who were walking forward at a fast pace, and his breath shook slightly. The middle-aged man at the head of the 4 black armored soldiers seemed to be aware of something, raised his head, and looked at Zhang Yuan. At this instant, Zhang Yuan felt a fierce aura steeply pressing in, and in front of him was like a blood-colored diffuse shroud. Fury infestation. Having been a criminal envoy 3 times, he was not the least bit unfamiliar with this kind of fury. Jin Changlu and Zhao Pingchuan had also told him how to deal with the fury. When the opponent's fury invaded, Zhang Yuan only slightly lowered his head, his body's qi and blood carefully guarded, and the innate true essence in his meridians quietly vibrated. The divine soul was motionless, and the qi and blood resisted the fury outside the body. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of the black-armored middle-aged man, and he turned his head to see a smug smile on the face of Chao Zhengtang at the side. My humble position, Shen Lian, has come with the Armorai team for a full training session. My humble position, Yang Changhai, has come with the 2nd team of armor to participate in the whole training. My humble servant Lu Yangzhao. All the soap guards bowed and clasped their fists in a line. In front, Chao Zhengtang nodded his head and arched his hand in return. Gentlemen, the death of the robes of the self-defense battalion is a loss to my Jinfu division. Today's training set is to enhance your combat power when dealing with martial arts powerhouses, and demons and evils. Chao Zhengtang turned around and pointed to his side. These 3 are the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division provisioners, and the 4 over here are the Jinfu Division elites, the Xuanjia guards, who are in charge of today's training set. With Chao Zhengtang's words, the 3 gray-robed old men, and the 4 Xuanjia guards all stepped forward and cupped their fists in salute. All the soap guards in front followed and returned the salute. The old man in the lead looked at the crowd with a kind smile on his face. He stepped forward slowly and said softly, "Do you, by any chance, know what a demon is?" "What's a demon?" Some of the crowd of soap guards shook their heads. Some nodded, and some had a glint of crystal in their eyes. Zhang Yuan swept his gaze across, and the faces of the several people on the side of Team A1 did not change at all, their figures standing there as steady as a rock. The gray-robed old man who was walking slowly forward had a smile on his face as he whispered under his breath, "Come, I'll show you what a demon is." As his voice fell, his figure expanded steeply, transforming into a 5-foot-long, bucket-thick, black-scaled giant snake. Demon. Chapter 31 Immortal Talisman. With a sweep of the 5-foot-long tail, several soap-clothes guard soldiers who were standing in front of them were knocked away. This change of heart caused those soap-clothes guards who were close by to instantly panic. Some pulled their legs out and ran, others shivered and drew their knives. There are very few who can barely keep their composure. The giant snake's long tail swept again, and the surrounding soap guards panicked and dodged. With a long hiss, the giant snake's tank-sized head lifted high, then opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and tore towards the team of soap-clothed guards that stood still. A1 team. The one that didn't move was the A-Guard Battalion A1 team. Shen Lian, the flag officer of the A1 team who stood in place, let out a low shout and sheathed the goose plume at his waist. Holding his sword in both hands, he slashed out, the blade meeting the fangs of the giant snake, bringing out a mournful shrill whistle. At this moment, no one was paying attention to the fact that Zhang Yuan, who was 3 feet away from the giant snake's body, bowed slightly at the back of his body. His feet were slightly separated, and his palms were quietly pressed on top of the hilt of the wild goose plume sword. The aura on his body was astringent, and his chi, blood, and true essence were silent. But this silence is for a momentary outburst. Behind Shen Lian, for soap-clothed guards in black robes had already stepped out and drew their swords to protect his side. Dang dash! Blade and fangs collided. Shen Lian's face instantly swelled red, and his feet could not stop staggering back until 2 feet away before being resisted by the 4 squad robes behind him. The 5 men's faces were grave, and the long swords in their hands were clenched. The giant snake that knocked back Shen Lian with a single blow emitted a bared sound from its mouth, turned its head, and swept its gaze sinisterly over the other soap-clothes guards. Nobody's not going to back off. Even Yang Changhai of Team A2 and Lu Yangzhou of Team A3 had their faces tightened and raised their hands to signal their subordinates to slowly retreat behind them. The giant snake tilted its head in triumph, and suddenly its movement stopped. At this moment, Zhang Yuan, who was pressing his hand on the hilt of his sword and bowing slightly at the waist, was just 3 feet away from its side. This distance was enough for a hidden Yuan realm to chop out a blade. Surprisingly, the giant snake did not know when Zhang Yuan had appeared at this location. Or did it mean that Zhang Yuan had not taken half a step away from the beginning until now? There dash. The giant snake slowly bowed its head. Zhang Yuan's body pressed down one more point, his tendons slowly tensing up. In the distance, astonishment flashed across the face of Shen Lian of Team A1 and he lowered his voice. Who is he? The 4 black-robed soap-robed guards on his side all shook their heads and looked at Zhang Yuan, with a few more points of gravity on their faces. Although Zhang Yuan did not make a move at this moment, the fearlessness he displayed and his calmness in the face of the giant snake were not something that other people could have. A few people from Team A2 also had curiosity in their eyes. A trace of complexity flashed across the face of Lu Yangzhou, the flag officer of the A3 team. Zhang Yuan, Chen Liang, who had retreated to the distance, let out a bellow, gritted his teeth, and moved forward with his Yin-Ling blade. To his side, Li Changwei had rushed forward with quick steps. Sun Zhe took a deep breath and bellowed. Formation. He dragged his sword forward, his body's chi and blood bulging, already causing smoke and dust to vibrate outside his body. At this moment, those soap-clothes guards who were already on good terms with Sun Zhe and their A4 team looked at each other. Charge! Someone voiced. Formation. Someone drew their sword and moved forward. What had been chaos dissolved into hurried footsteps, and the jarring sound of a drawn sword. The soap guards' fighting sense and basic cultivation are not bad. One by one, a battle formation composed of late-stage hidden Yuan middle-stage martial artists coalesced with the fury emanating from them and surrounded the giant snake. Sun Zhe stood at Zhang Yuan's side with his sword, his breath feeling explosive. His cultivation level was clearly the peak of the hidden elemental achievement. He stood side by side with Zhang Yuan on his left and right, and Chen Liang and Li Changwei had their Yin-Ling swords crossed in their hands, ready to step forward at any time. The 4 of them formed a defensive formation that could defend against enemies from all directions. This formation actually made it difficult for the giant snake to swallow for a while. Is this kid the Zhang Yuan you were talking about? The battalion head captain who stood beside Chao Zhengtang turned his head and opened his mouth to ask. The other battalion head lieutenant also nodded and looked at Chao Zhengtang. Old Chao, you're trying to recruit this kid to the Seaway battalion. aren't you? Chao Zhangtang laughed a few times and didn't say anything. Brother it's ready. A grey-robed old man standing not far away walked forward with his hands behind his back and spoke aloud. Hearing his words, the giant snake shook its head as its body slowly transformed into a grey-robed offering. Taking a glance at Zhang Yuan, the offering personified by the giant snake turned around and walked back to his original position. You kid. This and other dangerous times. Li Changwei breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards Zhang Yuan. Before finishing his sentence, he had already shook his head himself. It's still good to be young, and to have the stamina to put up a fight. Sun Zhe and Shan Liang also put away their long swords and grinned slightly. Today is just the strength and means of the self-provider to show the demon. And the response and performance of these soap-clothes guards in the Jinfu division is really poor. Zhang Yuan's step of not retreating was already considered a rare highlight. It was also his actions and those of Team A4 that drew the other soap guards into formation against the demon. This scene at least didn't make Soapguard lose face and made the scene less ugly. Chao Zhengtong's eyes as they looked at the crowd were also less cold and stern than before. This is my Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division provider He Yuan. Provider He Yuan's body is a cultivated pond garden python. He has a heart of immortal Qin and is willing to serve in the Jinfu Division. The voice of the grey-robed old man in front of his backhand rang out. As you all found out just now, a demon with accomplished cultivation is not something an ordinary soapguard can deal with. Sweeping his eyes over a battle formation that slowly retracted its swords, the old man said softly, even if you have the courage of blood and qi, you will have to pay a great price. His gaze landed on Zhang Yuan, who straightened up, and then looked at the three teams of soap-clothed guards in black shirts. The only A1 team that was able to slightly counteract the giant snake showed only a single blow. Of course, it's unknown whether or not they're intentionally saving their strength. When encountering a transformed demon like Brother He, not many of you soap-clothes guards can retreat in one piece. But if it's an unformed demon, there's a few chances. The old man raised his palm as he spoke. In his palm, a light golden yellow paper talisman. My name is Zhang Wenhe. I cultivate the Taoist sect proper, practicing immortal Taoist arts and specializing in drawing talismans. Fareway. The old man's words caused the soap-clothes guards in the field to tremble and stare. Immortal Qin was rooted in martial arts, and could suppress both immortals and demons. But for most people, whether it was a demon or an immortal, it was an unattainable existence. Immortal cultivators, by nature, are mysterious existences. Zhang Wenhe smiled gently, and the talisman paper in his hand turned and ignited without wind, transforming into a walnut-sized fireball. He held the fireball in his hand in vain and pushed it forward. The fireball transformed into a foot in size, with flames lingering on it, and the blazing heat caused everyone to retreat backward in shock. Enshrining a demon personified by He Yuan was awe-inspiring, and that was a reverence for a transcendent species such as a demon. At this point, all people were in awe of the immortal cultivator, who was in control of transcendent power. The fireball rotated and vibrated in mid-air, constantly changing its orientation with Lu Wenhe's finger pointing at an extremely fast speed. It wasn't until 10 breaths later that Zhang Wenhe reached out. The fireball crossed over the heads of the crowd and crashed into a half-foot-high green stone not far away. Boo! The green stone exploded into pieces. This kind of power was no less than a strike from the martial Dao cavern realm. With the immortal Dao means added, demons that have not yet transformed into forms can be killed with a single strike. Zhang Wenhe looked around, arrogance emanating from his words. For a while, most of the soap-clothes guards in the arena had tense faces. This is an immortal means. With their flesh and blood, how could they resist this immortal means? Zhang Wenhe wore a smile on his face as he held another yellow talisman paper between his fingertips. This talisman paper of mine is one that can increase the speed of a weapon's chopping and swinging, and it can increase martial combat power by at least 30%. Who's going to try? Chapter 32, I'll do it. Try this paper? Zhang Wenhe's words caused everyone's eyes to light up. Who doesn't want to experience the means of the immortal way for themselves? Zhang Yuan's figure was just about to move when a voice rang out. The latecomer is willing to give it a try. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the arriving figure. Liang Chao of Team A2, returning to report for duty, would like to try this immortal talisman for senior. Stout in stature, no more than 20 years old, with a surge of qi and blood. It's this kid. Sun Zhe turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan at his side and whispered in a deep voice. If you want to become a Xi'an armor guard, he is your opponent. Become a rival of the Suwenjiawi? On Zhang Yuan's body, a battle spirit surged. There is no one who can stop themselves from becoming a Genghis Khan. Watching the battle spirit emerge from him, Sun Zhe grinned. The faces of the few soap guards in the other squads who were eager to try showed disappointment. Liang Chao. It is said that which big family cultivated specifically to become a Xuanjia guard before entering the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division to serve. People have a high starting point, the moment they join the A2 team. Running towards the Xuanjia guards, where can we compare? That's right, these sons and daughters sent by the big families, usually going out on missions and not seeing anyone. Good things are bound to happen to them. The discussion was not loud, but Chao Zhengtang and the others heard it clearly. The leader of the Xuanjia guards who stood on Chao Zhengtang's side flashed a trace of contempt on his face. Zhang Wenhe laughed lightly and signaled Liang Chao to draw out the goose feather at his waist. Then he held the talisman in his fingers and wiped it on the back of the long blade. Buzz! The talisman transformed into a clear halo of light and attached itself to Liang Chao's goose plume. The blade in Liang Chao's hand shook as he flicked it, inducing a residual shadow. Really fast. With this blade, there were not many people present who could catch it. It was Sun Zhe and the others who also looked grave at this time. Who's going to have a go at him? Zhang Wenhe smiled and looked toward the group of soap-clothes guards standing in front of him. I'll send a talisman if I can beat him. In Zhang Wenhe's hand, another talisman fluttered. Everyone's eyes were crystal clear. Not to mention how a talisman can add to battle power. In the black market of Jianghu, a talisman can be sold for at least 100 grain silver. That's a lot of money. I'll do it. Me, Liang Chao. I'll fight you. At least 10 soap guards stepped forward. Liang Chao held a knife in his hand, a hint of flair on his face. The blade shook, pointing at the first person. That soap-clothes guard around 30 years old took 3 steps on his feet, sheathed the long knife in his hand, transformed into a silver bright blade light, and slashed down towards Liang Chao's head. The blade brought out a hint of sharp wind. This style of knife method is clean and clear, without dragging the mud. Visible not only cultivation to the late stage of hidden yuan, for the knife method is more immersed for a long time. Not many of the soap guard of the Jinfu division can make such a cut. Underneath the blade, Liang Chao took a slight step back and raised the goose plume in his hand upwards. Quick! There was nothing else to this cut. It was fast. Before the downward slashing long knife could chop down, it was already blocked by the knife in Liang Chao's hand. Dang dash! The light of the swords merged, and Superman Liang raised his sword in unison with it and took a flying step. Before the long sword of the soap-clothed guard in front of him could exert any force, his entire body was knocked back and fell to the ground with his sword. This person only fell down. On the other side, a soap-clothes guard in his 40s or so had already let out a low shout, and the long sword in his hand chopped horizontally towards Liang Chao. At this time, Liang Chao held the goose feather in his hand, and his face looked all excited. The knife just now was more than 30% stronger than his usual strength. Kill! Liang Chao turned around and walked away, meaning that horizontal slash without avoiding it and crashing straight into it. Liang Chao's knife chopped backward and arrived first, already crashing into the opponent's horizontal blade before its power had solidified. That 40-year-old soap guard couldn't hold the knife in his hand, and it directly spun and flew out of his hand. The long knife rubbed the 2 soap-clothed guards in front of the flying circle, rooted in 5 feet away from the ground, into the ground half a foot. Buzzing vibration. Liang Chao defeated 2 late-stage hidden yuan soap guards with 2 slashes. This kind of battle power made those soap guards who wanted to challenge him all look gloomy, and 2 of them directly took a step back and gave up the challenge. Liang Chao laughed out loud, pointing his long sword forward, pointing to the 2 soap-clothes guards who were standing in front of him. Come together! Being Liang Chao named the challenge of the 2 drew their knives on. The blade cut out the sound of tearing cloth. A person to take the chest of Liang Chao. A person to stab him in the neck. 2 people are not the same squad, but the coordination of the tacit understanding. Soap-clothes guards in the Jinfu division have been honed through martial arts and various tasks, and the basic tacit understanding can still be there. This is Liang Chao, isn't it? Looking like he does have the appearance of joining the Xuanjia guards. Xi'an Bin, the head of the Ding Wei battalion on Chao Zhengtong's side, nodded slightly and spoke softly. Liang Chao was able to crush his peers so easily, not only because of the power of the immortal Dao talisman, but also because his own battle power was stronger than others. The children of the Liang family of Great Moon City are notorious in both the Jianghu and the government. The other battalion head captain said faintly. His face was calm. On their side, those 4 Xuanjia guards were motionless, their gazes looking straight at the battle circle at this moment. In everyone's eyes, with the talisman added, Liang Chao fought 1 against 2 and directly pressed the 2 soap-clothes guards of the same rank to not be able to raise their heads. Several moves later, he only managed to repel the 2 with a chop of his long sword. Crossing his sword in front of his chest, Liang Chao shouted aloud, "Who else is coming? Who else would dare?" Liang Chao's own strength is the elite of the second team of A of the Jinfu division, and now that he has the immortal talisman to enhance his battle power, who can be defeated? At this time, There were dozens of people present, and for a while, surprisingly, no one went back to challenge. Your battle power is not bad, and with the power of my immortal Tao, it's like a tiger with wings. Zhang Wanhe, who stood not far behind Liang Chao, laughed softly. It seems that no one can get this talisman of mine. With the immortal Tao enchantment, the battle power could really be strong to this extent. The surrounding soap guards had complex faces. Although those 4 Xuanjie guards did not move their faces, their eyes clearly flashed a trace of coldness. It was Chao Zhangtang and the 3 of them who were not looking good. Immortal Qin World. Martial arts oppression. At this time by the immortal road to show off. These several Jinfu division in the strong natural displeasure. Just soap clothes guards in the late stage of the hidden Yuan realm. No one at the same level can have the strength to challenge Liang Chao. These martial arts powerhouses are not willing but also cannot be attacked. Zhang Wan has swept his gaze over, and was even more pleased with himself for a few moments. Liang Chao showed a few moments of openness on his face, which was a recognition of his strength by an immortal Tao provider. The long blade in his hand slowly slashed over toward the A1 team. At this moment in the field, the only ones he had placed in his eyes were the few people from Team A1. Others, though, I'll do it. A voice rang out, and the knife in Liang Chao's hand stuttered. In front of everyone's eyes, the face of Zhang Yuan, who was carrying the wild goose plume sword, calmly walked forward quickly. It's him, Zhang Yuan. I didn't see him make a move just now, so now it's time to see. What a firstborn. Between the whispers, Zhang Yuan had already arrived and stood a foot in front of Liang Chao. Chao Zhangtang looked at Zhang Yuan, and a few glints of light flashed in his eyes. The 2 battalion chief captains on his side glanced at each other, with a few moments of anticipation on their faces. The leader of the Xi'an armor guards who had previously locked eyes with Zhang Yuan and had been resisted by him against the encroachment of the Fury Chi suddenly raised his hand, and the long sword in his hand flew out and landed in the field. The winner among you will receive this 100 refined goose plume. Chapter 33, I'll take the knife. The long knife fell to the ground. There was a murmur around the room. One of the soap clothes guards looked at the black-sheathed long sword, and all of them showed envy on their faces. The goose plume sword made of 100 refined steel. This kind of 100 refined steel is said to be hard to buy. Only the imperial smelting furnace can be forged. That is, those who have a side of the rivers and lakes of the hands of the heroes are difficult to have a handle. Head. Can Zhang Yuan make it? Li Changwei looked at Sunze with some nervousness. Sunze shook his head and grinned slightly. Regardless of whether or not it will work out, this kid has already gotten into the Shangwan's eyes. He lowered his voice and lamented slightly. This guy, after only a few days of being a soap guard, has traveled the path of others for several years. His words caused Li Changwei and Chen Liang, who were at the side, to nod their heads. Don't tell me, who in the ordinary soap clothes guards can so easily get into the eyes of the camp's chief lieutenant? What's more, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Xuanjie guard had thrown the long sword clearly to motivate Zhang Yuan. Daring to kill, having a fine mind, and also being able to have a sense of commitment and righteousness. This kid deserves to become a success. Chen Liang rubbed the hilt of the sword in his hand and murmured, although Zhang Yuan has only just joined the soap clothes guards, no matter whether he is a criminal envoy or goes on a mission with them, he has shown the commitment and courage that people of his age cannot have. People like that will always come out on top, as long as they don't get buried. If not, do you think that Lao Tzu was idle and went through all the trouble to help him? Sunze smiled smugly. In front, Zhang Yuan and Liang Chao had stood opposite each other. Although the two did not make a move, there was a vague clash of chi, fury. The 2 soap clothes guards mid to late stage elites who were no more than 20 years old both had the fury in their bodies that only senior martial arts practitioners had. Your name is Zhang Yuan? Liang Chao sized up Zhang Yuan, his long knife blade slowly pointing forward. Zhang Yuan did not answer Liang Chao's reply, but only turned his head to look at the black-sheathed goose feather on the ground. I'll take the knife. Zhang Yuan's voice was calm. What came through in the calm voice was determination. Above the entire plaza, the sound of exclamations and comments as if a mosquito fly was vibrating its wings instantly resounded. This is to compete with Liang Chao. The simplest of declarations reveals the strongest of intentions. Zhang Yuan stood at a distance, holding the hilt of his sword in his right hand and slowly drawing it. The original slightly noisy square was instantly left with only the sound of wind, gasps, and the friction of long swords slowly being sheathed. Pa dash. The sheath fell to the ground. Zhang Yuan held his sword in both hands, feet apart, sword in both hands, arms slightly bent, waist and back slightly bowed, like a tiger lightly crouching. Liang Chao's face looked cold and stern. His body moved, and in one step, he reached Zhang Yuan's right side, and his blade stabbed towards Zhang Yuan's neck, stabbing instead of chopping to maximize speed. This stance was a sword stance turned into a knife stance, a sword variation in the Jinyu sword. Zhang Yuan had not practiced this move, but had seen it from the canonical books. The sword technique that came with the 6th grade feats of the Earth rank, Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division and Soap Clothes Guards, repairing the Jinyu sword only a few. Liang Chao, who happened to be in front of him, was one of them. The blade was clear and cold, arriving in a flash. There's no hiding. Unstoppable. Zhang Yuan had only practiced the most unusual cloak and sword technique in the Jinfu division, and it was not comparable to the Earth Order technique at all. Liang Chao had actually not exerted his full strength when he was fighting someone before. This stabbing out. A sound of cold air was sucked in the field. Zhang Yuan gripped his sword with both hands, his body's qi and blood lifting and gathering. Can't hide. Can't block. Not as fast as the other side. Then we'll see who's tough. The blade in his hand lifted steeply upward. He lifted his sword and went to chop Liang Chao's arm. Liang Chao's knife in his hand was powered by Immortal Dao Talisman, which made it even faster, and was sure to pierce Zhang Yuan's neck first when he chopped his arm. However, Zhang Yuan's blade would also carry inertia to slice off his arm. An arm for Zhang Yuan's life. Earned. But for Liang Chao, how could he risk losing an arm in exchange for Zhang Yuan's life? What was Zhang Yuan's rotten life in his eyes? With a cold snort, Liang Chao's figure lurched and retreated backward. Zhang Yuan had no cultivation and no speed, so who was he to compete with him? He was going to press Zhang Yuan. It was just a matter of backhanding him. At this moment, Sun Zhe and the others were also gloomy to the extreme. Between one move there was already a difference between the high and the low. Although Zhang Yuan was a bit stronger than the other soap clothes guards, he was limited. He was able to repel Liang Chao by putting together a vicious move. Not likely to do it again. Liang Chao far surpassed Zhang Yuan in both cultivation and battle power. The 2 battalion chief captains on Chao Zhengtong's side also flashed disappointment in their eyes. Zhang Yuan didn't seem as strong as they expected? Only Chao Zhengtang and that Xuanjia guard's leader on the side didn't have the slightest change in their complexion. Kill! Zhang Yuan's voice rang out abruptly. He held his sword in both hands and charged towards Liang Chao. The movement wasn't big, and it didn't raise the knife for a heavy chop. A cold smile flashed across Liang Chao's face, and the knife in his hand arrived with a flick. The speed of his blade was more than twice as fast as Zhang Yuan's, and Zhang Yuan's blade had already been pressed against him before he could press halfway. The soap clothes guard who was picked off by Liang Chao's long sword before was such a scene. Dang dash! A muffled sound. Zhang Yuan's sword was not picked off. Instead, Liang Chao's blade was slightly pressed down and sank downwards. This scene brightened everyone's eyes. Zhang Yuan's long blade did not stop and swung down again. Liang Chao's face was gloomy. The force of the knife in his hand was not yet born. He had to draw his knife back. Zhang Yuan's blade turned into a pike. Liang Chao retreats. Zhang Yuan advances. Liang Chao retreated 3 steps and Zhang Yuan chopped out 3 slashes. Everyone stared blankly at this scene in the field at this moment. No one could have imagined that Zhang Yuan, who had almost not even caught Liang Chao's sword just now, had turned around and pressed Liang Chao unable to raise his head. Cloak and dagger. Someone murmured and whispered. Everyone recognized Zhang Yuan's blade technique. It is the cloak and dagger technique that 8 out of 10 of the soap clothes guards in the Jinfu division have practiced. The original plain and unassuming cloak saber technique remained plain and unassuming at this point, but with this simple and unadorned blade technique, it unexpectedly overpowered an elite same rank, and could not be resisted for a moment. Kill! Irritated and forced back a step, Liang Chao could not hold back any longer, and with a bellowing cry, he guided his sword with one hand and pressed the back of the hilt with the other hand, slamming the sword into Zhang Yuan's hand. The speed of the blade was so fast that it was permeated with the slightest vibration. Liang Chao lost. Chao Zhengtang spoke faintly. He lost. The voice of the leader of the Xi'an armor guards rang out. Liang Chao. In a hurry. Shen Lian, the flag officer of the A1 team, shook his head. The 2 long knives were separated at the touch of a button. Liang Chao's face swelled red, and the long sword in his hand trembled as he retreated. Zhang Yuan took a step further, let out a long cry, and chopped down heavily with the knife in his hand. Dang dash! The sword in Liang Chao's hand blocked before Zhang Yuan's blade, but it was cut off by the slash. Zhang Yuan's knife slashed with a mournful shrill whistle. Liang Chao shuddered and closed his eyes. Everyone around them clenched their fists. The blade stopped an inch outside of Liang Chao's neck, and the whistling winds brought out from the blade seemed to tear the skin of Liang Chao's neck apart, and a faint bloodstain surfaced. I'll take the knife. Zhang Yuan withdrew his sword and went to pick up the long sword thrown out by that Xuanjia guard's leader and turned back to his original position. Liang Chao is gullible. Unfortunately, if Liang Chao hadn't drawn his sword before, this Zhang Yuan would have seized the opportunity. There was a murmur as Liang Chao, holding the broken knife, reached out and touched his neck, a hint of blood color surfacing in his palm. A smile appeared on Chao Zhengtong's face as he turned his head to look at the man who was the leader of the Xi'an armor guards. Brother Su, how is it? That Xi'an armor guard leader nodded his head, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. That slash that collected in front of Liang Chao's neck just now. It was the peak of the cryptic elemental achievement realm that couldn't do it, right? It's been a long time since I've seen such a stovepipe slash. Brother Chao, let me have this kid. Xian Bin, the head of the Ding Wei battalion beside Chao Zhengtang, spoke out once again with a hint of emotion on his face. Chao Zhengtang swept his gaze over that leading Xuanjia guard and smiled. You think Zhou Lin will release him? Zhang Yuan was a member of the A4 team, and his immediate superior was the head of the A-Guard battalion, Captain Zhou Lin. In front, Zhang Yuan smiled and shook the talisman in his hand down a bit. The talisman floated towards Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan reached out and grabbed it, bowing slightly before taking it into his arms. A certain Su Zhinan, captain of the Xuanjia Guard of the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division. At this moment, that leading Xuanjia Wei finally stepped forward. Behind him, 3 Xuanjia guards followed him forward. The qi and blood of the 4 people rose and connected, and in an instant, the entire square was filled with an aura of solemnity and murder. Everyone just felt chills running down their bodies and their hairs standing up in sweat. This was the strongest martial arts force in the Jinfu Division. The Xuanjia Guards, Chapter 34, Tiger Marching Battle Formation. In the name of Suanjiawi, he can kill demons and evils, capture rebels, and roam the rivers and lakes and the Imperial Court. Although with the Soap Clothes Guards belong to the same Jinfu Division of the Wuzhen Division, but is a separate army, not subject to the Wuzhen Division. For Xuanjia Guards formation, can pressure the entire square. Dozens of Soap Clothes Guards cannot raise their heads. That is, the sight of the 3 supply elders, are all gloomy. Su Zhinan slowly stepped forward, and with every step he took, his body's aura became 1 point stronger. This aura was not chi and blood power, nor was it divine soul power, nor was it a fury. All of the soap-clothed guards had to slowly step back at this point. They could not stand steadily before this oppressive aura. Zhang Yuan is also retreating. He held a black sheath goose plume in his hand and a goose plume hanging from his waist, and together with Sun Zhe Li Chanwei and the others, he slowly backed up. He could feel that the aura on the 4 Xi'an armor guards had a few familiarities. He seemed to have felt it at some point. No, with his experience it was not yet possible to meet this kind of powerhouse face to face. Mentor, in the memory of Meng Tao, the horse beheading general, the last battle in this life, being surrounded by a team of soap-clothed guards, was this situation. The other party's aura was connected and impeccable, and it was completely impossible to feel the other party's shadow between advancing and retreating. In that battle, Meng Tao lost his arm. As the memories belonging to Meng Tao surfaced, a flash of surprise flashed across Zhang Yuan's face, and he took another faintly unnoticeable step back. Meng Tao was in the prison cell of the Jinfu Division and had talked to an old man imprisoned therein. That old man told him that the Jinfu Division's Xuanjia guards had been able to gather momentum, potential, worldly cultivation and asceticism into the Tao can gather the Taoist meaning therein. There were invincible sword cultivators with sword intent in their swords, raising their hands and raising their feet to have sword chi spanning across 10,000 directions. There are great cultivators of Confucianism and Taoism, who understand the Taoist meaning of heaven and earth, and with a wave of their hands, the peaks converge, like a dream. There were also those martial arts body refining powerhouses who couldn't perceive the intent of the Great Tao, but they were able to condense the momentum of the Great Tao. The momentum of the Great Way is either like a great river running, or like a landslide, or immovable as a mountain, or aggressive as fire. The Tao Yi and the Great Potential are not in conflict, and can even complement each other, superimposing the two to exponentially increase the battle power. But no matter whether it is the will of the Tao or the momentum, only those with great perseverance and great wisdom can comprehend and control it. The cohesion and comprehension of Tao intent and great potential were both related and unrelated to cultivation. Without sufficient cultivation and experience to cultivate the foundation, it is impossible to comprehend the Tao Yi. Cultivation alone, talent and chance were not enough, and it was impossible to comprehend the Tao intent and great potential throughout one's life. Buzz. Su Zhinan took a step out, and behind him, 3 Xuanjia guards followed, their body aura steeply coalescing, and between rising and turbulence, they transformed into a blood-colored 10-foot-tall fierce tiger. Mighty tiger. The illusory tiger roared up to the sky. The roar was silent, but it was as if there was a dark hissing sound that shook the hearts of the people, and all of the soap clothes guards in the plaza blanched. On the side of the three offerings, there was also a hooded halo flowing from their bodies, and they had to take a few steps back. Just the coalescing of the fierce tigers already made it impossible to look straight at them. Compared to the power of this fierce tiger, the immortal Dao talismanic means of the previous provider Xi'an, who had transformed into a giant snake, and that provider Zhang Wenhe, were completely inadequate. The strength of the martial arts is as terrifying as it is. This is the simplest battle formation in my Jinfu division. Tiger walk. Su Jinan stood in the distance, the fierce tiger silhouette above his head roaring noiselessly and constantly moving. He swept his gaze over the three offerings before speaking indifferently. My immortal Qin martial Dao suppresses heaven and earth, and there is no power in the world that can compete with the martial Dao. The Jinfu division suppresses the world of immortal Qin, and all martial arts under the sun can be suppressed. In the world of cultivation, martial arts comes first. All the martial arts in the world can be subdued by the Jinfu division. What kind of dominance is this? Just this one sentence made the blood of all the soap clothes guards in the square boil. The three offerings, on the other hand, had a face that flashed with a trace of depression that was hard to hide, but they couldn't refute it. What Su Jinan said was a truth that had remained unchanged for countless thousands of years under the immortal Qin world. Today, we are rehearsing the Tiger March battle formation for all of you. Su Jinan let out a loud shout, drawing everyone's attention. Who wouldn't want to be able to cultivate such an imposing battle formation? Even if one only grasped the skin of it, one could greatly increase the battle power of one's squad. For a while, above the square, all the soap clothes guards had their hearts pounding. Su Jinan was also dry, leading the three Xuanjia guards in one move, recounting the essentials of forming the Tiger March battle formation. Even if Su Jinan said that this is the simplest battle formation in the Jinfu division, all the soap clothes guards squads practiced for an afternoon, each exhausted, and were unable to gather half a point of momentum. You guys go back and rehearse purely, so that you can use a few points of the power of the battle formation on the battlefield, and a few more means of self-protection will be enough. It wasn't until it was getting late that Chao Zhangtang spoke out. According to Chao Zhangtang, the Jinfu division will be sending out the soap clothes guards for action in the near future. All of them, in addition to practicing their battle formations, were able to receive weapons of arms and armor from the armor division that contained either immortal Dao means, or demonic powers. These weapons are specialized in dealing with enemies that are difficult for ordinary martial artists to deal with. The refresher course was completed and the squads dispersed. Walking out of the square, there was a low wailing sound. Why is this battle formation so hard to practice? AI. The demon transformed by that he provider today almost scared the piss out of me. When we meet such a demon, can we really fight it? Have you seen Liang Chao of the A2 team? This guy's arrogance can be broken quite a bit. Many people subconsciously looked in Zhang Yuan's direction, and the black goose feather he carried in his hand. 100 refined steel long knife. Sun Zephyr walked forward at a fast pace without looking at him. Li Changwei looked bitterly at Zhang Yuan, who was walking beside him. Zhang Yuan, its old brother who was dragging his feet. Chen Liang on his side also smiled bitterly. Their squad had been rehearsing all afternoon, and they still couldn't see half of the battle formation power added, compared to the first three squads of the Armor Guard Battalion, which already had a slight shadow of a battle formation. This A4 squad of theirs was really a bit behind. The point was that Zhang Yuan needed to outsmart the top three of the Armor Guard Battalion in order to become a Xi'an Armor Guard. Today, just a single set of training exercises showed the gap between them and the first three squads of the Armor Guard Battalion. Whether it was root or talent, it was no match for others. Zhang Yuan, ahead, a voice rang out. Above the cloister, all the soap guards turned their heads. Sun Tze stopped in his tracks and stood in front of Zhang Yuan, holding the hilt of his sword in his hand. Zhang Yuan, you also want to become a Xi'an Armor Guard, right? In front, Liang Chao, who was holding a broken sword, stood there. His gaze was fixed on Zhang Yuan, and his breath was calm. Zhang Yuan raised his head and looked straight at him. I know you. Liang Chao looked at Zhang Yuan, the younger brother of Zhang Jin from the former A4 team. Zhang Jin died and you came to fill in. When a father dies, his son takes over. And when a brother dies, his brother takes over. There's a whole lot of people like you in the Jinfu division. Liang Chao's gaze swept around, and all the soap clothes guards that he saw were slightly bowing their heads, not meeting his eyes. As Liang Chao said, most of them have been soap guards for generations. They don't have much ambition. They just want to pass on this military position in their family. Zhang Yuan, I was the one who was gullible today. Liang Chao's voice sounded once again. After today, I want you to understand that with me. Liang Chao, you will never be able to become a Xi'an armor guard in this life. Clank. The sound of a long sword being sheathed instantly rang out. Chapter 35, Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound. The long knife in Zhang Yuan's hand was sheathed and the blade pointed forward. The clear blade was shining with a cold light. Killing intent instantly coalesced. Sun Zhe, the robes and swords in the Zhenfu division are at each other's throats. Is this how you discipline your subordinates? In front, a figure stepped out and stood at Liang Chao's side. Flag officer of the second team of the A Guard Battalion. Yang Changhai, which I did you see robe Zhe blade to blade? With arrogance on his face, Sun Zhe turned his head to look at the long blade in Zhang Yuan's hand and reached out to lift his finger. Clank. The long knife vibrated. Good sword. Sun Zhe turned his head to look around and shouted aloud. Brothers, take a look. This goose plume cast from 100 refined steel is different. You think this knife is pointed at you, but it's actually being held out for all to see. Around them, the soap guards were laughing in agreement. When it's really the 100 refined blade, listen to the sound. To be able to get 100 refined blade from the hands of the Suanjiawi captain, it's me who has to show it off. Flag officer son, don't tell me, I, oldly, have never touched such a good sword. Yang Changhai turned his head to look at it with a cold face, and Liang Chao's eyes were also filled with coldness. It's just that even if they have a bad gaze, no one is paying attention. Zhang Yuan had defeated Liang Chao squarely before, and now Liang Chao was relying on his background and resources behind him to come and threaten Zhang Yuan, which would have made everyone displeased, compared to the elite Liang Chao who parachuted in from a big family somewhere. Zhang Yuan, who was born and raised in the soil and became a soap guard at his top post, was born to make everyone friendly. Sun Zhe laughed and pressed his hand against the back of Zhang Yuan's blade, signaling him to retract it. Zhang Yuan slowly withdrew his sword and returned it to its sheath, not saying a word. The surrounding soap guards were also slowly dispersing. Yang Changhai and Liang Chao in the front and the crowd of their A2 team turned around and left. At this moment, the smile on Sun Ze's face tightened. He reached out and patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Don't worry, a few of our old brothers are fighting for our lives to help you become a Xi'an armor guard. His gaze went to the long black goose plume sword in Zhang Yuan's hand. Then he looked at Li Changwei and Chen Liang. Brothers, let's get hot-blooded too. His words made Chen Liang and Li Changwei laugh. Warm blood is not simple enough. Use the strength from strolling around the flower boat on drills. How can you raise your cultivation by 1 or 2 levels? Tomorrow I'll exchange my saved merits for great medicines. I still don't believe it. Having viewed several memories, Zhang Yuan's character had a composure that did not belong to his age. Walking out of the gate of the Zhenfu division, the qi and blood surging through his body had already collected. Worldly cultivation has never been achieved by hot blood. In the way of cultivation, talent, perseverance, and resources are indispensable. Liang Chao's back is on the family, has resources, and has long since cultivated Jin Yugong, starting earlier than himself. Such a man has pride of place, but for Zhang Yuan, he doesn't compare himself to others. All he knew was that he was going to become a Suanjiawi. No one can stand in his way. Returning to the small courtyard of Ding's alley, Yun Yang had already greeted her with a smile. Koro, finish your meal. Sir has been waiting for a long time. In the small courtyard, one hand manipulated the stringed zither of the district yang, the other hand pinched a white flour steamed bread. Saw Zhang Yuan approaching. That half of the steamed bread how to stuff it could not be stuffed. It is said that the Confucian way is poor, and Zhang Yuan feels that this is indeed the case. In the evening's Wendao class, Yang brought a tome on the history of Immortal Qin, the Immortal Qin legend. This canon is a little different from the official history in the Zhenfu division, but it is still objective. Not the kind of wild history circulated by the folk rivers and lakes. Among them, there is also a lot of information about Xian Qin's use of martial arts to suppress the world and sweep away the immortals and demons. Of course, there is no lack of publicity for the contribution of Confucianism and Taoism in it. According to what Yang had said, Zhang Yuan, as a martial arts practitioner, had to first go through the history of martial arts and literature in order to cultivate literature. Although this district Yang is a woman, but there is no small family. Talking about those majestic Xian Qin history, but also quite a lot of fierce words. Immortal Qin's 9 continents, each of which span 10 million miles of mountains and rivers, with countless mountain spirits and demons, to suppress the world with the martial way, to the cultural way to caress a side of the people, the world avenue, the same way. Immortal Qin has gone through 12 immortal martial emperors, conquering 10,000 domains and finally gathering the land of the 9 continents. Every inch of Xianxin's land was exchanged for the blood of countless soldiers and armor. In the Battle of the Heavenly Abyss, Immortal Qin's 30 million dead soldiers with armor perished, and Great Emperor Wen Tang died in battle. In the bloody battle in the Demon Heaven realm, 11 Immortal Qin martial marquis were killed or injured, and the country could not be restarted for 300 years. The Battle of the Fallen Immortal Court lasted 3,000 years. All 3 great emperors fell in this battle, and the Immortal Qin imperial clan died over 30,000 deaths. If it wasn't for this Immortal Qin legend recounted by Ouyang, Zhang Yuan would not have known that the lands of the 9 continents were not interconnected. To get to the other continents, to get to the imperial city, you need to travel far and wide. It was also from the top of this booklet that he realized that in the world of cultivation, those who were strong above the 6th realm heavenly power realm would rarely survive in the 9 continents. This Immortal Qin legend is said to be about the history of Immortal Qin, but it is more like a hunting booklet. Among them, the story of the great battle between the Immortal Wei, the Martial Wei, and the scene of the Confucian Wei's one word to determine the world's life, are all magnificent and radiant. The supreme sage master Kong Zhengdao, who had been practicing asceticism for 300 years, had evolved the great Tao of heaven and earth with his own great Tao, and was honored by the Immortal Qin Emperor as the imperial master. Zhang Tianyi, the minister of Xianqin, who practiced both Confucianism and martial arts, used his sword as a pen to guard the Tsangtian cliff for 180 years. The lesson ended, and Ouyang left with his books clutched and his string zither in his arms. Zhang Yuan, your talent is good, but well, after all, you were born in Luoyang Prefecture and have seen less. Learn well, your eyes will come up and your martial arts will be able to improve. On the way out, Ouyang's instructions seemed to be a little more attentive. Waiting to close the door of the courtyard, Zhang Yuan realized that today Yunyang not only promised the district Yang in the future to come to their own home 2 meals a day, but also paid 2 taels of silver money in advance of the bundle of tuition. Next door, Mrs. Han said today that her family's 2nd son is going to pick her up and take her to the countryside. She's expected to leave before the year is out. When she brought hot water to scald Zhang Yuan's feet in the evening, Yunyang spoke in a low voice about what happened in the neighborhood during the day. Han Danian family's eldest son is also a soap clothes guard, and then died in the line of duty. The 2nd son did not pass the test, had to take the pension to the countryside to buy some fields. It is said that now live okay. Originally, their family had a few thoughts of redoing the soap guards, but now look, I'm afraid I'm not going to want this military position. Sister-in-law Sue and the others say that prices in the city are getting more and more expensive these days, and that the ordinary people are having a hard time. Didn't they say that the bandits in the White Horse Mountains were eliminated, and the trade routes are open, and somehow things are more expensive? Zhang Yuan quietly listened and looked down at Yunyang, who was gently rubbing her feet. This little lady sighed of the piano singing, helped themselves to reading and repairing the text. Silver money flowing general spending are not heartache. On the other hand, there are parents who are worried about some price changes. Gently leaning back on the wooden chair, Zhang Yuan's thoughts seemed to drift far away. Martial arts, literature, fame, wealth and fortune, all turned into clouds and drifted away at this moment. The gentle hands, the warm water, seemed to melt away along with the innate true essence that flowed through his own body. Tension and relaxation. Cultivation is meant to be a long journey. The instantaneous epiphany caused Zhang Yuan to tremble. The true essence in his body instantly flowed and surged as if it was running. The innate true essence was surprisingly able to surge and elevate. Koro? Yuna looked up. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth as he reached out and pulled her into his arms. In a moment, however, a low chant rang out from the compartment. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuan stood in the middle of the small courtyard, feeling the changes of the innate true essence in his body. His face revealed delight. Overnight, his innate true essence had unexpectedly increased by more than 10%. Eyes translucent with light, he slowly clenched his fists. Drink dash. A fist struck out, and the wind whistled like a roar. Tiger and leopard thunder. Fistful of visions. Chapter 36, Double Swords. When martial arts cultivation reaches great depths, there will be visions, or the sound is like muffled thunder rolling, or chi and blood condensed into the shadow of fierce beasts, mountains and rivers. During the martial arts class, Xiao Zhengtang had explained that these visions could only be produced when the understanding of the Gongfu stances had reached the peak level. Zhang Yuan now also understood that the so-called visions were the potentials that a person who had cultivated to a high level and did not realize that they possessed the potentials that were in harmony with the great Tao. However, martial artists at the bottom realm did not have enough cultivation and could not really condense a great power. They could only touch the skin. Don't look down on this kind of fur, but the vast majority of the world's martial artists will never be able to realize it in their lifetime. If you want to cultivate a technique to the peak, talent, perseverance, you can't have one without the other. When the iron armor fist was cultivated to the point where the fist gave birth to a vision, and when it was rehearsed again, Zhang Yuan only felt that when he raised his hands and threw his feet, he could casually wield all the boxing techniques. In particular, the innate true essence wandering through his tendons and veins, the feeling of being able to manipulate freely and exerting force at the impossible, was what made the enhancement of his martial arts sense seem like a rising tide. Once upon a time, from the memories of Chopping Horse General Meng Tao, many of the understandings about martial arts he could not yet understand. Nowadays, he could already see through all of them. Even if his cultivation and battle power had not yet reached Meng Tao's level, his eyesight had already reached it. What Ouyang said was good. It really wasn't true that eyesight determines realm. If he were to fight Liang Chao again today, Zhang Yuan would be able to win more easily. Thinking of fighting Liang Chao, Zhang Yuan had a smile on his face as he walked over to the wooden frame and held the black goose feather in his hand. Sharkskin sheath, cold and rough to the touch. The handle of the knife is 1 point longer than the other goosebumps, and a thread on it allows for a more secure two-handed grip. This 100 refined steel longsword was heavier than the other geese plumes by more than 5 pounds, and Zhang Yuan held it just as he felt that the weight suited him. Buzz! The long knife was sheathed, and the coldness came out from the snowy blade. A thin cloud pattern was densely covered, which was the trace of 100 refined steel when it was forged. This knife, at least, is worth 100 taels of silver. Su Jianan made a move and was really generous. Holding his sword with both hands, Zhang Yuan let out a low cry as his long sword transformed into a silver bright pike in front of his body. It was a cloak and dagger technique he knew well, and every move had been familiarized to the bone. The green dragon probes its claws, turn around and draw ruffles, turning the clouds over. A single knife splits the tripod. With this 100 refined steel long knife in hand, the killing power of the cloak blade technique could definitely be increased by 30%. The long sword was waved. This time Zhang Yuan quietly operated the innate true essence in his meridians, and then his body's qi and blood steeply rose as if boiling. Once the innate true essence is in operation, the subtleties of the gong method can be controlled clearly, which is the basis for Zhang Yuan to dare to face directly with the worshipper He Yuan yesterday, and also dare to challenge Liang Chao. Liang Chao was no more than a genius, but he was only a late-stage hidden Yuan martial artist, and in the eyes of Zhang Yuan, who was gathering innate true Yuan, he was nothing. At this time, Zhang Yuan's technique for urging his qi and blood had been changed to Xinyu Gong, a 6th-grade martial arts technique of the Earth stage, the top level of the Gongfa hidden in the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division, one in the sky and one in the earth compared to the Gongfa he had cultivated before. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's body's qi and blood boiled and compressed rapidly, and the originally abundant qi and blood and innate true essence were condensing. His realm, which had already reached the solid middle stage of hidden element, began to expand and compress, and after several impacts, he finally stepped into the late stage of hidden element level. Late hidden element. With the help of the Gong method conversion, Zhang Yuan's cultivation stepped into the late stage level of the hidden Yuan realm. Hidden Yuan, Dong Ming, Yaoguang, Kaiyang, and after that, there was the Yuhang realm and the celestial level, and the hidden Yuan realm was only the beginning of martial arts cultivation, but a late-stage hidden elemental who had not yet reached the age of 20 represented not only strength, but also potential. The true essence and qi and blood in Zhang Yuan's body were still vibrating. This was the process of converting different levels of Gongfu, continuously condensing until the quality of true essence was pure and thick. It's as if a bucket of water is thrown out and the walls get wet at best. But if this bucket of clear water were to freeze into an incomparably solid lance, in the hands of a martial artist, it might be able to penetrate a wall with a single blow. The qi and blood condensed by human rank techniques was too thin compared to the lower ranks, and the same was true for the innate true essence. The hammering of qi and blood in true essence at this time was to compact the originally thin strength and tamp down the foundation. A body of cultivation will condense from a bucket of water into a solid lance. The qi and blood in true essence continued to steam, and one of the two remaining blood beads in Zhang Yuan's mind began to vaporize as a wave of qi and blood power poured into his body. The reduced qi and blood in true essence began to climb again under the infusion of qi and blood, and as the two phases faded and collided, Zhang Yuan only felt that his blood veins were spurting out, and the sinews and bones of his body were as hard as iron. He raised his hand and drew out the other long sword on the wooden stand, the 100 refined steel goose plume in his left hand, and the long sword in his right hand, both of them dancing in unison. The dual swords executed the cloak sword method. The left hand blade slashed down, The right hand rose again. The blade light was continuous as if it was a long river. After the 3 trips of saber strokes, the Xi'an blood drumming in Zhang Yuan's body had reached an extreme level, and his true essence was extremely depleted, so he had to slow down. The sword stance in his hand also slowly switched and moved gently. The right hand blade was still the cloak blade technique, while the left hand was the blade technique evolved from the Xinyu sword memorized in the Xinyu Gong. The Xinyu blade technique was just a beginner. Zhang Yuan put all his mind into practicing this blade technique. As for the right hand's cloak blade technique was already at its peak, so it was just a matter of casually executing and waving it. His left-handed sword cultivation was an epiphany gained from Meng Tao after he broke his arm. Meng Tao had also had thoughts of practicing left-handed swordsmanship in the prison, but eventually gave up. When Meng Tao was surrounded by the Jinfu division powerhouse, he injured his right arm and directly lost his combat power. If he could have the ability to use his left hand with a sword, he might not be able to get away. Xinyu Gong had not yet been repaired in its entirety, and the Xinyu blade technique did not have many moves mastered, and after wandering around for a few times, Zhang Yuan slowly retracted his blades before sending the 2 long knives back to their original places. At this time, Yun Yang, who was holding his clothes, was already leaning against the doorway of the compartment, lazily looking at him. Little Lang has finished practicing? Quickly put your clothes on. Walking forward, while wiping Zhang Yuan's sweat, Yun Yang draped her shirt over Zhang Yuan, while her warm and soft palms caressed Zhang Yuan's broad spine and solid chest. Zhang Yuan went to touch her hand and was pushed away. Get dressed. Get dressed. Mister is coming to give you your morning lesson. Humph. Xiao Lang dilly-dallying. It is difficult to bear his body in front of other women. When a woman is jealous, it doesn't need a reason. Putting on his clothes, Zhang Yuan just remembered that the talisman sent by yesterday's worshipper Zhang Wenhe was still in the change of clothes, and he busily asked Yun Yang to go and look for it and bring it out. This talisman looked unusual, but it was just a piece of yellow talisman paper drawn with red vermilion sand. The handwriting is unrecognizable. It just looks more complicated. There were so many people yesterday that I didn't ask what the talisman was for. Without taking a closer look, Mr. District Yang had already arrived, and Zhang Yuan put the talisman away. Today, Zhang Yuan also has a morning class. District Yang's class only lasted for a while, taking him to read and write and recounting some literary allusions before ending, and then the 3 of them sat around and ate. Yun Yang had promised that Ouyang would have breakfast and dinner at Zhang Yuan's house later. I heard Yun Yang say that Mr. O came to Luoyang Prefecture to take the official examination. At the dinner table, Zhang Yuan looked across at Ouyang. Xian Qin does not prohibit women from serving as officials. It's just that there aren't many female officials in the court. Not bad. In half a year's time Luoyang Prefecture will be recruiting 30 clerical officials, and I've already signed up for the official exam. Ouyang replied frankly. Xian Qin's civil officials all took the official exam and then rose step by step, starting with the clerical officials. Zhang Yuan ate breakfast and went to the martial arts academy early for morning classes. Zhang Yuan, brother Zhang. Ha ha, this knife I might touch? When he arrived at the martial arts academy, a group of soap guards turned their heads and greeted him with smiles. Zhang Yuan had a goose plume hanging on his waist, while the other black-sheathed goose plume was hanging diagonally on his back waist. The crowd could only envy this left and right double-sword costume. Whoever got a good sword with 100 refined steel in his hand, he should show it off, shouldn't he? The crowd cajoled for a few moments, and the instructor had arrived. Today's instructor is Dingwei Battalion Chief Lieutenant Qian Bin, the one who wanted Zhang Yuan to go to Dingwei Battalion yesterday. Today's martial arts will practice yesterday's Tiger March battle formation, and you are free to form a formation. After the roll call, Qian Bin swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke aloud. At that moment, many people looked at Zhang Yuan. Chapter 37, Mighty Tiger Realm. A few moments later, Zhang Yuan formed a battle formation with 3 other young soap guards of about the same age. Battle formations, condensed with the power of qi and blood, and with the help of a perceptive understanding of martial arts, sensing the great momentum of heaven and earth. The tiger walking battle formation, when it gathers the momentum of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Qian Bin held his battle sword while examining the surrounding battle formation while shouting aloud. It was easy to say, but for Zhang Yuan and the rest of them, who were but hidden Yuan realm martial artists, what great power of heaven and earth was just too far away. The crowd drilled hard but to little avail. Many people had a hint of dishevelment on their faces. It seems certain that he is not gifted. If this battle formation was so well formed, it would have been circulated among the soap clothes guards long ago. Don't be discouraged. This kind of battle formation is the Xuanjia guards also need years and years to practice successfully. Xian Bin's eyes roamed around, his face calm. We battalion chiefs may not be able to invoke the power of the battle formation. Every single one of the battalion's head lieutenants was at the cave brightness realm, and none of these experts could form a battle formation. Xian Bin's words made the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. Turns out it's not that you can't. Zhang Yuan, Lu Xingzhan, Hao Changyang, come here. Looking at the color of the sky already at dusk, Xian Bin beckoned. Zhang Yuan, along with 2 other late-stage hidden elemental soap guards came forward. The 4 of us will form a battle formation. I don't dare to guarantee that it will be a success, but the Gongfu I cultivate has a few points of compatibility with the tiger walking great potential, so you guys can sense it, and it might be beneficial to your cultivation. Xian Bin said, drew his sword and stepped forward, walking in front of Zhang Yuan and the others. Zhang Yuan took a step sideways, holding his sword to protect him. Battalion Chief Qian is actually going to personally rehearse, someone exclaimed in a low voice, his face full of envy. Such an opportunity is not for the unusual. The kung fu cultivated by the head of Qianeng does have the momentum of a fierce tiger. Back then, it was called the Luyang blood tiger, and it was not a small reputation in the Jianghu. Someone sighed lowly, their words were filled with emotion. Xian Bin walked forward quickly, with Zhang Yuan and the other 2 following behind him. After 5 steps, the qi and blood in Xian Bin's body rose steeply. A blazing as if flame-like qi and blood power enveloped Zhang Yuan and the other 2. It's not a bogeyman. Zhang Yuan's heart stirred, quietly invoking his own innate true essence to merge with this qi and blood power. Instantly, the dry and hot power enveloping his body dissipated, and instead, his body's qi and blood operated as Qian Bin's power was induced. In front, Qian Bin turned his head slightly and glanced at Zhang Yuan. The other 2 first froze for a moment, sensing the qi and blood changes in Zhang Yuan's body, before they slowly tried to grind the operation. At this time, Qian Bin's body qi and blood had been pushed to the extreme, and a faint half-zhang fierce tiger shadow quietly emerged. This was not the power of the tiger walking battle formation, but the martial arts technique he himself had cultivated, which fit the meaning of a fierce tiger. The mood is different from the big picture, yet there is a similarity. Context. This was the first time Zhang Yuan had felt the intention so clearly, the kind of suppression that seems to be transformed into a tiger. Dormant, waiting for the time to move spread in the body. His body was tingling, his qi and blood were stirring, and his innate true essence was running and rushing through his tendons and veins. The feeling comes and goes quickly. By the time Zhang Yuan wanted to sense it in detail, Qian Bin in front of him was already panting slightly, and the fierce tiger's shadow outside his body dispersed. The other 2 had a lost look on their faces, before they could feel Qian Bin's fierce tiger intent. This maneuver was already over. Many thanks, instructor. Zhang Yuan bowed toward Qian Bin. Qian Bin had just condensed that one mighty tiger void, but the depletion was not small. Such means of combining the power of true essence with one's own cultivation were the hidden secrets of every strong person, and would only be performed when sparring with a strong enemy. Just now, that shadow coagulation had at least depleted Qian Bin's Hotian true essence that he had cultivated painstakingly for 3 or 2 days. Zhang Yuan knew that Qian Bin had personally rehearsed because he valued himself and also felt that his 3 could be cultivated. This fierce tiger intent would be of great benefit to one's formation of battle formations, as well as one's martial cultivation. Qian Bin nodded and turned to leave. The martial arts classroom dispersed, and the few people who had temporarily formed a battle formation all greeted each other and left. Zhang Yuan went to the squad room to order his shift, and then went to the division prison to be on duty. Now that he had the title of head jailer, the jailers in the division prison all looked different when they saw him. The things that belonged to him, replacing torches and cleaning the canopies, were also grabbed by a couple of jailers. Zhang Yuan was happy to have some leisure time and took the file of the jailer in the division prison and a few other records and sought a secluded place to consult them. These jailers are all native to the Luoyang prefecture, and their births are not seen as a problem. Some of the weekday entries and exits were recorded on duty, and there were no problems. On the contrary, Zhang Yuan saw that the criminal envoy's mission in 5 days was to behead a river bandit. Su Ji, known in the Jianghu as Flipwave White Stripes, roams across the territory of Luoyang and Gunzhou prefectures, specializing in light body feats on the water and underwater tactics. Su Ji involved in 3 years ago intercepted and killed Ronggui dynasty official Wendong. A boat more than 30 people killed and injured. With the loss of ship's property, is the Luoyang province 10 years in the big case. Su Ji's cultivation is in the middle stage of the cave brightness realm. He used to be a guest elder of the Qingzhou gang, and the Xuanjia guards captured him on the Guilu River. A caveman realm powerhouse. Zhang Yuan closed the booklet, and his heart flashed with a hint of fire. Half of the 3 blood beads obtained from beheading Meng Tao had already been depleted, boosting his innate true essence and martial qi and blood quite a bit. Originally, the 3 blood beads could still support his cultivation for a while, but now that he had cultivated the Jin Yu Gong, it was extremely depleting. Nowadays, if there was a powerful cavernous brightness realm qi and blood supplement, his cultivation could be even more solid. Gathering up the various books and volumes in the division prison, Zhang Yuan took out the Immortal Qin Liajuan that he had copied last night and recited it in a low voice. Immortal Qin Imperial Master Kong Zhengdao, the most sacred master, has set 300 years in stone with a single word. The great war of the demon heavenly realm was laid, and Immortal Qin unified the great power of the 10,000 realms. A moment later, though, a whispering voice came to his ear. Kong Zhengdao is also selling his name, turning the spring and autumn Confucianism into Xi'an Qin Confucianism and breaking the roots of Confucianism. The battle of the demon heavenly realm also has the face to take it out and say that other than the martial qi and blood bravery, everything else is a labor of love. Xi'an Qin, martial arts is originally the root. With Confucianism and Taoism together is the true path to heaven. To seek what immortal gods to assist. Wrong. You can't even look at the most holy master of Confucianism? What's with the spring and autumn Confucianism and the Taoism? Zhang Yuan listened to the words in his ears, and then corroborated the illusions on the Immortal Qin Liajuan from the side. One more point of insight. One more point of eye-opening. Now he was no longer just a kid with a top job soap guard. He has ambitions of his own. It was something like a weed, like a wildfire stirring in the heart. Something that could not be cut down, could not be extinguished. The Immortal Qin 9 continents was so big that he wanted to see it with his own eyes. The power of Immortal Qin's war effort. He wanted to feel it for himself. That kind of powerful martial arts that competed with immortals and demons. He also wanted to have it. Putting the transcribed booklet away, Zhang Yuan stood up and looked in the direction of the division prison jail. After a moment of silence, he turned and walked out of the division. Kid, whether it's Confucianism or immortalism, it's a means for those in power to navigate the world. Boy, it's the sharpness of the blade in your hand that will cut the shackles on your body. In his ear, a low voice came. Zhang Yuan walked forward slowly and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Elder has been imprisoned in the prison for many years, right? You should know Luo Shanghu, right? Chapter 38. He naturally recognizes him. The voice in Zhang Yuan's ear laughed softly for a few moments, and then there was no more to follow. Zhang Yuan didn't ask any more questions and left quickly. Zhang Yuan did not feel that a strong Confucian Taoist imprisoned on the second floor of the Jinfu Division's prison was really going to have any major interactions with himself. Leaving the divisional prison, the jailers on duty at the entrance bowed to see them off. The status of the head of the jailer is not considered a military position, but in the Department of Prisons has a lot of power, and can even decide the life and death of these jailers. Zhang Yuan went to the Department of Canonization. The enshrined Tao Cheng welcomed Zhang Yuan's arrival. I've heard about it. That kid from the Liang clan in Great Moon City lost to you yesterday. Looking at Zhang Yuan, Tao Qing's eyes glowed. Great Moon City Liang family? Ah, it's one of the 36 families in Zhangyang County, with Jianghu and government clansmen all over. Xi'an Qin emphasizes martial arts practice, and martial arts in turn requires the expenditure of resources and food to fight. Those lineages have inheritance to pass on. Strong people to be strong? And there is no shortage of resources and wealth. So of course they can cultivate outstanding descendants. In turn, the elites in these families will feed back someday. So repeatedly, in one side of the state and county, the big families dominated the unimaginable resources. It is good that all the military positions in Xianqin are based on the combination of military service and cultivation, and those family descendants can squeeze the resources of the Cold family, but they can't block all the paths of promotion, especially at the level of military titles. The hereditary succession of dukes and marquises, all of which must be matched by war service before they can be inherited. Liang Chao has also cultivated Jin Yu Gong. Zhang Yuan looked at Tao Chang and spoke in a low voice. Jin Yu Gong was the top-level martial arts technique of the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division. He, Zhang Yuan, was the one who lured 2 strong men, Jin Chang Lu and Zhao Ping Chuan, into the prisoner army, and it was only in exchange for a chance to cultivate Jin Yu Gong that he was able to achieve such a great feat that could not be rewarded. What's Liang Qiu's credentials? Glancing at Zhang Yuan, Tao Qing had a smile on his face. Kid, do you know what a lineage is? A great family among the county capitals of a party. It's not hard to get earth-ranked feats. Not to mention that such a lineage naturally has ways to help their own descendants get merit in exchange for merit laws. A trace of emotion flashed in his eyes as he said softly, "You were also a newborn calf before you dared to win against him in yesterday's competition." Upon hearing Tao Qing's words, Zhang Yuan was slightly silent before murmuring in a deep voice, "If I can win him once, I can win him 10 times. These words made Tao Qing laugh, appreciation showing in his eyes. Tao Qing nodded. My immortal Qin men emphasize military service and righteousness, and only when a strong enemy is in front of them will their blood boil. Don't worry, no matter what kind of family he has behind him, you're a member of the Jinfu division. Contention on the table is permissible. If anyone dares to play tricks behind the scenes, the Jinfu division's prison is not afraid to fill up. The world's power. Xi'an Qin is invincible. Immortal Qin world. The Jinfu division does not fear anyone." Zhang Yuan nodded heavily. The soap clothes on his body and the goose plume in his hand are what he relies on. "Come, let's deduce the Jinyu Gong again today. With your talent, as long as you steadily cultivate, you're not afraid of not having a future in the future," Tao Qing said as he spread out the Gongfu tome. In most of the afternoon, Zhang Yuan had practiced the subsequent techniques of Jinyu Gong to the 7th degree, especially the Jinyu fist. Zhang Yuan's comprehension of the iron armor fist had already reached its peak, and at this time, he then switched to Jinyu fist, which was implicated in the principles of the fist, and his progress was extremely fast. This kind of advancement caused Tao Qing to sigh again with a light in his eyes. Zhang Yuan also sensed that his cultivation of the Jinyu fist was indeed extremely fast, and there was no difficulty at all in comprehending it. The Jinyu fist could be cultivated before the Jinyu blade technique. Jinyui blade technique. Zhang Yuan also practiced a few moves today. Tao Qing saw that 100 refined steel long knife. The smile on his face increased. "Many thanks for the guidance from senior provider." As he was leaving, Zhang Yuan bowed and saluted. "By the way, latecomer obtained a talisman given by offeror Zhang Wenhe yesterday." Pulling out the talisman from his coat pocket, Zhang Yuan was a bit embarrassed. Even the late generation does not know what the talisman is for and how to use it. He was just an unusual soap guard. His roots were still shallow, and he had no understanding of the immortal Tao at all. Even in the few memories received, there were few dealings with immortal way practitioners. Tao Qing's gaze fell on the talisman in Zhang Yuan's hand, and his face looked a bit serious. Although it is said that the great paths of cultivation lead to the same thing, however, martial arts emphasize foundation and perseverance, and it is best to have no distractions when one's cultivation is not yet complete. Obviously, he meant to caution Zhang Yuan that it would be best not to be too curious about the immortal path. However, seeing Zhang Yuan's open face, Tao Qing also had a smile on his face. "You were able to win Zhang Wen and this talisman on your own. This talisman is to condense a wall of thick earth and stone. It can withstand the half-step cave mind realm for about 100 breaths. It is a good talisman. Coalescing stone walls? It appears to be a means of defense." This made Zhang Yuan slightly disappointed. What he wanted was a talisman that could increase the power of his attacks, preferably the one that increased his speed that was attached to Liang Chao's long blade last time. "If you don't want this talisman, you can take it and sell it or exchange it for another talisman." Seeing Zhang Yuan's mind, Tao Chang whispered, "In a few days, I will go to the place where cultivators trade and bring you along, a specialized trading place for cultivators, in which the things bought, sold and traded were all things needed by cultivators. Even this immortal Tao talisman can be traded and purchased. Such a place, only a strong person such as Tao Ching confessor with him would dare to go." Zhang Yuan thanked him repeatedly before leaving the Department of Canonization. Today's evening class is still Shenwei Division. Division Shenwei. Zhang Yuan took his notes out and recorded them carefully. With Xiaomingjing's memories of Confucianism and Taoism, the power of Hao Ran, and the 2 days of Wen Dao lessons from District Yang, Zhang Yuan was listening to the lessons without any pressure at this time. Shenwei spoke from the people's law to the official's law, citing examples in the middle, and Zhang Yuan was able to understand them all. During this period, Shenwei asked questions and Zhang Yuan answered several times, all of which were correct. When Shenwei checked the notes, he was more than a little surprised and looked at Zhang Yuan a few more times. Zhang Yuan's writing is much better than the last time. This was still Zhang Yuan quietly hiding much of his penmanship. "Zhang Yuan, this is really not a small improvement for you. Shenwei placed Zhang Yuan's notes back on the desktop and spoke with a light smile. Zhang Yuan was busy arching his hand. "Many thanks for the praise from the instructor." After a moment's pause, he said in a low voice, "My little mother knew that I struggled to learn literature, and specially helped me find a gentleman to learn literature. These words caused the surrounding group of soap guards to burst out in laughter. Most people are envious though. There are not many people who have a mother-in-law who is as wise as this and is willing to spend this money for her own man. Shinwei also nodded and patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Soap guard status in the end is a low-ranking military position in the Jinfu division, and promotion is difficult. Most of the soap guards were not well informed, and their cultivation was not much stronger. There really weren't many who could have Zhang Yuan's willingness to spend his silver money on learning literature. When the evening class ended, Zhang Yuan put away his booklet notes and left the Jinfu division. Walking out of the gate of the Jinfu division, a middle-aged man in a gray cloth shirt greeted him at the edge of the green stone square. "But Chief Warden Chang? My master would like to invite Warden Leader Zhang for a chat." The middle-aged man reached out and pointed to a wagon not far behind him. Zhang Yuan raised his head, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 39, Fetus. The warden is not a military rank, but has real power. At least it's easy to find some gas in the prison. Zhang Yuan didn't think much of these, but he didn't reject them outright either. He wanted to see what kind of people were out there that would come looking for him. He had been the head jailer of this division for only a day and a half, and already these people were so well informed that they had come directly to him. Unusual hand and eye. Walking up to the greenish-gray frame, an old man in his 50s with a goatee smiled and lifted the curtains. Zhang Yuan stepped into the carriage and the curtains were lowered, plunging the carriage into dimness. It was just that for Zhang Yuan, who was at the late stage of hidden Yuan. This bit of dimness did not affect his eyesight. Warden Leader Zhang doesn't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I also take people's money and do things. The old man's voice rang out. Zhang Yuan half sat on his torso, pressing his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and did not speak. Before that, I worked with Master Tiger for 4 or 5 years, and it was quite pleasant. Ha! Warden Chang is young and perhaps doesn't care to do something about it. The old man's voice paused. But I'm counting dementedly older by a few years. To be honest, power is a thing that expires when it expires. This is extremely clear about the things in the Jinfu division. Not only knowing that Zhang Yuan is only the temporary head of the jailer, but also knowing that it is impossible for him to stay in the division for a long time. According to Sun Tze's previous intention, Zhang Yuan was only to stay in the division prison for a month. Seeing that Zhang Yuan remained silent, the old man laughed softly and took out a small wooden box. The wooden box was no more than the size of a palm, and when it was uncovered, a 5-inch long thumb-thick purple ginseng was in it. Red Sun Purple Ginseng. 1 or 2 red gold ginsengs. Can replenish qi and blood deficiencies. Can stimulate vital energy. It is a great medicine for hidden Yuan realm martial artists to cultivate. The lid of the wooden box was closed, and the old man's fingers snapped gently on it. In the dimness, Zhang Yuan could see the smile on the old man's face. In this person's view, Zhang Yuan was nothing more than a green soap guard's newcomer with a clean resume. For such a person, a red sun purple ginseng could be taken at all. This is 1 or 2 red gold 1 or 2 ginseng red sun purple ginseng. A first-time Zenfuji soap guards can still live with such temptation? Finished talking? Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke. The words made the other man freeze. Zhang Yuan straightened up and got out of the car to leave. The old man holding the red sun purple ginseng sat in the carriage with a few moments of consternation on his face. Zhang Yuan pressed his long sword with both hands, looking calm as he walked forward quickly. If it was really the Zhang Yuan of old, it would really be difficult to resist the temptation in front of this red sun purple ginseng. But now that he had a few memory readings, it was completely different. The moment he stepped onto the carriage just now, he recognized who the other man was. Xiao Mingjing's memory. This old man's name is Tang Weiliang, is Luoyang Prefecture West City 100 Luck Cloth Shop's shopkeeper. On the bright side, 100 Luck Cloth Store is in the serious cloth business. Secretly, the 100 Luck Fabric House is a place to sell stolen goods and trade in the Luoyang Prefecture. Tang Weiliang, on the other hand, is one of the sub-controllers of the black market transactions in the west side. Today, if Tang Weiliang had not come in person, Zhang Yuan might have taken that red sun purple ginseng. After all, this item was valuable whether it was used for one's own cultivation or exchanged for money. The point is that Tang Weiliang came to see him in person. Since he knew that he, Zhang Yuan, would not be in control of the division prison for a long time, yet he wanted to personally come to see him, there must be a reason for it. Most likely, Tang Weiliang had taken on a mission that he couldn't refuse, compelling him to come and meet Zhang Yuan in person. It is very simple to find out what the mission is. Tang Weiliang in all likelihood has already searched for Luo Shanghu before. Luo Shanghu must know what Tang Weiliang wants to do. However, Zhang Yuan was not interested in seeking Luo Shanghu. Tang Weiliang was bound to come looking for himself again anyway. There are some things that only the warden can do. Only the head jailer can enter and exit the prison cell of the division freely, pass messages, and even carry personal belongings. Warden Chang. Warden Chang. Behind him, a sharp low cry was interrupted by Zhang Yuan turning back and slashing. The blade shone clear, the flickering stream of light reflecting the candlelight of the surrounding street lamps with a ghostly chill. The middle-aged man who was pointed at by the blade 3 feet away looked pale and his throat trembled. Zhang Yuan's long blade slowly retracted. Just now, the blade was 3 inches from the middle-aged man's neck. Sheathing his sword, Zhang Yuan turned to leave. Humph, a small soap guard. Just rash. Really think he is a character. The slowly arriving carriage stopped, and the sound of cold grunts came from the carriage. Tomorrow, I will visit the Point Division. The voice in the carriage turned into a light, gradually inaudible. It was already dark when Zhang Yuan returned to Dingjiaxiang. At the entrance of her own small courtyard, Yun Yang, who was carrying a lantern, was surrounded by Ouyang, who was wearing a Confucian robe. Zhang Yuan knew that Ouyang wasn't waiting for himself. He was there to mix the dinner. After eating, Ouyang obviously didn't want to mix the meal for nothing, and still wanted to give Zhang Yuan a lesson. Today's study of civil law and official law are not difficult. Ouyang casually explains the point through. It makes sense that immortal Qin is based on mandarins, 1,000 threads at the top and a needle at the bottom. The only way to be familiar with the laws of functioning at the lowest level and to be closest to the people is to not neglect the people when you are in a high position. District Yang still held a positive attitude towards the immortal Qin laws, completely different from the Jinfu Division's prison where that strong Confucianist was imprisoned. According to that old man, the people's law is nothing more than a law to fool the people, while the official's law is nothing more than driving cattle and horses. It's a pity that neither you nor I are real officials in charge of a party, or else these laws would have been practiced firsthand to know their pros and cons. Ouyang spoke with some regret. A powerful official in charge of a party? Zhang Yuan took out a wasteplate and placed it on the table. Ouyang froze. Jailer, Long? Zhang Yuan nodded. Real power. Yun Yang on the side hid her face and laughed lightly. My family's youngest son is already a big official. Ouyang, on the contrary, had penetrating eyes and stared at the wasteplate. Tell me, how are you going to organize the division prison? Come on, tell me what problems you're having. This was exactly what Zhang Yuan had asked for. He did not want to focus his energies on reorganizing the Department of Justice. For the prison guards and the prison department to collude with the outside things, he will find out, but not to make this as a matter of business. His proper business was his own martial arts cultivation, as well as accumulating merit. Now there is a district young to help him out. This has spent 2 taels of silver to hire a gentleman. Silver money cannot be spent in vain. He spoke of the problems in the prison of the division today, and the possibility that there were people in the prison guards who were colluding both inside and outside. Ouyang's eyes were glowing. I see. Don't worry. I'll formulate a program in the next few days to ensure that the division jailers can be made to serve. For the following 2 days, Zhang Yuan was extremely regular with his Zenfushi Dingjia Lane 2 points in 1 line. Every day, apart from his own martial arts practice, was to cultivate literature and read. The guards in the prison had not been surprised to see him holding a scroll at all times. Those prison jailer files were also brought by him to District Young to look through. He himself dumped his hands regardless. The instructor for the morning class on the 3rd day turned out to be the head of the Armor Guard Battalion, Zhou Lin, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Can become Armor Guard Battalion head, whether it is martial arts cultivation or ability in the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division. Soap clothes guards are naturally top. What Zhou Lin was teaching was the 12 drawing techniques of the wild goose plume blade. This is the most practical, the most basic, the means that countless soap guards have spent their entire lives studying intensely. Forward grip, reverse grip, draw and draw, jab and tease. The moment you have your hand on the hilt, you have exposed all. Zhang Yuan, come. Zhou Lin looked at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan got up and quickly stepped forward. Let me see how fast you can make a sword. Zhou Lin's voice rang out. Zhang Yuan's blade was sheathed. Chapter 40, 2.5 moves. Zhou Lin is the 1st lieutenant of the Armor Guard Battalion, and is the head of the 8 battalions of soap clothes guards of the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division Wuxin Division, and his strength cannot be questioned. Even Chao Zhangtang and the others were inferior before him. If it was someone else in the martial arts at this time, standing in front of Zhou Lin, drawing his sword would have to be fearful. However, Zhang Yuan's mental experience had already far exceeded those people. He understood that whether it was Zhou Lin or Chao Zhangtang, what they valued was their martial arts talent. The only thing he could take for himself was his martial arts talent. Drawing a knife, it's the most direct and dry option. As expected, the sound of the long, languid sword being unsheathed caused a low cry from the surroundings, and also caused a few smiles to appear on Zhou Lin's face. In the next instant, Zhou Lin had already moved his body, taking one step and squeezing to the right side of Zhang Yuan's torso. The space for Zhang Yuan's right-hand longsword to swing was directly blocked. In this situation, the soap-clothes guards present all felt that the only way was to step back and draw their swords, pulling the space away. However, Zhang Yuan did not do so. Instead, the palm holding the long sword was abruptly flipped, and the original positive grip was transformed into an inverted one. Holding the long knife upside down, he turned the chop into a drag. The blade changed from the previous downward chop to an outward stroke. Not bad. Zhou Lin smiled and opened his mouth, raising his hand and tapping it towards the position of Zhang Yuan's elbow. Zhang Yuan could not hold the sword in his hand and dropped it directly to the ground. Despite the defeat, to be able to get the head of the A-Guard battalion to say not bad, the soap-clothes guards can be blown for half a lifetime. Picking up the long knife from the ground, Zhang Yuan returned the knife to its sheath and stood still, pondering for a moment. There are not many drawing techniques in the cloak and dagger style, and most of them are forehand draws. The Xinyu sword technique had a few more means of drawing the sword, but it was not any more profound. Even Meng Tao's memories of drawing swords and knives had no fancy means. The biggest reason why he drew his own sword and changed his stance just now was that the space for his own sword was blocked. Constantly speculating in his mind, Zhang Yuan's palms slowly pressed on the hilt of the blade. The palms of his hands pressed lightly and his body bowed slightly. This was the most suitable drawing stance for the cloak and dagger technique. When his hand pressed on the hilt of the sword, Zhang Yuan's heart was much more peaceful for no reason. The sword in your hand is what you rely on. From just now when the long sword fell to the ground to now when he held the sword in his hand, Zhang Yuan's state of mind had a nirvana-like change. The hand holds the sword. The mind is firm. A slight lift of the head and a slight separation of the feet. Zhang Yuan's posture caused the original smile on Zhou Lin's face to slowly converge, and the light in his eyes flickered, revealing a few points of surprise and amazement. Around them, those soap guards who were already watching Zhang Yuan slowly held their breath. In the middle of the martial arts academy, an aura of solemnity quietly filled the air. Just because of Zhang Yuan's posture of holding the sword at this moment, it triggered a change in the atmosphere in the entire martial arts academy. Zhang Yuan didn't know what that meant. Zhou Lin, on the other hand, had a light twitch at the corner of his eye. Potential. This is the embryonic form of the potential. The mind is firm and the heart is in tune with the hands. This blade was a thunderous blow as soon as it was drawn. Not bad. If you were to draw your sword at this time, you would slash with the full force of the green dragon's probing claws, right? Zhou Lin looked at Zhang Yuan, a few smiles permeating his face. The way to hold the sword, the means to draw the sword, is ultimately skill. Choose the stance that suits you best and that you are most familiar with. This is where you have the greatest chance of winning against the enemy. Now that you have drawn your sword, you will fight to the death, with all your strength. Zhou Lin's words echoed in the small courtyard. He gripped the hilt of the sword at his own waist and looked at Zhang Yuan with a low shout. Out with the sword. Clank. Zhang Yuan took a step forward, sheathing his long sword in his hand and stabbing out with all his might. The green dragon probes its claws. Zhou Lin's eyes narrowed. The knife in his hand came after him. The blade clashed with Zhang Yuan's knife, knocking it away, and then drove straight to the center, stabbing towards Zhang Yuan's chest. As Zhou Lin said, in the eyes of the strong, the moment you hold a sword, there are no secrets to speak of. Seeing the blade coming, Zhang Yuan did not retreat. The blade was outside, and the backhand was a draw of the blade to bring it down, and his body followed and pressed down fiercely. Dang dash. The blow was so powerful that it knocked Zhou Lin's sword askew by a few points. Zhou Lin's long blade shook as it rolled backwards and teased upwards towards Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan pressed his elbow on the back of the blade, and all the strength of his body slammed down. Dang dash. His entire body was picked off and landed a foot away, retreating a few steps before he leaned on the ground with his sword and gasped for air. 2.5 moves. In that instant just now, he exchanged 2.5 moves with the head of the Armor Guard Battalion. In the entire Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division, it is the flag officer of the first 3 teams of the A-Guard Battalion who does not dare to say that he can definitely block Zhou Lin for 2.5 moves. Until the morning's martial arts dispersed, the group of soap guards still felt incredible. This Zhang Yuan fellow is truly a monster. To be able to fight with the head of the Zhou camp without losing, with this kind of talent, as long as you don't fall, your achievements will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Some lamented, others whispered. They all knew that Zhang Yuan was considered to have completely fallen into the eyes of the Shangguan. After the morning lesson of martial arts, After the dawn is to go to the duty in the division prison. Making the rounds once. All those jailers were attentive and saluted. Find a secluded spot. Then take out the booklet and study it. By the side of his ears, the voice of that mysterious Confucian Taoist powerhouse in the second-floor prison of the divisional prison resounded once again. The little half-day passed. Head, Lord Liao of the Treasury Point Division wants to see you. When Zhang Yuan walked out of the division prison with his book in his hand, the jailer on duty at the entrance came forward and reported in a low voice. Liao Yunfan, the Treasury Secretary Point Secretary. This is the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division of the God of Wealth. With a hint of crystal light in his eyes, Zhang Yuan nodded his head and walked towards the side corridor. In the pavilion in the cloister, a tall middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a green robe stood with his back to his hand. Zhang Yuan has met Lord Liao, the treasurer. Zhang Yuan approached, bowed slightly, and spoke softly. The middle-aged man in the backpack turned around and his gaze fell on Zhang Yuan. You're the first soap guard to take 3 criminal envoy assignments in half a month of employment. This boldness, this kind of heart, not many of his peers. Liao Yunfan's voice is thick, coupled with this figure. Really cannot see that it is cultivating Confucianism and Taoism. One Fu Si official body. I'm just a bit bolder, less well-read, and wild in nature. Zhang Yuan's voice was calm. These words made Liao Yunfan chuckle. He waved his hand and shook his head with a light laugh. No wonder old Don hit a wall with you. He is used to ushering people in and always thinks that there is nothing that can't be done with money. Saying that, the laughter in Liao Yunfan's eyes slowly tightened. I know that it was Toho 2.C's arrangement that made you the head jailer of the division, but there are always the unwritten rules of the division among the division prisons. Looking at Zhang Yuan, Liao Yunfan lowered his voice. I'm saying this, do you understand? Unwritten rules. To put it bluntly, it is the town of the department of some of the money-making tactics that cannot be put on the stage. Even if the immortal Qin law is strict, but also cannot resist the money to move people's hearts. There are always ways to make money in shady places. I understand. Zhang Yuan's voice remained calm. Wu Wei is the sword. The point of punishment division is the sword that hangs high. The Xi'an Wei division is even higher up. The only one is the treasury division. And Lord Liao is exhausting his efforts to find some benefits for his brothers. Zhang Yuan's words caused surprise to flash across Liao Yunfan's face. The insight that came out from Zhang Yuan's words was really not comparable to people of the same age and level. Immortal Qin laws cannot be broken, but there's a favor to be done outside of the law. Law enforcement should be strict. Zhang Yuan said softly, outside of law enforcement, there's always a net. Lord Liao, do you think what I said is right? Liao Yunfan didn't say anything, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan. A moment later, he let out a long laugh. Kid, 10 years from now, there will be a place for you in the Luoyang Township Fu Division. Chapter 41 Rules. 10 years later there is no place in the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division. Zhang Yuan did not know, and did not think so long term. That's the kind of thing you listen to, don't take it seriously. Thank you, Lord Liao. My humble servant will be loyal to his duty. What Your Excellency said about extrajudicial matters, my humble servant will also make sure to deal with it properly. Smoothly obliging Liao Yunfan's words, Zhang Yuan bowed and left. Half an hour later, a jailer wearing a black robe came in front of Zhang Yuan with a smile on his face, bowed slightly, and held up a wooden box. Chief Warden Zhang, shopkeeper Tang has sent a gift. This small wooden box is exactly what Tang Weiliang, the shopkeeper of 100 Luck Cloth Store, sent before. Zhang Yuan did not pick up that day. Looking towards the black-robed jailer in front of him, Zhang Yuan whispered softly in a low voice, Hong Lin Sen. A few days ago, it was this man who raised his voice in front of the execution platform, disrupting the trial of Tu Hao, the punishing officer. Zhang Yuan checked Hong Lin Sen's background. Luoyang City in the Green and White family lineage. Serving in the division prison has been more than 3 years. It turned out that Hong Lin Sen was the eyes and ears of Tang Weiliang in the prison. In fact, if you look deeper, Koji is not unrelated. The last time Xiao Mingjing was sentenced to death by Mingzheng, it was Hong Lin Sen who saw it with his own eyes. Xiao Mingjing has connections with a number of stolen goods merchants and black market trading places, and these people want to see Xiao Mingjing beheaded before they feel at ease. Precisely, my humble servant. Hong Lin Sen squeezed out a few smiles on his face, holding the wooden box and speaking in a low voice. Boss Tang said that in the future, if there's anything your honor wants to do, you should tell me, and I'll convey it for your honor. As long as your lordship follows the rules, there will be no shortage of favors for that lordship. Handing the wooden box to Zhang Yuan, Hong Lin Sen looked at Zhang Yuan fixedly. His look was humble, but his tone was not respectful. The contents of this wooden box should have been his. After Luo Shanghu's accident, he was also quietly active, trying to take the position of the head of the prison guard. Who would have thought that it would take quite a bit, and eventually the position of head jailer would end up in the hands of a kid who had only been in the Jinfu division for a few days. A jailer is not like an ordinary jailer. There is no telling how much difference there is in the oil and water. However, today, he could also see that Tang Weiliang had some dislike for Zhang Yuan, and he also knew that Zhang Yuan would not stay in the division prison for a long time, so he spoke with a bit of disrespect. Zhang Yuan reached out and took the wooden box and uncovered it. Sure enough, among them was a red sun purple ginseng and a folded page. Unfolding the page, on it was what the other party wanted Zhang Yuan to do this time. Tumbling white-striped Su Ji asked Su Ji if there was anything he could pass on and if he had any relics to dispose of. That's all. This is no different than any other death row family greeting. But there was one last comment left on this page. Su Elder, leave at ease. Your hot river storm-timed. Want to be buried in where can be handed over first. Zhang Yuan had read the pages and put them back into the wooden box and closed it again. Hong Linson looked at Zhang Yuan, a trace of impatience flashing across his face. Chief Warden Zhang, Boss Tang's men are waiting to reply. Taking money from people and being loyal to them is the rule in the division prison. If it was an old fox like Luo Shanghu who had been in the prison for 10 years, Hong Linson would never have dared to treat him like this. He was certain that Zhang Yuan was shallowly experienced and had no other skills except for a few moments of chi and blood courage. It's just a martial artist. Such a person, in the hands of him, Hong Linson, was just to be taken at will. Rules. Zhang Yuan nodded and held the wooden box in his hand. There really should be rules in the division. These words caused Hong Linson's expression to change. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan had already let out a low shout. Someone come. The jailer on duty not far away came running and stampeding at the sound. Hong Linson's expression changed again. Take down Hong Linson and send it to Lord Tu Hao of the Point Division. Zhang Yuan threw the wooden box in his hand into the hands of a black-robed jailer and said indifferently, "This is stolen goods. It's just a red sun purple ginseng." He, Zhang Yuan, was not so easily bribed. The 4 guards on duty standing in front of them glanced at each other and turned their heads to look at Hong Linson. Hong Linson's expression changed as he reached out and pointed at Zhang Yuan. Surname Zhang. It doesn't matter if you trick me. You dare to. I dare what? Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed and his mouth was low. I dare to send you to the Department of Punishment. Do you dare to reveal that name? These words caused Hong Linson's face to instantly pale. Does he dare to say Tang Weiliang's name out loud? He knew how powerful Tang Weiliang was. Hong Linson, I, Zhang Yuan, honor you as a man if you can make it to the Point Division alive and speak that name out. Zhang Yuan finished and waved his hand. Take it down. As he ordered, the 4 black-robed jailers lunged towards Hong Linson. Hong Linson raised his hand to fend off 2 blows, and was tackled before he even drew the saber at his waist. At that moment, the sound of disorganized footsteps came, and a few more startled jailers arrived. Seeing Hong Linson being escorted, several people's faces changed slightly. Hong Linson is also considered an old man in the Department of Prisons. Zhang Yuan looked at the jailer who was escorting Hong Linson. You will send Hong Linson to the Department of Penalty Counting. It's just a few steps to the Department of Penalty Counting in the Jinfu Division. So if anything goes wrong with the person, you know what the result will be. The few people who tackled Hong Linson streaked and dragged him in the direction of the Department of Points of Punishment. Zhang Yuan waved his hand for the others to disperse. Huang Gang, you stay. Zhang Yuan's voice sounded again. The middle-aged jailer named Huang Gang froze for a moment, looked at the others, and was busy bowing to Zhang Yuan. You go to Yongnan Street and seek out their shopkeeper at the Jade Spring Merchant's house, and ask who wants to ask what to do with Su Ji's relics. Zhang Yuan reached out and patted Huang Gang's shoulder, lowering his voice to speak. Without hesitation, Huang Gang turned around and walked quickly. Huang Gang, Luoyang City locals. The family has elderly parents. There are 2 brothers. Their own almost to 40 has not yet married. If he's not stupid, he should know to take advantage of this opportunity. Zhang Yuan stood still, a hint of depth coming through his eyes. Kid, I didn't see it. There is still this hand of grace and mercy. There are high people behind you all. A leisurely voice sounded in Zhang Yuan's ears. Removing Hong Linson without mercy was the way to establish authority. Leaving Huang Gang behind and handing over the task alone was giving grace. The only way for a superior to keep his subordinates under his control is to have both grace and authority. How could he, Zhang Yuan, be willing to become a pawn of Liao Yunfan and Tang Weiliang? Since the Point of Punishment Division, Tu Hao was already standing behind him, The brand of the division had already been branded on him. Lia Yunfan can buy him to sell his life just by saying a few good words? If you want to make yourself useful, you have to show enough favors. Senior is right. Zhang Yuan spoke in a low voice and took out a volume from his coat pocket. Establish authority. Show a killing image. And then reveal the background so that they will be in awe. Pull in a bunch and suppress a bunch. When you are in charge of real power, you must be in control. Reading the words on the booklet in his hand, Zhang Yuan had a smile on his face. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head. Here's when it's time to deal with the biggest crisis of all. He straightened his shirt and walked briskly toward the outside of the divisional prison. The sound of whispering came to his ears. Why does this means of harnessing people sound so familiar? My spring and autumn lineage. Pantai? Who the hell is it? Boy. Who is it? Who is it? Walking out of the divisional prison, Zhang Yuan pressed his hands on top of the hilts of the twin swords on his waist and stood in front of the main gate of the divisional prison. But a moment later, the sound of strife came. Master Jailer. Hong Linson suddenly had a seizure halfway through the process, broke free from his escort, and scurried out. By the time I caught up, he had already jumped into Lake Wash and drowned. Several jailers were ashamed and covered in sweaty lake water, not daring to look Zhang Yuan in the eyes. Hong Linson's body has been sent to the Department of Penalty Point, and we've delivered the loot as well. The Lord of the Point Division sent us back to resume our duties. Several people bowed their heads, their eyes flicked to Zhang Yuan, not daring to utter a single breath. Jinfu Division, escorting the person accident. They are really all mouth cannot say. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and cast his gaze forward. Several figures came running. Chapter 42. Who asked you to harm me? Zhang Yuan, the head jailer of the Jinfu Division's prison, defamed a fellow officer and caused a person to drown. He is ordered to be escorted to the first floor of the Jinfu Division's prison and temporarily detained, to be disposed of when the case is investigated. The speaker's gaze was fixed on Zhang Yuan, the same as Zhang Yuan's wear. Soap clothes, goose plume, the soap guard. Zhang Yuan pressed his hands on top of the hilt of the sword, his body's chi and blood slowly condensing. This scene caused the group of jailers who were originally surrounding Zhang Yuan to freeze. Is it possible that Zhang Yuan still dares to make arrests in the Jinfu Division? As a soap guard, doesn't he know what this means? That leading soap-clothed guard also froze for a moment. The hand pressing on the hilt of the sword tightened. The two behind him were busy spreading out. The three of them were at each other's horns, staring at Zhang Yuan. The eyes of the leading soap-clothed guard flashed with a glint of essence, revealing a hint of killing intent. Zhang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Only his hands pressed the hilt of the sword. Fatally opened his mouth. Soap-clothes guards in the Jinfu Division are attributed to the military. Rewards and punishments have their own military law and iron law. To take me, I need a letter from the battalion chief, an endorsement from the Xi'an Division, and the presence of the flag officer himself. Bring me the authorization and I'll tie my hands. Spreading his hands out, Zhang Yuan looked indifferent. Approval? The jailers all looked bewildered. As a soap-clothed guards, soap-clothes goose plume is the sign. No matter where, as long as shouted as Jinfu Si take people, who do not obediently tied hands. When did anyone dare to ask the soap-clothes guards of the Jinfu Division for an authorization? The three soap-clothes guards who had come to apprehend Zhang Yuan looked aghast. What Zhang Yuan said was indeed a compliant procedure among the soap-clothes guards. It's just that rules are dead and people are alive. In the past, but all the people directly facing the soap-clothes guards, has already been two stocks war, which still have what to see the idea of the approval of the document. This far in front of me is different from what I imagined. I, Tang Yechuan of the 7th Team of the Gungwei Battalion, have come to investigate this matter on the orders of the superior officer, and the approvals that Brother Zhang Yuan wants will arrive later. The leading soap-clothes guard arched his hand towards Zhang Yuan. They're all our own brothers. Don't make it difficult for us. Tang Yechuan squeezed out a few smiles on his face and lowered his voice a bit. Zhang Yuan, your matter is not big, and there will definitely be someone to bail you out. Those words made those jailers at the division jail breathe a sigh of relief. It hasn't been long since Luo Shanghu's accident, and if Zhang Yuan folds again, won't the feng shui of the prison go bad? Looking towards Zhang Yuan, Tang Yechuan willed his face to look a bit more kind. Don't worry, I'll ensure that you'll be able to come out in 3 or 2 days. While saying that, he gently waved his palm as the two soap-clad guards behind him slowly moved forward. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step back. His spread hands retracted and pressed down on the twin swords at his waist. On his body, chi and blood surged, and a faint baleful aura began to permeate. The jailer and the three soap guards standing in front of him all felt a chill run through their bodies. Trying to take me without an authorization. Is it because you think that the goose plume around my Zhang Yuan's waist is unfavorable? Zhang Yuan's voice penetrated low, as if it was a dormant tiger. Cold words against the momentum of the double knife. Tang Yechuan's side of the two soap guards immediately changed color. Feet cannot move forward in the slightest. The scene was deadlocked before the division. Tang Yechuan's expression also changed, but he didn't dare to act easily. A few days ago, when he was practicing the battle formation, he had seen Zhang Yuan defeat Liang Chao of the second team of A and get the 100 refined steel gooseplume sword. When it came down to it, the three of them were simply not enough. Just how can I deliver myself if I don't do it? Zhang Yuan, don't. Before he could finish his slightly hesitant words, the twin swords in the hands of Zhang Yuan in front of him abruptly came out of their sheaths. Clank. The long blade vibrated languidly and sharply, the blade whistling down as if it were splitting a mountain. Who asked you to harm me? Zhang Yuan snapped with a violent shout. This bellowing voice had been mixed with a hint of vast power. Ouyang had given Zhang Yuan some lectures on the usage of the vast power and had even demonstrated it. In Ouyang's opinion, a soap guard like Zhang Yuan would never get involved with the power of Hao Ran in his life. However, she did not know that the vast power gathered in Zhang Yuan's body was not as good as hers, but it was also extremely solid, and it was the result of half a lifetime of bitter cultivation by a downtrodden Confucian cultivator. At this moment, Zhang Yuan took the opportunity to strike his sword and interspersed it with a bellowing cry of the power of vastness, and Tang Yechuan instantly lost his concentration. The blade stopped 3 inches above Tang Yechuan's head. Yes, it's Su Jinlin Master Su ordered us to come. Too. Tang Yechuan, whose eyes had lost focus, muttered and whispered. Su Jinlin, one of the two main divisions under Su Ku, the head of the Wenfu division of the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu division. In the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu division, this official power can be ranked in the top 10. Such a big shot personally ordered the capture of Zhang Yuan? Those jailers in front of Zhang Yuan all showed panic on their faces. Master Secretary of the Wenfu division? Zhang Yuan slowly retracted his sword. His face did not change much. Civilian and military different paths. Zhang Yuan is a martial arts division belonging to the soap guards. Even if there is a subordinate relationship, but also not the people of the Wenfu division would like to move on the move. There was just no way one could ever offend a main division. The only possibility that has nothing to do with myself. I've done what I can. The rest is up to you. Sheathing his sword, Zhang Yuan stood long. He whispered softly and pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, standing immovably in front of the sea prison. Tang Yechuan, who had finally come back to his senses, looked pale and stared at Zhang Yuan with the corners of his mouth shivering. He only thought that he had just been intimidated by Zhang Yuan's fierce aura and said something he shouldn't have said. You're done. You. In front of the door of the division prison, everyone was vigilantly looking at Zhang Yuan. What good can come of a small soap guard offending the chief secretary of the Jinfu division? Not far away, a figure came flying. Huang Gang, who was covered in sweat, ran close to the front and did not bother to look at the others, rushing straight to Zhang Yuan's body. Head. It's done. Zhang Yuan nodded. Speak. Huang Gang glanced at the others and gasped. It's the Green Bamboo Gang offering a reward of 300 taels of gold for Suji's relics. Boss Tang of the 100 Luck Cloth Store has taken on this mission to help the Green Bamboo Gang find the news. 300 taels of gold is 3,000 taels of grain silver. This is a deal for such a huge amount of money. No wonder Tang Weiliang was so unscrupulous to find out information, even going so far as to use Treasury Secretary Liao Yunfan's relationship to get through to Zhang Yuan. No wonder this guy was willing to take out a red sun purple ginseng worth nearly 100 taels of grain silver as a reward. The gangs of the rivers and lakes will dare to spy on the death row inmates of the Jinfu division's prison. The black market business has all reached into the town's control, even driving the jailers in a dignified manner. Zhang Yuan's voice was not loud and only echoed within a few feet of the square. Lord Tu Hao, Lord Liao Yunfan, do you two really want to see me locked up in the prison? Zhang Yuan's palm once again gripped above the hilt of the blade. There's no way he can actually tie his hands. Put down the gooseplume sword and his life is out of his hands. A guard battalion. B guard battalion. Transfer patrol guard battalion 300 troops to accompany them. And go with this point division to the west city to conquer the 100 Luck Cloth Farm. In the distance, a loud voice rang out. The voice of the chief officer of the Point of Punishment Division. Point C Tu Hao. With this loud shout, the sounds of clashing armors converged into a torrent. Your Excellency, I, Liao Yunfan, have evidence that Su Jinlin, the chief secretary of the Wenfu division, is in control of the 100 Luck Fabric House and is colluding with the Green Bamboo Gang to wreak havoc on the local community. Another voice rang out from further away. Under the Wenfu Division, the two chief officers of the Points Division, the Points Criminal Division and the Treasury Division, struck at the same time. Zhang Yuan, what are you waiting for? Haven't you heard Lord Pointer's call? Go to the Armor Division and get your armor. We'll leave in half a quarter of an hour. Sun Zhe, who was holding a long sword, came with a quick step and a loud shout. Zhang Yuan raised his steps and left. Behind them, the crowd of jailers and the three Tang Yechuan looked dumbfounded and bewildered. Chapter 43, Those who dare to disobey the immortal Qin law will be killed without pardon. Who would have thought it would turn out this way? Shouldn't it be the little soap guards who are captured and escorted to the prison? With the Lord Superintendent's clear-sightedness and deep sense of justice? Now the point of criminal division to conquer the 100 Luck Cloth Farm. The Library Division point of division directly sued the Wenfu Division main division. Su Jinlin perverted the law. It's a mortal sin. The Manfredi is a heavenly mess. And the people who are driving this get to go to the Military Armor Division to get their armor like nobody's business. Who has seen such things? My lord. Huang Gang caught up with Zhang Yuan and let out a low cry, handing over a small box. In his other hand he was clutching 2 large silver ingots of 10 taels. Boss Xia of the Jade Spring Trading House asked my humble servant to bring you a gift, as well as this silver that he also gave me. Zhang Yuan took the box and uncovered it to take a look. 3 red sun purple ginseng. The Jade Spring Merchant's house has some pattern to its outbursts. After today, Luoyang City, there will be no 100 Luck Fabric House. Also do black market stolen goods and news trafficking business of the Yuchuan firm is certainly one of the most profitable party. Moreover, Zhang Yuan directly ordered people to ask for information from the Jade Spring Merchant Company, clearly knowing their details and intending to draw them in. Hitching a ride on the line of the chief jailer of the Jinfu Division, who is in charge of the jailer of the division. I am not afraid of not having a rolling fortune in the future. Keep the silver money you're given. Help me send a message to Yu Liang and Gao Deshang of the Left City Patrol Guard Battalion, and tell them to hurry to the 100 Luck Fabric House to get their hands on it, so that a credit is a credit. Zhang Yuan left quickly, and Huang Gang clenched the silver ingot in his hand. 20 taels. It's worth a year's salary. For his family, the 20 taels was a fortune. The key thing is to be able to climb up to Zhang Yuan, the head jailer. Gathering up the heraldic silver he ran in the direction of the main gate of the Jinfu Sea. The things that Zhang Yuan had entrusted to him must be done well. Half a quarter of an hour later, in the Greenstone Martial Arts Square within the Jinfu Division, 10 soap-clothes guard squads were already fully loaded with armor. Before Zhang Yuan and their A4 team, it was A2 team. The flag officer Yang Changhai was tall, holding a long sword and carrying a 5-foot heavy shield. Liang Chao followed behind Yang Changhai, holding a thick-backed battle sword in his hand. Zhang Yuan and his team were still in the same configuration as before. But because Zheng Chuanwu was injured, Sun Zhe and Chen Liang held long soldiers, while Li Changwei held short swords and round shields to protect them. Zhang Yuan was still half in lock armor, holding a longbow and hanging a hand crossbow, his back full of arrows and crossbows, together with the 2 goose plume swords. This outfit was not light. In front of everyone, 3 figures stood upright beside the narrow-sleeved, green-robed Tu Hao, Zhou Lin, the first lieutenant of the A Guard Battalion, and Chao Zhangtang, the first lieutenant of the B Guard Battalion. The other half of the iron armor, jaw-short bearded big man, is clearly Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division in charge of all the soap-clothes guards of the Wuwei Division Point Division Su Qixiong. Wuwei Division Point Division is the main division of Wuzhen Division, but also the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division Soap Guard Command. That is to say, today's conquest of the 100 Luck Cloth Farm, surprisingly out of the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division soap-clothes guards first person. The most important thing about the city's conquest is that it is not a riot. The A and B Guard battalions that are deployed today are the most elite soap-clothes guards in my Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division. Su Qixiong stepped forward and shouted out, then arched his hand. Brothers, don't give Mr. Su any shame in front of the people of Luoyang. Above the Verdant Square, all the soap-clothes guards all bowed and clasped their fists. No, depart. Zhou Lin drank lowly and ran out at a fast pace with his longsword. This time there were no carriages, and all the soap guards ran in formation, their feet converging like a torrent. Above the street, all the pedestrians panicked and dodged. Soap guards out in force. Where is this trouble? It's a battle we haven't seen in a couple years. The words were clearly tinged with a bit of excitement. The soap guard is a sword. It had been a long time since the city of Luoyang had seen this sword so squarely sheathed. Zhou Lin, who was running ahead, swept his gaze across the surroundings, and his eyes flashed with refined light. Move forward in formation and do not disturb the people. All bowmen, follow me through the city. As the words fell from his lips, he had already taken 2 steps onto the roof of the square-foot-high house in front of him. There are so many detours along the street that it takes at least 2/4 of an hour to get to the west side. Lead the way. Someone in the soap-clothes guards below whimpered, then ran out quickly, taking a few steps onto the roof, holding a bow and hanging a crossbow. It was clearly a crossbowman among the squad. Those who can be bowmen are swift and can see with their eyes. With Jolin rushing to Bayun Cloth Farm first, we can block the main road, isolate inside and outside, and prevent the bandits from escaping. A figure stepped onto the roof. Zhang Yuan looked at Sunze and nodded slightly before following suit with a step. He hadn't practiced proper lightweight kung fu. However, his martial arts cultivation was already at the late hidden Yuan stage, and his technique was the Earth stage 6th grade Jin Yu Gong, so his Xi'an blood was much thicker than the others. With the innate true essence in his body again, he could control his power in a subtle way. At this time, one step was taken, and even though his body armor and weapons were quite a bit heavier than others, his movements were not in the least bit slower than others. This was still Zhang Yuan's unwillingness to be too outgoing, and his movements were much suppressed. Not all the squads had bowmen. A total of 12 people ran along with Zhou Lin from above the ridge, prancing and leaping away. Zhou Lin's movement was simple. It was a one-step leap over 2 or 3 feet and landed on the ridge in front of him. Even if he was covered in cloak, it was still silent. Others couldn't do this. A step of 10 feet, needing to turn and borrow strength to cross a street. Zhang Yuan looked at Zhou Lin in front of him, and his movements subconsciously mimicked. He quietly operated his own innate true essence in the center of his legs and feet. His qi and blood power divided, and between leaps and bounces, the subtle impact of power could be sensed. Gravity recovery in the fall of the body, power control when bouncing on the feet, borrowing and releasing power. Without realizing it, Zhang Yuan's speed was already a step faster than the others on his side. 100 breaths later, Zhang Yuan had already surpassed several people and was paralleling the 2 soap guards. Zhang Yuan? No wonder Liang Chao regards you as a formidable enemy. The man who spoke wore black armor and was lined with a black soap coat. A second team of bowmen. I didn't believe Jiang Qing last time when he said that you were better than him in bow and crossbow, but now look, you guys are really talented. The other soap clothes guard who spoke was in his early 30s. I'm Zhao Zijian of the B Guard Battalion's first team. The people from the B Guard Battalion were about on good terms with Jiang Qing of the B8th team. Zhang Yuan nodded his head in greeting and kept his footsteps. The innate true essence added to the operation. The qi and blood power refinement. Not only the loss is reduced by more than 30%, but also can increase the efficiency of the power of the royalty by nearly half. This way, Zhang Yuan's speed was far faster than the others even if he suppressed it. After another 100 breaths, he had already surpassed Zhao Zijian and the bowman of the second team of A, and was only 10 feet behind Zhou Lin. By this point, it was almost half the speed of his qi and blood power. To raise it again, it would never be at a speed that could be found in the late hidden Yuan stage. Ahead, Zhou Lin glanced back slightly and nodded his head slightly. Half a quarter of an hour later, Zhou Lin let out a long whistle and flew straight up 3 feet high, his long sword sheathed with a vibrating resonance. The Jinfu division has locked up a group of bandits from the 100 Luck Fabric House, and you and others have tied your hands. Anyone who dares to disobey Immortal Qin's law shall be killed without pardon. Chapter 44, Kaiyang Realm. The person was in mid-air, and the long blade chopped straight out. A 3-foot-long green-colored blade light flashed out and chopped on the plaque of the 3-story store in front of him. The hardwood gilt plaque snapped off in response and fell to the ground. This 3 feet of blade light was the legendary blade qi. It was the first time that Zhang Yuan had watched a strong man catalyze his blade qi to strike from such a close distance. This 3-zhang blade qi can be said to be indestructible, not to mention a hardwood plaque. Even gold and iron can also be cut off in one chop. Blade qi was between tangible and intangible, using one's own true essence as a guide and the true intent of martial arts as a foundation, catalyzing the power of the intent and transforming it into qi. There is a legend above the rivers and lakes that the strongest swordsman's sword qi is condensed, and the strength of one person can push the mountain to break the river. A few days ago, when District Yang told the story in the Immortal Qin legend, he mentioned the ancient Immortal Qin sword Dao powerhouse, whose sword qi was 30,000 miles across, cutting through the 19 states of heaven and earth. That kind of elegance could only be imagined, and was far less shocking than the intuitive feeling that the 3 feet of blade light brought to Zhang Yuan at this time. Plain and simple. One cut. No matter how strong the blade technique is, it can only be helpless in the face of this kind of blade qi. No wonder the so-called hidden Yuan realm experts were simply treated like ants in the eyes of the strongest people who had cultivated Hotian true Yuan. Boom! The blade light not only chopped off the plaque of the 100 luck clothier, but also the 10-foot-high gateway. The shattered lintels and plaques that smashed down stirred up a cloud of dust. Zhou Lin flew and landed 3 feet away from the door of the 100 luck cloth villa, standing upright with his sword. Zhang Yuan was standing on the flying eaves of the opposite street at this moment, with his bow in his hand, gazing at the sky. The 100 luck cloth farm was in turmoil. The sound of smashing and collision came out, and then there were several figures running out of it in a sorry state, green-colored clothing and armor, holding swords and weapons. This is the rangers who arrived first. Yu Liang and Gao Chang were carrying some wounds on their bodies, holding their swords while waving them as they exited from the gate court. The two were breaking the back of those running colleagues. A middle-aged man wearing a gray martial arts robe and holding a long sword in his hand had a sinister look, and his sword light swung out, forcing Yu Liang and Gao Chang to scramble. If not for Zhang Yuan's message, knowing that the army of the Jinfu Division's conquest of the 100 luck fabric house will arrive soon, the two men are afraid that they will also run away in panic at this moment. Where is the battle power of the patrol guards and enemy of the Jianghu martial artists lurking in the 100 luck cloth manor? The middle-aged martial artist who had forced Yu Liang and Gao Chang out of the doorway looked up and trembled when he saw Zhou Lin standing 3 feet away with a sword. He gritted his teeth and let out a low roar. The speed of the sword in his hand steeply increased by 3 times, turning into a green-colored light ball and slamming towards Yu Liang and Gao Chang's chest. This sword was so fast and powerful that the long swords in the hands of the two men were directly churned away just by touching them. The two men were pale. At this point, it was too late to escape. Shoo, dang dash. A sharp whistle flashed by. An arrow slammed into the top of the sword blade, causing the sword-flowering mass of light to tremble and pause slightly. Shoo, the second arrow had already flown down in front of that green-robed martial artist's chest. The green-robed martial artist reluctantly retracted his sword, the blade churning the second arrow to pieces. Shoo, a third arrow flew down. The green-robed martial artist retreated into the doorway. The arrow stuck in the hardwood threshold, penetrated 5 inches, buzzing vibration. Anyone who crosses this line with a weapon, kill. Zhang Yuan's voice rang out. Zhou Lin's gaze swept across, his expression calm, only a flash of crystalline light came from his eyes. Amazement appeared on the faces of Zhao Zijian and the others who arrived later. 3 arrows in 1. Save the day, retreat from the enemy, and draw the line. The means that Zhang Yuan had displayed. Where could a soap guard who was new to the Jinfu division have? Even a veteran soap guard expert could not do this cleanly. A group of archers flew and landed on the surrounding high ground, longbows held in their hands, blocking the exit of the doors and windows of the 100 luck clothier. Yu Liang and Gao Chang turned around and saw Zhang Yuan bending his bow and arrow on the flying eaves. Their faces showed surprise, nodding their heads and busily backing away. Everything is timed just right. The street was already roaring with footsteps, and the army of the rangers had arrived. Captain He Ju of the Patrol Guard Battalion has come to serve. Captain Zhao Yunma of the Patrol Guard Battalion greets Lord Zhou. 2 battalions of military guards, sealing off the long street. Zhou Lin stood still with his sword. His body's qi and blood coalesced, and the qi around his body seemed to be locked up, transforming into a white halo of interlocking light. A dull and depressing atmosphere began to spread. Yao Guang Realm. Zhang Yuan had only heard about this realm the day before at Tao Qing's offering. The first realm of the martial way, Hidden Yuan, was to boil the qi and blood. The second realm, Dong Ming, is to open the qi veins and gather the true essence of the Hotian. To the third realm of Yao Guang, one's own qi and blood merge with the true essence, converge internally and externally, and can affect the outside of one's body to produce the vision of flowing light. This stream of light could be more than just light and shadow. The Hidden Yuan realm could not break this layer of light and shadow with its full strength. Kill out. The sound of loud shouts came out from among the stores of the 100 luck cloth villa, and 4 or 5 figures rushed out clutching bundles of cloth. Shoo! 3 arrows flew out and nailed on top of the cloth used as a shield. The 3 archers struck, but they were unable to stop these martial artists who rushed out of the store. Zhou Lin let out a cold snort as the long blade in his hand steeply lifted up and slashed down. Boom! The 10 feet long blade light carried a sharp whistle that tore through space as it struck down, chopping the 2 martial artists in front of them who were rushing outward clutching their cloths into 2 pieces with their cloths. The blood was drenched with the scattered cloths, dyeing a red carpet in front of the doorway of the 100 luck clothier. The other martial artists who rushed out retreated back into the store in panic. In the distance across the market pavilion on the people who had also poked their heads out, instantly dispersed, a lot of dry heaving sound came. It's the Jinfu division taking people. It's not a treat. Zhang Yuan stood on top of the flying eaves, his hand on the bowstring, and watched all of this with cold eyes. After a few torture envoy missions, He could already manage to watch the bloodshed scene with a calm mind. Zhou Lin made no one in the 100 Luck Cloth Manor dare to rush out again. For a moment, the scene was silent. At the corner of the marketplace, the soap clothes guards of the Jinfu division had come running. Tu Hao, the point of punishment officer of the point of punishment division, and Su Qi-xiong of the Wuwei division came forward with slow steps. Seeing Su Qi-xiong, the two patrol camp lieutenants both rushed forward to salute. How? Su Qi-xiong swept his gaze across the blood in front of the gate court, glanced at the arrow nailed to the threshold, and turned his head to Zhou Lin, already blocked off the cloth farm, not allowing a single bandit to escape. Zhou Lin reported in a loud voice. Su Qi-xiong nodded, his gaze turning to Tu Hao on the side. I'm grateful to Commander Su and all the brothers. Tu Hao's face was calm as he spoke softly. Before Su Qi-xiong could say anything, several figures had already rushed out of the store, carrying dazzling fireworks. Boom! Several rags and silk cloths were set on fire, flames rushing up to the sky, and thrown from the store door. Blazing flames erupted in all directions, causing the rangers gathered in the street to back away. At the doorway, Su Qi-xiong frowned and raised his hand. Boom! Within a 3-foot radius, all the flames and cloth were blasted into mincemeat, then rolled backwards into the store, stirring up a wail. Amazement flashed across the eyes of Zhang Yuan, who was standing on the flying roof, blazing like the sun, in place of the might of the heavens. Kaiyang Realm. This is the strength of the first person of the soap clothes guards of the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division. Chapter 45, the soap clothes guard of the Jinfu Division. Zhang Yuan is here. This was the second Kaiyang Realm figure that Zhang Yuan had seen. The other was Jin Chanlu, the former 5th-ranked general, who had been imprisoned in Cell A1 of the Department of Prisons at the time. In the Kaiyang Realm, one can move mountains and break down yakes with a single move of the hand. The Kaiyang Realm was also the pinnacle that the vast majority of cultivators in the world could reach. Above the Kaiyang Realm, it was not something that could be accomplished through bitter cultivation. Su Qi-xiong raised his hand. Zhou Lin and the arriving Chao Zhengtang flew up and rushed up to the second floor of the 100 Luck Clothier. Blade lights and the sound of violent shouts resounded. Shoo! Zhang Yuan shot out an arrow, which struck a window on the second floor of the 100 Luck Cloth Villa that had just been pushed open, piercing the shoulder of the martial artist who had opened the door. Su Qi-xiong raised his eyes to glance at Zhang Yuan and nodded his head slightly. Several other bowmen looked at each other and leapt across the marketplace, rushing up to the attic of the 100 Luck Clothier and crashing into the windows. The short sound of arrows and crossbows flying by rang out. Below, the soap clothes guards squad that ran close to the front didn't need to be commanded. They directly cooperated with each other and rushed into the store. Zhang Yuan flew and landed on the eaves of the 100 Luck Cloth farm, put away his longbow, and held the crossbow in his hand. Between short bursts, a crossbow is faster and smoother than a longbow. Sweeping his eyes over the surrounding area, he did not rush into the cloth store as the others did, but instead, his figure flew over a few eaves and landed in the scattered courtyards at the back. Luoyang City and the big store's business firms are the front store backyard, covering quite a vast area. Various kinds of cloth and supplies were piled up in the courtyard. At this moment, the front yard was already filled with killing sounds, and the figures running and chasing were constantly flashing. Zhang Yuan, Sun Zhe, who had severed half of the shoulder of a grey-robed martial artist with a single slash of his long sword, gasped for air and was a bit surprised to see Zhang Yuan in the compound. Head, guard the hospital door. No one is allowed in. Zhang Yuan looked towards the mountains of cloth and supplies and spoke in a deep voice. His words caused Sun Zhe and Li Changwei, who was right behind him, to stare for a moment before they nodded heavily. They are all veterans of the soap clothes guards, and naturally know that in addition to taking people, possessions are also an important gain. Military honors count as decapitation, decapitation is beheading and capture is capturing. The four of them guarded the entrance to the compound, and whether it was the running Jianghu martial artists or those soap-clothed guards, all of them were blocked by Sun Zhe and Chen Liang, who were armed with long soldiers, when they reached the front of the compound. Sun Zhe, you're not being generous. Yang Changhai, the flag officer of the A2 team wearing black armor, led a few people behind him to run to the courtyard gate, and seeing Sun Zhe and the others escorting them here, he was a bit lost for a while. Sun Zhe did not reply, but only gripped the long soldier in his hand tightly. Zhang Yuan, if you have the ability, kill the enemy and make your mark. It's no fun to pick up this kind of cheapness. Liang Chao, who was following behind Yang Changhai, drank and turned around. The rest of Team A2 followed suit. Zhang Yuan shook his head, not bothering to speak. If the A2 team had held this place, as usual, they wouldn't have let anyone else take a share of the credit. Is your Fu division really going to kill everyone? A sad and angry cry came out from the middle of the 100-luck clothier. It was the voice of Tang Weiliang, the shopkeeper of the cloth shop. Boom! A window crashed open, and several martial artists wearing black robes and holding swords rushed out. At the back, Chao Zhangtang chased after him holding his long sword. Boom! Boom! Several other figures crashed out of several windows and doorways before running off in all directions. At least 30 or so martial artists with not bad cultivation were scattered around as if they were frying pans. In the middle of the 100-luck clothier, rising flames rose. It was clearly those cloths that were set on fire. This scene caused Su Qishon's eyebrows to lock up as he slowly clenched his fists. On the side, Tu Hao also narrowed his eyes. This flame burns all the captures of the Fu division, which is a war merit, and it's a pity to burn it like this. And if the flames stretched out, they could not help but disturb more people. It's not something they want to see. What's more, these scattered bandits have rushed out in all directions, obviously trying to blend in with the homes and other stores and create chaos with a view to taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Stop the enemy! The two patrol captains shouted, and a team of patrol soldiers came forward with their weapons. They were proficient in dealing with this kind of scene, with their long soldiers moving forward and setting up their longbows, only blocking the bandits who were scattered and running away, and not engaging them in a fight to the death. Zhou Lin, who stepped out of the store with his sword in hand, swept his sword across the room, cutting down the three martial artists before letting out a low shout. After them, the soap-clothes guard squads in the store killed out in a tidal wave, forming small formations and quickly surrounding the scattered bandits who were blocked by the patrol guards. Whether you are in the middle or late stage of the hidden Yuan, or even the one or two bandits with the battle power of the hidden Yuan de Chang, all of them could only run away under the siege, without the power to fight back. At this time, Zhang Yuan, who was guarding the compound, had a clean slate. Head, why don't we go for a kill as well? Li Changwei looked around and spoke in a low voice. This was the time to pick up military honors. Those bandits no longer had the will to fight. As long as they surrounded and were more careful to cooperate, it was easy to grind and kill. Sun Zhe was a bit impressed and turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, you guard here. With that, he led Qin Liang and Li Changwei to rush out. Zhang Yuan did not make a sound to stop him. Military honors are accumulated one level at a time. There are not many opportunities to round up dozens of bandits at once like today, and it's a military honor to earn one. Every military merit saved by several old brothers was paving the way for him. Zhang Yuan, to become a Xi'an armor guard, 3 levels, 1 merit, 3 merits, 1 turn. To become a Xuanjia guard, you need 3 merits, or 9 decapitation military merits. With one hand on the hand crossbow and the other pressed on top of the hilt, Zhang Yuan swept his gaze around. Among the bandits scattered and running away, the figure of Tang Weiliang was not seen. This 100-luck cloth manor's grand master, the big shot who controls a side of the black market trade, is still hiding in the shadows. Darkness. Zhang Yuan's heart stirred as he turned to look at the compound behind him. He took a few steps up to the eaves of the courtyard and swept his gaze over the scattered piles of cloth. Boom! The short crossbow in his hand shot out, and the 10 crossbow arrows turned into a scattering of stars. Crossbows flew, piercing through the piles of cloth and hitting the 2 stalking figures. 2 miserable cries came out, followed by the sound of swords being sheathed. Zhang Yuan also did not make a sound, just stood on the eaves fence, changed the new crossbow arrow box, and then shot directly into the air. Switch crossbows and shoot. At a time scattered crossbows and arrows do not know how many, as if all around the soap-clothes guard's ambush. Tang Wei Liang, you victimized my old man. Rip ho ho ho, surname Tang is going to sell us out. Charge out, and take a few of them with you even if you die. Mixed shouts rang through the compound. The sound of swords clashing and the sound of drinking and cursing rang out. A pile of burlap was knocked aside and a tunnel entrance was revealed. Several martial artists with long swords and long knives in their hands swung their knives and swords in their hands, slashing in all directions. By now, Zhang Yuan had already emptied the crossbow he had with him. He threw away his hand crossbow and regained his grip on his longbow, the bowstring drawn as a full moon. At this moment, it was as if the breeze was whispering in his ears, and there was a trace of true essence power lingering and chanting above that long arrow. Buzz. Bowstring release. The arrow turned into a meteor. Put. A figure dressed in gray cloth and holding a long sword was pierced through the throat with an arrow. The flying blood was translucent with brilliant red, and there was also a fiery surge of chi and blood. There he is. Only one. Kill him. The other 3 bandits who had turned around roared furiously and charged towards Zhang Yuan. If they are besieged, these bandits will naturally lose their nerve. Seeing that there was only one person blocking the way to intercept, their hearts spewed out with evil. All evil people are, by and large, of the same mindset. Surrounded by several figures, Tang Weiliang, whose hair was cloaked, gritted his teeth and stared at the figure standing with a bow on the eaves of the wall. Zhang Yuan, Tang Weiliang roared out in a low voice with red eyes. Everything he had was ruined in the hands of this Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan swept his gaze across, loosening the longbow in his hand and pulling out the goose plume at his waist with one hand. The soap guard of the Jinfu division. Zhang Yuan is here, you villains, bind your hands. The words had just begun, and his body was like a hawk, holding his sword with both hands. Zhang Yuan flew and chopped. Kill. Chapter 46. Kill this man and I will reward you with 10 taels of gold. The light of the blade was like a waterfall, chopping down with a loud and long chant. In terms of thickness, the wild goose plume sword was not ranked in the Jianghu. In terms of blade techniques, the cloak blade technique that Zhang Yuan had practiced was even more unusual, and was far less agile than the blade techniques in the Jianghu. In terms of cultivation, in terms of experience, Zhang Yuan is only a hidden Yuan late-stage soap guard. But also with these blood-licking Jianghu guests in front of the knife mouth is very far. But at this time wearing soap clothes, holding a wild goose plume, Zhang Yuan flew down. The three rushed forward. The Jianghu guest actually did not dare to face with him directly. Within 3 knives, no one dares to block. This is the power of the Jinfu division. Goose plumes, soap coats, inherently intimidating. The knife-chopping Zhang Yuan's hand did not stop. The blade rolled and swung, striking the waves forward. A surge of Xi'an blood surged through his body. Just now, when he shot the bandit with an arrow, there was already a backwash of Xi'an blood surging into his mind. The blade light shattered the shadow. The bandit's memories turned into streams of flickering light, and the Xi'an blood that he had cultivated surged through Zhang Yuan's body. A Jianghu martial artist in the middle stage of hidden Yuan. Most of the Jianghu martial artists were not as thick in Xi'an blood as the martial artists in the Jinfu division and the military, and their roots of torment were solid. The Xi'an blood power surging into Zhang Yuan's body was not strong, but it could sustain his consumption at this time. He could strike out with all his might regardless of the loss, and the light of his blade connected into a brilliant sheet. Block him? No retreating. Tang Weiliang's voice was permeated with an anger that was hard to suppress. Kill this man and I'll reward you with 10 taels of gold. What is an outlaw? It is to see money in the eye of the beholder, to be reckless and desperate for the sake of wealth and goods, for the sake of immediate benefits. The opening price of 10 taels of gold instantly caused those few defeated martial artists to stop in their tracks. A single knife in one man's hand was handed out towards Zhang Yuan. One person was like a swallow, flying and stabbing his sword, pointing at Zhang Yuan's throat. The last man quietly fished out a foot-long flying sword from his coat pocket and pressed it into his hand. Dang dash! Zhang Yuan's wild goose plume long sword clashed with that single blade only once and swung it away. The long goose plume sword that chopped straight down without stopping, chopping at the bandit's shoulder and bringing up a shower of splattered blood. With the blade brought along, slightly sidestepping, Zhang Yuan dodged the sword light that flew and stabbed at his throat, lifting his leg and kicking the sword-wielding middle-aged man in the waist, stomping him a foot away and dropping him into a pile of cloths. Drawing his knife in his hand, Zhang Yuan's eyes were filled with viciousness as he stared at the bandit who was secretly withholding a flying knife in his hand. Qi and blood were in harmony with the fury, and Zhang Yuan's bravery of injuring 2 enemies with a single slash caused the bandit to tremble, and he could not help but step back. Zhang Yuan pressed his left hand on the hilt of the black-sheath goose plume sword at his waist, while his right hand gripped the long sword tightly, the blade rising as he walked forward slowly, regardless of whether it was the bandit who was withholding the flying dagger, or the several martial artists with swords in their hands afterward. All of them retreated with their feet, not daring to approach. The narrow way is the way to go. Kill. Someone among those martial artists who were suppressed by Zhang Yuan's fury chi aura let out a low cry and rushed over with a long sword in their hands. Late hidden element. The blade's shadow with wind chopped down, leading several other people to strike at the same time. Zhang Yuan did not flinch. His cloak and blade technique unfolded. The light of his blade was silver and bright like a practice, clashing with these swords and knives, inducing a crisp vibration. Jianghu martial arts specializes in vacillating and moving lightly. The sword strokes that crashed into Zhang Yuan were all the same. However, at this moment, these people were pressed into the piles of cloth and groceries in the small courtyard, and their way was blocked by Zhang Yuan, who had a sword for each of them. Their moves simply couldn't be played with enough subtlety. On the contrary, Zhang Yuan's cloak blade technique was stripped from the battlefield, and each blade light was magnificent and majestic, carrying the overwhelming battle intent of killing with a single blow. In this situation, Zhang Yuan, with one person and one sword, was able to block the way forward for these bandits. A body of qi and blood was like boiling. A thin pillar of smoke rose above Zhang Yuan's head, and the innate true essence in his meridians stirred and surged, dividing the power of qi and blood, making his blade technique more calm and steady, one blade after another, without any haste or slowness. Simple and direct blade techniques to outnumber the enemy. Zhang Yuan's perception of blade techniques at this time was on a higher level. As Zhao Pingchuan and the others said, the only real battle, the fight between life and death, is the most toughened people, the most able to make people grow. The knife is supposed to be a killing tool. The knife method is supposed to be a killing technique. How can you sharpen your true strength without killing with a knife? Stab dash. The long knife cut through the clothes of a grey-robed bandit, causing him to retreat in panic. And taking advantage of this moment, Zhang Yuan chopped 4 times in a row, cutting off the long sword in the hands of a bandit. The battle circle instantly broke open, and Zhang Yuan let out a long cry as he took a step forward, the knife in his hand chopping down heavily towards a peak late-stage hidden Yuan bandit. Kill! The wind whistling from the blade mixed with the sound of a high roar, carrying a long chant that sounded like a tiger's roar. The bandit had no way of avoiding it, and could only raise the knife in his hand, holding it with both hands, against his head. Dang dash! The wild gooseplume blade cut off that long blade, and then the blade chopped at the top of its head. Blood spurted and sprayed Zhang Yuan with a headlong bang. This blazing blood qi rushed into his body, causing the already agitated qi and blood in his body to be even more like a tidal wave turning over. The bulge in his meridians and the smoothness of slashing through the enemy caused Zhang Yuan to raise his head to the sky. With this kind of blood courage and bravery, coupled with the blood-colored hideousness between his head and face, the bandits who resisted Zhang Yuan all dared not approach. Gentlemen, kill this person, or none of you will be able to leave. Tang Weiliang stared at Zhang Yuan, his voice with killing intent resounding once again. He reached out and pointed at Zhang Yuan. His name is Zhang Yuan. He is the newly promoted head jailer among the Jinfu Division's prisons. And this is the guy who spoiled my big event and made my 100 luck cloth farm ruined. Gentlemen, I would like to offer. Before he could finish his words, the long sword in Zhang Yuan's hand shook, bringing up a vibration that cut his words short. To kill a Jinfu Division soapguard in the middle of Luoyang Prefecture City, I really want to see who has such courage. Moving forward with his sword, Zhang Yuan's gaze swept across the surroundings. His blade was pointed at the sword-wielding middle-aged man to his left who wore a grey robe and had his hair tied up in grey twine on his head. Xi'an Jin of the Yi family village outside of the city is openly the head of the Yi family's martial arts instructor, and secretly trades without capital. Zhang Yuan's words caused the big man named Xi'an Jin's face to change sharply and he could not help but take a step back. Zhang Yuan let out a laugh and said lightly, "If you dare to kill me, Yi family village will be exterminated tomorrow." Even if Xi'an Jin's martial cultivation had clearly touched the barriers of the cavernous brightness realm, at this moment, his face showed panic. Zhang Yuan also did not look at Xi'an Jin. His gaze then turned to the other side, the Three Leaves Taoist Temple of Three Leaves Mountains Guan Master Yuharan. The black market business seems to be smoother than your Taoist temple's purification. These words directly caused the black-bearded, green-robed Taoist's face to swell red, but he didn't dare reply. He had already hidden his identity, but he didn't want to be broken by Zhang Yuan's voice. Zhang Yuan stepped forward, his eyes swept over, and his mouth spoke out the names and identities of all these Jianghu guests around him. This caused everyone here to be frightened, and for a moment they simply lost their way. The most fearful thing is to leave the old bottom in the government. How can you make those unprofitable deals when your own family has everything figured out? Of course, they did not know that Zhang Yuan had the memories of Xiao Mingjing, and at this time, he had also beheaded 2 bandits and probed their memories, and with the 2 combinations, most of these people in front of him were able to tell their roots. The Jinfu Division suppresses the world, so with this bit of your hooks, can you really hide them from the eyes of the Jinfu Division? Zhang Yuan dragged his long sword and took a step forward, pressing forward. In the distance, the sound of a hooting and hollering had come. The fight here had attracted the attention of the Jinfu Division's army. Gentlemen, kill him so we can live. Tang Weiliang's face was pale as he drew out the sword in the hand of a martial artist beside him and pointed it at Zhang Yuan, his blade trembling. Some of the crowd of Jianghu martial artists had killing intent flashing in their eyes. Some had a look of fear on their faces, and some had their eyes wandering. Looking around, Zhang Yuan's cultivation level was not high, but at this moment, his shocking power was too strong. No one dared to be the first to strike. Boom! A voice resounded beyond the courtyard wall of the small courtyard, and then with a roar, the courtyard wall was shattered by someone's palm. revealing a smoke-scattered half-decade broken wall. A white-bearded old man and a brocade-robed middle-aged man stood side by side outside the compound. That brocade-robed middle-aged man looked towards Zhang Yuan and lightly smiled and arched his hand. Xia Mingyuan of the Jade Spring Merchant Company has met Master Zhang. Master Zhang, give me a face. Let these fellow Jianghu a way of life. In the future, among the rivers and lakes of Luoyang Prefecture, Master Zhang is long as a word. In the water and fire, the brothers will not be excused. Chapter 47, Dare to Kill. Dare to fight. Know how to advance and retreat. Yuchuan Merchant Bank's boss, Xia Mingyuan. It was the one who had just given Zhang Yuan 3 red sun purple ginseng. Zhang Yuan had not met him, nor had he had any encounters before today. However, from the memories of Xiao Mingjing and the others, they had seen this boss Xia and had also had a lot of dealings with him. Luoyang Prefecture West City Black Market. Business to do the biggest. In addition to the 100 Luck Cloth Bank Tang Weiliang, is the Yuchuan merchant Xia Mingyuan. Both are just as driven and have people behind them. Today, Zhang Yuan asked Huang Gang to send the news of Tang Weiliang's exploration to Xia Mingyuan. And this Xia shopkeeper not only took out 2 valuable red young purple ginseng, but also came here in person. So it is evident that he has the courage to do so. He came to the 100 Luck Clothier to save lives. Save these jungle visitors who are blocked in the middle of the cloth. These people have little to do with the 100 Luck Cloth Farm. And it doesn't matter if they walk off or not, but if these people are caught in the Jinfu division, then a layer of skin can be scraped off anyone's body. Who can be really clean when they are in the jungle? Xia Mingyuan will save these people away. Cast of favor. After Luoyang province above the rivers and lakes, the black market, the reputation of the Jade Spring Trading House will have. In the Jianghu, fame is often more valuable than gold and silver. Holding the knife in his hand, Zhang Yuan did not turn around. His gaze swept around. This was forced to the end, and by Tang Weiliang provoked the killing intent of these Jianghu martial artists. At this time are on the face of a few points to please, and no longer have just that the eyes of the ferocious appearance of the chills. Most people in the jungle, especially at the bottom of the jungle, are capable of giving and taking. As long as I don't die today, I'll be a good man again when I turn my head. Zhang Yuan's long blade shook as he said indifferently, to give Boss Xia a face. Those who have nothing to do with 100 Luck Cloth Villa can leave on their own. Irrelevant people. As Zhang Yuan's words fell, those individual Jianghu martial artists were already busy arching their hands before running towards the broken wall that had been smashed out to the side and rushing out of the compound. They're all irrelevant. Really. Thank you, Master Zhang, for raising your hand. Boss Xia, a certain family has remembered the favor of today's helping hand. Don't worry, Master Zhang. If I miss today, I will have a generous reward. A figure ran away at a fast pace. Even the few martial artists who were holding swords to protect Tang Weiliang, their faces changed. Some ran away. Some took a few steps back to protect Tang Weiliang behind them. In the end, there are still loyal and brave people who are not afraid to die. A trace of struggle flashed in Tang Weiliang's eyes as he gritted his teeth and stared at Zhang Yuan. Master Zhang, Mr. Xia will not delay your big event. We will remember today's favor. Xia Mingyuan arched his hand toward Zhang Yuan and took a step backward, exiting the compound before nodding his head toward the old man at his side. The old man's body moved and had transformed into an eagle, raising his hand and slapping down with a palm. The whistling palm wind transformed into the shadow of a pale wolf, sending the 3 martial artists protecting Tang Weiliang's body flying directly into the air, breaking their sternums. 3 martial artists who were at least in the late Hidden Yuan and Hidden Yuan achievement realms couldn't block a single palm. This old man's cultivation level was definitely high and deep. The first time he entered the cave brightness realm he couldn't even do this kind of clean kill. Tang Weiliang was also slammed against the fence by the huge force of the palm wind caught in this palm, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The old man who had slapped out a palm turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan, nodded slightly, and his figure re-entered outside the compound. This palm saved Zhang Yuan a lot of strength. Those 3 determined martial artists would not be easy for him to take down. Tang Weiliang, who had fallen to the ground, had a pained look on his face, as well as a layer of despair and unwillingness. Brother Tang, it's not that I want to kill you. You know too much. It's impossible for that master to keep you. After Xia Mingyuan finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on Tang Weiliang and the 3 martial artists whose breath was already about to be severed. A trace of madness flashed in his eyes as he took a step out, the long blade in his hand chopping down. The store lobby of the 100 Luck Cloth shop, the scattered cloths, wooden frames, and the shattered and scorched windows, doors, and cloths had been cleaned up. To how? the Point Punishment Officer of the Point Punishment Division, and Su Chi-xiong, the Point Punishment Officer of the Wuwei Division, stood side by side. One wore iron armor, and the other's Confucian robe swung lightly. In front of the two men, one of the bandits of the 100 Lut Cloth Farm was arrested and sent out after their identities were checked. Take them away, alive or dead. A copy of the ledger was also brought forward. Tu Hao reached out to receive the account book, raised an eyebrow, and sent it to Su Chi-xiong. Su Chi-xiong's eyes landed on it, and with a he raised his eyes to Zhang Yuan, who was standing by the side. You're Zhang Yuan? Su Chi-xiong's words caused everyone in the lobby to turn their gazes towards Zhang Yuan. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's head and face were covered in blood. His body was surging with qi and blood, and his hand pressed the hilt of the sword with a hint of trembling. In the eyes of outsiders, this was a result of today's battle being overly dramatic, and his qi and blood being severely depleted. My humble position, Zhang Yuan, greets Lord Commander. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and cupped his fists towards Su Chi-xiong. Su Chi-xiong nodded and waved his hand. It's good for young people to dare to fight. We among the Jinfu Division, earning merit with the Gooseplume sword in our hands, are the true braves. Zhang Yuan bowed and shouted, Thank you, Your Honor, for your teachings. The others followed suit and bowed. The A14 was credited with capturing the small yards where the cloth belongings were stacked. Zhang Yuan is another person to stop the main culprit of this investigation, although it did not leave a living soul, but the credit that should be given will not change. That's the best thing about the town hall, life and death. Today, Zhang Yuan was in the limelight. Su Chi-xiong turned his head to look at Tu Hao. The two eyes exchanged a bit, then spoke again. Today's battle you brothers consume a lot, and repair for half a day. All the merit commuted, recorded in the canonical division. Upon hearing his words, everyone bowed and exited the lobby. Only when everyone left did Su Chi-xiong look at the several bodies placed on the ground. Before this Zhang Yuan struck, Tang Wei Liang and those few hidden Yuan realms were already seriously injured and on the verge of death. The cultivation of the person who made the move is the Cave Brightness Realm Grand Completion, and there are only those few in the entire Luoyang Prefecture who have this kind of strength. With those words, a few smiles appeared on his face as he looked towards Tu Hao. This kid Zhang Yuan dares to make up for the killings in such a blatant manner, taking the credit on himself, and brother Tu still wants to value him? Hearing his words, Tu Hao raised his eyes and smiled gently. Commander Su, as much as I value Zhang Yuan, he's still a member of your Wuwei division. And it's not like I'm going to recruit him to the Wenfu division. So what are you worried about? These words made Su Chi-xiong grin widely. You cultivators of the Confucian way have eyes that are too poisonous, and no one can play with your heart's eyes. Su Chi-xiong's gaze was cast into the distance, and deepness flashed in his eyes. Dare to kill, dare to fight, know how to advance and retreat. Also this young, Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu division in the younger generation. There are really not a few such people. A man like that, sharpened more, is a good sword. Tu Hao's face was calm, nodding slightly as he rolled up the booklet in his hand. Commander Su, there's still a hard battle in the Jinfu division, and this evidence may not necessarily bring down Su Jinlin. His words caused the smile on Su Chi-xiong's face to tighten, and there was qi and blood and killing intent rising from his body. Go back to the township. From Xiqing to Dingjiaxiang, Zhang Yuan walked at a fast pace all the way. He was dressed in soap clothes, his hands pressed on his twin swords, his head and face covered in blood, making people look away and avoid him. At this time, he was not at all concerned about the gazes of the unexpected, and was only focused on suppressing the surging qi and blood in his body to death. Greedy. At the last moment, he made a move to kill the Tang Wei Liang and the three martial artists whose breath was about to be cut off. The successive beheading of two late-stage hidden Yuan and one great hidden Yuan, along with a Tang Wei Liang, caused Zhang Yuan, who had already beheaded two people, to intercept too much qi and blood all over his body to be able to refine it. Inside his head, the colliding flashes of memories were even more jumbled. Boo! Kicking open the door of his small courtyard, Zhang Yuan took a step inside. Yun Yang and Ouyang in the middle of the small courtyard stood up. Koro! Yun Yang looked at Zhang Yuan, whose face was covered in blood, and her face turned pale. Koro, but you're hurt. Before she could finish her sentence, she was already hugged by Zhang Yuan and ran into the compartment with great strides. The door to the compartment was closed with a snap. Standing in the small courtyard, District Yang's expression changed, took a few deep breaths, went to the stove and brought a basin of water, and walked towards the compartment. Chapter 48 Walking on Thin Ice. Boss Tang, Zhang Yuan, a soap guard, is still not a bad person. At least it's good for Yun Yang. He was also quite diligent about learning the language. Soapclothes guards in the rare Zhang Yuan like this. The district Yang saw the military soldiers' martial arts, most for not so progressive good learning. These days the district Yang this tutor to do is also quite smooth. 2 taels of silver tutor's salary, not to mention the daily peace of mind of the meal, but also with the Yun Yang to discuss the Qin skills. If not, she would never have brought the water. Today, it looks like Zhang Yuan must have been injured quite a bit, with his head and face covered in blood. As his Confucian teacher, it was only right to help fetch a basin of water. It was only at the doorway of the compartment that Yang found himself enough reasons to carry the water basin and hold it against the door of the compartment. When the water basin fell, instantly, blushing, "Sister Oh, please close the door." The voice came from the middle of the room. Yang's eyes were frozen. Yang doesn't know how he closed the door behind him. She didn't know how she got from the doorway of the compartment to the small courtyard. What did he just see? How could they do such a thing? No, it seemed like they were supposed to be a couple, and it wasn't impossible to do this. And no, this thing, how can this be? No, 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 what were you thinking? Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, the voice coming from his ears grew louder and louder. Young's face swelled red as he got up and left. Just as he reached the doorway, someone poked their head out of the door. "Hey, mister. Oh, did Zhang's father brother come back just now?" Looking at his head and face stained with blood, could it be that something happened to him? Does it matter? The one who spoke was the next-door Mo, with a few curiosities on her face. Yun Yang had said that this Mo Nyan was a big mouth who usually spoke ill of Zhang Yuan and Yun Yang. Yang shook his head and waved his hand. Nothing, nothing. The mission of the Jinfu division you still don't want to pry more. When she finished, she heaved the door shut. Behind them, the voices in the compartments were more euphonious and melodious. Zhang Yuan felt as if he was on top of the green clouds. The memories that had been blown up in his mind were grouped in categories. All kinds of figures, all kinds of martial arts, all kinds of experiences, and all kinds of hidden secrets were turned into fragments and stored. The cultivation experience of those Jianghu martial artists was more or less the same. All of them were low-ranked martial artists who mixed around the Luoyang prefecture area and lived off some mob business. No qualifications, no resources, not even a background of connections. Such low-ranked martial artists were the cornerstones that made up a huge Jianghu. The only thing these martial artists can take is their not-so-hard kung fu, and their not-so-hard lives. Why Jianghu martial artists are mostly righteous and act less regulated? Probably because they have already looked down on life and death. Unlike these few martial artists' memories, Tang Weiliang, the great Tang shopkeeper who had operated the 100 Lut Cloth Villa for 20 years, was calculating in every way, careful in everything, and skating on thin ice on the right and left. This time, if it wasn't for Zhang Yuan blocking the way, he, Big Boss Tang, would have been able to send a group of Jianghu martial artists away from the Jinfu division's roundup as usual. Acting only look at the results unscrupulous. A variety of backhanded, precautionary, calculating people's hearts. This neither much Confucianism practice, but also no means of martial arts. Tang Dajiobeo can be in the Luoyang province in charge of a party in the black market for 20 years. Can be said to be a miracle. Images tumbled through Zhang Yuan's mind as he scrutinized Tang Weiliang's various experiences. That lurking behind it, a single character also quietly emerged. The rise of Tang Weiliang is no accident. Memories churned, qi and blood trembled, and a bead of blood condensed in Zhang Yuan's mind. In addition to condensing 12 blood beads, there was also a lot of qi and blood power transformed into vigorous innate true essence in the body. The true essence stirred and traveled through the sinews and veins, causing the sinews and meridians that had already been stabilized to tremble once again. Opening his eyes, Zhang Yuan gripped Yunyang's waist and rolled over. Like a sobbing voice resounded for a moment. Outside the room there is a clang-clang of the ancient zither sound melodious together. The rhythm of this zither was light and heavy, calming Zhang Yuan's mind. Yunyang's voice was more ebullient. Zhang Yuan walked out of the compartment with a thin shirt on. The melodious sound of the piano came to an abrupt end. Thanks, mister. Oh. Zhang Yuan lifted the water basin at the doorway and lowered his voice to speak. The sound of Yang's zither had some effect on the channeling of his qi, blood and true essence. If it was the 18-year-old brat from before, Zhang Yuan would have been too embarrassed to go out of the door of the compartment, much less say such words of thanks. I can roughly guess that you are, because of the qi and blood fury attack. Before you do what? Yang, who had his back turned to Zhang Yuan, finally did not say anything and just stood up. I'm going on a trip to visit a friend, and I've left a couple of booklets, so you can ask Yun Yang to fetch them for you. Without turning back, Yang headed straight for the door. When she reached the doorway, she paused. You must not fail Yang. She has really given too much for you. With the words out of her mouth, she pulled the door open and left at a brisk pace. Zhang Yuan turned his head to look at the stone table. Yang's guqin had forgotten to take it away. Behind her, the warm body leaned gently. Zhang Yuan took the arm holding his waist in his hands. Gently, warmly. It's the way Koro comes back covered in blood in my dreams, and I can't sleep. I know that Koro is a soap guard. I know that I'm really nothing more than a ship's maiden. And if it weren't for Koro, I don't know what would have become of me. I never thought I could have a little yard like this, with Koro guarding it, and I didn't dare. Before Yang could finish her words, Zhang Yuan turned around and wrapped his arms around her. Someone poked their head out of the doorway of the small courtyard and shrank back. Young people? Ah, this broad daylight is hugging, and not behind the back of people. In the middle of the study, Zhang Yuan sat still. Tang Weiliang's memories involved quite a few hidden secrets. Among them, there were also some hidden treasures, which in terms of value could be several times more than those of Xiao Mingjing. It was the accumulation of a merchant who had run the black market for 20 years. But the vast majority of the wealth that Tang Weiliang operates in his hands, the vast majority of which is not in his hands. The big families in the city, the Jianghu forces outside the city, the officials in the city, and even the Jinfu division, had to take 80% of his earnings every year. That is to say, he was actually just the acting head of the black market transactions in the city. Even the people behind him had to silence him when he fell. Is it the prefectural judge Rao Qinghai, or the Confucian and Taoist academic records? Or, perhaps, the ones in the Jinfu division? Zhang Yuan also couldn't tell who authorized Xia Mingyuan to silence him. With Tang Weiliang's status involved, there are too many people who want to kill him. Shaking his head, Zhang Yuan suppressed these memories. As with the treasures concealed by Xiao Mingjing, the wealth left behind by Tang Weiliang should remain untouched for the time being, lest it be tainted with right and wrong. For the current Zhang Yuan, wealth and resources were all external things, and his own cultivation was the true foundation. Thinking about cultivation, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. The 12 blood beads in his mind vibrated as layers of qi and blood infused his body. The true essence in the meridians flowed back and forth, and the power of qi and blood in the body had thickened to the point where it rolled like a tide. It's true that wealth and riches are at stake. What a great reward for this spell! The accumulation of qi, blood, and true essence alone would save at least a year of hard work, and tomorrow's meritocracy. Zhang Yuan whispered softly, a hint of longing showing on his face. The decapitation of his head and the accumulation of merits brought him one step closer to becoming a Xi'an armor guard. As for today's offense against the main secretary of the Wenfu division, provoking Tu Hao and Liao Yunfan to fight with Su Jinlin, these do not need to be put in mind. He, Zhang Yuan, only needed to do his own thing, raise his cultivation, and be the sharpest sword. The sharper the knife, the more useful it is. Chapter 49, Mr. Fan, Xiao Lang. I've changed my clothes. Let's go return the guqin to Sister O. Today, it is really rude. Outside the compartment, Yun Yang, who was dressed in a man's costume look, holding the guqin wrapped in cloth, quietly opened her mouth, her face revealing a hint of blush that would make one's fingers tingle. Today, when it is really too shy. I don't know how much of it was seen by Yang. Still all seen. I guess that when Yang said that he was going out to visit his friends, he was actually embarrassed to meet with himself and Xiao Lang in the past few days. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on Yun Yang's radiant and beautiful face. At that moment, Yun Yang's body then had the feeling of qi and blood and innate true essence surging from a martial arts practitioner. However, this trace of power was so faint that he would not have been able to sense it if the power itself had not come from Zhang Yuan. It was hard to believe that by doing these lovey-dovey things with Yun Yang, he could make her a martial arts expert? Zhang Yuan had some expectations. The big deal is to do more of what you love to do. Getting up, he walked out of the small courtyard with Yun Yang and turned a few street corners to the small loft that Yang had rented. Zhang Yuan waited downstairs, but in a few moments, Yun Yang, who was holding a guqin, came down. Behind her was an older woman in her 50s, clutching a thick stack of books. Sister O has already left. Yun Yang's face carried a few moments of loss. She asked me to keep her violin, and these books. Yun Yang turned her head to look at the tome the old woman was holding. The old woman holding the books with a smile on her face sent the books to Zhang Yuan. Senior official, Mr. O, put these books against 5 taels of grain silver in my place, saying that you will come to return them. 5 taels of grain silver. O Young guessed that he didn't have any coils on him and that's why he exchanged his books for books. As for whether the 5 taels of grain silver would be returned, that was nothing to worry about. Oh Young was betting a valuable guqin on Yunyang. Zhang Yuan took out 5 taels of grain silver and added a few copper coins to give it to the old woman, then took over those books and walked back with Yunyang. Xiaolang, Sister O left me a letter. Yunyang was silent for a moment before she spoke in a low voice. She said that you were on duty in the Jinfu division, and that your heart and mind were rushed by the qi and blood fury. And only then did you get that? She said that me helping you to vent is also a solution, but not a permanent one, and asked me to practice the zither more, and for you to read more as well, so that you can dissolve the hostility and the aura with Confucianism and Taoism. Also, turning her head to glance at Zhang Yuan, a few moments of hope appeared on Yunyang's face. Sister O will also visit the Confucian and Taoist masters to ask if there can be a method to dissolve Xiaolang's body's baneful qi. She did not say that the district Yang message, Zhang Yuan, if this is the impact of the baleful gas erosion, will certainly not live long. She even didn't say that if Zhang Yuan had more fury qi in his body, her body wouldn't be able to withstand it, and she would be injured in her qi and blood, and even more so, she wouldn't have a long lifespan. She didn't want her own youngest son to know. As long as I can help my son, what's the point of getting hurt? Zhang Yuan nodded his head without explaining that his body was not infested with fury qi. These were his hidden secrets, which could not be told, and could not be told. Walking side by side, not far from the school happened to break up. 3 or 2 children and teenagers out of it. The black-bearded, Confucian-robed old man who was escorting the scholars out saw Zhang Yuan and Yunyang, nodded, and walked over. District Yang has already told me that if young Zhang has any Confucian problems, he can come and ask me. Gazing at Zhang Yuan for a moment, the old man said softly, it is quite rare for a young brother to be in the Jinfu division, practicing martial arts, and still be dedicated to his studies. Hearing his words, the Yunyang on the side showed joy on her face and busily whispered, many thanks to Mr. Fan. Zhang Yuan also nodded. Thank you, Mr. Fan. Mr. Fan Mingduan, the schoolmaster, has also been here for a little over 20 years. Zhang Yuan from the front into the school, in addition to the Jinfu Si that does not charge tuition fees in the Confucianism school, is in the Fan Mingduan School of Study. However, at that time he was like the other Zenfuji soap guards, studied for 2 years, can read and write some simple words, for the study of literature is not in-depth. Fan Mingduan nodded and turned to enter the school. A few half-grown boys greeted Zhang Yuan at the door, calling him Brother Yuan and Sister-in-law. Among them were Xiao Yang, the son of the neighborhood's Fan Dinyang family, and a few other teenagers from the Din's Alley neighborhood. A few people whispered to each other when Zhang Yuan came just now with a look of reverence. Some of those who did not recognize Zhang Yuan were filled with envy when they looked at the black sheath goose plume hanging from his waist. Most of the sons and daughters in the neighborhood of Dingjiaxiang were from families of military soldiers who had inherited their father's business, and it was their destiny to become soap clothes guards or patrol guards, and it was something that they had always been prepared for. Most of the reading and learning of literature is also in preparation for being better able to hold office. Brother Yuan. On the other side, the teenager with a somewhat slim figure opened his mouth, his gaze falling on the long black sword at Zhang Yuan's waist with a somewhat complicated expression. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan reached out and patted his shoulder, smiling softly. Sun too has high hopes for you. You must learn well here at Mr. Fan's place. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, a gloomy look flashed across Sun Li's face as he shook his head. My father couldn't see me and wouldn't let me practice martial arts. In his eyes I didn't have what it took to become a soap guard. Sun Li is the only son of Sun Zhe. If on the son to inherit his father's business, later should be to become the Jinfu CA4 team soap guards. If you accumulate merit, it is not impossible to become a flag officer of the A4 team. Only Sun Zhe didn't want Sun Li to become a soap guard, and always let him study literature and follow the Confucian way. In order for Zhang Yuan to be able to take care of Sun Li in the future, Sun Zhe even promised to give up his position as a flag officer and help Zhang Yuan to become a Suanjiawi. These things were not known to Sun Li. You want to become a soap cloth guard? Zhang Yuan looked at Sun Li and spoke in a low voice. Sun Li nodded. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on Sun Li. Sun Li had also practiced some martial arts, only to watch that he hadn't even entered the hidden Yuan realm. It's impossible to become a soap guard with this level of cultivation. Without a hidden Yuan realm cultivation, one was not qualified to become a soap clothes guard. Do well, Xiuwen. If you can pass the official exam, I can help you mention it to Sun Tu and let you enter the Jinfu division. As for your martial arts cultivation, I will also find a way. Zhang Yuan had a solemn expression on his face as he looked at Sun Li. Sun Tze was saying that he would give him the position of flag officer. But Zhang Yuan had no intention of staying at soap clothes guard for long. He was going to be a Genghis Khan guard. If Sun Li wanted to become a soap cloth guard and become a flag officer of Team A4 on his day, Zhang Yuan could help him realize his dream. He didn't feel any shame in being a soap guard. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, joy flashed across Sun Li's face. A few people in the A4 team. Only Zhang Yuan supported him to become a soap guard. Official test. I will try my best. Sun Li slightly clenched his fist and whispered in a low voice. Brother Yuan, can I become a soap guard? Xiao Yang, who was not far away, asked in a low voice. Several other teenagers were looking forward to it. Zhang Yuan swept his gaze across and nodded with a light smile. When they returned to the small courtyard in Dingjia Alley, there stood at the door the cook of Ming Quan Lu, Lao Tao, and the mother-in-law of Zhang Yuan's family, Aunt Wu, husband and wife. Originally, Auntie Wu had asked for leave to go home today. Master Zhang, a merchant from Yunzhou, was inquiring about the news of the lady. Old Tao walked up to Zhang Yuan and lowered his voice to speak. Yunzhou merchants, inquiring about Yun Yang? Yun Yang's face changed slightly. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. The palm of his hand, which was pressed against the black-sheathed goose feather at his waist, tightened quietly. Chapter 50. The merchants from Yunzhou ate at Mingquan House, because they specially ordered Yunzhou dishes, and then they also sought out Lao Tao and rewarded him with a few copper coins. The merchant asked if he had seen Master Zhang and asked if he knew where you and your wife lived. Old Tao looked up to Zhang Yuan and whispered, I didn't say anything about you and your wife, but the person who traveled with him seems to be a government official, packing his bags and saying that he can find you. The government man. The Jinfu division suppresses the world and is not afraid of any of the court officials, but Luoyang City is so big. If there are people in the government looking for messages from Zhang Yuan and Yun Yang, they can really do it. Xiao Lang. Yun Yang looked to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan waved his hand with a light smile and reached out to pull out a handful of copper coins, placing them in Old Tao's hand. Maybe it's just my little lady's old Yunzhou relatives and friends who are looking for it. Old Tao, you don't have to care about this matter. I am in the Jinfu division. What can't I set right? Hearing his words, Old Tao proceeded to the copper coins and nodded repeatedly. It's also true that this Master Zhang is a member of the Jinfu division. Although the Age of Light, but also the hands of life and death power in the town of the Department of the Duty of the Person. As Lao Tao laughed, Aunt Wu entered the courtyard and began to prepare dinner. Yun Yang was a bit worried, while Zhang Yuan waved his hand to make her feel relieved. Under the immortal Qin world, the person who dares to touch the Jinfu division has yet to be born. Master Zhang put his arm around Yun Yang's shoulder and said softly, It's been a long time since I've heard Yun Yang play the zither, and it just so happens that there is a zither. So you might play me to listen to it? Yuna nodded. The zither is good. The music is good. And the Yun Yang who plays the zither is extremely good. Nay, Zhang Yuan was messing around, saying that he was learning the zither, but his hand was not stroking the zither, but on Yun Yang. The sound of Yun Yang's zither, unconsciously, also scattered. After dinner, Zhang Yuan went out, saying that he was going to Sun Tze's house to talk about Sun Li. However, he didn't really go to Sun Tze's house, but went out of Dingjia Alley and headed straight to the market in the south of the city, finding a store. Here, this was where he had made an appointment with Yu Liang and Gao Cheng of the patrol camp to deliver the message. If that merchant wanted to check on him, he, Zhang Yuan, could check on him in return. It's not hard for the rangers to keep an eye on people. Leaving the store, he headed towards the docks. In the midst of the night, Zhang Yuan was extremely fast, and when he arrived at the south pier of the city, the night lights had just come on. In the distance is the Guelu River, which at this time is rippling with turquoise waves and still carries a sparkling starlight, while on this side is the pier into the city, on which scattered sampan canoes float. It's not a commercial cargo terminal. There aren't many people. Zhang Yuan looked around and his figure stepped onto a 5 feet long greenish-gray wooden boat. On the wooden boat, there would have been 7 or 8 roughly clothed martial artists, and when they saw Zhang Yuan boarding the boat, they were all stunned. What man? No harbor at night. To cross the river tomorrow morning please. Someone in the boat made an impatient noise. There were also people who touched their hands to the long wooden oars on the side, their eyes fixed on Zhang Yuan. Yang San, Lu Zhang. From now on, you will follow me and serve me. Zhang Yuan's voice was bland, but it caused all 8 people from the other side to change their complexion. The big man holding the oar in the lead stared at Zhang Yuan with both eyes and lowered his voice. Who are you? How do you know that my name is Yang San? Zhang Yuan did not answer him. His eyes swept over and placed a 5 taels silver ingot on the side of the ship. Help me look up a Yunzhou merchant. Find the message and send it to the Lin family's groceries and give it to the shopkeeper. Lin Dequan. When he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Seeing that he was about to leave, Yang San quickly stepped forward and reached towards Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Zhang Yuan's figure lurched and steeply turned back. Koran dash. The long knife was sheathed, and a silver bright pike cut through the thick oars and rested against Yang San's head. The icy cold above the blade caused Yang San to stare wide-eyed and tremble. The others also had a miserable look on their faces. Geese blades. Yang San stammered and whispered. Zhang Yuan withdrew his sword back into its sheath and said indifferently, I know that you are here. I know your identities, and I know that I can get money to make you sell your lives. You guys just have to do the work for me and don't worry about anything else. As his voice fell, his figure had already taken a step out and landed on the pier 2 feet away, leaving at a quick pace. On the boat, the crowd gathered around Yang San. Sango. Who is he? Yang San shook his head and watched Zhang Yuan's figure disappear into the night. I thought he said he knew everything. The only person in the world who knows everything about us is Boss Tang. Boss Tang? A big man with a red face whispered. Third brother. Boss Tang has, today, already been killed by those traitors from the Jinfu division. His words caused several others to clench their fists and gnash their teeth. Perhaps, Boss Tang did not die? Yang San's words caused the surrounding people's eyes to light up. He was able to find us and acted by Boss Tang's rules. From now on we will just work for him. Yang San waved his hand and let out a laugh. Dismissed. Take these 5 taels of silver first, and eat wine tomorrow. Speaking of silver, the crowd's eyes glowed. The people on the boat dispersed individually, with only a large man in a rough short shirt remaining. Third brother, Boss Tang is really alive? The big man looked at Yang San. Yang San's gaze turned to Guilu River, the corner of his mouth gently raised. Lu Zhang. When Tang Weiliang took us in and helped us cultivate, it wasn't really out of the kindness of his heart. Of our 50 or so brothers, these are the only ones left today. It doesn't matter who you sell your life for this time, as long as the brothers are still alive, doesn't it? Hearing his words, the short-shirt big man nodded and leapt across the ship's side, landing on another ship. Yunzhou merchants. I know a few. I'll check. Who would want to wander if they weren't really homeless? There are many homeless people in the Xi'an Qin Jianghu. Immortal Qin household registration management is extremely strict. Many convicted family children, clan disciples, will be cancelled household registration, become stateless people. These people are not protected by Xi'an Qin. The government does not recognize their existence, and merchants are not allowed to hire these stateless people. The only way out for these people is to either fall into the mob or join the military and become prisoner soldiers. Originally, this was the means by which Immortal Qin recruited the prisoner army countless years ago. However, with the heavy casualties in the prisoner army, many of the stateless people simply did not want to join the army and chose to wander the rivers and lakes instead. Yang San and the others are such people. Tang Weiliang took them in 10 years ago and made them work for him. Zhang Yuan saw the existence of Yang San and the others from Tang Weiliang's memories this time, and was prepared to use them to help him probe the message of that Yunzhou merchant. After exploring the memories of many martial artists from the rivers and lakes and those who traveled between the black markets, Zhang Yuan had already acted a bit more unscrupulously. He was no longer the curmudgeonly, youthful teenage boy. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhang Yuan had practiced martial arts, had breakfast, and went to the Jinfu division early. When he arrived at the entrance of the Jinfu division, he already saw Sun Zhe and the others there. Even Zhang Chuanwu, whose injuries had not yet healed, was there. You kid is really composed. Not coming until such a time. Li Chanwei looked at Zhang Yuan and let out a sigh of emotion. I didn't sleep well all night for such a great feat. This time, the A4 team's credit was really not small. I wonder what kind of reward would be given. Sun Zhe and Chen Liang both grinned. Brother Chuanwu, are you healed? Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Chuanwu. Zhang Chuanwu shook his head and whispered. The injury will take a few more days to recuperate, but I'm more or less dipping my toe in the water for the credit of our A4 team. So I've come to collect some of the reward. I've been laying around at home lately, and I'm fading out. If one team gets the credit, the others will get the reward even if they don't get the credit for the decapitation. Not much is. That's the beauty of a team. Zhang Yuan's gaze went to Zhang Chuanwu's injured leg. It's all over, and you still want to give a. Chapter 51. How come there is no beheading military honor? Turning to the thought of yesterday's battle success, Zhang Yuan's heart was also more than a little fiery. 100 Luck Cloth farms those supplies not to mention, just their own out to kill several people. Discounting the whole team of war credit. One person points one level outside. their own at least 2 to 3 levels of credit, together with the previous accumulation. He might be able to have 2 merits in his hand. To become a Suanjiawi, you need 3 feats. Now with 2 credits in hand, that's really solid. As for yesterday's invocation of Liao Yunfan to expose the main division Suzhenlin thing, that is the Wunfu division of infighting. With his little soap guards have little to do. Not to mention that Liao Yunfan is an old fox. If you cannot be sure, we'll never be able to reveal the whistle blowing. Jinfu sees soap clothes guards outside the squad room. Yesterday to participate in the mission of the crowd saw each other, face with a few joyful colors. That city chopping yesterday could have been a lot easier than performing other tasks. Sun head. Your A4 team is afraid of a heavy reward this time. The flag officer of Team C1 who came to change guards had a few moments of envy on his face as he smiled and opened his mouth. A few others turned their gazes towards Zhang Yuan and sized him up a few more times. Jinfu C is so big, soap clothes guards out of the top characters. The big guys naturally know. Many people have heard that F14 Zhang Yuan has entered the eyes of the superior officer, and is afraid that he will not be reused. Plus yesterday, Zhang Yuan a sentence, led to the Jinfu division and the Treasury division. Secretary Liao Yunfan sued the main secretary Su Jinlin. The entire Jinfu division are shaken. A small soap guard to participate in such a big event. Naturally, to attract attention. Zhang Yuan and the others didn't have the heart to exchange pleasantries, waiting for the door to be opened on the side of the Department of Canonical Books. They went over one by one. Zhang Yuan walked into the doorcourt of the Department of Canonical Records and saw several clerical officials each sitting in front of a long case, taking out their respective books of merit and honor, receiving the reward voucher that belonged to him. Zhang Yuan was slightly stunned on his face. 3 plants of the great medicine for the body, 1 weapon of your choice from the division of armor, and 50 taels of grain silver. How come there's no decapitation military credit? He turned his head to look at the others, and saw that they too had bad looks on their faces. Go out and say it. Sunze sank his face and spoke in a low voice. The 5 of them walked out of the Department of Canonical Records and each took out the credentials in their hands, except for Zhang Yuan's reward, which was quite generous. Everyone else was only 20 taels of grain silver, plus a large plant of medicine. This kind of reward is not small, but compared to yesterday's great work, it is too poor. I heard that it is because the culpability of the 100 Luck Cloth Farm has not been fully determined, and all the decapitations cannot be judged. Sunze swept his gaze across and lowered his voice. There is a fight going on in the Jinfu division. Fighting. Even with the various account books of the 100 Luck Cloth Store and the many secret records of black market transactions, they could not directly bring down Su Jinlin. As far as Zhang Yuan knows, although Su Jinlin is involved in the control behind the 100 Luck Fabric House, but did not directly appear. That is, Tang Weiliang hands, there are only a few objects related to it. Liao Yunfan, the Treasury's point officer, is now temporarily suspended. Sunze glanced at Zhang Yuan, and it's a good thing that Su Jinlin is also grounded at the Jinfu division. It's good news in the midst of bad news. If Su Jinlin had not been grounded, Zhang Yuan would have been afraid of a bad day in the Jinfu division in the future. There are ways for a master chief to fix the tiny soap guards. The merit of decapitation. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed and his palms clenched. What he lacks now is military service. Whoever deprives him of his military service is his enemy. Yesterday was not a great fight. Why? The merit is not satisfactory. Not far away. A voice rang out. The merit of decapitation is not that good. Sunze and the others turned their heads and saw that it was Liang Chao who had been defeated by Zhang Yuan in the first place. Kid, does your skin itch? Zhang Chuanwu glared, clenching his fists together and cackling. Liang Chao's face was chilled. A few of the A2 team soap guards reached out and pulled him away. Those surrounding soap guards then turned their heads and left individually. Yesterday, Zhang Yuanjia 4 teams have the most credit. Other people envy outside. There are always a few points of jealousy. Today is not counted as a decapitation. Many people are not happy in their own hearts, but when they think about the A4 team with the most war credit, they are smooth instead. It's just that not many people are as fast-talking and hateful as Liang Chao. Don't worry. Sunze patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, a trace of disdain flashing across his face. The last thing they should be doing is squashing the decapitation. Also, don't think about it. Yesterday 2-point division, but even Wuwei division Su Qisheng point division are invited to go. Wuwei division point division is the general leader of the soap clothes guards of people, is the Jinfu division, and the Wuzhen division has a number of big brother. Yesterday, there are Zhou Lin and Chao Zhangtang, them these soap clothes guards and the lieutenant together, not counting the decapitation of the merit, but to offend them all. Now think about yesterday's siege of the 100 Luck Cloth Farm, that battle. There is no need to be so loud. Not to mention the need to move Su Xi'an, such a strong person. All of this is the calculation of the 2 How Point division, is deliberately borrowing the power of the soap clothes guards. The other party is now suppressing the decapitation. So it's clear that they've been tricked. Thinking about it in this way, Zhang Yuan's face looked a lot better. Zhang Yuan's beheading is nothing, but the face of Su Qixiong, the point man of the Wu Wei department, is not to be forgotten. He had consulted Tang Weiliang's memories, which contained records of various black market transactions to sell stolen goods, as well as evidence of collusion with officials such as Su Jinlin in the Jinfu division. It's not hard to sit on the charges against the 100 luck clothiers. Take the time to plan something is all. Although he didn't get the decapitation merit, but receiving 3 great medicines from the Treasury Department and 50 taels of grain silver made Zhang Yuan feel a lot better. As for the weapons he received in the armor division, Zhang Yuan asked for a steel sleeve arrow. It's not for his own use. It's for Yunyang's protection. Tied to the cuffs, you can restrain the enemy within 3 to 5 feet. Because of the matter of the Yunzhou merchants, Zhang Yuan had a few more points of vigilance in his heart. When he arrived at the door of the division prison, all the guards saw him again with a little more restraint. Greetings to the head jailer. Huang Gang, dressed in black jailer's robes, spoke in a loud voice and bowed in salute. The others were busy saluting after them. Yesterday, Zhang Yuan in the door of the division prison hard just so close guards, and ultimately led to the Jinfu division and the upper officials fighting each other. In addition to Hong Linsen's drowning yesterday, 3 other people were implicated in various crimes and were locked up and taken to jail. For a while, everyone in the division prison was in danger, and everyone was as afraid of Zhang Yuan as a ferocious beast. This youth, who had only been in the division prison for half a month before he became the head jailer, and had already quietly carried out 3 criminal envoy missions, was a truly ruthless man. Senior Warden, this is a small token of appreciation that the brothers have scraped together. Huang Gang stepped forward and delivered a handful of at least 30 taels of grain silver to Zhang Yuan. Previously, when Zhang Yuan took over as the head jailer, he had not received such a token of appreciation. Do your own thing in the division prison and no one will be convicted for no reason. Zhang Yuan swept a glance at the crowd and received the grain silver before pulling out an ingot of 5 taels of grain silver and placing it in Huang Gang's hand. Buy your brothers a drink after you're off duty. When he finished speaking, he went straight to the middle of the division prison to make his rounds. Huang Gang looked at the tattooed silver in his hand and showed joy on his face. It's a vote of confidence in him. In the future, among the divisional prisons, he, Huang Gang, would definitely be one man under another. See, I told you that the head jailer was a man with a big heart, and that a little jailer wouldn't even be on his mind. He looked toward a few of the jailers who were standing close by and said aloud, in the future, as long as we do our duty things well, the head jailer will certainly not treat us poorly. That's, of course, the warden is so young, he's bound to have a great future in the future. The others chimed in and dispersed. For Zhang Yuan they certainly didn't dare, nor were they willing to offend again. Just whether it is to climb as Huang Gang, that is still to see the wind in the Jinfu division before saying. Zhang Yuan inspected everywhere and turned his head towards the first floor prison cell of the division prison. It was the first time he had set foot in a jail cell since he became the head jailer. Last time he came with Luo Shanghu to deliver food to the prison. Passing through the thick iron gate, it was the first level of cells in the division prison where martial artists were held. The cells were filled with fury, either shouting and laughing maniacally, or whispering and sobbing, but more often than not, sleeping and motionless figures. Zhang Yuan walked to a cell and saw the text on the wooden sign. B13, Su Ji, Felony, Middle of the Cave. Chapter 52 Beating the Cave Brightness Realm. Su Ji, Tumbler White Stripes, Guest Elder of the Green Bamboo Gang. The Green Bamboo Gang offered a reward of 300 taels of gold for Su Ji's relics. Tang Weiliang took over this task, did not complete not to mention, but also by Zhang Yuan backhanded calculation, body death and wealth dispersal. Zhang Yuan stood outside the cell, and the figure sitting with its head hanging down in the cell looked up. A faint baleful aura instantly surged in, seemingly trying to knock Zhang Yuan back. If he didn't have the innate true essence to protect his body, this baleful qi infused his body and eroded his soul. Zhang Yuan would definitely be very sick. Ha, you're a bit of an interesting kid. The bearded and disheveled figure in the cell stood up, his eyes sizing up Zhang Yuan. It's about time, isn't it? Straightening his clothes and beard, the figure revealed a lean face. His face was thin, his beard and hair carried a hint of whiteness, and his eyes showed a faintly refined light. If it wasn't for the thick arms and legs, It wouldn't be possible to tell that it was a cavernous brightness realm expert. This is the wave-turning white stripes that roam the rivers and lakes. Su-ji. Zhang Yuan nodded and shook his head. Elder, someone asked me to bring a message. Zhang Yuan lowered his voice and said softly, may I ask where Senior wants to be buried? Zhang Yuan's words caused the figure in the cell to tremble. Taking a few steps forward and looking at Zhang Yuan, Su-ji narrowed his eyes. Tell Lin Baiyang that the old man wanders the world and buries his bones wherever he can. Lin Baiyang, leader of the Green Bamboo Gang. This was a true Jianghu powerhouse who had been roaming the Guilu River for decades. With a martial arts cultivation of the cavernous brightness realm grand completion, the tens of thousands of Green Bamboo Gang members are at his command. Zhang Yuan nodded, arched his hand in salute, and was about to turn around. If we really want to talk about a place to bury the bones, let's send them to Swallow Valley. Behind him, Su-ji's voice rang out. Zhang Yuan's figure stopped for a moment and left. He stopped in his tracks when he reached the door of a cell. The figure huddled in the middle of the cell looked up, saw Zhang Yuan, shuddered slightly, and twisted his face again. The leader of the guards of the 100 Fortune Cloth Villa, Tang Weilion's close friend, had accompanied Tang Weilion to find Zhang Yuan at the beginning. This man was wounded and seized at the time of the overthrow of the 100 Luck Clothiers. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with a glint of light as he quickly left. In Tang Weiliang's memories, this martial arts guard named Lu Xingju controlled quite a few of his secrets. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan walked through the tunnel and arrived at the torture platform. Kneeling on the bloodstained and drenched torture platform is the person who is to be punished today. Jianghu expert, middle stage of the cave brightness realm martial arts practitioner, flipwave white striped Su-ji. Penal envoy Zhang Yuan meets Lord Point C. Zhang Yuan's voice rang out. Zhang Yuan's voice caused the figure on the torture platform, whose hands and feet were bound, to tremble slightly. Su-ji heard Zhang Yuan's voice. Tu Hao, who was seated behind the long case in front. His gaze fell on Zhang Yuan. A hint of a smile flashed across his face, and he nodded his head gently. Zhang Yuan quickly stepped forward, went to the wooden rack and chose a long knife with a thick back and wide blade, and clasped it in his arms with both hands. Bong knife. Today to kill is a whole bright realm strong, not only blood and blood fury heavy, but also tendons and bones like steel. Not use the steel thick back long knife. Afraid of chopping constantly neck bone. Su-ji. By order of the head of the division, this criminal officer wants to check his identity. The voice of Point Officer Tu Hao rang out with indifference and majesty. The faint power of Confucianism's vastness filled the air and pressed toward the figure kneeling on the stone platform. Su-ji, who had his head bowed, moved his body and raised his head, a dark blood color flashing in his eyes. A certain Su-ji, a native of Mingtafu, Jiangyang County, practiced martial arts in his early years, was a wanderer in his middle years, and was an evil man in the Jianghu, so he should be killed. Su-ji's voice was low, with a hint of suppression. After saying his words, his gaze turned in the direction of Zhang Yuan. Kid, get off the knife faster. Along with the words, there was a thick and heavy baleful aura pressing towards Zhang Yuan. If it was an ordinary soap guard, in front of this fury, it would certainly be a two-stranded battle. At this moment, Zhang Yuan just quietly operated the innate true essence in his meridians, and with a slight bulge of qi and blood on his body, he devoured this trace of baneful qi, the innate true essence. This was Zhang Yuan's true dependence. Su-ji, why did you intercept Lord Fong Wendong? After the upper head case, Tu Hao's voice sounded again. Su-ji, who was kneeling, clenched his hands, pulling the chains that bound his hands and feet clanked. Guilt has been determined. Why bother to say more? You small-town Fusher Point Division, can for Su Mao to overturn the case not? If you have the guts not to kill Su-ji today, a certain family will say for you the grudge you had with Fong Wendong in the beginning. Su-ji drank loudly, his gaze fixed on Tu Hao. This cavernous brightness realm powerhouse wasn't suppressed by Tu Hao's vast power at all. Tu Hao shook his head, glanced at the sky, and sketched with the ink pen in his hand. Min Zhengdi, as Su-ji said, the guilt has been determined, and he, Tu Hao, can't make the decision. At this point, even if we ask a few questions, it is impossible to change anything. He is only the point officer of the Criminal Justice Department, not the head of the Wenfu Department. Zhang Yuan, who was holding the long sword, took a deep breath and walked forward slowly when he heard Tu Hao's words. The man in front of him was a Jianghu villain who had buried more than 30 lives on a boat, a man who should be beheaded. It is the duty of the Jinfu Division to punish all these wanton killers. With a firm intention to kill in his heart, Zhang Yuan stood behind Su-ji and slowly raised his sword. Not far away, a few standing in front of the long case of soap guards or gripping the hilt of the knife in their hands, eyes fixed on the torture platform. A bad attempt to kill a caveman realm would result in losing one's mind due to the encroachment of the Fury Chi. If Zhang Yuan went wrong, they would not hesitate to strike. The criminal ambassadors murder money. Ah, it's not that easy to get. Kill. Zhang Yuan let out a bellowing cry, and the long blade in his hand chopped down blatantly. The gushing blood was hot and fiery, like a boiling river. Zhang Yuan's body shook, only feeling that a volcano was about to erupt in his body. Not bothering to look at the long kneeling body and the rolling head, Zhang Yuan quickly returned the long sword to the wooden frame and then walked down the torture platform. Tu Hao's gaze landed on Zhang Yuan, a deep halo flashing in his eyes. A few of the soap-clothed guards escorting the torture table looked at each other and quietly followed. Zhang Yuan walked through the long tunnel and then to the treasury. The clerk who had been waiting there checked his identity and took out 2 large silver ingots. It turns out that the silver money for decapitating the caveman realm is 10 taels, but even if it's 10 taels, there aren't many soap guards in the Jinfu division who are willing to take it. The fury of the cavernous realm was too much for an ordinary soap guard to withstand. After collecting the silver money, Zhang Yuan left the Jinfu division straight away. He didn't look back and headed straight for Ding's alley. Extremely fast footsteps, coupled with a soapy clothes, blood-soaked body, so that people look at it, do not dare to approach. By the time the few soap-clothes guards chasing behind them arrived outside the small courtyard of Zhang Yuan's house, the gates were already tightly closed. A few people looked at each other. Look around, no one. Each rolled over and climbed up to the eaves, or ambush in the shadowy part of the courtyard wall, or fall into the corner of the courtyard. Without waiting for them to make another move, a low chant came out from the compartment. At times it was a sobbing whisper. At other times it was a whimper as if a suppressed high was gagged. A few people hidden in the compound patiently ambled into the shadows. For the better part of an hour, when all the voices had fallen silent, a soft cough came from the middle of the compartment. Have you heard enough of the wall? Several old men? Chapter 53, Cryptic Elemental Great Success. A few people looked at each other and flew to land in the compound. Brother Zhang, don't be offended. This is the rule. Since you have nothing to do, the old brothers won't disturb your rest. After the man in the lead finished speaking, he turned around and stepped onto the 10-foot fence, and the others followed. Walking out of Dingjia Alley, several people had bitter smiles on their faces. Zhang Yuan's strength was higher than they had imagined. Tay grandma, it's good to be young. I can't. I'm going to stay at the Cloud Cinnamon place tonight. These walls are simmering to listen to. I really didn't expect this guy to have this kind of novelty method. No wonder he dares to be a penal envoy in a row. In the small courtyard room of Dingjia Alley, covering the sweaty, hair-stained Yun Yang on the bedding, Zhang Yuan slowly stood up. On his body, there was Xi'an blood that was visible to the naked eye surging. The Xi'an blood power gained from killing an expert at the middle stage of cavernous brightness was several times more than the sum of all the previous gains. At this moment, 103 Xi'an blood beads were constantly floating and swirling in Zhang Yuan's mind. Excluding those 12 blood beads from before, by beheading Su Ji, he had gained 91 blood beads. A strong person of the cavernous brightness realm's Xi'an blood power was truly as thick as it was. The blood beads he had obtained from his previous beheading were completely incomparable to today. The most crucial thing was that beyond these blood beads, there were also 23 cyan-colored beads spinning rapidly. Spiritual and esoteric power churned within each of the green beads, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. True element. The Hotian Jin Yuan cultivated by a powerful person in the middle stage of the cave brightness realm. Walking into the courtyard, Zhang Yuan could no longer stop trembling. The impact of Qian blood that was so thick to the extreme made his body full of sinews and meridians unable to withstand it. Even Yun Yang's all-out soothing efforts only slightly relieved her for a moment. At this moment, his body was full of Qian blood traveling through his body, and all of his true essence power bound to suppress it slightly. Clenching his fist, Zhang Yuan let out a suppressed low hiss in his throat as he struck out with his fist. Buzz! The wind of the fist shook, bringing out an explosive sonic boom. Punch after punch, his feet kept going, his body quickly. From the iron armor fist to the Jinyu fist, the Jinyu Gong in Zhang Yuan's body operated, inducing the Qian blood power to continuously gather and impact. The only way to support the massive Qian blood running through his body was to have a 6th grade martial arts technique of the earth rank. Floods of power surged through his body and crashed into the Dantian. His body shook and his Qian blood seemed to explode. Zhang Yuan only felt that the heaven and earth in front of him were steeply colorful. Realm breakthrough. Hidden elemental greatness. The Qian blood power stirred, breaking through the previous cultivation bottleneck and stepping into the last level of the hidden elemental realm. the realm of great completion. Surging power surged, and it seemed as if he could shatter mountains and rivers between clenched fists. This was the pinnacle level of the realm of simmering fleshly body. Hidden elemental great completion. As the cultivation realm broke through, the power of Xi'an blood that could be contained within the entire body rapidly increased, and the feeling of bulging and shattering was transformed into a sense of ease. Outside Zhang Yuan's body, a thin layer of blood color coalesced. This was what outsiders saw as the Fury Qi, which was the aggregation of a martial arts powerhouse's killing intent and Xi'an blood power, which could both protect the body and injure the enemy. Of course, one's own mind, if not sufficient, would not be able to carry such power, thus affecting one's cultivation and mind. With his cultivation realm stepping into the hidden Yuan de Chang, Zhang Yuan could finally breathe a little sigh of relief, slowing down the binding of his Qian blood, and began to look through the memory images of such a powerful person of the cavernous brightness realm as Su Ji. 1,000 miles downstream of the Guelu River, the Long River converges and enters the 10,000-mile Kanglan River. Kanglan River is one of the 3 rivers in Tengzhou, winding through half of Tengzhou and connecting 7 counties. Su Ji was born on the banks of the Kanglan River, and grew up by the river. No wonder he's so good at water. Su Jiazhuang on the banks of the Kanglan River, having practiced martial arts since childhood, and being especially good at water. Su Ji was spotted by a martial arts clan at the age of 13, and was admitted into the clan to cultivate his kung fu. After 10 years of success, he stepped into the jungle. Immortal Qin's Jianghu was not all fighting and killing. The Kanglan River is full of merchant ships that navigate for miles, and Su Ji, who is good at water, has become a hot merchant ship escort. But in 5 years, before the age of 30, Su Ji had already saved 10,000 taels, and under his command there was a team of nearly 100 guards, specializing in escorting merchant ships up and down 3,000 miles. His own cultivation had reached the half-step cavernous Ming realm, and in the midst of the swaying merchant ship and the deep, secluded river, he was able to fight with the cavernous Ming realm without losing a battle. The name of the white stripes of the turning waves also flourished at this time. What really made him famous in the Jianghu was when he was 30 years old. He fended off 2 Dongming realm robbers with the strength of 1 person, protected 2 merchant ships, and preserved the property worth 100,000 silver from being lost. This battle made him famous, and as a result, he was recognized by the merchant banker, who married his only daughter to him. 30 and accomplished. Isn't that why martial artists practice martial arts? Su Ji, who became the young master of a large merchant bank, began to slowly fade out of the world. If that were the case, he would not have ended up in the situation where he is being explicitly punished today. Wendy Fong. Zhang Yuan finally saw Su Ji cross paths with Fong Wendong. Fong Wendong, who was then the magistrate of Mingtao Prefecture in Zhangyang County, was still a Confucian and Taoist civil official who was half-life down and out and not considered ambitious. Su Ji, on the other hand, was already a man with a huge fortune, the heir to a large merchant house, and a powerful person in the middle stage of the cave brightness realm. Under the immortal Qin world, martial arts are honored. The prefectural magistrate was also considered a party official in the eyes of the people, but in the eyes of Su Ji, who was a whole brightness realm martial artist with a rich family, it was nothing. If it wasn't for Fong Wendong's visit in the name of his fellow countrymen, Su Ji wouldn't even bother to receive him. Fong Wendong happened to have an errand at that time to ease the commercial road, often visit Su Ji, very attentive. Su Ji has the power of the merchant bank, but also has the background of the Jianghu. Just send a word, then let the Kanglan River thousands of miles of channel all parties dredge. All give Fong Wendong face. With the merit of dredging the waterway, Fong Wendong was promoted 5 times in 3 years and entered the county government, becoming the chief official of the county minister of Zhangyang County. Although in the court order on the county government book is only from the 6th grade official only, but the hands of the authority is not small. Fong, who became a county official, finally showed his ambition. In 10 years' time, hundreds of martial artists from the rivers and lakes around the Kanglan River were captured and killed, claiming that they wanted to wash the water of the Kanglan River with their blood, so that the waterway would be unobstructed. The blood of the Jianghu martial artists exchanged for the official uniform of the 6th rank for Fong Wendong. The position of county minister of Zhangyang County beckoned to him. Fong Wendong borrowed 300,000 taels of silver from Su Ji to buy a Confucian treasure, preparing to use this treasure to enhance his Confucian cultivation, so as to match the position of county minister. 300,000 taels of silver. Even if the big merchant bank borrowing also need a variety of collateral, not to mention Fong Wendong and other Confucian civil officials, Empty talk to borrow 300,000 silver. How can Suji borrow? Suji didn't realize that for 300,000 taels of silver, he and Fong Wendong had turned against each other. Being rejected, Fong Wendong heart angry. In the name of threatening the business community, while Suji originated from the clan band, the clan up and down more than 100 people have become stateless. He also forbade those Jianghu guards that Suji had led in the beginning from stepping into the Kanglan River, leaving these martial artists without a livelihood. What really made Suji break with him was that Fong Wendong used the name of inspection to requisition the merchant ships of the merchant bank behind Suji and seized the goods, making the merchant bank lose nearly 1 million silver. That wasn't even why Suji wanted to kill Fong Wendong. Most importantly, Fong Wendong probes into Suji's hidden secrets and uses them to plot the annexation of the merchant bank, even allowing his father-in-law and wife to die. Demon. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists and whispered softly. A large demonic figure flashed in the middle of the brain image. Chapter 54, Innate True Essence. The True Elite. Zhang Yuan has seen the demon, which is He Yuan, the Jinfu division provider, the Ikuan python in human form, a great demon of the cavernous brightness realm. At this time, what Zhang Yuan saw in Suji's memory was a 5-foot koi carp with a fiery red body, red jade. This was the name Suji had given to this koi fish demon. Hong Yu is a fish demon living on the banks of the Kanglan River. And Suji met him when he was 7 or 8 years old and fell into the water and was saved by Hong Yu. Although Hong Yu is a demon, she is kind and has a heart like a child. From then on, Suji went to the river more often to play with Hong Yu, and the water is better and better. When Suji's martial arts cultivation had improved and he was traversing the Kanglan River, he often came back to see Hong Yu. The existence of Hong Yu, outsiders do not know. Even his wife and daughter-in-law father-in-law Suji did not tell. As for Fong Wendong, it was a certain time when Suji borrowed Fong Wendong's power to buy a large drug that could enhance demonic power, allowing him to spy out the hidden secret of his fellowship with demons. 5 years ago, when Fong Wendong was helping Hong Yu cross the Kanglan River to transform into a human being, Fong Wendong led the experts of the County Jinfu division to come and escort Suji's wife, daughter and father-in-law, and asked Suji to kill the demon. Suji couldn't have killed Hong Yu. In the end, Hong Yu failed to cross the threshold to become a human being. Suji's father-in-law and wife died, and his only daughter was sent away by him. Suji himself is reduced to a stateless Jianghu guest, wanted by the government, and the business firm behind him is taken advantage of by Fong Wendong to embezzle the money. 2 years later, Suji, who has been transformed into the supreme elder of the Green Bamboo Gang, made a move to intercept and kill Fong Wendong, and a boat of 30 people lost their lives in Guilu River, which became a big case that shocked Zhengyang County. Ruto Wenbao. Make medicine with your body. A hint of surprise and emotion came out from Zhang Yuan's eyes. Fong Wendong purchased a Wenbao with the wealth of his merchant bank, and was supposed to offer this heavy treasure to his superiors in exchange for his own promotion. This treasure eventually sank into the Guilu River. Suji, in order to help Hong Yu to cross the threshold of transformation, actually swallowed the great medicine, using himself as a cauldron, and transformed all his cultivation flesh and blood into a precious medicine. When his body is returned, Hong Yu will surely come to welcome him. When the time comes to devour its body, the red jade will be able to transform into a human. This was Suji's final plot. He treated Hong Yu as if she was his own blood sister. Buzz. Before Suji's memories were finished going through, Zhang Yuan's body shook, and one of the green beads in his mind shattered and turned into Gu True Essence. The true essence cultivated at the realm of insight. These true elements were the cultivation of an expert at the middle stage of insightfulness. And their amount was so surging and majestic that it was simply not something that Zhang Yuan's meridians could withstand. Even though he already had quite a lot of innate true essence, he was simply unable to refine these martial true essence at this time. The rolling true essence impacted in the meridians, and a crack appeared above the meridians. Zhang Yuan stopped practicing boxing and stood still, a pained look on his face. At this point he was in a critical situation. His meridians couldn't withstand the thick true essence, unless he stepped into the realm of insight and opened up his own true essence of qi. Otherwise his meridians would slowly be unable to withstand the impact of the true essence and shatter. However, he had only just entered the hidden elemental completion, and his cultivation realm was still quite a bit short of the cavemind realm. Even with a huge qi and blood push, it was not possible to enter the cavernous realm in a single moment. Hidden Yuan into insight, in which there was also the sense of one's own cultivation, not just relying on qi and blood to improve. One cannot enter the cave of enlightenment, and a body full of true essence cannot carry it. Ding dong. Not far away, the sound of the piano rang out. With a tense face, Yunyang gently caressed the ancient zither in front of her as she cast her gaze towards Zhang Yuan. The sound of this zither was like flowing water, and it seemed to be able to wrap Zhang Yuan's body, cooling down the blazing qi and blood and intense true essence in his body. Yunyang's method of calming the mind with the sound of the zither was what District Yang had taught earlier. With the sound of the zither soothing him, Zhang Yuan could finally breathe a slight sigh of relief. It was just how huge the power of qi and blood and true essence carried in Zhang Yuan's body at this moment, and that zither sound could not suppress all the true essence. Zhang Yuan turned his head slightly and looked at Yunyang, squeezing out a far-fetched smile on his face. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. Buzz! The qi and blood beads that were originally suspended in his mind burst one by one. Those Xi'an beads also shattered and turned into a torrent of true essence. True essence, along with qi and blood, traveled through the body. Zhang Yuan's qi and blood cultivation climbed rapidly. The baleful aura outside Zhang Yuan's body became more and more condensed, turning into a cocoon of blood-colored clouds around his body. His cultivation level was rapidly climbing at the hidden elemental achievement realm, and the power of the 100 blood beads was like a river rushing forward, causing Zhang Yuan to bring out the sound of thunder and whistling in his body. There is great medicine in the person. Great medicine. A power that surged from the deepest part of his body burst out, between the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as those orifices opened up by the previous meridians. There was a layer of sheer power that flooded and converged, and within his body, another surge of medicinal power rose up. This was the power of the great medicine that Su Ji had refined with his own body. This power was meant to be given to Hongyu to help her transform into a human being. The power of this medicine was precisely to bind the tyrannical cave brightness realm demonic power, allowing it to flow smoothly and transform into a docile person. Dig deeper into yourself and leverage the power of big medicine. Those previous cultivation epiphanies were intertwined, and Zhang Yuan's heart gave birth to clarity. The Xinyu Gong operated to the extreme, invoking the power of qi and blood to transform into innate true essence. The innate leads to the innate. The true essence is in the quality, not in the quantity. The realm of insight was not a pile of power, but a fusion of quality. Operating with Xinyu Gong, he pushed the gathering of innate true essence until it broke through the realm barrier on its own. The power of the great medicine bound the true essence in qi and blood, and all the cracks in the meridians were mended. The murmuring sound of the zither in his ears became more and more pleasing to the ears, just like the flow of true essence like a clear spring in his meridians. From Su Ji's memories, Zhang Yuan finally knew the great equivalence of martial true essence cultivation at the cavernous brightness realm. The innate true essence is divided into 9 grades, 1 grade and 1 heaven. The 9 heavens of the innate, the supreme realm of martial arts. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's innate true essence was merely a 2nd grade that was 1 level higher in quality than the vast majority of cultivators. As Xinyu Gong operated, the transformed innate true essence became thicker and heavier, and with a soft sound that sounded like a sword chant. Its color took on an extra hint of bright yellow, the 3rd grade of the innate true essence. When the quality is raised by 1 layer, the amount of carrying capacity and the speed of transformation are increased by several times. The meridians and the power of qi and blood were no longer difficult to corral. The 3rd grade of innate true essence. This grade of innate true essence, according to Su Ji's knowledge, could only be possessed by the direct lineage of those county capitals' great clans. Su Ji himself had the help of the Red Jade, and at first, before entering the cave brightness realm, he had only boiled his innate true essence into the 2nd grade. The Gong method operated, and the power of the innate true essence coalesced. By the time Zhang Yuan collected his energy, there were still 90 blood beads left in his mind as he regrouped. While there were still 18 true essence beads, the 13 blood beads allowed his cultivation to step into the realm of hidden elemental achievement. The 5 true element beads, on the other hand, allowed the quality of his innate true element to stabilize at the peak of the 3rd grade. The innate true essence was only 1 step away from entering the 4th grade. The true elites of the world's families would all try their best to boil down their innate true essence in the hidden Yuan realm. Right now, his cultivation was solidly at the hidden Yuan achievement. But his realm perception had completely surpassed the hidden Yuan realm, and he was able to easily harness his own qi, blood, and true essence. He even possessed the peak of the 3rd grade of innate true essence. The 3rd grade of innate true essence. There were not many people in the entire Luoyang prefecture. Innate true essence. This was the route of a flight to the heavens after stepping into the cavernous realm. I, Zhang Yuan, will remember this favor of a great medicine. Feeling the changes in the innate true essence in his body, Zhang Yuan whispered softly, his eyes full of divine splendor. With the 3rd grade of innate true essence, he, Zhang Yuan, was only now qualified to be called an elite. Chapter 55. Don't worry, Your Excellency. Lu Zhang will serve your excellency to the death. If it wasn't for the power of the great medicine left by Su Ji, I would have died today. Whispering softly, Zhang Yuan's eyes revealed a glimmer of essence, and his body's qi, blood and true essence turned into silence. The sense between life and death is most profound. For martial arts practitioners, such millimeters of wandering were extremely harsh on the simmering of the mind and heart. It is also the most powerful way to enhance your battle and cultivation strength. However, this life and death excursion today had also made him realize that it was still a bit impractical for him to try to rely on killing people to keep raising his cultivation level. A powerhouse that was at least a few great realms higher than himself. The power of that feedback his own body simply couldn't withstand. Xiaolang, are you alright? Behind her, Yunyang's voice came with worry. Zhang Yuan turned around and walked over, holding Yunyang's bloodstained fingers in his hands. Thanks to Yunyang's fiddling, or else I'm afraid I'd have to suffer quite a bit today. Zhang Yuan reached out to gently caress Yunyang's green silk and spoke with a light smile. The sound of the piano may be useful, but it is of limited use. When Zhang Yuan said this, he was of course comforting Yunyang. Yunyang's face was undiminished with worry as she gently nodded her head. As long as I can help Xiaolang, it's good, because he was completing the criminal ambassador's mission. Zhang Yuan did not have to be on duty in the afternoon. He didn't stay home long, so he changed his clothes and went out. Yunyang sent him away with a hint of a worried look on her face. In her opinion, Zhang Yuan had been attacked by the Furies at times before, and her body had been able to soothe it then. However, today, the surging appearance of Zhang Yuan's body outside of his body really made her afraid. Ah Yang had said that if this went on, both she and Zhang Yuan would die soon. Ah Yunyang, is brother Yuan on another mission? A voice came from the courtyard gate on the side. The family has soap guards is not this way. They guys, when to care about us women. They don't care if you're scared. It only counts if you throw your life away out there. With some rambling whispers of helplessness and heartache. Who among the women in Ding's alley has not tasted such torment? Yunyang held onto the courtyard door, forcing herself not to let the tears roll down her face. She wanted to help her own boy, but what else could she do? Zhang Yuan went to the south pier of the city at this time. Yang San and the others should have already found out about that Yunzhou merchant. Sure enough, when Zhang Yuan stepped onto the wooden boat, Yang San and Lu were walking up from the deck. My lord, the person you asked us to look into, we found him. Yunzhou is thousands of miles away from Luoyang Prefecture, on the border between Linyang County and Xinzhou. Not many people come to Luoyangfu to do business from such a faraway place. There are only a few merchants, and it is even easier to find out who Zhang Yuan asked to check last night. Yunzhou Daijin Trading Company's third treasurer, Sun Buatao. This Daijin Merchant Bank is not a big merchant bank. To and from Luoyang City is 2 5-foot merchant ships. From the Guilu River to the Kanglin River to Yunzhou, 2 trips a year. Luoyang Province of Cotton, Yunzhou Silk, but also some of the 2 specialties. A trip to trade can earn a 3 or 5,000 taels of silver, nearly 10,000 silver a year. In addition to the Kanglin River on the wind and waves, there may be some bandits along the way. As long as the road is used to, basically a steady income, 10,000 taels a year. These 10,000 taels of grain silver are sky-breaking wealth for ordinary people. In the eyes of the common people, the Dakin merchant house was considered a big merchant house. Sun Buatao often traveled between Yunzhou and Luoyangfu, and befriended some officials in Luoyangfu, and was willing to spend money, and was a frequent guest of the NG Eachway boat. On the deck, Lu Zhang, who was leaning against the side of the ship, spoke in a deep voice, with a hint of hatred on his face that was hard to hide. The big merchant houses colluded with the government and held the trade routes, while the rest of the people did not even have the qualifications to do business. Zhang Yuan knew what Fong Wendong had done from Suji's memories, and he also knew where Yang San and the others came from. They used to be the small merchants of the Kanglin Riverside gangs and organizations. Because of the dredging of the business channel, the first to be used by Fong Wendong to open the knife, the first to cut off the financial path of these people. All the family bought the merchant ship was confiscated, but also driven away from the Kanglin River, reduced to a person without nationality, may not participate in the channel business things. This was the reason why Lu Zhang was speaking with resentment at this point. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and placed an ingot of 5 taels of grain silver on the side of the ship. My lord, yesterday you have already given it. Yang San froze, and he was busy to open his mouth. 5 taels of grain silver is not a small amount. When Tang Weiliang drove them, he didn't pay much. There will be no shortage of times when I will need you, and if there is extra silver you will spend more on your training. Zhang Yuan swept his gaze over the few people on the wooden boat. When the opportunity arises, I can bring you back to the Lancers. Returning to Mission Hills, Yang San and the others were shaken. Lu Zheng's originally slack and reclined body abruptly tensed up and looked at Zhang Yuan. Is your honor serious? Zhang Yuan nodded and turned around. Lu Zheng stood at the bow of the ship. His face looked solemn, and spoke in a low voice. Don't worry, Lord. Lu Zheng will serve Lord to the death. South of the city, Hongsan Grocery. In the middle of the backyard, Gao Dechang, who had come at a quick pace, arched his hand towards Zhang Yuan. Master Zhang, we found out what you told us to find out. The prefectural magistrate Rao Qinghai's subordinate, Sun Ren, his son, Sun Falun, went to the South Patrol Guard camp yesterday to inquire about the news. The prefectural magistrate is a civil official of the 6th rank, ranking among the top 10 officials in the prefecture, followed by the magistrate, the general magistrate, and the prefect of the 5th rank. Judge subordinate officer has 3, by the Mandarin make, the general affairs make, inspector, which by the Mandarin make in charge of the city in the civil official assessment, although from the 7th grade, but the authority is not small. Sun Ren is not from Luoyang Prefecture, and has been an official in Luoyang Prefecture for more than 10 years, and his only son, Sun Fonglin, is also in his early 20s this year. This Mr. Sun is not good at literature or martial arts, and has long had a reputation as a straw man in the government offices. No one has offended him because of Sun's face as a scribe. Mr. Sun is a prodigal flower shopper and acts without character. Gao Deshang looked towards Zhang Yuan and whispered, but since it is Sun Jingliang's only son, Master Zhang should not be offended if he can. That being said, Gao Dechang did not show any worry on his face. Zhang Yuan is a soap guard. Jinfu division is specialized in suppressing the world's knife. The most fearless is to offend. It was never only outsiders who dared not offend the Jinfu division. Zhang Yuan nodded and reached out to pat Gao Dechang's shoulder before taking out an ingot of 2 taels of grain silver. Master Zhang, this, how, is this? Gao Dechang pushed back and was stuffed into Zhang Yuan's palm. Self brothers, is it wrong to be outgoing? Zhang Yuan pressed his palm down and spoke with a light smile. Gao Dechang grinned and took the silver ingot away. What Master Zhang said is true. Our brothers have seen the divine tactics of Master Zhang yesterday. In the future, whenever Master Zhang sends out a dispatch, my brothers of the Patrol Guard Battalion will certainly not excuse themselves. Yesterday's siege of 100 Luck Cloth Farm, because Zhang Yuan passed the news beforehand. Gao Deshang and Yu Liang got a few more credits. At the entrance of Baiyun Boutique, Zhang Yuan's arrow not only saves Yu Liang and Gao Dechang, but also reveals his extraordinary means, so that the bandits in the boutique can't step out. In this world where martial arts are honored, as long as you are capable, you will be respected. Gao Deshang and Yu Liang, because of their acquaintance with Zhang Yuan, have been held in high regard in the guard camp, and are valued by their superiors. His words at this time were a bit more hardened, causing Zhang Yuan to smile a bit more on his face. It was clear that Gao Dechang and Yu Liang had accomplished a lot recently and were going to be promoted in the Patrol Guard Battalion. If the two of them were to become flag officers from the unusual patrol guards, it would be a few points more helpful to Zhang Yuan. Don't worry, I will assist you again in recent times. Zhang Yuan spoke indifferently. For Zhang Yuan, the more connections he gathered around him and the more help he had, the more he could have his own side of the force. How far can an unusual soap guard go? He, Zhang Yuan, had ambitions and now he had a bottom line. In the entire Luoyang Prefecture, how many hidden elemental great achievers were there before the age of 20? In the entire Luoyang Prefecture, how many people possess 3rd grade innate true essence? Chapter 56, Another Huge Fortune, 300 Taels of Gold. Zhang Yuan had all sorts of black market secrets of Xiao Mingjing and Tang Weiliang and theirs in his hands, and releasing just one of them would be enough to give Yu Liang and Gao Deshang and their patrols in exchange for credit. Just what level of secrecy to release, and what kind of storm to set off? Zhang Yuan has not thought about it for the time being. Zhang Yuan's words caused surprise to appear on Gao Dechang's face. Gao Deshang, however, knows that the not-so-young Master Zhang in front of him is now in the eyes of his superiors in the Jinfu division. Yesterday, even the 2 lieutenants in the guard camp said that the archery guards in the Jinfu division will be able to become a character. Since this one said that he would help himself and Yu Liang, he would be able to give them great benefits. By forming an alliance with Zhang Yuan, the two of them won't be far from promotion and wealth. When Gao Dechang left with joy, Zhang Yuan also quietly walked out of the grocery store. The direction he went was the west side. Over there, the Green Bamboo Gang's bounty is still hanging there. The western city of Luoyang. Jade Spring Merchants. 2nd floor. Xia Ming Yuan, The shopkeeper, dressed in a brocade robe, smiled and delivered a cup of tea to Zhang Yuan. Zhang jailer long yesterday, one person and a sword, how mighty. Jianghu colleagues are known. Zhang jailer long, mighty name. Xia Mingyuan looked at Zhang Yuan and laughed lightly. Both the government and the Jianghu belong to immortal Qin. As long as there is a prestigious name in place, it will definitely be much more convenient for Warden Chief Zhang to do his work in the future. That's not true of him. An ordinary soap guard, a nameless person, is absolutely no match for someone who has left a name in the Jianghu, such as the Luoyang blood tiger of the name of Qianbin, a 500-mile radius of the Luoyang province. A few people in the Jianghu dare not give its face? In the world of martial arts, strength is honored. In the Jianghu or in the imperial court, all are practicing martial arts. Zhang Mao yesterday should have netted one side, but duty calls for it. Boss Xia, in the future, please speak clearly in front of your fellow Jianghu friends. Zhang Yuan lifted his teacup up and spoke aloud. His words made Xia Mingyuan laugh. Don't worry, brother Zhang. I am duty-bound to make a name for you. Mr. Xia, the Jianghu speaks of prestige. Prestige in addition to killing, but also need to be passed on by word of mouth. Yesterday, Zhang Yuan had given face to Xia Mingyuan and the Yichuan Merchant Bank, so Xia Mingyuan naturally wanted to proclaim Zhang Yuan's reputation. It's something that works together. Xia Mingyuan took out a small wooden box and pushed it in front of Zhang Yuan. He lifted the lid of the box, and in it was a large medicine worth 100 taels of grain silver, and 5 taels of gold ingots. This wooden box is worth 200 taels of silver, worth nearly 2 years of Zhang Yuan's salary. Brother Zhang, the bright people don't talk in the dark. In the future, as long as the Jade Spring Merchant Guild is around, there will be this much of a share every year. Looking towards Zhang Yuan, Xia Mingyuan's voice lowered a bit. The other rewards for begging a brother to do your job count separately. Zhang Yuan is the head of the prison jailer, but also soap clothes guards, and some of the Jianghu prestige. That's why Xia Mingyuan, who was the ruler of the West Side Black Market, gave him a share of the black market. The 100 Luck Fabric House had been eliminated, and the Jade Spring Trading House had become the largest black market trading place in the western city. And Xia Mingyuan's hands had been different in terms of both wealth and power of speech. This dividend thing, he can decide that at a stroke. Zhang Yuan was not polite and directly reached out to put away the wooden box. It's his to take. That bounty mission from the Green Bamboo Gang, is it still there? Putting away the wooden box, Zhang Yuan spoke out. The Green Bamboo Gang's bounty mission. Xia Mingyuan was slightly stunned, and said joyfully, naturally, not only in the morning. The reward was also increased by 20 taels of gold. Originally, it was 300 taels of gold, and another 20 taels were added, so it was 320 taels of gold, worth 3,200 taels of grain silver. This is a huge amount of money, just for a reward for a message. However, Zhang Yuan, who had probed Su Ji's memories, knew that the Green Bamboo Gang was asking for more than just a message. They were looking for the shipwreck that was Fang's in the first place. A dynasty official who has been scouring the merchant road for nearly 20 years and has cleaned up the underlying wealth of one of the major merchant houses. That wealth can be imagined. Not to mention the piece of Confucian treasure that was worth at least 300,000 taels of grain silver. Intercepted Fang Wendong Thing. Green Bamboo Gang did not participate, but Su Ji is the Green Bamboo Gang titular elder. Intercepted before things. All borrowed the Green Bamboo Gang. Green Bamboo Gang Master Lin Baiyang and Su Ji is also a lifelong friendship. If not, would not have accepted to stay by the government. Wanted Su Ji in the Green Bamboo Gang as an elder. Before Su Ji died, he said he wanted to be buried in Swallow Valley. Zhang Yuan spoke directly. Xia Mingyuan stood up and said in a low voice, Brother Zhang, wait a moment. He walked quickly down the stairs. Zhang Yuan was not in a hurry and sat there, drinking tea while running his own qi and blood, constantly purifying his true essence. Instead, his mind was slowly consulting Su Ji's memory images. What a Jianghu martial artist in the middle stage of the insight realm had seen, heard and realized was a great treasure. The experience in the rivers and lakes, and the sense of martial arts, could all be of infinite use to Zhang Yuan. Only after half an hour did Xia Mingyuan run up the stairs. With a joyful look on his face, he pulled out 3 sheets of gold foil spread out to the size of a palm from his sleeves. Above the gold leaf were intricate patterns and some writing. The Qin Treasury Gold in 4 big characters. And underneath is the text of 100 taels. Under the world of Xi'an Qin, gold and silver are in the hands of the state treasury. This kind of gold coupon is used for large amount of gold and silver transactions, and can be exchanged in the 9 continents of immortal Qin. On it was said that the secret method of the immortal Tao was used, and whoever dared to destroy or imitate it would certainly be detected and informed by the strongest of the immortal Qin. Originally black market transactions should be 280 split accounts, Xi'an Merchant Bank to take 20%, but this time Zhang brother you come, 300 taels of gold are yours. Xi'an Merchant Bank to stay 20 taels of gold for the errand fee. It was hard to hide the joy on Xiao Mingyuan's face. If such a big business is done, it is not only how much money he can get, but it will show the strength of Xiao Mingyuan and Xi'an Merchant Company. The 100 Lot cloth farm collapsed because of this, but he, Xiao Mingyuan, quietly accomplished this task. That's what it's all about. Being in the black market business requires such skills that outsiders cannot have. Zhang Yuan collected the gold foil, pondered for a moment, and spoke. Elder brother Xiao will keep an eye out for me. If there is a martial artist who is willing to work as a caretaker, and his cultivation is not too bad, you can help me find one. The best female, whose family is still clean would be good. If not for Yunzhou merchant Sun Buotao's secret investigation into Yunyang's matter, Zhang Yuan would not have thought of searching for an escorting martial artist. Yunyang did not have cultivation. Even if Dingjia Alley was a place where military families lived and few outsiders went, she still had to take precautions. Don't worry, brother Zhang. This kind of mercenary mission is the best. Xiao Mingyuan answered with a smile. Jianghu martial artists in addition to those who do not have business. More is the housekeeper. Bodyguard escort these lines. It's the best arranged business in the black market. Without staying longer at the Jade Spring Trading House, Zhang Yuan quietly left through the back door. Returning to the small courtyard on Ding's Lane, Anwu came to say that Yunyang had gone next door to Mrs. Han's house, and handed over another invitation. Master Zhang, someone sent an invitation in the afternoon to invite you and madam to a banquet tomorrow night. Zhang Yuan received the invitation and his eyes narrowed. Sun Batao, Sun Buotao, the third treasurer of Yunzhou Daijin Merchant Company, wants to invite Yunyang and him to a banquet in the name of his hometown in Yunzhou. You didn't go looking for him, but he came looking for you? A faint killing intent coalesced in Zhang Yuan's body. He's a small man, but he's got a big knife in his hand. Chapter 57 Provoking him. Zhang Yuan is provoking the soap clothes guards, provoking the Jinfu division. Pinching the invitation in his hand, Zhang Yuan's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. This one knows that Yunyang is from Yunzhou, and also knows that he is a soap clothes guard, and still invites himself to the banquet. For what reason? This Sun Buotao is just a mere merchant. Can find Dingji Axiang? Must be Xuanjing officials Sun Sun Fonglin help. Zhang Yuan was unwilling to offend such a dude, but he didn't expect that people had already checked the door. Regardless of whether the other party was malicious or not, daring to check on oneself was provoking. Provoking him, Zhang Yuan, is provoking the soap clothes guards, provoking the Jinfu division. Under the immortal Qin world, only the Jinfu division investigates others, and no one has yet dared to investigate the Jinfu division's people. Scribe envoy. What a big official. Zhang Yuan whispered, a trace of depth flashing through his eyes. Looking up at the sky, he put the invitation away and turned to enter the compartment. A few moments later, he went out again. Jinfu Division, the official office of the Department of Justice. Under the setting sun, the lobby of the Department of Punishment is so solemn and majestic that it gives people a sense of shivering. Each of the grayish volumes arranged on that shelf represented a case that implicated a criminal imprisoned in the jail cell of the Jinfu Division. Behind the long case, the point master Tu Hao looked at Zhang Yuan in front of him, his face revealing a few surprises. You've come to seek me out because you're afraid you'll be involved because of the matter of Su Jinlin? Tu Hao's face was calm, and he said lightly, I can give you a guarantee on this matter. That is, if I can't bring down Su Jinlin, it won't bring you any trouble. Without Tu Hao arranging for Zhang Yuan to be the head jailer, and without the task of clearing out the division's prisons at hand, Zhang Yuan would not have offended Su Jinlin. Su Jinlin, but one of the masters of the Wenfu division, is a high-ranking official in the Jinfu division. In Tu Hao's view, Zhang Yuan was nothing more than a soap guard, and it was only natural that he was afraid in his heart. At this time he can directly make such a guarantee, more or less still some commitment. Lord Point's sister is overly concerned. Zhang Yuan shook his head with a frank expression. I'm a soap guard, and the Lord Secretary of the Wenfu division can't move me easily. Not to mention that as long as I diligently cultivate my martial arts and accumulate merit, there are plenty of people in the Martial Township division who are willing to bail me out. His words caused a glint of crystal light to flash through Tu Hao's eyes. Zhang Yuan, a small soap guard, was able to see so thoroughly. For a martial artist, the biggest thing to rely on was their own cultivation and potential. In the Jinfu division, If you work both hard and have potential, you will be valued. Didn't he, Tu Hao, also value Zhang Yuan's potential before rehiring him? Wasn't the knife he needed in Tu Hao's hand exactly like Zhang Yuan? I have come to see your excellency this time because I have heard that our war decapitation cannot be recognized as a merit. It is the 100 luck clothier's guilt that cannot be determined. Looking at Tu Hao, Zhang Yuan gently lowered his voice. My lord, if we can convict 100 luck clothier, will we be able to get the war credit? Zhang Yuan's words caused a divine light to erupt within Tu Hao's eyes. Not only is he decisive and clear-minded, but he is also able to figure out the will of his superiors. People who are so good at coming to work and doing things are not afraid of being buried. Zhang Yuan, if you can find a way. Before Tu Hao could finish his words, a soap-robed guard outside the door came flying in. My lord, something's wrong. Division of prisons. First floor cells. Zhang Yuan stood behind Tu Hao and a black-robed old man. Lying on the ground was Lu Xingju, whose breath was already gone. The escort of Tang Weiliang, the owner of the 100 Luck cloth store. Lord Pointers. This person died from a recurrence of his injuries, and his qi and blood flowed backwards. The mortar and pestle maker squatting on the ground looked up at Tu Hao and opened his mouth. The other mortar and pestle maker nodded as well, and then sent the recorded dossier on its way. Tu Hao received the dossier with an expressionless face. 2.c. I'll look into this matter. The black-robed old man standing at Tu Hao's side spoke in a deep voice. His name was Zhou Huining, and he was the provider on the first level of the Jinshi prison cell, and he was on duty today. This kind of casemate death in the cell is common in the Department of Prisons, but it is not common for a casemate that the Jinfu division wants to keep alive to die here. Lu Xingju implicated in the matter of the 100 Luck cloth manor. The body can still dig out a lot of useful clues. So dead. To say that there is no fishy. Simply impossible. Donor Zhou. Since the person is already dead, there is no point in investigating or not investigating some things. Zhang Yuan, who was standing at the back, suddenly spoke out. Zhou Huining turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan. A glimmer of light coming from his eyes. A faint fury pressed down towards Zhang Yuan. Late caveman realm cultivation. If it was an ordinary soap clothes guards, facing the fury chi infestation of a cavernous brightness realm expert, they would already be trembling at this point. However, Zhang Yuan's figure was motionless, as if he did not feel the pressure at all. With this kind of performance, a trace of surprise flashed across Zhou Huining's face, and he couldn't help but sweep his gaze to Tu Hao on the side. No wonder Tu Hao brought this kid here. He really does have a few skills. Officiant Zhou, it's your own people who are investigating. Anyway, this matter is not directed at you. There's no need for you to get involved. Zhang Yuan slightly bowed his head and spoke again. His words caused Zhou Huining to freeze. Old Zhou, Zhang Yuan is right. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's directed at me. Tu Hao reached out and patted Zhou Huining's shoulder, holding the dossier as he walked straight out of the cell. Zhang Yuan arched his hand toward Zhou Huining, then quickly followed Tu Hao. Zhang Yuan, this name. Zhou Huining raised both eyebrows. That thing with Jin Chanlu and Zhao Pingchuan was done by this kid. Looking down at the lying body on the ground, Zhou Huining's eyes flashed coldly. It concerns me when someone puts his hand into the prison cell of the division and kills someone while I'm on duty. Outside the prison cell of the division, Tu Hao, who was walking quickly forward, stopped in his tracks. You said before that you have a way to convict the 100 Luck cloth farm. Is it from this Lu Xingju? He turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan and whispered, if you can think of it, others can think of it as well. And moreover, others strike even harder. Zhang Yuan, I am very optimistic about you. You have to remember that you are from soap clothes guards, and you don't need to act in such a disciplined manner as when Fu Si. Zhang Yuan nodded and said in a deep voice, I understand. The wild goose plume sword in my hand is the rule. Zhang Yuan understood what Tu Hao meant. If Zhang Yuan had tortured Lu Xingju directly after he had a clue and held the evidence in his hands, even if there was something against the rules in it, Tu Hao would be able to help smooth it out. Now that they've been given a head start, they're passive. My lord. In fact, Lu Xingju was in jail for one night. If your lordship wanted to try, he could have gotten hold of the information and evidence long ago, right? Zhang Yuan looked up at Tu Hao. Appreciation flashed across Tu Hao's face as he nodded. Not bad. I just want to get rid of those dogged people first. His eyes narrowed as he looked towards the dim torchlight. The people lurking in the Jinfu division are all calm-minded and secretive. It is absolutely impossible to easily catch the handle. Reaching out and pulling out a light golden token, Tu Hao looked at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, this official will give you the Point Commander license of the Department of Point Punishment, and the matter of finding evidence of the 100 Luck Fabric House will be entrusted to your hands. Zhang Yuan received the token and nodded. Don't worry. I'll take care of things in the Jinfu division. Tu Hao lightly smiled, turned around and quickly walked away. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, put away the token, and walked out of the division prison. Someone from the government office came and told the Point Criminal Division to take unauthorized action and disturb the people of the Luoyang Prefecture, and to ask the Wunfu Division to give an explanation. I'm afraid that this time Tu Hao Point Division is in trouble. Just as he reached the gate of the Jinfu Division, the sound of discussion came. Chapter 58, The Record of Governmental Studies. Zhang Yuan stood at the door for a while to hear the message clearly. Su to the Jinfu Division is the government office, but it is not the government office people, but the Luoyang Prefecture School Record, the Confucian and Taoist Prefectural School, which is in charge of the official examination, is a Confucian and Taoist official school that is independent of the government, yet subordinate to the prefectural government. All the Luoyang Prefecture in the official examination is the prefectural school control. The prefectural academy had a 6th-ranked chief scholar and 2 scholar recorders from the 6th rank, plus several Confucian doctors with 7th-ranked official titles. Don't look at all the imaginary positions. There are official positions in the body of the Confucian practitioners. Borrowing the immortal Qin world fortune, the power displayed is not bad. It is the Jinfu Si Chinese Fu Si those Confucian Taoist practitioners. In front of the government school, also do not dare to say that there are many winners. The prefectural school, in fact, is used by the imperial court to balance and hold the Jinfu division in check. Tan Liang, the prefectural school recorder. Zhang Yuan looked toward the street stretching outside the Jinfu division and whispered softly. This name he had seen from within the memories of Tang Weiliang of the 100 Luck Cloth Farm. In the eyes of outsiders, Tan Shueru is fair and impartial, but in fact, he has not done a lot of evil deeds in secret. Among the black market transactions of the 100 Luck Cloth Farm, there was this person's participation, and Tan Liang was also one of the organizers involved behind the 100 Luck Cloth Farm, together with Rao Qinghai, the magistrate of the government office, 2 high-ranking officials in the Jinfu division who hid their names, and 2 other strong men who only had code names. They were known as the 6 judges of the black market in the western city. In the resident hundreds of thousands of people in the city of Luoyang, north and south of the city have black market, which also have the government and the people of the Jianghu jointly in charge. The black market, too, has its rules. From Tang Weiliang's memory, Zhang Yuan understood that both Rao Qinghai and Tan Liang were merely advocates introduced by the government office, including those in the Jinfu division. It is unlikely that the real masters will leave a stain on themselves for running a black market. These people just need to be able to take the benefits in their hands without staining them. Noises came from the doorway of the Jinfu division, and several people in green robes walked out. Zhang Yuan recognized one of them as Shenwei, the point man of the Xianwei division. Tan Shuelu, don't worry. Within 3 days, my Jinfu division will definitely give Shuelu an explanation. Shenwei tugged the arm of an old man in his 50s in Confucian robes and sent him towards the door of the Jinfu division. A few others chimed in to help. Humph. Robbing a merchant house in broad daylight. My Luoyang Prefecture's cloth that is famous for 10,000 miles around. The cloth of the 100 Luck Cloth Villa is to be sold to the county capital. Too how we can't get the evidence of 100 Luck Cloth Villa violating the law and discipline. This lawsuit is to fight to the county government. I also want Yu Jinfu Si to be convicted. 3 days. The old man will wait 3 more days. The Confucian-robed old man flung away his sleeves, pushed Shenwei away, and quickly walked down the stone steps. Halfway encountered Zhang Yuan standing aside. His eyes fell on his waist above the wild goose plume. The old man glared at him and said fiercely, "You guys in dog skin, killing and setting fires are good at it, but doing the right thing is never a mess. Soap guards are traitors in the eyes of the Confucian and Taoist civil officials." Zhang Yuan watched the old man leave at a quick pace, a light smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Learn to record Tan Liang. He's still looking for this one. Tu Hao had given him a bit of a commander's license, and he always had to get things done for Tu Hao. The breakthrough is in this Tan Liang. When they returned to Dingjiao Lane, Yun Yang had already returned from Dame Han's house, and Aunt Wu had made dinner. Didn't I tell Xiaolang last time that the second son of Dame Han's family took her to the countryside? And now Dame Han is preparing to sell the small yard next door. At the dinner table, Yuna whispered about going next door today. Dame Han's courtyard is also the ancestral home of the Han family. It's quite a bit larger than this courtyard of my house. There are 8 rooms, and you can't buy it without 500 taels of silver. Zhang Yuan nodded. The Han family was a flag officer in the beginning. His Zhang family this yard plus study and kitchen is only 4 rooms, just 300 taels. Yun Yang raised her head and whispered, all of Ding's alley is filled with military families. Outsiders don't come to buy, and the other families don't lack houses. In fact, it is the second son of Han Damiang's family's manor in the countryside that is now having trouble functioning, and only then did he have to sell his estate. And picking up Han Damiang to go to the countryside is just a pretext. Dame Han said that Luoyang Prefecture can't sell its cloth at a good price this year, and that the 100,000 pounds of cotton planted by her second son can't be sold, and it's all piled up in the treasury, so it's going to lose at least 700 or 800 taels of grain silver. Although I don't understand, but the cloth in Luoyang Prefecture sells well year after year. This is about clothing, food, housing and transportation. Why is it difficult to sell this year? Hard to sell. That's natural. Zhang Yuan knew that 100 Lut Cloth Farm and several large trading houses had jointly suppressed the price, and this year's official collection of cloth had not yet begun. He knew better why Hokuto Tanliang was indignant, because this time the price of the cloth, and then resell the business as the government magistrate Rao Qinghai presided over. Tan Liang in the middle of the handling, by the 100 Lut Cloth Farm Tang Weilian operation. Rao Qinghai is the magistrate of the government office. Luoyang government in a number of high officials. This thing will not come forward. Should be running things or Tan Liang came forward. This is more than a number of signed contracts. Are the participation of the major trading houses and the 100 Luck Fabric House? With Tan Liang appeared as a guarantor of the signing of the pledge. Now that the 100 Luck Cloth Farm has been wiped out, it is unknown whether the cloth business can still be done, and whether this union can still come to fruition. The most important thing is that the deed that left the signatures and handprints, if it falls into the hands of the Jinfu, he Tan Shuelu is afraid of losing his name and life. Perhaps, this is the reason why Shueru Tan Liang went to the Jinfu division today. If Dame Han's family really wants to sell the small courtyard, then Yun Yang will buy it. Zhang Yuan put the bamboo chopsticks down and looked at Yun Yang. 300 taels of silver. Not too expensive. That courtyard is quite a bit larger than the one we live in. 300 taels is no loss. Someone must buy the 300 taels of the Han family's small house, instead of selling it to someone else and having someone who doesn't know it living next door. It would be better for Zhang Yuan to pay for it. Going forward, whether you resell or own it, you won't lose money. Yuna mused for a moment and nodded. After talking about this matter, Zhang Yuan said again about Yunzhou merchants sending invitations. A nervous look appeared on Yun Yang's face. She knew that Zhang Yuan didn't mind that she came from Ningchui boat, but those memories, she wanted to cut them off. Nowadays, she just wanted to be an ordinary little maiden of the Soapguard's family. Looking at her face, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, in the end, it's a merchant from Yunzhou. It's a member of the Little Mother's family, so it's good to go and sit at this banquet. Maybe we can even entrust him to find out where his mother's home is for little Nyang. Yunzhou was vast, and Yun Yang didn't even remember where her mother's home was, so it would be a good thing if she could find it. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, a trace of longing flashed through Yun Yan's eyes and she gently nodded her head. After dinner, Zhang Yuan did not go to his study to read, but went out again. This time he went to the schoolhouse not far away and met with Mr. Fan of the schoolhouse. Fan Mingduan, who was reading a book in the study, was a bit surprised to see Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan? But are there any learned questions on Confucianism and Taoism to ask? In front of the door of the academy, Fan Mingduan, who was carrying a lantern, looked around at the night color and looked up at Zhang Yuan. Standing in front of the door of the academy, Zhang Yuan shook his head and arched his hand towards Fan Mingduan. Mr. Fan, Zhang Yuan would like to ask you for a favor. He stepped forward, lowered his voice, and whispered a few words in Fan Mingduan's ear. Fan Mingduan's expression changed and his eyes widened. This, how can I, a Confucian, do this? I. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan had already reached out to pat him on the shoulder and said in a low voice, Mr. Fan, you begged Tan Liangshi for a doctorate in prefecture but were not able to do so, and you don't resent that? It is not difficult to think of the position of Doctor of Prefecture when he is brought down this time. Doctor of Prefectural Studies. Fan Mingduan trembled and pondered for a long time before nodding his head. Allow me to change my clothes. He turned his head and walked back to the backyard of the academy, changing into a black Confucian robe a few moments later and walking out with a lantern. Go. Chapter 59, Confucian Treasure. Blade Intent. Luoyang Prefectural School. Before the green stone steps, Zhang Yuan watched Fan Mingduan being invited into the gate by the guards, smiled gently and turned around. Civilian and military different paths. As a soap guards to enter the government school, this door is very difficult, but the academy instructor Fan Mingduan is a breeze. From Tang Weilian's memories, Zhang Yuan had seen the image of Fan Mingduan begging Tan Liang for a position as a doctor of Confucianism, only to be humiliated and mocked. At that time, Tan Liang had humiliated Fan Mingduan in front of many merchants and customers for not being learned enough and not having the right mind. This matter was not small for Fan Mingduan's harm, almost damaging the Ru Dao's Hori Foundation. Confucianism cultivation realm is not different from martial arts. The realm of hidden yuan is to simmer the foundation of Hao Yan. To the realm of cave brightness of fly. Fan Mingduan was in the late stage of the hidden yuan of Confucianism, and was qualified to be a doctor of the Prefectural Academy in terms of Confucianism cultivation. However, Confucianism cultivation is different from martial arts. There is no authority in the hand, no world fortune to add, not to mention the Confucian treasure in the hand of the Confucian. The hand is not binding chicken power. In a way, it is not wrong to say that Confucianism is the foundation of the country, and it is the power of Confucianism that is bound to the country's fortune. Zhang away from the open government school door, footsteps fast, hidden in the street dark running. What he has to do tonight is very simple. According to Tang Weiliang memory, to find the small courtyard that was given to the school record Tan Liang, block it, and then the rest of the things will be handed over to the people of the Prefectural Academy. The academy knows what to do if they don't want to ruin their reputation. Through 7 or 8 miles, outside the city of Guilu River in sight, the sparkling light reflecting the stars and moon, stopping in front of a small secluded courtyard, Zhang Yuan's body moved and had already stepped onto the 10 feet high courtyard wall. In the small courtyard, green bamboos are covered, green stone paths are winding, and there are pavilions and platforms scattered. The not-so-large courtyard is permeated with an elegance that is hard to hide. This small courtyard Tang Weiliang spent 1,000 taels of silver, individually given to Tan Liang, which also has an extremely good-looking waitress, also spent a lot of silver bought from the flower boat, given to Tan Liang. Outsiders simply do not know, usually act square, words and deeds of the elegant and upright academic record adults. Behind the scenes is actually this kind of extravagance. Holding his breath and walking fast, Zhang Yuan landed on top of a green bamboo plant. The qi and blood in his body converged, and his true essence spread all over his body, as if a bamboo leaf was stained on a bamboo branch. His body moved with the green bamboo as he cast his gaze toward the compartment in front of him. In the compartment, an old man in his 50s wearing a wide robe was seated, with plates of various colors of fruits and exquisite dishes in front of him. It's none other than Tan Liang. A woman in a pink dress lightly pulled up her sleeves and poured the wine from the wine pot into a cup before sending it to Tan Liang. Tan Liang bowed his head as the woman brought the glass to his mouth to drink from it. Your lordship is seared. The woman's voice carried warmth. Tan Liang laughed, his wine-stained beard rubbing into the woman's hand as he reached for her slender waist. The woman laughed daintily, her body moving upward, and the fruit plate on the tabletop was knocked off, scattering fruits and melons all over the place. Oops, spilled grapes. Ah, oh, your lordship can just eat these 2 grapes. That's what makes it delicious. In the middle of the room, playful voices rang out. A few moments later, the woman in the compartment delicately whispered, Master, stay here tonight. You have ruffled the slave into this. Ha ha, I like the way you're made of water. Little jade. A pale gasping voice rang out, but the old man is not allowed to spend the night here with you. The coming day is long. Tang Weiliang has died. The world no one knows you and I things. Those account books you hide. And so on 100 luck cloth villa wine passed. The old man will marry you to do fill in the room. My family. That old woman does not dare to say anything. Zhang Yuan, who was crouching on the green bamboo, shook his head and flew to land in the courtyard. He couldn't just let the people in the compartment go. The sound of feet landing in the courtyard caused the banter in the compartment to pause. A few moments later, the door to the compartment opened, and the old man with somewhat disheveled clothes stepped out. It's you! Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, Tan Liang's eyes narrowed and anger flashed across his face. He had recognized Zhang Yuan, the very person he had seen in front of the Jinfu Sea Gate in the evening. That's the only shady thing you town councilors do. Hearing his words, Zhang Yuan's face was bland as he laughed softly. Tan Shuelu, this matter of you hiding a beautiful woman in a golden house doesn't seem to be so bright and honorable, does it? All of Luoyang province knows that Tan Shuelu is a just man, and is incredibly generous to his old wife at home. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on the woman who poked her head out of the compartment. Tan Shuelu, Tan Liang, Luoyang Prefectural Academy Shuelu. This person in front of the learned, decent people of the academic record adults, actually in this place golden house hiding a girl. If this matter is told, Tan Liang's reputation will certainly be greatly damaged, and the name of the government school of purity will not exist. Humph. The old man married for a long time without a queen, is looking for a fill room. This matter is known to outsiders, so what? I and other readers who have not had some affair. Tan Liang reached out and pointed at Zhang Yuan, a greenish-gray halo flickering at his fingertips. On the contrary, you, a Mirjinfu Division middle military guard, dares to break into people's houses. This Hokuto takes you today and sends you to the Jinfu Division to ask Han Chanzai about how he disciplines you traitors. As the words fell, a green-colored dazzling light had already penetrated from Tan Liang's fingertips, transforming into an illusory rope and locking towards Zhang Yuan. This rope is the power of the Hao Ran transformed, borrowing heaven and earth chi luck. Virtual and real can withstand the sword, but also water and fire do not invade the sword and gun constantly. Beyond the dazzling light, a green-colored long python shadow flashed and had rushed in before Zhang Yuan's divine soul, impacting the divine soul and shaking the mind. This is the true killing move of Rudra. Between the confinement of the physical body and the rigidity of the body, and then the impact of the divine soul, it directly shattered the mind and spirit. With such tactics, Tan Liang had no intention of leaving Zhang Yuan alive. Kill Zhang Yuan and everything will be discernible. Zhang Yuan stood still, his hand pressing the hilt of the sword at his waist, his legs and feet slowly pressing down. The chains made of green dazzling light reached half a zhang in front of his body, and he let out a low shout as he sheathed his long sword. Kill! The bellowing sound was connected to the sound of the long knife being sheathed. The body full of chi and blood instantly stirred, and the true essence turned into a torrent into the long knife in his hand. The blade light chopped down, and the rope of dazzling light made by that vast power cut through. The illusory long python that impacted his mind and soul also shattered its body under this blade. Knife will. This blade had the shadow of a great momentum of martial arts, a display of the intent of the blade. True essence catalyzed the blade intent, which could rival immortal and demon divine abilities. This is what Jin Shanglu said at the beginning. Martial arts cultivation to a high level. All the magic demon law cannot get close to the body. At this time, Zhang Yuan's cultivation had reached the hidden Yuan realm's great completion, and he had long possessed his own true essence power, and his sword and fist techniques were extremely deep, touching the edge of the great potential realm of intent. Together with the cultivation memories of Flipwave White Stripe Suji, a mid-cavernous brightness realm expert, Zhang Yuan slashed out a battle power no less than that of a first-time cavernous brightness realm entrant. Even if Tan Liang was a Confucian official and possessed heaven and earth's chi luck to add to his body, this strike failed to injure Zhang Yuan in the slightest, being broken by Zhang Yuan's divine means with a single slash. Tan Liang was also a bit surprised and looked towards Zhang Yuan with a slight change of color on his face. Good. The district military guards have this kind of ability. Jinfu Division, truly worthy of being a pillar of Xi'an. The words were compliments, but the tone was cold, and the coldness in his eyes was not a compliment at all. His originally empty palm flipped, and a small 3-inch jade-colored seal entered his hand. This small seal is not an official seal, no magnificent momentum convergence, but this seal with a road on the light golden lines, was infused with the power of the vastness, revealing wisps of golden light. Confucian treasure? Zhang Yuan looked at the small seal and a glint of light came out from his eyes. Tan Shuero is known to have 2 sleeves, and he even has a Confucian treasure worth 10,000 taels of grain silver in his hands. It seems that this 2-sleeve cleanliness is just an act for outsiders. Chapter 60, You've disappointed this priest. These words caused Tan Liang's face to look a few more points harder. However, at this moment, Tan Liang didn't pay any attention to Zhang Yuan at all. He just held the small seal in his palm, and the power of vastness was infused, leading the golden light on the small seal to converge and condense into a golden lance suspended. The biting killing intent emanating from that lance caused Zhang Yuan to feel chills all over his body. This kind of Confucian divine means is really divine. There were also few of those master memories in his mind that knew anything about the Ru Dao avatar. The only thing was that when he had talked with Zhao Pingchuan and Jin Shenglu had said how to deal with the Ru Dao Wen Bao. A body of chi and blood coalesced, the true essence was pushed, and the whole body watched and gazed to keep its nature. Confucianism seeks a word to follow the law. Confucian treasure retained in the Confucian cultivator's mind. If you are when he is real, it is real. If it is when it does not exist, it does not exist. Jin Shanglu spoke of the Confucian way of exchange with a frank face. Of course, only a strong person like Jin Shanglu would dare to comment on Confucianism in such a way. No one else could do so. Zhang Yuan looked at the golden light in his hand that led to Tan Liang, and let out a loud shout. Tan Shuelu, this small courtyard, the Ru Bao in your hand, and the delicate lady behind you, are all filial piety from Tang Wei Liang of the 100 Luck Cloth Villa, aren't they? Do you dare to let the world know such things? If the world knew, they would be ruined. Confucianism and Taoism cultivation root is basically to the world's luck as the basis, the loss of the people's beliefs. Then Yi Tan Shuelu is a waste of a person. Killing intent converged in Tan Liang's eyes as he coldly grunted. You know too much. As the words fell, he raised his hand and pushed, and the small seal flew out, bringing the golden lance towards Zhang Yuan to stab him in the chest. In an instant, it seemed as if there were wind and thunder surging in the small courtyard of no more than 3 feet, and the originally dark space directly roared and exploded. Those green stones and green bamboos were all chopped to pieces by the streams of light caught in the golden lance. Such a tactic was truly not something a hidden Yuan realm martial artist could deal with. Tan Liang, the prefecture's city academic record, catalyzed a Confucian treasure. And what he displayed was definitely a cave mind realm battle power. Zhang Yuan didn't wait for the lance to reach his body. He already let out a low shout and chopped down heavily with his long sword. Above the blade there was true essence power that seemed like it was going to turn into a long dragon. And the long blade chopped down with the overwhelming determination of chopping up heaven and earth. Xin Yu. This blade was a blade technique from the Earth rank 6th grade martial technique Xin Yu Gong. Giving up all his defenses, he only sought to suppress heaven and earth and mountains with a single blade. The long sword chopped out, and the blade clashed with that golden lance in a line. Dang dash! The sound of vibration resounded piercingly, and the surrounding 3 feet of emerald bamboos were all shattered by a blast of dazzling light. Zhang Yuan's feet retreated uncontrollably, his face turned white, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Tan Liang on the opposite side was also shaken and fell to the ground. The small jade-colored seal in his hand couldn't hold it and rolled to the ground. Zhang Yuan slammed into a half a zhang of lapis lazuli. His back shattered the lapis lazuli, and his entire retreat was blocked. He pointed forward with the long sword in his hand, with blood at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of open-hearted laughter on his face. Tan Shueru, you don't dare to use the power of heaven and earth, and you can't kill me with just a Ru treasure. If Tan Liang had used his heaven and earth chi luck to enhance the strike just now and run the small seal, the lance would have left Zhang Yuan powerless again even if it hadn't killed him. But Tan Liang didn't dare to use the heaven and earth's chi. Once he used the power of heaven and earth, the strongest people in the city would surely know about it, and he himself would have to report to the government office afterwards. It's something that can't be said. Tan Liang, who had fallen into a sitting position, struggled a bit and coughed a few times, and the woman in the compartment behind him was busy stepping forward and helping him up. Zhang Yuan quickly stepped forward and held the small seal that had fallen on the ground in his hands, his long sword pointing at Tan Liang. Kid, you should know, this official to achieve the position of academic record in Luoyang province has been the head of the face of the figure. Yuzhen Fu division other people do not come, but let you a no-name junior to come, is not want to turn the tables with me. Today they are merely borrowing your hand to send a message that this official should not push your Jinfu division too hard. This matter is already known to this official, and will not embarrass how too much in 3 days. Tan Liang, who was pointed at by the long knife, had a calm expression on his face as he looked at Zhang Yuan and spoke slowly. Although his clothes were wrinkled and his beard and hair were a bit disheveled, he stood with his hands behind his back and his demeanor was not bad. In the end is able to do a side of the government school from the 6th grade of the academic record of people. Confucianism and Taoism cultivation is not extraordinary. If he had been able to kill Zhang Yuan with a single strike just now, then Tan Liang hadn't held back in the slightest. But since he couldn't be killed, he immediately changed his attitude. As if it wasn't him, Tan Shueru, who was full of killing intent just now. This was a Confucian practitioner who floated in the officialdom of the government offices, completely different from those who practiced the martial arts and were straightforward. What Tan Liang says is all its speculation, and it does make a lot of sense. The Jinfu Si can do this because he went to make a scene and deliberately sent people to knock him out. The Jinfu division has always acted in an unscrupulous manner, but this time he guessed wrong. Zhang Yuan really wasn't sent from the Jinfu division. Zhang Yuan pointed his long sword forward, his smile on his face unabated. You shouldn't be in such a hurry to make a scene at the Jinfu division. I guess you're afraid that my Jinfu division will find out about your involvement with the 100 Luck Fabric House because Tang Weiliang and the 100 Luck Fabric House have collapsed, aren't you? These words caused Tan Liang's face to sink. Zhang Yuan and other soap guards in front of him simply do not have the qualifications of a straight face. But Zhang Yuan knows too much. Not at all like an unusual soap guard. Humph. Since you know about the black market matter, you should know that you can't afford to offend any of the people involved behind the black market. A trace of depth came out from Tan Liang's eyes as he stared at Zhang Yuan. I advise you to mind your own business. Your duty is done. Just go back and resume your duties. With a flick of his sleeve, the vast chi that had been disorganized in Tan Liang's body began to converge again. The wretched look from a moment ago was gone. Zhang Yuan's long sword pointed at Tan Liang, and the smile on his face increased. These expressions caused Tan Liang to look gloomy. His palms were raised, and there were channels of golden streams of light converging at his fingertips. Do you really think this official doesn't dare to kill? Luoyang Prefecture City, Confucianism and Taoism civil officials, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. That is, the Cave-Ming realm can also be killed. Not to mention Zhang Yuan, the small soap guards? This is Tan Liang's backbone and reliance. Since the beginning, he had not placed Zhang Yuan in his eyes. Lord, as a government school record, participate in the black market trading operation, not to mention, but also enjoy the luxury of intoxicated life. Zhang Yuan face smile put up. This matter publicized out. Luoyang Prefecture Prefectural School face lost all. Tan Liang let out a furious cry and was just about to raise his hand when his face suddenly changed. The door of the small courtyard opened at an unknown time, and two men in green robes stood there. These two figures caused Tan Liang to tremble. Homok man, Yang Sacrificial Learning. You guys, how did you get here? Luoyang Prefecture, the chief official of the Prefectural Academy, the 6th grade sacrificial school Yongchang. Luoyang Prefecture, one of the two school recorders He Muan. Both of these two Luoyang Prefecture's central prefectural schoolmasters appeared in this small courtyard. This small courtyard was given to Tan Liang by Tang Wei Liang, and outsiders would never know about it. Tan Liang slowly turned his head, his eyes fixed dead center on Zhang Yuan in front of him. This Xinfu Si Zhangju and Gui went around in circles, not coming to deliver the news at all, but blocking himself here to allow Yang Chang and He Muan to arrive. With his hands behind his back, wearing a 6th grade Confucian crown on his head, the old man with white hair slowly walked forward. The broken rocks and broken bamboos in front of him all seemed to be swept by the wind, retreating to the side. Tan Liang, you have disappointed this priestly school too much. Chapter 61, Zhang Yuan, I'll remember this name. The old man walked up to Tan Liang, snorted coldly, and spoke slowly. Yang Chang, a 6th-ranked sacrificial scholar of Luoyang Prefecture, the first person in Luoyang Prefecture's prefectural school and the first person in Confucianism and Taoism. Tan Liang's face shifted and he wanted to speak, but he paused stiffly. Yang Chang came here, and any more he said would be useless sophistry. Tan Liang, I didn't expect you to be such a moralistic person. The 40-year-old Confucian cultivator who followed Yang Chang drank loudly. His body was agitated by a vast and righteous aura. Receiving heavy money privately, keeping a foreign room, and getting drunk on paper. Are you still considered a member of my Confucian way? He stepped forward and raised his hand to slap down at Tan Liang. Tan Liang took half a step back, snorted coldly, blared and shouted lowly, He Muan, if there is no this school record to participate in those salacious things, do you think that you these dull wooden Confucians can rule peacefully? Eyes cast to Yang Chang in front of him, Tan Liang said in a deep voice. My lord, if he nerd doesn't know, don't you know? The proceeds of my prefecture school's meddling in the black market can be given to the prefecture school's private coffers. Private coffers? Bewilderment flashed across He Muan's face as he looked toward Yang Chang. He was a government school record, Luoyang Prefecture top 3 people, but did not know that there is a private library. A brilliant light flashed across Zhang Yuan's eyes. Such things as private coffers are not something that he, a soap guard of the Xinfu division, can know about. Tan Liang brought up the matter of the private coffers in front of Yang Chang, clearly trying to harm him. Yang Chang glanced at He Muan, his gaze swept to Zhang Yuan on the side, and then to Tan Liang. Tan Liang, there are some things that are done that can't be said. You should know that since I'm here with He Shualu today, there's no way back for you. With deepness in his gaze, Yang Chang slowly walked forward. The reputation of my Luoyang Prefecture school is not to be tarnished by anyone. Tan Liang's face went white as he reached out and pointed at Yang Chang. Yang Chang, you. Yang Chang raised his hand and waved it, and lightning seemed to explode throughout the small courtyard. A green-colored emerald bamboo flew out from the ground and shattered into a gabion, penetrating Tan Liang's body. Being pierced through his body by this bamboo gabion, Tan Liang's entire body trembled and fell to the ground. A casual strike induced changes in the surrounding heaven and earth. This was the strength of a great cultivator of the Confucian way. Such means of raising one's hands and feet were not martial arts, but they were better than martial arts. No wonder the immortal Qin dynasty hall wanted to use the Confucian way to hold back the martial way. Zhang Yuan stood not far away, a glimmer of light emanating from his eyes. This was the first time he had seen a great cultivator of the Ru Dao make a move. and that magnificent concealment that could not be resisted was truly mind-blowing. At this moment, he also understood that the cultivation level of the realm of hidden elemental was really nothing. In a fight between truly powerful people, the only way to have a foothold to defend oneself was to invoke the power of true essence. Young Chang, you want to kill me? The crimes I have committed will be cleared up by the prefectural office and the Jinfu Si. I have the accounts to and from the prefectural school in my hands. Jinfu Si. I surrender to the Jinfu Si. Tan Liang's body rolled backward, panicking as he retreated on the ground, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The woman who was originally supporting Tan Liang was now falling between the messy bamboos, and her body was also stained with blood. Jinfu Division? Yang Chang's gaze turned to Zhang Yuan on the side. My humble position. Soapguard Zhang Yuan of the Jinfu Division. Meet Lord Sacrificial Science. Zhang Yuan cupped his fists and bowed. Yang Chang nodded and turned his head, his gaze falling on Tan Liang. I heard that the soap-clothes guards of the Jinfu Division have extraordinary means of torture and interrogation, so little brother Zhang can show some of them, so that I can see them. Zhang Yuan looked towards Tan Liang, who was lying on the ground, and stepped forward with his knife. Zhang Yuan, you're from the Jinfu Division. I'm going to turn myself in. I have evidence of the transactions in the Xi'an black market in my hands. You escort me to the Jinfu Division. Hand over the evidence, and Tu Hao will be left in peace. Tan Liang stared tightly at Zhang Yuan, lying on the ground and struggling backward to retreat. Doesn't the town hall want evidence? With the evidence in hand, he, Tan Liang, will be able to save his life. As long as he didn't die here today, he still had a chance to live. He has enough hidden secrets and evidence in his hands to buy a life. Tan Xuelu, if you had handed over the evidence when you went to the Jinfu Division today, you wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Zhang Yuan held a sword in his hand, his face calm. Now, late. Tan Liang trembled as his eyes turned to Yang Chang standing in the courtyard. Zhang Yuan, you know too many of my house school's hidden secrets. If you want to kill me, you're going to die too. Only after the words fell, the knife in Zhang Yuan's hand had already swung down. Tan Liang's eyes widened as the blade slashed across his neck and blood splattered 8 feet. Good sword technique. Yang Chang showed a few smiles on his face. Zhang Yuan drew his sword back to its sheath and said with an arch, reporting back to the two adults, the villains refused to bind their hands, so my humble servant had no choice but to kill with his sword and fail to ask for any information. I hope that the two adults will forgive me. Torture? Is Yang Chang asking for any news? No need. What Yang Chang wants is for Tan Liang to shut his mouth. Looking at Zhang Yuan, who was holding his fist in front of him, Yang Chang's face slowly turned cold. Between his palms, there was a stream of green-colored light flashing. On his body, a layer of light golden Ru Dao's vast power surged, and a square foot in circumference was instantly confined. He's going out for the kill. If you kill Zhang Yuan, the only person who will not tell the hidden secrets is the dead. Tan Liang was, after all, my prefectural school record, and I'm afraid it's not easy to account for him dying here like this. Before Yang Chang's words finished, Zhang Yuan's palm spread out. A black token unfolded. Commander of the Township's Point Command Sign. Zhang Yuan is not an ordinary soapguard. Is the point of the Department of Punishment point of punishment officer Tu Hao close confidant. He came here to represent Tu Hao. Yang Chang dared to kill Zhang Yuan, but he didn't dare to kill Zhang Yuan who represented Tu Hao. Looking at the token in Zhang Yuan's hand in front of him, Yang Chang's expression changed and he laughed. Zhang Yuan, this name this priestly school remembers. I am on good terms with a few of the masters in your Jinfu Division, and I will certainly recommend them for you in the future. After saying that, he flicked his sleeve and turned around. After only a few steps, he stopped in his tracks and looked at He Muwen, who was standing in the distance. He Xuelu, Tan Liang was ambushed, and the matter in charge of his hands will be handed over to you from now on. He's also right. In order to make the middle school students of the Prefectural Academy study and pursue their studies in peace, there are some things that always need to be done by people. Reaching out to pat He Muwen's shoulder, Yang Chang walked out of the small courtyard with his hands behind his back. Ho! Ho to this! Ho to this! He Muwen froze in place, muttering lowly under his breath. Zhang Yuan carried his sword towards the woman in the middle of that chaotic bamboo who was already so shocked that she was about to faint. You still want to kill people? He Muwen clenched his fists and shouted out in a low voice. Zhang Yuan looked back at him, then squatted down and whispered a few words in the ear of the woman in the messy bamboo. The woman nodded her head in panic, and busied herself by going to the compartment to gather some clothes, and 2 volumes of books, before walking out into the courtyard. Lord He, my humble servant Zhang Yuan, a member of the soap clothes guards, is used to doing things like wielding a sword and killing people. If your lordship has mercy on this woman, you will take her away. She has in her possession the ledgers of Tan Shueru's travels to and from the black market. If your excellency does not wish to taint her, my humble servant can do it for you, and burn her clean in a single fire, along with the ledger, and this small courtyard. Zhang Yuan's voice was indifferent. He Muwen and the woman in front of him both shuddered. The woman even let out a cry of sorrow and fell to her knees in front of He Muwen's feet. The corners of He Muwen's mouth shivered slightly as he looked toward Zhang Yuan. Why? Why this? Chapter 62 Cave Ming Realm Confucian Cultivator Reflexive. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan had already returned. Lord He, is it hard to believe that you want these things about the Prefectural Academy to be known by outsiders? He Muwen trembled, confusion showing on his face as he muttered. He is also a government school record. This kind of scandal in the government school, not good to spread the word, but to keep it from spreading out, he would either have to kill the woman in front of him, or he would have to take her away. Looking down and seeing the delicate and pitiful appearance of the woman in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a softness in his heart. Zhang Yuan coughed lightly, and Fan Mingduan, who was carrying a lantern outside the door, walked in, and when he saw the pool of blood on the ground, his legs also went weak. He looked toward Zhang Yuan. Mr. Fan, please send He Shuelu back with His Excellency's newly accepted maiden. His Excellency has been entrusted with a heavy responsibility by the sacrificial school and has a promising future ahead of him. Zhang Yuan spoke aloud, giving Fan Mingduan a wink. The future is limitless. That one sentence is a double entendre. Today, he, Fan Mingduan, was involved in the privacy of the prefecture, and the prefecture would need to give him a foregone conclusion. The doctorate in governmental studies, which he had so diligently sought, was bound to come easily to him. With a complicated look at Zhang Yuan, Fan Mingduan nodded his head, then said in a low voice, Lord He, leave this matter to Zhang Yuan. He's a member of the Jinfu division. He'll definitely be able to handle this matter properly. He Muwen's gaze was directed at Zhang Yuan, then swept over the collapsed body of Tan Liang on the ground, struggles flashing across his face. Fan Mingduan held He Muwen up, then tugged the woman in front of him and together they walked out of the small courtyard. Zhang Yuan watched them walk out and his gaze fell on the lying Tan Liang. Half a quarter of an hour later, flames rose from the small courtyard. Only after watching the small courtyard turn into ashes in the flames did Zhang Yuan turn around and walk into the darkness. At this moment, there was a light red qi and blood intertwined with a light golden vast power in his body, only to be bound by the innate true essence that was close to the fourth grade, making it impossible for outsiders to probe clearly. A cultivation feedback from a cavernous realm Ru Dao Great Cultivator. If it was the martial Dao Cavern realm, Zhang Yuan would not dare to kill it today. He was not certain that he could carry that much more martial true essence and qi and blood power, but a Rudraksh cavernous realm. He swung his sword and cut. A greenish-gray light emerged in his mind. In the midst of that light and shadow, there was a chiefly horned schoolboy in a green robe, holding a book of poetry in his hands and reciting it aloud. The way of Confucianism is in understanding, in seeking knowledge, in not being confused. The picture flows. The child has reached the young man of weak crown, carrying a bookcase, walking thousands of miles, just for the sake of learning. Communicate with fellow students. Seek advice from teachers. Confucianism, but also step-by-step ladder. Read hard. Think deeply. Study hard. And ask questions. Confucianism is not different from martial arts. The paths of the world are ultimately the same. Youth to middle age. The official examination over. Become a doctor of Confucianism, step by step to become from the 6th grade school record. Grow a long beard and put on a brocade robe. When I first received 300 taels of grain silver from Tang Weiliang, I didn't sleep well for a few days. The first time I collected silver money to facilitate a scholar in the midst of an official examination, I couldn't sleep at night and trembled for a whole month. Silver money and Confucianism, the belief in the heart was collapsing at that moment. What avenue, what law and order, are not as precipitous as that silver money in hand. The more black market transactions you participate in, the more you see through the nature of the world. The way is not black and white, traveling between black and white, when the beliefs of the heart change and there are no more scruples or restraints, accepting bribes, facilitating or even manipulating admission to official examinations. Codenamed Man Ruler, he controls the black market and decides many people's families with a single word. With the wealth of the black market, manipulate the Luoyang prefecture cloth prices, small swallow big, regardless of the people's lives, regardless of business life and death. Between the sinking and floating, I have long forgotten what I practiced at the beginning, and I have long forgotten what I insisted on at the beginning. In such a few years, the cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism regressed instead of advancing. By the time you want to repent, it's already too late. Drinking, sex, and wealth ultimately made a Confucianism cavern realm cultivator sink. Kill. The long blade swung out, cutting everything to pieces. All the memories combined with the golden vast power and poured into Zhang Yuan's body. A golden bead hovered in his mind. 53 golden beads represented the cultivation reflexes of a cavernous realm Confucian cultivator. Vast power. This rolling and monstrous vast power merged with the vast power within Zhang Yuan's own body, inducing a full body of qi, blood in true essence to surge. Unlike qi and blood, the power of vastness returned to silence in the mind after penetrating the sinews and body. In the world of cultivation, if you lose your heart, you will eventually transform into a devil. This demon is the evil in the heart. Moving forward in the midst of the night, Zhang Yuan's mind was calm at this moment. Martial arts can move forward, but it cannot see through everything. Today there was Tan Liang's memory of Confucianism and Taoism, which made his heart more and more rounded and determined. At this moment, Zhang Yuan only felt that his mind was agile, and the barriers that he could not see through before were all incomparably clear. No matter how sharp the knife in his hand was, it was still just a knife. This sword needs to be in the hands of someone who can see through everything and rein in everything before it can display its true killing power. Tu Hao valued himself, giving himself the task of investigating the division prison, and handing over the point commander's license to himself, just because of the sharpness of his sword. Yang Chang had just used himself to kill Tan Liang, also because his knife was sharp enough. In the Jinfu division, those superiors valued, not also because Zhang Yuan showed the killing and blood courage that others did not. There is no such thing as valuing without a reason. The cultivation of others required him, Zhang Yuan, to take enough things in exchange. He himself is not qualified to be the one who holds the sword right now. Then do your own knife first. A sharp knife. Whoever is capable will hold this sword in his hand. When the day came, he, Zhang Yuan, would become the wielder of this sword himself. Touching the little seal in his arms, a smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's face. This thing is a Confucian and Taoist cultural treasure worth 10,000 taels of silver. Yang Chang didn't mention it, so naturally he kept it in his pocket. Compared to this rubiao, the black market transactions that Tan Liang was involved in, as well as those private possessions, were even more precious. After resolving Tan Liang, the crisis of the government school forcing Tu Hao's hand was a few points less. However, Zhang Yuan knew that the first to come out was not the real enemy. The reason why Tan Liang went to the government office to file a lawsuit against the Jinfu division was that Rao Qinghai, the judge of the government office, encouraged him to do so. Tan Liang, being used as a gun by this one. House judge, this one is no good either. Zhang Yuan's figure disappeared into the night. It was late at night when we got back to Ding's alley. Yuna was still awake and waiting in the compartment. Zhang Yuan did not explain anything either. Since he was chosen Zhang Yuan, he saw that the soap guards for the little Lang. Naturally, he chose this kind of fearful life. As for him, Zhang Yuan, he made every effort to raise his cultivation, improve his status and become a Xuanjia guard, make himself stronger, have more say, and bring honor to his little mother. Being born an immortal Qin, being able to have the opportunity to advance and the resources to do so, it was impossible for him, Zhang Yuan, to be willing to be an ordinary person. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhang Yuan went to the Jinfu Sea martial arts school after his morning exercise. The memories of Dongming realm powerhouse Su Ji had given him a deeper sense of martial cultivation, and he was more at ease with the cultivation of Jin Yugong, together with the memorized experiences of a Ru Dao insight realm, literature and martial arts. He was more than capable of seeing through the obstacles in cultivation. At this time, when practicing sword and fist techniques, there was a lot more spirituality between the lightness of the weight and the urgency. The mood. The big picture. Without realizing it, Zhang Yuan's Jin Yugong was already about to be completed. Chapter 63, Master Tiger. You've stretched your hand a bit too far. The cultivation difficulty of the Earth rank 6th grade Jin Yugong was more than 100 times more difficult than what Zhang Yuan had previously cultivated. The most crucial thing was that this technique was extremely costly, and at first, even Tao Chang, the envoy, had advised Zhang Yuan to change to another technique. However, once this technique was cultivated, the increase in battle power would be absolutely unimaginable. For accumulating true essence and refining the body and sinews, it was also not comparable to the techniques below the Earth rank. Liang Chao, the son of a large family in Team A2, He was the one who practiced Jin Gong, and his chi and blood were too thick compared to martial artists of the same rank. At this time, Zhang Yuan was not only upgrading his cultivation of martial arts techniques, but he also had the memory experience of a cavernous realm Ru Dao practitioner. With that arguably massive amount of Rugra's vast power in his body, Zhang Yuan refined the chi and blood beads even faster. This allowed him to cultivate even faster than before. At this rate, within 2 years, he could have his chi and blood perfected and step into the cavernous brightness realm. The power of vastness could fix his mind and soul, allowing him to run his martial chi and blood with all his heart and condense his true essence. It was an unexpected surprise. In the future, when you get the memories and chi, blood and true essence power of other strong people, you will not be afraid of being eroded by the fury and losing your mind. Before, it was the power of the vastness that was too little, not knowing that it had such wonderful uses. Feeling the true essence and chi and blood in his body being bound forward, Zhang Yuan spoke softly, his face revealing joy. The innate true essence was already at the peak of the 3rd grade, just a sliver short of the 4th grade. 4th grade innate true essence. That cultivation potential was 10 times that of a 3rd grade true essence. With the support of the 4th grade innate true essence, he would have a chance to step into the Kaiyang realm. Nowadays, Zhang Yuan had long understood that the innate true essence was the true foundation of cultivation. To go farther after the cave brightness realm, the higher the grade of the innate true essence, the better. Whether it was the power of chi and blood or the power of vastness, they were all incomparably precious things that were gained from hard cultivation. If outsiders knew that Zhang Yuan was so bad with his chi and blood and vast power, I was afraid that he would be heartbroken. Zhang Yuan did not care about the depletion of his chi and blood and vast power. He was now going all out to combine his chi and blood with the power of vastness to boil down his self-innate true essence so that it could climb to a higher level. Koro, it's time for breakfast. Behind her, Yun Yang's voice rang out. Zhang Yuan was shaken and slowly withdrew his energy. Buzz, the chi and blood outside of his body shook, and the silhouette of a green-colored mountain flickered away. This was a vision brought about by practicing the Earth Order 6th grade Jin Gong. When the Jin Gong reaches its great completion, it can really move mountains and take down mountains, locking down mountains and rivers. With a crystalline divine light coming out of his eyes, Zhang Yuan raised his head to look at the sky, where the lavender light of the rising sun was reflected. Early simmering innate true essence. 18 years old hidden essence great success. Cultivate the Earth Order 6th grade Gongfu. He Zhang Yuan as long as good cultivation, will eventually have the time to excel. The one who taught martial arts this morning was Tao Cheng, the provider stationed at the book depository. Seeing Zhang Yuan, Tao Cheng nodded with a light smile. After the roll call, Tao Cheng began to teach martial arts. He was stationed in the library of the Department of Canonical Books, and had studied a wide range of martial arts, whether it was the martial arts of the rivers and lakes or the feats of the Zhenfu Division and other military forces. Most of the soapclothes guards present also recognized him and had asked him for advice on kung fu cultivation. The atmosphere of today's morning class was very cordial, and the people asked Tao Cheng questions, and Tao Cheng answered them all with a smile. When those Shinfu Si Zongdianji and the captains came to do the teaching, no one dared to be so easy and casual. Zhang Yuan didn't have many questions, but he did voice out a few. He did have questions about Jin Gong, but it was impossible for him to ask them during this morning class. Zhou Huining Zhou Provider has a good view of you. It just so happens that we will go to the workshop market together in a few days, so you can join us. At the end of the morning class, Tao Cheng told Zhang Yuan in a low voice. Zhou Huining was the same envoy who was on duty in the prison of the Department of Justice. A few words from Zhang Yuan yesterday left a deep impression on Zhou Huining. Hearing that he was going to the workshop, Zhang Yuan had a smile on his face. Zhang Yuan had a defense talisman in his hand that was given by the envoy Zhang Wenhe, and was ready to go to the workshop market to either sell it or exchange it for other cultivation items. Tao Cheng had told him about this matter before. Now that Zhang Yuan had quite a few silver taels in his hand, he was more than eager to go to the workshop that was specially opened for the cultivators to trade. Tao Cheng had been very nice to Zhang Yuan since he had shown his cultivation talent, and he had been very dedicated in explaining the Gongfu. The offerings in the Zhenfu division are all idle positions with good pay. Saying goodbye to Tao Cheng, Zhang Yuan went to the squad room to order his shift, and then headed to the division prison to be on duty. Zhang Yuan had been preparing to go to the Department of Penalty to see Tu Hao, handing over to Tu Hao some of the books and account books he had gotten from Tan Liang's small courtyard last night. On the road, a lot of people whispered about yesterday's government school record to the Zhenfu division in the matter of the complaint. It is said that Lord Tu Hao of the Department of Points of Punishment has been temporarily suspended by the Department of Wenfu. Xi'an Wei division point division Shen Wei temporarily replaced the point of punishment division point division. Zhang Yuan remembered that last night Shen Wei said that 3 days to give the government school an account. That is to say, if the guilt of the 100 luck clothier could not be established within 3 days, then Tu Hao would almost be dismissed from his post. Even if Tan Liang has now been quietly beheaded by Zhang Yuan and will no longer come to the Jinfu division to ask for an explanation, the Jinfu division will still have to come up with an attitude. Because, this is Jinfu C. Jinfu C Act. Never ding is ding. We'll never give people a handle. If you say you'll give an answer in 3 days, then you will. If you can't get the evidence in 3 days and can't convict 100 luck clothier, then Tu Hao of the Department of Criminal Justice will have to come out and take all the blame. Zhang Yuan had the point commander's card sent by Tu Hao in his hand, and was one of the people who valued him the most in the Jinfu division. Point criminal division point division Tu Hao. Can't fall. As long as this time can keep Tu Hao. In the future Zhang Yuan in Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu division will have a real backer. The current Zhang Yuan was not qualified to be a sword wielder, so he would first become a sharp long knife. Division of prisons. Greetings, Master Jailer. Lord Zhang. The jailer in front of the division jail saw Zhang Yuan again with a much more respectful look. The strength that Zhang Yuan had demonstrated over these past few days made everyone realize that this person who came to serve as the head jailer was really just practicing. There was no need for them, the jailers in the division prison, to offend Zhang Yuan and just do their own thing. Zhang Yuan made some rounds, then quietly went to the place where messages on duty were recorded in the division prison. Yesterday, Lu Xingju died too suddenly. He did not believe that those people could really do it without realizing it. Told Zhou Huaining that he didn't need to be concerned about this matter. But he, Zhang Yuan, now had a. In the prison of justice, everything is recorded, and it is impossible not to have a trace of it. The scroll flipped open and several messages appeared before his eyes. Luo Jin, a native of Yumingfang in the southern city of Luoyang Prefecture. Rocken, Ro Shanghu. A glint flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. The former head jailer of the division had almost been forgotten. I thought that Luo Shanghu was dismissed from his post, and his power in the Department of Prisons was cut off from him. It now appears that Lu Shengju's death was related to Luo Shanghu. Master Tiger, you're stretching your hand a little long. Zhang Yuan closed the scroll and slowly walked out of the room. Warden, my second uncle would like to see you for a moment. At the doorway, a youth in black jailer's robes bowed. Rogaine, his second uncle, is Luo Shanghu. Master Tiger. Chapter 64, Man has no intention of hurting the tiger, but the tiger has the intention of devouring people's hearts. Luoyang Prefecture. South City. The South City has 9 streets and 18 neighborhoods, which is the old city of Liangfu. It is a mix of low-rise, dilapidated old houses and towering whitewashed houses. Unlike Dingjia Alley, where most of the military families live, the southern city is mostly a place where merchants and businessmen gather, and the market is also quite prosperous. In the middle of a rather spacious courtyard, Zhang Yuan stood in front of the stone steps with his back hand. Jailer Zhang, Luo Shanghu, who was wearing a brocade robe, smiled and arched his hand. The humble house is simple, so I'm not offended by Jailer Zhang. Without wearing silk clothes, Luo Shanghu, who was dismissed from his home, wore a brocade robe and was quite a bit of a rich man. Even between the eyebrows, there was less of the hostility that was present in the prison. Master Tiger, if this is your humble abode, then the other brothers of ours are living in a cowshed. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and shook his head. He swept his gaze around. Although the place where this compound was located was not a prosperous part of the South City, it was still worth a lot of money. Without 2,000 or 3,000 taels of silver, one would never be able to buy such a courtyard. An ordinary soap guards can earn 60 taels of grain silver salary a year, plus other income. A year is only 100 taels of grain silver. This yard, top a soap guard half 20 years income. The point is, how many soap guards in the Jinfu division have survived more than 20 years? Luo Shanghu in the prison in the department of 10 years. Earned to do soap guards 20 years cannot earn the silver money. Luo Shanghu looked around and let out a laugh, then shook his head. I am now no longer a member of the Jinfu division, and I can't afford to give you the name Master Tiger. It has been an honor for my lord to give his face to the meeting. His words were like this, but his face was extremely calm. The several escorting martial artists not far away, as well as Luo Jin who stood at the doorway, were obviously all looking forward to this tiger master. Obviously, the aftermath of the tiger's death is still there, and he, Master Tiger, still has his own power. Master Tiger, Lu Xingju's death was your doing, right? Zhang Yuan looked at Luo Shanghu and asked softly. Luo Shanghu laughed and waved his hands. Zhang Jailer Chief, I wouldn't dare to do such things. Among the things in the divisional prison, how could I have that ability? That being said, Zhang Yuan didn't believe it. However, at this time, Luo Shanghu did not admit it, so he did not dwell on it, but just changed the topic. Master Tiger, I don't know what is the reason for seeking me out today. Hearing his words, Luo Shanghu's smile on his face tightened, a hint of depth in his gaze. Warden Zhang, I heard that, with one piece of news, you earned 300 taels of gold? There was more than a little bit of anger in his voice that was hard to suppress, as well as resentment. For this news, a few brothers among the prisons of the division have folded, and for their settlement, I wonder if the elder jailer might come out. A few brothers, that is, Hong Linson and those prison guards who were implicated in the 100 Luck fabric case. One of them, Hong Linson, was already dead, while the others, even if they could be released, would no longer be qualified to serve in the division prison. Master Tiger, they are all to blame. They can't blame me. Zhang Yuan's body was straight and his face was bland. His voice wasn't small, and those escorting martial artists not far away, as well as Luo Jin who was guarding the doorway, could all hear him. These words caused the faces of the crowd to show their anger. Ha ha, what the head jailer Zhang said is true. It's all their own fault for seeking death. Luo Shang let out a tiger laugh. This matter is their fault. They didn't abide by the rules of the prison. Don't worry, if they die, their families Luo Mao raised. What about coming out alive? Luo Mao will also give them a rice bowl. It's still possible to make a living in the south of the city. Luo Shanghu appeared to be extremely righteous. Zhang Yuan didn't care if he was really righteous. It was impossible for him, Zhang Yuan, to stay in the division prison for a long time, and he had no brotherly love for those division prisoners. If it was his own brothers like Sun Zhe and the others, Zhang Yuan would not be ambivalent even if he dumped his family's money. Seeing Zhang Yuan's expression, Luo Shanghu lowered his voice. Brother Zhang, I sought you out because I have something to entrust to you. Something? Luo Shanghu turned around and went to the middle of the compartment and took a long shirt out. Brother Zhang, this is what caused me to be dismissed. This long shirt, Zhang Yuan recognized. In the beginning, Luo Shanghu brought this long shirt out of the prison, and then led the soap guards to look for the property left by Xiaoming Jing. The result was that the goods were not found, but were ambushed and killed by Du Haizhang, the big boss of White Horse Mountain, with heavy losses. In that battle, a demon appeared, causing the Jinfu Si to have to deal with it carefully. The markings on the long shirt were deliberately made by Xiaoming Jing. Master Tiger, you're handing me such an important item? Zhang Yuan cast his gaze towards Luo Shanghu and spoke softly. If you hand this over, Master Tiger, perhaps you can be reinstated in your official position? Zhang Yuan's words caused Luo Shanghu's face to twitch. Hesitation flashed across his face, but he shook his head. Brother Zhang, without telling lies, I, Luo Shanghu, also have no desire to enter the Jinfu division again. If this object can help you for some merit, don't forget me, Luo Shanghu, in the future. With that, he handed the long shirt to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and took the long shirt. By the way, Luo Shanghu lowered his voice. The people from White Horse Mountain are also looking for this long shirt. Zhang Yuan, you be careful. Those are outlaws. Although they can be exchanged for merits, it's best to avoid them. The people of White Horse Mountain are looking for this long shirt. The other people of White Horse Mountain are just that. That White Horse Mountain's big boss is accompanied by a demon and has a strong battle power. And the second boss is said to be extremely strong as well. Zhang Yuan took the long shirt, nodded, said thank you, Master Tiger, and turned to leave. Watching Zhang move away, Luo Shanghu showed a few smiles on his face. Luo Jin, who was at the doorway, walked up to Luo Shanghu and whispered, Second uncle, this is enough to send Zhang Yuan to his death? Hearing his words, the smugness on Luo Shanghu's face increased. The people of White Horse Mountain are looking for this shirt, and this shirt is in Zhang Yuan's hands. What do you think will happen? What's going to happen? Luo Jin's face moved. The people of White Horse Mountain will definitely go looking for Zhang Yuan. His answer. Luo Shanghu was not satisfied. Shaking his head, Luo Shanghu's face showed disappointment. Zhang Yuan is bent on getting credit for his work, and will surely use this shirt to seek out the people of White Horse Mountain. That's not giving him a chance to get credit, Luo Jin said anxiously. Second uncle, but you said that you would destroy him and make me a. Luo Shanghu glared at him and shouted lowly, Idiot, if White Horse Mountain was that easy to deal with, how would I end up in such a situation? He grunted and waved his hand. Go, Get your daughter-in-law. Luo Jin swept his gaze across the compartment behind Luo Shanghu, nodded, and left with quick steps. When Luo Jin left, a figure slowly stepped out from the compartment behind Luo Shanghu. Lord Master Chief. Luo Shanghu was busy bowing. The Chief Secretary of the Wunfu Division. The currently grounded Chief Secretary Su Jinlin. I wonder why he's here at this time. Sir, although Zhang Yuan broke the rules of the prison, he was highly regarded by several superiors of the Wuzhen Division and had excellent potential, so why did you have to take his life? Luo Shanghu looked at Su Jinlin with a puzzled look on his face. Chapter 65, Demon Trails in the Haunted City. The division prisoned together. Luo Shanghu also valued Zhang Yuan's potential. As long as not dead, the future will certainly achieve not low. If it wasn't ordered by Su Jinlin, he really didn't want to offend Zhang Yuan to death. Yesterday Tan Liang, a scholar of the Prefectural Academy, went to the Prefectural Yamen to sue the Jinfu Division and put pressure on Tu Hao. And last night Tan Liang caught fire and died in an unnamed courtyard. There are no more than 10 people in the Luyang mansion who know about this. Su Jinlin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the open doorway, a deep chill emanating from his eyes. Yang Chang didn't say who did it, but he pointed out that it was Tu Hao's tactics. Tu Hao is now trapped in the Jinfu Division, and his means is not this Zhang Yuan? Did Zhang Yuan kill Tan Liang? Zhang Yuan has this kind of skill? Luo Shanghu's face froze. There is no need for him to make a move. The Prefectural Academy wants to be both a female cousin and a house of cards. There is evidence of Tan Liang's evil deeds in the Jinfu Division. So if you just look for a few, the people in the Prefectural Academy will take matters into their own hands. Today, He Muan has taken charge of the position of the cultural ruler, and the Prefectural School has newly replaced the academic records, as well as recruited 2 new doctors of Confucianism, and all the responses are in order. So it is impossible that he is unaware of the situation. Su Jinlin turned his head, his face grave. I asked you to get rid of this Zhang Yuan just to see what else Tu Hao has up his sleeve. Within 3 days, it will be impossible for him, Tu Hao, to remain in Liangfu as long as he does not have a way to save himself. With a full set of clothes, Su Jinlin carried his hands behind his back and walked towards the middle of the compartment. At the doorway, a woman in a brocade robe with a plump figure walked slowly. Uncle Tu, the woman called in a low voice. Luo Shanghu nodded and walked out of the compound. The woman turned and closed the courtyard door behind her, then stepped into the compartment. After Zhang Yuan walked out from Luo Shanghu's compound, he did not go straight back to the Jinfu Division. At this time he wore plain clothes, also did not hang the goose plume long sword. There are innate true essence convergence binding chi and blood. Outsiders see, but it is an ordinary young man, at best. Look angsty some. Walking on top of the street, there were quite a few merchants and pedestrians around, and no one paid attention to him. He could feel, though, at least 3 people's eyes following him, or rather, following the robes he had clipped to his armpits. Luo Shanghu's small courtyard had long been watched by people from White Horse Mountain. Zhang Yuan beckoned for these people to notice him as well. Sure enough, 2 middle-aged vendors in rough cloth robes wandered with their gazes as they wandered along, and there was also a middle-aged man in his 30s carrying a stretcher of goods on his back, slowly moving forward with him. Zhang Yuan stopped at a verdant square and stood among the people, watching the jugglers selling their skills in front of him. He stopped, and the middle-aged man with the stretcher paused in his tracks. The front juggler was a 14 or 15-year-old boy with fair skin, at this time standing on a 10-foot-high bamboo pole, independent on 1 foot, a wooden sword dancing in his hand. The movements were not fast, but extremely steady, with a bit of floating. Immortal Qin martial arts, Jianghu spirituality, military thick. This dancing wooden sword was clearly Jianghu swordsmanship. Below the bamboo pole, a white-bearded old man in a black robe with a pale face leaned on the bench. The young man danced the wooden sword and lightly somersaulted a few more times before jumping off the 10-foot-high bamboo pole. The surrounding audience cheered and applauded, then dispersed as the teenager turned back to pick up the gong. By the time the teenager took the gong, there were only 3 or 5 people left standing. 2 of the pedestrians threw out 2 coins and left, while the remaining 3 surrounded the teenager. Little one, you know whose territory this is and you dare to come and sell your art? The man in the lead had a cold smile on his face. The teenager froze, turned his head to look at the old man behind him, and then lowered his head. Oh, see, you have not earned much money. So, go with the master. The master will find a good place for you. The other middle-aged man took a step forward and reached out to point in the direction of the bridge not far away. See, that gentleman is my Luyang house in the status of the very noble people. He is missing a personal little book boy. You're an athletic body. just the way the prince likes it." While saying that, the middle-aged man also gave the other two a wink. Hearing that he wants to be a book boy, the young man's face flashed with hesitation, and he whispered, "As a book boy, can I get money? My grandfather is sick and needs silver money to cure his illness." His voice was so low and thin that it was impossible to hear him without listening carefully. "Silver money, naturally." That middle-aged man hemmed and hawed. "Serve Mr. Soon well and there will be as much silver money as you want. Mr. Soon is tired of eating good food nowadays, and is interested in a child's chicken like you." This words teenagers do not understand. Just here there is silver money to take. Eyes through the color of joy. That, right at this moment, a voice rang out, "Luoyang Mansion is the land of immortal Qin's strict law and discipline. Any illegal and disorderly activities are put away for me." Everyone froze and looked up, only to see Zhang Yuan's face rigid as he quickly stepped forward. He glanced at the three middle-aged men and let out a low, "Get out!" The three were compelled by his aura and unconsciously stepped back. Even if he did not wear soap clothes, he still had an aura that made people not dare to face him directly. Humph! Meddling! Not far away from the bridge, the youth holding a folding fan in his hand snorted coldly and turned around. "Kid, even Duke Sun's good deed dares to stir up trouble. This is Mr. Sun, the son of the prefectural office's Sin Scribe's family. Mr. Sun wants to eat a child's chicken. You dare to spoil his good deed." The three middle-aged men rolled up their sleeves to gather in front of Zhang Yuan. "Zunfanlin?" Zhang Yuan looked in the direction of the bridge, a hint of sternness coming out of his eyes. "Is this the Zunfanglin? What for? Let's see who's causing trouble here." At the corner of the street, the sound of a tall drink came. A few rangers in half armor walked quickly. The three middle-aged men backed away in panic. As the patrols arrived, a hint of nervousness appeared on the juggling boy's face as well, and he stepped back to the side of the white-haired old man. "Ha, Master Zhang!" The first patrolman saw Zhang Yuan and let out a low cry. Zhang Yuan swept his gaze over and did not recognize him. "Master Zhang, that day, my brothers and I saw Master Zhang's might." The first patrolman arched his hand and whispered, "Big brother Yu Liang and I were originally from the same guard, and big brother Yu is now being looked up to by Lord Lieutenant." It turned out to be the guards from the siege of the 100 Luck Cloth Farm on that day, who had seen Zhang Yuan make a move. Zhang Yuan nodded and arched his hand in return. The three middle-aged men hurriedly turned around and ran when they saw that Zhang Yuan was acquainted with the patrolman. The patrolman in the lead looked at Zhang Yuan. "Master Zhang, are we chasing after them?" Zhang Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "There is no need to care about such shrews." That patrolman nodded and climbed a few more sentences with Zhang Yuan, saying that he would wait for a drink with Yu Liang sometime before leading the others away to continue his patrol. When they walked away, Zhang Yuan looked at the white-haired old man, and his gaze swept back to the juggling boy. He pulled out a silver ingot, about 2 taels, from among his coat pockets. "This old man is not lightly injured. There is a pharmacy in front of him, so you can go and grab some herbs. Immortal Qin's household registration is strict. You can't sell your art like this. Seeing that you have some martial arts cultivation, you can go and seek out the Jade Spring Merchant Company on the west side of the city, and that side may be able to find you guys a job." Zhang Yuan placed the silver ingot on top of the gong and turned around. 2 taels of grain silver is not a small amount of money. Looking at the silver ingots on the gong, the teenager's face showed a hint of joy and some hesitation. The white-haired old man's eyebrows narrowed slightly as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. People in the military are strong in chi and blood, and at this age, they are rare characters. Just why are there demons trying to track him down? And killing intent hidden? Chapter 66, The Shui Family of Jindu City. Hearing the old man say that there was a demon, the teenager holding the gong trembled and hurriedly looked around. "Master Ancestor, where are the demons? You can't use your spiritual energy now that you're injured, but you can't handle a great demon." Saying that, the teenager collected the silver money on the gong and looked at the bamboo poles and benches that were selling their art. "There's no way to sell your art in the city, so if we don't want these things, and have 2 taels of silver, let's go grab some medicine, and then check out the Jade Spring Merchant's house on the west side of that city. I told you how this huge Luoyang city doesn't have a black market." The white-haired old man shook his head and stood up, looking at the direction Zhang Yuan had left in. A trace of color flashed across his face. "Xi'an, I can't calculate the karma on this person." His words caused the teenager, who had been packing up his wooden sword and gong and other things, to freeze for a moment before anger flashed across his face. "Master Ancestor, why are you using the art of calculation again? Are you trying to stay alive?" The teenager stomped his feet, and the mallet on the gong swung, itching to hit the old man on the head. The old man turned his head and looked at the teenager. Xi'an, what cultivation level am I? Master Ancestor? That I can't calculate his karma. These words caused the teenager's originally anxious and irritated face to slowly turn into surprise. How is it possible? It is the immortal Xi'an Imperial clan. And even the experts of the seventh realm of the martial arts style you can see through at a glance. No karma? Bewilderment permeated the teenager's face. The old man shook his head and reached out to take the 2 taels of grain silver in the teenager's hand. Come on, let's go to the west side. Doesn't that, in fact, make it karma? He. This trip to the mortal world of the old man may not be able to change his destiny against the heavens. Zhang Yuan rejoined the Jinfu division and went straight to the squad room, where the rest of the A-14 was on duty and Flag Officer Sun Zhe stayed in the squad room. This shirt, it can draw out the people of White Horse Mountain? Looking at the clothes Zhang Yuan took out on the long case, Sun Zhe's face flashed with joy. For them, the people of White Horse Mountain are the credit. Say, how did you lure them out? Looking towards Zhang Yuan, Sun Zhe lowered his voice and spoke. Since Zhang Yuan had taken out this shirt, he naturally had a solution. Zhang Yuan told the matter of being followed and stalked after getting the clothes today. People had already been watching him, and as long as he traveled, he would inevitably strike when he fell alone. The big boss of White Horse Mountain is accompanied by a demon and is powerful. I'm afraid we are no match. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and said in a low voice. But he doesn't dare to let the demon go all out in the city. We just need to last through a tea, and we'll be all set. Zhang Yuan looked up at Sun Zhe and said in a deep voice. With the tiger walking battle formation, 4-1-T, it can last through. He no longer concealed his martial arts cultivation at this time, and the chi and blood power in his body surged. Hidden elemental greatness. Sun Zhe looked at Zhang Yuan in front of him and opened his mouth, which eventually turned into a long laugh. Yes. After the evening shift, Zhang Yuan did not attend the evening class and directly left the Jinfu division. When he returned to Dingjia Alley, he changed his clothes and went out with Yunyang. A carriage was already waiting at the door. When Yunyang saw Li Changwei, who was driving the car, her face showed surprise, and when she saw Zhang Yuan shaking his head at her, she did not greet him. The carriage kept moving forward, passing through half of Luoyang City before stopping outside a restaurant in the east of the city, near the river. Yufeng House. In Luoyang City East, Yufeng Building is also considered to be a very high-grade restaurant. Many large businessmen, and the government and the people here to set up a banquet. Zhang Yuan and Yunyang got out of the car, then swept their gazes around. The fellow at the doorway was busy coming forward. This Sun Buotao Sun boss ordered the banquet. Zhang Yuan handed the invitation over. The fellow obviously knew the name of Sun Buotao of Jinda Merchant Company, and with a smile on his face, he bowed and invited Zhang Yuan and Yunyang to enter the restaurant. Not far from Dingjiaxiang outside the Mingquan Building and Yufeng Building cannot be compared. Here the arrangement of luxury, elegance in the noble. Ha, Mr. Zhang, Miss Shui, the two of you were able to come to the banquet. Mr. Sun is truly overjoyed. At the second floor, a rich middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe in his 40s or so laughed long and fast as he greeted him. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Zhang Yuan, and his face was all smiles. Mr. Zhang is an elite in the Jinfu division, and it's a great honor for me to invite you. He turned his head and looked at Yunyang, more than a few feelings in his voice. Miss Shui, you are from Yunzhou. I came to Luoyang Prefecture so many times, but I didn't recognize my fellow countrymen in Yunzhou. Hey! The tone of his words was a Yunzhou accent, and his face was self-condemning. Complexity flashed across Yunyang's face as she bowed slightly. Zhang Yuan did not make a sound and just looked at the person in front of him. Sun Buotao, the third treasurer of Jinda Trading House, presides over Jinda Trading House's commercial and trade affairs in Luoyang Prefecture. Such a person, ushering things extremely familiar. To say that he will be a fellow townsman of Yunzhou really have much affection, that would be strange. Zhang Yuan had brought Yunyang to the banquet because he also wanted to feel out Sun Buotao's intentions. Look at me, just being happy. Sun Buotao slapped his head and raised his hand. The dishes have been served. They are all Yunzhou dishes. Please quickly take your seats. While guiding Zhang Yuan and Yunyang towards the private room, Sun Buotao said in a low voice, originally, I invited my own cousin to come, but today he still has some things to do, so I don't know if he can come. When they entered the private room, there were two old men of considerable age among them, one who was in the cloth business in the South City and one who owned an inn on the east side of the city, as well as a woman in her 40s or so who sat with them. All of them are from Yunzhou who are doing business in Luoyang Prefecture. The people were briefly introduced and the table was opened. Zhang Yuan drank with Sun Buotao and the rest of them. while Yunyang spoke with the woman. This party is really like a reunion of fellow villagers from Yunzhou, especially the woman sitting next to Yunyang, whispering words with a Yunzhou accent, asking Yunyang from time to time about her experiences in Yunzhou. Yunyang didn't remember much from her memories at the time, but she still tried to recall them, picking and choosing what she could say. Tall walls and stone lions? Could that be the Yunzhou Prefecture city? Jindu City? I remember that the east gate of Jindu City has stone lions that are 3 feet tall. A stretch of peach blossom forest in spring? Outside of Feng Yuan Temple outside of Jindu City is the 10-mile peach forest. The woman stared at Yunyang, excitement flashing across her face. Miss Yu, I'm afraid your old home is not in Jindu City. Sun Buotao, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, also flashed a glint in his eyes, turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan, and raised his glass with a smile again. White Jade Stone Bridge? Where will there be? Yunyang said some more childhood things. The woman whispered in a difficult way, her eyes cast to Sun Buotao in front of her. Sun Buotao put down the wine cup in his hand. His face changed color, and said in a low voice, the Shui family of Jindu City. It is said that there was once an East Forest Garden, which had a jade bridge. However, the Shui family's East Forest Garden has long been destroyed, and the truth of this matter is not known. Hearing that the Shui family's Donglin court was destroyed, Yunyang trembled and said in a low voice, Donglin, this name, I seem to have heard of it. Sun Buotao coughed and gave the woman a wink, then whispered toward Zhang Yuan, Mr. Zhang, I wonder if it might be possible to speak closer. Zhang Yuan looked towards Yunyang, who was a bit lost in thought because she heard the name of Donglin Yuan, nodded and walked out of the private room along with Sun Buotao. Mr. Zhang, I'm guessing that Miss Shui might be an orphan of the Shui family from Jindu City back then. The Shui family had committed the crime of treason, and if Miss Shui is an orphan of the Shui family, you, Mr. Zhang, might be implicated, even to the extent of losing your military position in the Jinfu division. Outside the private room, Sun Buotao lowered his voice and spoke towards Zhang Yuan. The crime of treason? Zhang Yuan's face was calm as he turned his head to look at Sun Buotao. Yunyang is the Shui family's orphan, thousands of miles away. How could she be implicated in this matter when you know it and I know it, and no outsiders know about it? Shopkeeper's son, you're not going to snitch, are you? His words caused Sun Buotao to freeze. He completely did not expect Zhang Yuan to say such words. A small Jinfu division soap guards, hearing the crime of treason, should not be instant panic at a loss? Chapter 67, Come, repeat your words. Without waiting for Sun Buotao to return to his senses, Zhang Yuan had already turned around and walked into the private room, sitting on Yunyang's side. Xiaolang, what did he say? Yunyang nervously held Zhang Yuan's sleeve, as if she was a frightened bunny. Zhang Yuan reached out to hold Yunyang's hand and said in a low voice, Nothing. Boss Sun said that your old home might be in Jindu City, and said that the next time he returns to Yunzhou, he can help you to explore a bit. When really? Yunyang is a little overwhelmed, face color through the excitement, but also with a few points of apprehension. She had never even thought about still seeking her old home in Yunzhou before, but it was different now. She had a secure home. She had Koro who protected her. There were times when, in her dreams, she dreamed of times from her childhood that had become a blur. Do you, yourself, have a home and family? Zhang Yuan gently stroked her back and raised his hand to push a plate of dishes in front of Yunyang. This is Yunzhou's specialty, Yunshui fish. Try it. After a short while, Sun Buotao walked in from outside the private room with a smile on his face. Behind him, another figure followed in. Gentlemen, this is my cousin, the son of the eldest family member of the Luoyang Prefectural Yamen Sun Scribe Envoy. Sun Buotao stepped to the side, revealing the figure behind him. Early 20s, a jade-white brocade robe, holding a white paper fan in his hand. Slightly chubby, face with a few points of overindulgence gray. The son of Sun Ren, who was the secretary of the Luoyang Prefecture Magistrate's Yamen. Sun Zilin. He is the one Zhang Yuan saw at the bridge south of the city today. Both businessmen from Yunzhou hurriedly stood up to salute. Greetings, Mr. Sun. Surprisingly, it's the son of the Xuanjing official's family. The two men looked humble and bowed in succession. The woman beside Yunyang also got up with a panicked look on her face. Zhang Yuan and Yunyang put down their bamboo chopsticks and stood up. Cousin, this is the Miss Shui I told you about. And this is Mr. Zhang, who is an official in the Jinfu division. Sun Buotao didn't even introduce the two Yunzhou merchants and directly introduced Zhang Yuan and Yunyang. Hearing his introduction, Sun Fenglin's gaze fell on Yunyang, his eyebrows raised, and he whispered under his breath, Sure enough, her posture is good. Before he finished speaking, he saw Zhang Yuan on Yunyang's side and shuddered. It's you! His face clouded over as well. Sun Fanlin's words caused Sun Buotao to freeze, looking at Zhang Yuan and then at Sun Fanlin. Mr. Zhang, you recognize with Mr. Fanlin? This would not be a good idea for his scheming if he were an acquaintance. He had already spent 100 taels of silver on this scheme, and if he stopped just like that, wouldn't it all go down the drain? 100 taels of silver, and he's heartbroken, not exactly recognizable. Zhang Yuan shook his head and looked at Sun Fanlin with a bland expression. Today, I came across someone who borrowed the name of Prince Sun to do something illegal, and I don't know if it's true or not. It's just the market shrews borrowing Mr. Sun's name, right? You're using Mr. Sun's name to commit crimes? The people in the middle of the booth all had a boost on their faces. This Mr. Sun Fanlin's reputation had never been particularly good. Sun Buotao turned his head towards Sun Zilin with a strange expression. It seems that, not like what he thought, but rather the Shinfu soap clothes guards and Sun Fanlin still have not a small fault. He knew Sun Qianlin's nature very well. Sesquicentennial grudges are kept in mind. Surname Zhang, don't be shady. Sun Qianlin put away the folding fan in his hand and snorted coldly. If you hadn't spoiled my son's good deed today, how could my son be able to tonight? Jinfu Division soap clothes guards, right? It's nothing more than a traitor. You really think you're a character? Sun Fanlin's face revealed disdain and spoke in a deep voice. The Jinfu Division suppressed the immortal Qin world, and the stronger they were, the more they were in awe of the Jinfu Division. But there are always people who have no respect in their hearts for the Jinfu Si, especially those who have practiced Confucianism and Taoism for a few days and consider themselves to be readers. When Yunyang heard Sun Zilin insulting Zhang Yuan in such an in-your-face manner, a hint of disgust appeared on her face and she whispered, Xiaolang, let's go. Hearing Yunyang's words, Sun Fanlin's gaze turned to Yunyang, a trace of viciousness and malice flashing across his face. Cousin this lady Shui, is the one you said, the one who sang in the Nge Shui boat? Singing songs in a pavilion of condensed green boats. At the mention of this experience, Yunyang instantly blanched. Zhang Yuan gripped her hand tightly. His face was frank, only a deep cold light came out from his eyes. It's fine to insult him, Zhang Yuan, but he shouldn't insult Yunyang. Cousin, today it's just right. There's a newly promoted doctor of prefectural studies at my side of the banquet, so let this Niang Shui go and sing a song to help out. Sun Qianlin pointed his folding fan in his hand towards Yunyang and opened his mouth with a long smile. But Dr. Wang Cheng has promised to recruit me to the government school one day. Let Yunyang sing the song? Sun Buotao's face twitched and hesitated, looking up at Zhang Yuan. What he is counting on today is to take Yunyang to Yunzhou. As long as this soap guard is willing to let go, it's okay to spend some silver. Originally, he was counting on Sun Fanlin to intervene and suppress this expense, preferably tricking the Yunyang out of it without spending any money. Now look, I'm afraid I'll have to speak directly. Mr. Zhang, Sun is willing to offer 300 taels of grain silver to buy. Before Sun Buotao could say anything, he felt a coldness all over his body, and a feeling of wariness that was difficult to suppress spread throughout his body. Sun Zilin, who was standing at his side, was even more trembling, unable to stand. In the middle of the booth, a faint blood color emerged. Fury. Zhang Yuan, who was gently holding Yunyang's palm in his hand, had an indifferent divine light in his eyes. Having already killed more than a dozen people, he had long since condensed his own martial fury. You dare. Sun Fanlin glared, pointing his finger at Zhang Yuan as if he were a drowning swimming fish. Sun Buotao was slightly better than him, but he was also wobbling all over. If a martial artist below the middle stage of the hidden Yuan was inspired by the Fury Qi, if they were to face it directly, they would all have their hearts and minds shaken and be unable to hold on to themselves. And if they were to suffer damage to their souls, or if they were to have their Qi and blood decayed, they would die from exhaustion of their Qi. Regardless of whether it was Sun Buotao or Sun Fanlin, neither of them had such cultivation, and if they were attacked by the baneful Qi, their souls would be shattered and die in a few moments. Daring to disrespect Yunyang, these two already have a way of taking their lives. Boo! The door of the private room was slammed open and two martial artists with short blades rushed in. Duke, what kind of person dares to charge at Lord Sun? The two martial artists rushed to Sun Fanlin's body and froze when they raised their eyes to see Zhang Yuan. It's you! These two are clearly the shrews who wanted to rob that juggling boy in the South City market today. It's Sun Fanlin's follower. At this time, the Qi and blood were floating. and all of them had the strength of a first-time hidden yuan. Kill him and snatch the. As his own follower arrived, Sun Fanglin's face took on a few more shades of blood, and he clenched his teeth and growled lowly. The two followers looked at each other and gritted their teeth. One of them stabbed their short blades towards Zhang Yuan, while the other went to grab Yun Yang. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. He had a big event scheduled for tonight, and he hadn't wanted to make a move at this point, but since he was going to do it, he wasn't polite. His body's qi and blood surged. His empty left hand was slightly raised, and behind him, a layer of illusory mountains emerged. Who's causing trouble at the Yufeng house? A low drink came from the doorway of the private room, and Zhang Yuan's raised left hand was lowered. Those two rascals somewhat unwillingly halted their stance, put away the short blades in their hands, and returned to Sun Fanglin. At the doorway, several figures walked in quickly. The man in the lead was in his mid-50s, wearing a brocade robe and a tall figure. So it's Mr. Sun. I said, why did you leave the banquet? So you came here. The old man's gaze swept over, then looked at Sun Shenlin and snorted coldly. Elsewhere I don't care. Yufeng building in Sun Gongzi or a little more stable. Don't make a mess. Let me Jin Lin face is not good. Yufeng housekeeper. Yufeng Lu is a number of restaurants in the East City. To be able to manage such a restaurant, this old man named Jin Lin. Identity background are not simple. Even the son of an ambassador's family, he dared to reprimand them directly, without showing any face. Uncle Jin, she said something wrong. How could Fanglin? Sun Fanglin wanted to defend, but for a moment he did not know how to make up a reason. He looked to Sun Bateo. Sun Buotao busily bowed and said, Shopkeeper Jin, misunderstanding, it is this Mr. Zhang who abducted the female servant of Sun's residence. My cousin saw it and helped me to ask for it. He reached out and pointed to Yun Yang, saying in a loud voice, she's the lady-in-waiting I brought from Yunzhou, and she can sing Yunzhou ditties. Boom! Sun Bateo's words were interrupted by a loud bang. Zhang Yuan took one step and shattered the table in front of him. One step across a distance of one zhang, probing Sun Bateo's neck and lifting it 9 feet above. Come, repeat your words. Chapter 68, Immortal Qin World. Who dares not to retreat before the sentence? Yufeng Lu. In the private room, everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. No one had expected that Zhang Yuan would blatantly make a move, and that it was in front of the Yufeng building's boss. This is the Yufeng building. In the entire Luoyang city, who dares to make a move and cause trouble in the Yufeng building? This was not putting Yufeng house, and the Jin family behind Yufeng house, in their eyes. LOL. Sun Buotao, whose face was full of redness, couldn't touch the ground with his feet, and could only make agonizing noises in his throat as his arms flailed about. Sun Shenlin stepped back in panic, and the two attendant shrews also stepped back together nervously. The strength displayed by Zhang Yuan's movements between these steps was simply not something they could resist. If they had rushed towards them in a flash just now, they wouldn't have been much better than Sun Buotao now. Standing on the side of the Yufeng building, shopkeeper Jin Lin's face was gloomy, staring at Zhang Yuan. This gentleman. This place is Yufeng building. My Jin family. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan's empty right hand lifted and a black token in his palm rested against Jin Lin's face. Jinfu Division. Point Criminal Division. Point Commander License. Jin Lin trembled and stared at the token, his face changing colors. The Jinfu Division will take the person, and all obstructionists will be punished for the same offense. Zhang Yuan interrupted his words and slowly turned his head, a cold chill coming out of his eyes. Boss Jin, Yufeng building is going to obstruct my Jinfu Division from acting? The town hall takes people. Immortal Qin World. Who dares not to retreat before the sentence? Jin Lin trembled and bowed his head. Don't dare! Don't dare! Don't dare! Even the headmaster of the Yufeng building, who had a powerful identity and background, could only bow his head. Everyone in the booth was in a state of panic. Sun Fanlin's face flashed pale, a few points of viciousness in his eyes, while his figure quietly retreated towards the entrance of the private room. Those few who came with Jin Lin all bowed their heads, not daring to look at Zhang Yuan. As for the few Yunzhou merchants who had been sitting with Ben in the middle of the private room, they were already as good as shaking lice. This is the power of the Jinfu Division. Zhang Yuan clasped Sun Buotao's palm without letting go in the slightest, allowing him to struggle in vain. He turned his head to look at the two Yunzhou merchants at the table and the woman who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, his body's baleful aura intertwined with the faint power of vastness, directly pressing down. Boom! The scattered wine marigolds on the long case crumbled directly into pieces. Say, what did Sun Bateo's banquet allow you to do today? Zhang Yuan's voice was low, permeated with indifference and coldness. The three people who were already flustered instantly stiffened up, losing their spirit in their eyes. This tactic was similar to Tu Hao's method of mesmerizing the divine soul with the power of vastness. Boss Sun said he met a woman from Yunzhou, probably someone from the Shui family in Yunzhou back then. The Shui family is the #1 family in Jindu City. Back then, a great chaos caused many of the family's clansmen to be scattered, and now the Shui family is searching everywhere for their clansmen to return. Shui Wenju of the Shui family is the chief book of Yunzhou, a 5th-ranked civil official. The Shui family is on the verge of great prosperity, and Boss Sun wants to flatter the Shui family. Boss Sun said that the Shui girl invited to today's banquet has been living in exile since she was a child and no longer remembers the events of that year. So as long as she is guided a little so that she thinks she's a member of the Shui family, she'll be fine. Boss Sun gave me 5 taels of grain silver to lure Miss Shui back to the events of Jindu City and identify herself as a member of the Shui family. He also said that as long as we can take Miss Shui away today, each of us will be rewarded with 10 taels of grain silver. The three of them were like puppets on strings. You said one thing and I said another, telling Zunbateo scheming all. This is not all of Zunbateo's scheming, but it is also already visible in his dirty mind. Standing on the sidelines, Yufeng Lu's shopkeeper Jean Lin's face became more and more unsightly. This kind of abduction of a human being was actually happening in his Yufeng house. Humph. Yufeng Lu is such a golden and grand place, but there are such unlawful and shady acts planned. Zhang Yuan snorted coldly, and the suppressed chi and blood fury and vast power retracted. The three people who were full of stiffness went limp and lay down on the ground, twitching. This is the soul trauma. No 3 or 5 days cannot be healed, and even this life cannot be frightened. Zhang, Lord Zhang. This matter. Jean Lin arched his hand toward Zhang Yuan, and before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Yuan had already thrown Zunbateo directly out. Boom! Sun Buotao smashed into a side wall, shattering the window pane and falling to the ground, wailing in pain, with at least 7 or 8 tendons broken all over his body. Shopkeeper Jean, if Yufeng Lu doesn't give Zhang Mao an explanation for today's matter, it's defying my Jinfu Si. Zhang Yuan let out a low gulp as his gaze fell on Jean Lin. You see, if I, Zhang Yuan, dare to kill someone at Yufeng house, give an account. Otherwise, Zhang Yuan would step in and kill someone. Jean Lin's expression changed, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, Don't worry, Your Excellency, I, Yufeng Lu, will definitely give Your Excellency an explanation. Compared to coming up with a satisfactory account for Zhang Yuan, Sun Buotao's death in the Yufeng building today was a much bigger trouble. Even if he hated Zunbateo to death, Jean Lin couldn't allow Zhang Yuan to kill someone at Yufeng Lu. Yufeng House is the place to do business. Only after seeing Jean Lin's attitude did Zhang Yuan turn his head and look at Sun Qianlin, who had already slipped to the doorway. Mr. Sun, are you trying to leave like this? Zhang still wants to invite you to sit in my Jinfu Division's jail. Zhang Yuan's voice rang out. Sun Qianlin's legs and feet went weak and he got stuck on the threshold. The 2 shrews beside him were also trembling in their bodies. Let this doctor see when the Jinfu Division has been so arrogant as to take people at will? Just then, a voice came from the corridor outside the private room. A black-bearded old man in green robes with pride on his face walked quickly. Mr. Sun, get up. The Jinfu Division needs to point the division's pro-order in order to take someone. And the unusual soap clothes guards simply don't have the qualifications to take someone. The black-bearded old man lifted Sun Qianlin's arm up and held him in place. Dr. Wang Chang, you have to do it for the students. That soap guard from the Jinfu Division wants to take me to the brig. He threatened me, and he's going to beat and kill my cousin. As if she had grabbed a life-saving rope, Sun Qianlin tugged at the black-bearded old man's sleeve and wouldn't let go. The black-bearded old man looked up into the middle of the private room, his gaze landing on Zhang Yuan. I'll take you to the Jinfu Division and ask them when the Jinfu Division became a place where people could be lynched and taken at will. This doctor is in his first term of office. You can only blame bad luck for crashing into my hands. The old man laughed softly, a volume of books held in his hand, and headed for the middle of the private room. On top of that scroll was the vermilion official seal, which was now inspired by the power of Haoran, inducing a faint golden light to flow. Zhang Yuan, you're here? He Shuelu, Zhang Yuan is here. Outside the private room, Fan Mingduan, who poked his head in, wore the same robes as the old man who stepped into the private room, and also held a volume in his hand, on which there was also a vermilion official seal. He probed his head as he had last night. On the walkway outside the private room, He Muwen walked with his hands behind his back, and at his side was the old man in a brocade robe, the Western City Jade Spring Trading Company's treasurer, Xia Mingyuan. today the ruler of the West Side Black Market. A trace of bewilderment flashed across He Muwen's face, and when he saw Zhang Yuan, his body shook and he said in a low voice, You're here. Without Zhang Yuan's intervention to get rid of Tan Liang, he did not have the scenery today. Having just met with Xiaoming Yuan, he realized how much wealth and goods the West City Black Market had to send to the government school every year. At this moment, he had 500 taels of gold coupons in his coat pocket. Golden vouchers, he hadn't even touched them from the old days. Zhang, brother. Xiaoming Yuan's face flashed with joy when he saw Zhang Yuan. He laughed out loud and looked at He Muwen. He Shuelu, this chief warden Zhang is Xiao Mao's closest brother. In front, the black-bearded old man who was rushing towards Zhang Yuan stopped in his footsteps and slowly turned back. Sun Jianlin, who was leaning against the doorframe, went limp. Chapter 69, don't you know who he is? One more chapter to follow. Sun Jianlin recognized Xiaoming Yuan. His father told him, this one, not to be messed with. The government offices are lined up with officials of all sizes, not to mention the several civil and military officials of 5 or 6 grades in the Jinfu division that everyone is afraid of. And in the government offices alone, there are 5-grade governors, 5-grade magistrates, and 6-grade magistrates. In Luoyang City, the judge from the 6th rank could barely be considered a number 1, but the scribe envoy from the 7th rank under his command was not enough. Sun Ren is in the government, but he knows his own business. There were too many people in Luoyang Prefecture City that he couldn't afford to mess with. The Jinfu division, the major clans in the city, and then there were the few who ruled the black market. If these people want to fix his small secretary, they can make him lose his official hat at any time. Outsiders know that Sun Fanlin is a playboy. In fact, he is not stupid. His father instructed not to offend people, he absolutely not to provoke. At this moment, when he heard Xiaoming Yuan's words, he immediately turned pale. Zhang Yuan is Xiaoming Yuan's brother. Sun Fanlin was so unaware of the situation. Offended Xiaoming Yuan, the black market master. How can this be? He Muwen's gaze swept over, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He is a bit of a mute person, but as a prefectural school record, he is excellent in both talent and ability. The scene in front of him was instantly seen through. Obviously, Zhang Yuan, the Jinfu Sea, is at the center of the storm, and is the source of the turmoil here. If it was an ordinary person, there was already a person from his own prefecture in front of him, so of course he would protect his own people. Ruto has always been protective of the shortcomings, but He Muwen is the school record of the government, is the person who was entrusted with the important task by the Lord of Sacrificial Learning. He can see further. Why did Xiaoming Yuan say that Zhang Yuan was his brother to his face? Is that really how deep the brotherhood is? One is the Jinfu division and the soap clothes guards. One is in charge of the black market master. The two status difference between the chasm. How can there be a deep love? The only possibility was that Zhang Yuan had a background that made even Xiaoming Yuan have to bow down. Last night, Zhang Yuan killed Tan Liang in front of himself in Yang Priestly School, and Priestly School didn't have the slightest intention of moving him. How could an ordinary soap guard have such skills and means? He Muwen's mind instantly switched, and his face changed from calm to thinly veiled anger. The black-robed old man who turned back, Wang Chang, the new doctor of the Prefectural Academy, flashed joy on his face. He knew that this school record of his family had always been foolish and could not tolerate sand in his eyes. Today, he borrowed the power of the He Shuelu to pressure the Jinfu division. Outsiders' eyes as their own and the government school is valued. Is the government school in the very identity of the person? Lord Hokage. This man is in public. He had just made a sound when he saw He Muwen's palm raise, and a golden stream of light struck out from the center of his palm. That golden light crashed on top of the scroll held in Wang Cheng's hand, and the golden seal imprint on the scroll directly exploded. Dr. Appointment scrolls, destroyed. Without the letter of appointment stamped with the golden seal of the sacrificial school, Wang Cheng could not be considered a doctor of the government school. And even more so, he could not have the luck of heaven and earth added to his body. Wang Cheng froze in place, trembling, and looked blankly at He Muwen. You, He Shuelu, you, what do you mean by that? He Muwen didn't pay any attention to him, but instead looked up at Zhang Yuan. Little brother Zhang, the Jinfu division and my prefectural academy are both official offices of the Luoyang prefecture, and exist to protect the people and guard the peace of one side, so they should join forces in good faith. You, the Jinfu division, will apprehend the murderer, and I, the prefectural academy, will only play on the sidelines, and will in no way be a drag on the obstruction. The tone is sincere and the attitude is correct. The skin of Jean Lin and the others in the middle of the private room twitched and their eyes widened. Never is the Prefectural Academy to find Jinfu C's fault. When is the Prefectural Academy record to a soap guards are so respectful? Is this still a condescending Confucian practitioner? Is this still the high and mighty house school? He Muwen's gaze fell on the stupefied Wang Chang, and he shouted in a deep voice, before taking up the post of doctor of the prefecture school. He dared to hinder the Jinfu division from apprehending the murderer and taking him away. If a person like you stays in the prefecture school, you will definitely lead to trouble for the prefecture school of Luoyang Prefecture. He let out a cold snort, then looked to the side at Fan Ningduan. Dr. Fan, tomorrow you will remove Wang Chang from the government school. Not only was the appointment letter destroyed, but he was also removed from the government school. This kind of punishment is like cutting off the future. Hearing his words, a smile appeared on Fan Ningduan's face as he arched his hand and said, I understand. Inside and outside the private room, there was silence at that moment. A newly promoted doctor of Confucianism was dismissed from his official position in just a few words, not to mention that he had to be expelled from the government school. A Confucian Taoist practitioner's decades of hard work and cultivation was cut off from his future in this moment. Everyone slowly turned their heads to look at Zhang Yuan. This one, what is his identity? Boom! Sun Buatao, who was struggling to get up by the corner of the wall, went limp and fell to the ground again. The crowd's eyes couldn't help but turn away. Boo! At the second sound, Sun Qianlin, the son of the scribe envoy's family wearing a Confucian robe, fell to his knees and kowtowed towards Zhang Yuan. Master Zhang, you are a generous man. Spare me, Master Zhang. It's the villain who has eyes without a pearl. I was compelled by that Sun Buatao to come and offend the master. While kowtowing, Sun Fanglin cast his gaze in the direction of Yunyang. Lady Jade, Fairy Jade, I am wrong, really wrong, please spare my dog's life. Sun Fanglin's voice echoed in the middle of the private room. The two shrews, on the other hand, knelt behind him and slapped themselves heavily. The crackling sound answered Sun Zilin's wailing pleas for mercy. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Not only did the fury on his body not dissipate, but it slowly coalesced. Now that he had been offended, he wouldn't leave any loose ends. He, Zhang Yuan, had long since ceased to be the hot-blooded young man who had just been weakly crowned, and he possessed the memories of several martial artists who had mixed with the underworld and the Jianghu. These memories are filled with more than a few scenes of smiling faces and stabbing each other in the back. Xiaolang, forget it. Behind her, Yunyang's voice rang out. Yunyang turned her head to look at the few Yunzhou men scattered about, as well as Zun Bateo, who was lying upside down in the corner. Koro, for what it's worth, they let me know that I may still have family in Yunzhou. This Mr. Soon, his father is a member of the government. She knew that Zhang Yuan was trying to take it out for her, but it wasn't worth it to offend a member of the government for her. Zhang Yuan, your Yunyangzi is truly benevolent. Fan Mingduan, who was standing at He Muwen's side, spoke with a smile. Xia Mingyuan, who was standing on the side, laughed softly and said, it's really a good match for a hero. Brother Zhang's heroic hero should indeed be a match for a beauty such as Niang Ziyu. He glanced at Sun Qianlin, who was kneeling on the ground and didn't dare to move, revealing a few moments of contempt on his face. That day, Brother Zhang had one man and one arrow. What a majestic appearance. He Mu Man nodded. Other than that, Zhang Yuan had killed in front of him in Yangchang and acted decisively. Truly unusual. Zhang Yuan turned back to look at Yunyang. Then a gentle smile appeared on his face. Well, my little lady says so. He reached out to hold Yunyang's hand, then turned toward He Muwen and the others. Then Zhang Yuan will not disturb your pleasure. We'll go first, leading Yunyang towards the outside of the private room. Zhang Yuan smoothly kicked Sun Fanglin and the two shrews away. Yunyang was afraid that he would offend the officials, and Xia Mingyuan and the others didn't want to watch him Zhang Yuan kill someone in front of their faces, or kill the son of an ambassador's family. He Muwen how to say is also the government school record. Face to give. Anyway, the matter was put down there, and Zhang Yuan had to plot against Rao Qinghai, the magistrate of the government office. Rao Qinghai was the superior officer of Sunrun, who was an official of the Minister of Economy and Finance, and if Rao Qinghai collapsed, Sun Rin would surely be implicated. Without Sun Rin in the government office, it would be easier to punish a Sun Fanglin than to kill a dog. Seeing Zhang Yuan and Yunyang walk out of the private room and walk straight down the stairs, Sun Fanglin only softened his body and sat down on the ground, his eyes turning, with a vicious color in his eyes. Why don't you help duke me up? Sun Qianlin drank lowly. Those two rascals were busy helping Sun Fanglin away, and did not greet He Muwen and the others. This Mr. Sun is a famous scoundrel dude in the prefecture. Jin Lin shook his head. He was a businessman, and even if he had the strength of his family behind him, he was unwilling to offend Sun Xianlin too much. If not, just based on the fact that Sun Zilin and the others were causing trouble at the Yufeng building, he couldn't let it go. Jin Lin's eyes narrowed as he turned his head to look at the several people lying upside down in the private room, his gaze landing on Sun Buotao. Lord He, Brother Xia. I wonder what's so special about this chief jailer Zhang. Hearing him ask, Xia Mingyuan laughed and said softly, Brother Jin, your Jin family has only given away 100 taels of gold to someone else. You don't know who he is? Jin Lin shuddered. His eyes widened, and he let out a low cry. It's him. Chapter 70, I, Zhang Yuan, swear that I will make you rich and honorable in the future. There is only one family in Luoyang City that dares to call itself the Jin family. When the first person of the Jin family, Jin Changlu, was the pride of the entire Luoyang prefecture. Behind the Yufeng building was the Jin family that Jin Changlu came from. Jin Lin also had to call Jin Changlu second uncle according to the clan's ranking. He is the soap guard who woke up my family's second uncle. Jin Lin whispered softly and turned his head, looking towards the messy private room with coldness in his eyes. Since it is he, this man who plotted against his family cannot be allowed to get away with it. Men, send these men to the patrol camp and say that I, Jin Lin, want them to give a good account of what evil they have all done. Just now, Zhang Yuan took out the point commander's card, and he promised to give Zhang Yuan an account, but he was only going to take some money out. Businessman, anything that can be solved with money is no big deal. Now that he knew Zhang Yuan's identity, if he, Jin Lin, didn't take care of this matter properly, he would definitely draw discontent from the clan. Not to mention Jin Changlu, who had already run to the border. Even if the other families in the city knew about this, they would laugh at the Jin family for acting without pattern. Zhang Yuan is the benefactor of the Jin family, and that is not something that can be offset by some silver money. Today there is a government school record, and the West City black market master. This matter cannot be hidden from people. Thinking of this, looking at Sun Buotao and the others who were dragged and pulled out of the private room by a group of guards, Jin Lin suddenly frowned. That Sun Zilin is acting in the most underhanded manner. I'm afraid he's going to be unfavorable to Zhang Yuan. He knew Sun Fanglin. In front of people can be lowly, kowtow and admit mistakes. Turn around may be behind the back of the black hand. Zhang Yuan is a person who is kind to the Jin family. If Zhang Yuan walks out of the Yufeng building tonight, but is assassinated by Sun Fanglin, Jin Lin can't take the blame. Jin Lin's words caused He Muan to frown. He Muan couldn't figure out Zhang Yuan's identity and background, but he also felt that if Zhang Yuan had any injuries tonight, it would not be beneficial to him. Xia Mingyuan is frank. He has seen the strength of Zhang Yuan. It is not Sun Fanglin who can conspire if he wants to. Fan Mingduan hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Zhang Yuan is a soap clothes guard. His strength is not bad, but he has brought his women with him. Even if Zhang Yuan was strong, but he had his women with him, his movement was restricted, and when he encountered unscrupulous people, his hands were tied and he could really suffer. With a low grunt, He Muan walked quickly to the end of the second-floor walkway and reached out to push open the street-facing window. A few of the Golden Groves followed suit and walked beyond the ledge. At this time, there were not many pedestrians on the street downstairs, and Zhang Yuan and Yun Yang walked side by side. Not far behind them, Sen Fanglin led 4 men in martial arts uniforms crashing behind them. Coldness came out of He Muan's eyes, and a faint golden mark lit up in his palm. This seal is from the 6th grade civil official credentials. Confucianism practitioners can use this to stimulate the heaven and earth chi luck to add body. My lord, Zhang Yuan is not an ordinary person. We can just wait and see. At his side, Xia Mingyuan suddenly spoke out. Xia Mingyuan looked at Jin Lin and Fan Mingduan on the side with a few smiles on his face. This little brother of mine is resolute in killing, so tonight he might be able to open your eyes. In the market outside the Yufeng building, Zhang Yuan led Yun Yang forward. Yun Yang seemed a little cold, a hint of tightness coming through her face. She looked back and approached Zhang Yuan. Xiao Lang, someone is following us. Zhang Yuan patted her palm and said softly, there's no harm, there's me. These words made Yun Yang couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Although Zhang Yuan's figure is erect and tall, he is actually only a young man who has grown up for the first time. The deaths of his parents and the death of his elder brother in the line of duty all rested on his shoulders alone. Today, he is more of a real man, taking responsibility for himself. Leaning her head gently against Zhang Yuan's arm, Yun Yang said no more. What is there to be afraid of when you are with your own little boy? Behind them a few feet away, Sun Fulin gritted his teeth and hissed lowly, "Dare to offend me, Sun Fulin. Whatever you are, I want you all to die. All to die." He's not stupid. If he didn't kill Zhang Yuan today, he would really be in big trouble. Zhang Yuan is dead. His father has a way to mediate. Xiaming Yuan or He Muan, or even the Jinfu division. No one will for a dead man in the government office of the secretary for the opposition. But if Zhang Yuan is not going to die, I am afraid that he will have many means to make him Sun Zilin uncomfortable. Zhang Yuan was no ordinary soap guard. Seeing Zhang Yuan today, Sun Jianlin knew that this guy is not a really generous person. A grudge had been made, and if he didn't kill Zhang Yuan tonight, Zhang Yuan would turn around and plot against him. Kill him? Then you go out of town to get out of the storm and come back in 3 or 2 months. Don't be afraid. A small soap guard can't have much of a deep background. If he did have a background, he wouldn't be a soap guard anymore. Sun Fanlin's words caused the 4 martial artists around him to sink down in their faces, all nodding their heads, their hands touching the short blades that were inserted into the cuffs of their waists. Their pace quickened. A carriage came around the corner in front of him, paralleling Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and grabbed a sleeve arrow from the frame of the cart before quickly tying it to Yun Yang's arm. "Yun Yang, hold on to the machine expansion and shoot the sleeve arrows if anyone approaches." Holding Yun Yang's arm, Zhang Yuan's expression was solemn. "You are my Zhang Yuan's little lady, and you are bound to accompany me through life and death in this life. I, Zhang Yuan, swear that I will definitely let you enjoy your wealth and honor in the future. But for now, we need to go through life and death together." Hearing his words, Yun Yang's originally pale face revealed a blush and nodded heavily. Her hands had only ever stroked the zither, but she could also hold a sword and kill for the sake of her own boy. "The White Horse Mountains people are coming. Quickly put on your armor." Li Changwei, who was on the frame of the vehicle, drank lowly and threw a piece of light armor to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan touted the battle armor with iron pieces attached to it, and a few harnesses bound it tightly. He probed and grabbed again, pulling out the goose plume sword wrapped in black cloth from the carriage. Pulling the black cloth with one hand and slowly flipping it over, Zhang Yuan's torso leaned against the carriage, shielding Yun Yang behind him. Li Chanwei on the frame was already holding his sword with both hands, the blade slowly coming out of its sheath. At this moment, Sen Fanlin and the others who had rushed towards Zhang Yuan also felt that something was wrong. In this twinkling of an eye, Zhang Yuan was already wearing armor and carrying a sword. With someone behind him, he came prepared. "Kill up. There is no retreat." The 2 middle-aged men with short blades drank lowly and rushed towards Zhang Yuan in a stifled manner. Having already drawn his sword, it was useless to retreat at this point. Yun Yang stood behind Zhang Yuan, feeling the qi and blood of Zhang Yuan's body that was like a fiery flame rising. She raised her arm and tremblingly pointed her sleeve arrow forward. The black cloth wrapped around the long knife in Zhang Yuan's hand had not yet been torn out. His palm gently flipped over. His right hand gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. His movements were unhurried, as if he did not see the figure rushing towards him at all. "Kill!" A middle-aged man holding a short blade let out a loud shout as he stabbed Zhang Yuan in the chest with the short blade in his hand. The other person's figure lowered and rolled forward. The short blade in his hand came to chop Zhang Yuan's legs. The other 2 spread out, one protecting in front of Sun Fanlin, and one holding a short sword facing the direction of Li Changwei, waiting for him to rush off the frame. Yun Yang bit her lip and held her right arm, which was sheathed in a sleeve and arrow, in her left hand without speaking. She was afraid that making a sound would disturb Zhang Yuan. A 10-foot distance. In an instant, 2 dark sword lights slashed at Zhang Yuan's torso one above the other. At this moment, the flipping blade in Zhang Yuan's hand paused. The black cloth that wrapped the goose's plume was exhausted. Chapter 71. The soap clothes guards of the Jinfu division took someone, and the unrelated people retreated. The palm of his hand gripped the hilt of the knife, and the long knife was instantly sheathed. Zhou Lin, the head of the Jinfu division's armor guard battalion, had once said that before drawing the sword, the mind had already been infused into the body of the sword. The moment his palm gripped the hilt of the blade, the battle had begun. The long knife was sheathed and held squarely by the hilt, the blade drawn diagonally and up from the waist. Zhang Yuan's arm went from bent to taut, and the long blade chopped out with maximum arc. Stab dash. The cold blade of the 100 refined gooseplume clashed with the short blade that stabbed to his chest, and the face of the middle-aged martial artist holding the blade went from grim to horrified. The 2-foot short sword was like a candle made of candles, and was cut into 2 by the 100 refined gooseplume in Zhang Yuan's hand. The 5-inch wide gooseplume blade was brought from the bottom to the top, from the opposite martial artist's armpit, the icy cold blade cutting through the rough clothing. a slight stutter, and then the faint sound of grinding with the ribs. The color of blood, instantly nourishing and escaping along the blade, penetrated a fiery heat. Hot blood sprayed on Zhang Yuan's body, and some of it also crossed over him and spilled on top of Yunyang's moonlight white dress. An arm fell with the broken blade, and his body, which had been pulled diagonally away from most of his chest by the blade, was flung out toward the back. Dang dash! The short blade of the other knife-wielding martial artist who rolled forward to chop at Zhang Yuan's calf was met with the sound of gold and iron clashing. Fine iron gauntlets were strapped among the garments. At this time, Zhang Yuan was not only clad in light armor, but even his legs were strapped with leg protection iron armor. The short blade was pressed against Zhang Yuan's leg, and the middle-aged martial artist froze for a moment. Jianghu martial arts fights are rarely protected in this way. The competition between Jianghu martial artists is who has higher cultivation and whose moves are more agile and subtle. The only people who focus on means of defense are those in the military. Two martial artists had struck. One had broken his arm, and the other had made a slash with no success. Zhang was far more powerful than they thought. The crouching martial artist's face flashed with fear, and then he gritted his teeth and roared lowly, turning the short sword in his hand upside down, gripping it in his hand, and lifting his hand towards Zhang Yuan's crotch to lift it up. There are some rules of martial arts fighting in the Jianghu, and in-teasing moves are generally used sparingly, but at this point, when short-armed in between life and death, what moves can't be used? Snap! The back of the hand that was holding the short sword in reverse was pressed down by Zhang Yuan's palm. Click! Zhang Yuan's palm exerted force, and the hand that held the sword instantly shattered its finger bones. A martial artist with hidden Yuan de Chang cultivation could crush even a piece of lapis lazuli into powder between his fingers and palms. Ah! A short wail only arose as Zhang Yuan twisted his palm. Catching dash! The palm of the hand holding the knife was twisted into a twist along with the arm. Abolished! Dang! Short blade drop! Boom! The first martial artist's blood-spattered body fell. Boom! The second martial artist's body was thrown out by Zhang Yuan, smashing into the martial artist who was fully defending Li Changwei's strike, sending him staggering back. Your Excellency! Run! The martial artist who was guarding in front of Sun Fanlin advanced instead of retreating, taking a step out and spinning his body around, clearly intending to go around Zhang Yuan to capture Yunyang who was standing by the frame of the car. He also knew that at this time, the only way to have a chance of survival was to hold the Yunyang who had been sprayed with blood and had a dull expression. Zhang Yuan's outburst was not at all the measure of a Jianghu martial artist. That's one strike of viciousness, relying on the power of a flying spinning step. The speed of this martial artist's figure was extremely fast, but as fast as he was, he couldn't be as fast as Zhang Yuan, who was at the hidden elemental completion. Zhang Yuan's figure slightly lurched, and the long sword in his hand steeply probed out to his side. Stab dash! The flying spinning body slammed into the blade and his waist was sliced open by the blade. It fell to the ground, and blood instantly flowed like a spring. Can't live. Zhang Yuan did not even look at the falling body. His long sword was held flat and he slowly moved forward. You. Sun Fanlin's eyes widened as he stared at Zhang Yuan, who approached with a sword. Shivering. This fight was only about 10 breaths from start to finish. Two martial artists who had first entered the hidden Yuan were seriously injured, and a martial artist in the middle stage of the hidden Yuan was alive or dead. Sun Fanlin in Luoyang City is everyone knows the playboy. Unusual evil do not know how many. That is, hand-to-hand murder is not no. But he had never seen such a short fight. Life and death away from the immediate appearance of the fight. He was surrounded by several of his father's heavily paid martial artists, who had extraordinary means of cutting and sparring on weekdays, prancing and leaping, and lifting thousands of pounds of force, and each of them claimed to be an expert. At this moment, these experts were either lying on the ground or falling down and wailing. He's scared. This time, he was truly afraid. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. There are great horrors between life and death. You can't know until you've experienced life and death. Zhang Yuan walked forward with his sword, his face calm as if the deaths and injuries just now were not related to him in the slightest. Still a zhang away from Sun Fanlin, Zhang Yuan steeply shouted in a low voice. Kill! The sound was like muffled thunder, and the blade was raised, held in both hands, and flew. The chilling blade carried a piercing whine, a sharp sound that could tear open one's eardrums. Behind Zhang Yuan, a verdant mountain silhouette emerged. Dang dash! The sound of the long blade chopping spread for 100 feet. A black iron stretcher was chopped off by this blade, and the hands of the big man holding the stretcher burst from the tiger's mouth, holding the two broken stretcher. His footsteps uncontrollably retreated. Zhang Yuan's figure landed on Sun Jinlin's side. his body's baleful aura transforming into blood-colored shifting light. The legs shook lice-like and shook about, and soon Zillian's pant legs had warm water running down them. He thought that Zhang Yuan's knife was killing him. White Horse Mountain bandits dare to enter Luoyang City to commit murder. When I, Xi'an Qin, have no law and discipline? Zhang Yuan's voice sounded like explosive thunder. Li Changwei darted down from the carriage's yoke, sheathing the wild goose plume in his hand, and ran to Zhang Yuan's side. On the other side of the street corner, Sun Zhe, who was wearing iron armor and holding a long-handled battle sword, and Chen Liang, who was holding a short sword and round shield, came side by side. On the other side, Zhong Chuanwu, who was limping and holding a big gun, quickly stepped forward. Jinfu Si Soap Guard Away Battalion A4 teams gathered. The soap clothes guards of the Jinfu division will take the man. Unrelated people will back off. Sun Zhe let out a bellowing voice. His long-handled sword chopped horizontally with a sword flower, with a buzzing vibration. Chen Liang held his sword and clapped his shield, taking one step and striking. Although he was one person, he was like 1,000 troops. In front of the 5 men, on the street, 3 big men carrying a stretcher will throw the stretcher away and draw long swords from it. The 7 or 8 idlers crouching under the street fence quickly stepped forward, stripped off their broad robes to reveal their short shirts, and drew the short blades that were strapped to their waists. A large number of people is a large number of people. More than 10 people on the opposite side of the room, slowly closing in. At least 3 of the people here were in the middle stage of Hidden Yuan, and the person in the lead was already in the late stage of Hidden Yuan, his chi and blood bulging, and a fierce aura surrounding him. However, Zhang Yuan's gaze was not on these people. His eyes were filled with gravity as he stared ahead at the middle-aged scribe wearing a green robe, holding a volume of books in his hand and a candy cane in his other hand. This man, he knew, or rather, he recognized it long ago from the memories of several people. The mysterious big boss in the eyes of Hu Jinrun, the bandit of White Horse Mountain, and Meng Tao's hairy little brother, Big Brother. In the eyes of Xiao Poppy, he is also a teacher and a friend, and his knowledge makes him admire his brother Du Hai Zhang, the headmaster of White Horse Mountain. On the other side, the hunched old man carrying a bamboo cane full of candy canes also stopped in his tracks. Lu Nancheng, the second leader of White Horse Mountain. Zhang Yuan also didn't expect that in order to search for him, the White Horse Mountain's big leader and second leader had gathered. This was beyond his previous planning. Formation. Sun Zhe let out a bellow and raised his steps forward. Chen Liang and Li Changwei did not hesitate to take a step forward and protect Sun Zhe's left and right. Zhang Chuanwu held his large spear and moved a step forward, his body's chi and blood bulging as he connected with the 3 people in front of him. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath as chi and blood surged behind him, then took a step and rushed out, alongside Sun Zhe. Kill! The sound of loud shouts rang out, and the attacking battle formation of the Jinfu Division's squad had been formed. Impacting forward. Chapter 72, Formation, Tiger Walk. The Xianqin Army formation is 5 people in a line, 10 people in a group, 100 people in a team, and 1,000 people in a battalion, 10,000 people for 1 guard. The military formation rushes and kills, 1 battalion and 1 flag. The generals are in the front, and they fight to the death. A guard dies and the master charges. Jinfu Si follows the military battle formation, but for the convenience of killing in the Jianghu, to a small team, offense and defense are beneficial. The squad of 5 rolled forward, Sun Zhe's long sword raised, Zhang Yuan's goose plume held horizontally, Li Changwei's goose plume trailed, and Chen Liang's small shield protected Sun Zhe's forehead, himself following at a fast pace. Zhang Chuanwu's big gun was held in both hands, its blade unmoving as he paced to follow. Although there were many martial artists on the opposite side, they didn't know how to break the situation and could only retreat. 1 in, 1 out. On the verdant stone street, Sun Zilin, who was all wobbly, was left standing there alone. Scattered pedestrians and people have long been running to a few feet away, standing at the corner of the street to probe and see. This is the Jinfu Division military formation. On the windowsill of the 2nd floor of the Yufeng building, Xiaming Yuan's eyes shone with a refined light. Whispering softly in a low voice, his palms unconsciously clenched. This kind of long and short soldiers' mutual coordination, attack and defense. Ordinary Jianghu martial artists really difficult to deal with. The 100 luck clothier was annihilated overnight, not unjustly. The Jinfu Division. The name is true. Jinlin pressed his hand on top of the windowsill and spoke in a low voice. They all had martial arts cultivation in them, so they naturally saw through that military formation at a glance. Zhang Yuan. The martial arts are really not bad, it's rare to be so young. Fan Mingduan, who was on the side, spoke softly, holding his own copy of the appointment letter in the palm of his hand. Muan didn't say anything. His gaze swept over the downstairs, his expression carrying a bit of gravity. The White Horse Mountain bandits that had retreated to the side of the street finally counterattacked, smashing the scattered wooden boxes and flatbreads into the military formation. Boom! The wooden box that smashed into the military formation was chopped to pieces by Sunze. With this slash, the bandit in the lead took the opportunity to step forward and pulled out a sword flower with his green-fronted longsword in his hand. The light of the sword reflected the light of the surrounding lamps and candles, and it was blinding. The four martial artists with long swords in the back followed, their blades stabbing at Sunze. Sunze was in front of the military formation. Killing one of him, the military formation was immediately broken. In the end, it is the bandits of the jungle, and between the fights, they can see through the reality of the military formation at a glance. Sunze stood in place, dragging his long-handled battle sword in his hand, picking it upwards to block the martial artist who had launched his sword. Kill! Li Changwei's voice rang out along with the whistling of the gooseplume chop. Unlike the boom on his side, the knife in Zhang Yuan's hand had already cut through the gloom a step faster. Quick! Nothing else, just fast. Before those four bandits' blades reached Sunze's chest, Zhang Yuan's gooseplume had already flashed away as his arm swung to its end. Put! It was the dull sound that the blade brought out when it cut into a person's body. The knife that slashed out horizontally from Zhang Yuan's hand brought out a shower of blood, and a body grunted as it retreated backward. The other bandit whose shirt was cut by the blade and rubbed against the oiled skin shuddered. His arm that chopped out the long knife paused, and his feet did not dare to move forward. Pa dash! The round shield in Chen Liang's hand blocked a blade as his entire body shook and the round shield slammed back. Put! Zhong Chuanwu, who was standing at the back, stabbed out with a gun, piercing the torso of a knife-wielding bandit. Kill! Sunze's long sword brought out a loud and clear arc of light from below. No one dared to stand in front of him. The bandit who had been the first to attack had to back off, holding his long sword with a grave expression. The military formation rushed a trip and two bandits were killed and wounded. On the side of the town hall, unharmed. Amazing. Upstairs in Yufeng, Xia Mingyuan sighed once again. He didn't need to say that. A few breaths? Slightly panting, Suwenzo whispered. Although he had only made 2 heavy slashes, these 2 slashes had already consumed a great deal of his strength. Every slash he chopped out was with all his might, so that his opponent didn't dare to take it hard. As long as a blade was blocked and their battle formation could not push forward, the formation would be considered broken. Once there was no military formation power to rely on, the 5 of them would be in deep danger. 15 breaths. Zhang Yuan spoke softly as he crossed the goose feather in his hand and took a step forward. He snatched Sunze's position away from him, held his sword in both hands, and bellowed a low charge. He walked forward at a fast pace, and Sunze and Li Changwei's crowd could only grit their teeth and follow. Kill! The eyes of the late-stage cryptic Yuan martial artist holding the sword shone with a brilliant light. His body slightly lowered. His hand pinched the sword technique, and his long sword stabbed towards Zhang Yuan. The few people on his side should have been cooperating for many years, and they also did not hesitate to dance their long swords around to block the next attacks from the others in the battle formation. Zhang Yuan swung out the Yanling blade heavily in his hand, his stance simple to the extreme. The move among the cloak blade technique, the horizontal chop. With a whistling sound, the blade clashed with the long sword that stabbed him in the chest. Dang dash! The clear and bright long sword directly snapped into 2. The wild goose plume in Zhang Yuan's hand is the saber of Su Jinan, the lieutenant of the Suanjiawi, which is made of 100 refined steel, and is not at all an enemy of the ordinary green blade. The sword-wielding middle-aged man's face changed sharply, and his palm loosened the hilt of his sword, wanting to retreat backwards. He simply did not expect that an unusual soapguard would have 100 refined steel long sword in his hands. He further did not expect that Zhang Yuan's cultivation level was even higher than his. Hidden elemental greatness. How old is Zhang Yuan Kai? How could there be a 20-year-old hidden elemental achievement in the Luoyang prefecture? Put. Zhang Yuan's long sword that chopped horizontally made a forward stroke and pierced through the chest of a sword-wielding martial artist. On the other side, the other few people did not expect the sword-wielding middle-aged man to beat the north in one go, and even their ancestors' formation to block the enemy was broken. Zapper. Rip who dash. The bandit suddenly had no desire to fight, and backed away with a low cry. Kill! Sunze let out a long shout, and the long-handled battle sword in his hand chopped heavily towards the late-stage hidden Yuan martial artist who had lost his weapon in his hand. With his cultivation, this knife chopped down. The late-stage hidden Yuan without weapons in his hand would surely die if he didn't retreat. But he had to retreat. At least 3 of his fellow bandits would have to die under this slash. Retreat! The middle-aged man without a sword in his hand looked at the long knife slashing at his head, let out a low roar, flipped his hands, 2-foot-long short blades crossed, and then lifted them above his head to go against Sunse's long knife. It's a death sentence. Under the same realm, how could a short blade block the slashes of a Zhangji battle sword? Dang dash! A chopping sound that shook through 100 feet rang out. Sunse's long blade stopped half a foot above the middle-aged martial artist's head. Half a foot below, a long, greenish-gray stick rested against the blade. There was also a chopped-up mass of grass tied to the baguette, which had a couple of icy candy canes jolted off of it. Lu Nanchang, the second leader of White Horse Mountain. Zhang Yuan saw clearly that Lu Nanchang was extremely fast when he struck out, and there was a trace of true element power flashing on top of that greenish-gray wooden stick. Insightful realm. This White Horse Mountain second leader was unexpectedly a powerhouse that surpassed the existence of the hidden Yuan realm. Insight into the body's qi and blood origin. Condense the innate true essence. Understand the cultivation path, and truly embark on the path of martial arts to the heavens. This is the realm of insight. Kaching dash. The sound of shattering came from the hilt of the long sword in Sunse's hand. Sunse's face swelled red, his hands trembled, his palms gripped the hilt of his sword, and blood color emerged from his tiger's mouth. The realm of insight. Gritting his teeth, Sunse's eyes carried a heavy battle intent. Retreat! He let out a low growl and reached out to pull Zhang Yuan's arm. They had missed the fact that the second lord of White Horse Mountain would arrive, and even more so, that his cultivation was already at the cave brightness realm. With a situation like this, they can't stop it. Not to mention 1 tea, even 10 breaths can't stop it. No retreat. Zhang Yuan gave a low gulp and pressed Sunse's slightly trembling arm down as he took a deep breath and looked ahead. Little fellow, give me what I want and I can leave you all dead. In front, the green-robed middle-aged man holding a sugar gourd in his hand slowly spoke, with a few smiles on his face. He swept his gaze over Zhang Yuan and their battle formation before raising his head, looking in the direction of the Yufeng building. It's them you're relying on, isn't it? As the words fell, he flung out the sugar gourd steeply in his hand. The 7 red hawthorns flew up into the air, like shooting stars, and fell in all directions. A faint golden curtain of light blocked in the direction of the Yufeng building. I've only cultivated the skin of this 7-star formation, but it's still no problem to block a school recorder from the 6th grade for 100 breaths. 100 breaths. Can you guys hold out? Du Haizhang's voice slowly turned cold. Second, leave him alone. The others, kill. Buzz. Zhang Yuan's body had an intense to the extreme qi and blood power surging through it. Hidden elemental greatness. At this moment, he no longer hid his cultivation. Between life and death. Why hide? Formation. Tiger Walk. Chapter 73, Forming Tiger Line Battle Formation. Fighting against Cave Brightness Realm. The main reason for the great prosperity of Xianxin's martial arts was that martial arts practitioners did not fear life and death. If you are infused with qi and blood, you can be humongous. Zhang Yuan stepped forward with his sword. His body's qi and blood condensed into a light red fury, and his body was full of qi energy infused into his muscles and bones. Behind him, Sun Zhe and Li Changwei, as well as Chen Liang had the same qi and blood power tugging connected to them. The 4 formed a conical battle formation. Dragging his battle rifle, Zhang Chuanwu slowly backed away. He hadn't participated in this battle formation exercise and couldn't intervene at this time. Retreating to the side of the frame, Zhang Chuanwu turned his head to look at Yunyang, whose arm was resting on the sleeve arrow. Scared, girl? Yunyang nodded and shook her head again, biting her lip and not saying anything. Her face was tight, just her eyes looking at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Chuanwu grinned, gasped for breath, and crossed the barrel of his great spear in front of him. This kid of your family, Zhang Yuan, is something. Going forward, a character. Still nodding her head, Yunyang looked at Zhang Yuan, who was walking forward with a sword in front of her, gritting her teeth, with tears welling up in her eyes. She knew that her own youngest son was a soap guard. She knew that the soap guards were responsible for their duties and often had the perilous task of capturing thieves and seizing evil. She often watched Zhang Yuan return covered in blood, and often watched him surge in qi and blood and be attacked by the fury. She'd guessed many times, but she'd never known that this was how her own youngest son worked as a soap guard. It's fighting for your life over and over again. It turns out that the young man in the small courtyard who listens to his own piano, the young man who listens to his own words and learns words and reads, the young man who rises early every day to practice martial arts, he leaves all the peace and quiet, all the gentleness to himself, walking out of the small compound. He wondered each day if he would return alive. Kill. the sound of Zhang Yuan's long drink rang out. The qi and blood on his body rose and shook, condensing a faint shadow. With a step forward, the shadow behind him solidified even more. Further, the shadow swayed and slowly transformed into a fierce tiger with hanging eyes and white forehead. Tiger Walk Battle Formation. The battle formations taught by the Suanjiawi in the Jinfu division and practiced specifically to deal with great demons. This battle formation can gather the strength of the soldiers in the formation and charge the formation with the momentum of a tiger coming out of the gate to kill. The squads practicing this battle formation in the Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu division totaled more than 30, and none of them could really practice this formation these days, but it was still possible to boost your battle power with the power of the battle array. Zhang Yuan and his squad used to form battle formations in the past, and their strength could be increased by more than 30%, but this time, just by that fierce tiger shadow surfacing, Sun Zhe and the others could already feel the difference. In their bodies, their qi and blood seemed to be boiling, and the qi in their muscles and bones seemed to be inexhaustible. All of them more than doubled their battle power. Of course, Li Qianwei and the others did not know that this was because Zhang Yuan had sensed the fierce tiger intent taught by Qianbin and knew how to use the fierce tiger intent to propel the qi and blood power to fit the battle formation. What Zhang Yuan had cultivated was the Earth Grade 6th grade Jin Yugong, and his qi and blood power was several times that of a martial artist of the same rank. Now that the battle formation was implicated, the four of them were connected by qi and blood. Sun Zhe and Li Qianwei, who were also able to share Zhang Yuan's qi and blood power, felt that they could not use up all their strength. Roar! The sound of a fierce tiger roaring rang out as Zhang Yuan took the lead to strike, chopping out the long gooseplume sword in his hand. The person on the opposite side was at the Cavernous Brightness realm, a powerhouse that surpassed them by a large realm. In the Jinfu division, the Dongming realm can be the first lieutenant of the battalion. Facing such a strong person, every strike must be given with all one's might. Upstairs in Yufeng, the somber-faced He Muwen's fingers kept sketching, and countless golden characters flew out in front of him, colliding with the light red light screen in front of him. The light curtain was turbulent, but it didn't look like it had ruptured in the slightest. Du Haizhang said that this 7-star formation can stop him. He Muwen. For 100 breaths. These spring and autumn Confucians disregard the immortal Qin laws and discipline. They are truly a source of woe, he whispered under his breath, a hint of anger coming through his eyes. On the other side, Xia Mingyuan was frowning, his palms pressed against the edge of the window in front of him, a hesitant look on his face. Du Haizhang, Lu Nancheng, why is this guy Zhang Yuan so bold? Why is he going against the Du family? Fan Mingduan murmured under his breath from the sidelines, unknowable to outsiders at all. Above the street below, the battle broke out instantly. Kind of. Lu Nancheng, who was holding a green-colored wooden staff, let out a low gulp, and the grass clump at the front of the wooden staff exploded, and a long curved hooked sword blade appeared. The wooden handle was 7 feet long, with a curved hooked blade of 1 foot and 3 inches in the front section, and when it reached forward, it was pressed against Zhang Yuan's gooseplume blade. There was a clear and bright power of true essence moving on the blade of the curved hook. And when it collided with the gooseplume blade, the power of true essence was added, making that blade even sharper, and the force of the chopping pressure was at least 2,000 pounds. The most crucial thing was that the true essence dark energy hidden in this blade was several times the force of the collision. Raising one's hand and lifting one's foot was the force of 1,000 pounds, which was the means of a powerful person of the cavernous realm after the true element had been added. Dang! Zhang Yuan's body was slightly shaken, and his footsteps staggered as he took a step backward. Not only did he block a strike from a cave brightness realm expert, he was even able to use the power of the battle formation to dissolve the opponent's true essence dark energy. Sun Zhe, Li Qianwei, and Shen Liang all stifled a grunt and followed their footsteps backward. Although their feet retreated, the four of them were surprisingly unharmed by the blow. Good means. Lu Nanchang raised his eyebrows and let out a low shout as the curved hook blade stabbed out towards Sun Zhe. The strike of a cave mind realm expert was actually blocked by 4 hidden Yuan realms. No one would believe such a thing in the Jianghu. However, the other party is the Jinfu division soap clothes guards. War tactics, when it really is very different from the Jianghu martial arts. Kill. Sun Ze's long blade raised and chopped together with the curved hook blade. This is the military martial arts path. No matter how strong or weak the opponent is, always choose to engage straight on. Hard knocks. This is different from the Jianghu martial artists swimming and fighting. Seeing the moves. Dang. An ear-piercing sound of blade impact rang out, and the long blade in Sun Ze's hand broke from halfway. His footsteps also retreated uncontrollably, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Kill! Zhang Yuan drank lowly and rushed out with his gooseplume. On the other side, Li Qianwei, who was holding the wild goose plume sword, followed suit with a slash. The two long swords, one on the left and one on the right, clamped down on Lu Nanchang, who had just fought a hard blow with Sun Tze. The two were not wrong in their timing. Unfortunately, the other party was in the cave brightness realm. Moreover, Li Changwei, who was only in the middle stage of hidden yuan, was too slow to make a blade than Zhang Yuan. Lu Nanchang snorted coldly as his long curved hooked sword rose upwards, clashing with Zhang Yuan's goose plume blade. If Li Changwei's blade speed could be the same as Zhang Yuan's, Lu Nanchang would not respond in such a way at this time. Now, what he had to do was, after shocking Zhang Yuan back with a slash, he would then turn back to kill Li Changwei with a slash. In such a situation, there is not much time for them to make a choice. Only the strong can take the initiative and advance and retreat. Dang! When the curved hook blade collided with Zhang Yuan's wild goose plume blade again, a look of surprise flashed across Lu Nanchang's face. The power coming from the blade in Zhang Yuan's hand was 3 times heavier than the previous blade. Xin Yu! Zhang Yuan shouted. His body was full of qi and blood strength. The innate in the meridians wandered in the true essence infused into the long knife, urging the moves in the Xinyu blade technique to press down fiercely. The curved hook blade that Lu Nanchang had prepared to draw back with a single chop was now sinking downward, but he could not draw it back. If he couldn't draw back this blade, he couldn't block Li Changwei's one. Watching Li Changwei's blade approaching, Lu Nanchang raised his left hand, true essence infused, and slapped out with a palm. Boom! A violent whistling sound rang out, and that palm collided with the long sword that chopped horizontally, but it was surprisingly unharmed. Li Changwei's body was shaken. His feet retreated 3 steps in a row, and he was caught up with Chen Liang, who used his round shield against his back before gasping for breath and stopping in his tracks. The palms of his hands were trembling, and he was already unable to even hold his sword. That was a palm infused with true essence from the cave brightness realm, and he, Li Changwei, had actually fought hard against a blow that he would not have dared to even think about before. Zhang Yuan had also stepped back by now, holding his sword in his hand across his chest, protecting Li Changwei and Chen Liang behind him. What a ing pain in the ass. Li Changwei grinned, stationing his longsword on the ground. In front, Lu Nanchang, who slowly retracted his left hand and held the long sword with curved hooks in both hands, looked at Zhang Yuan, who was standing with the sword, and spoke in a deep voice. What is your name? Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan held his long sword and spoke aloud. Lu Nanchang nodded. His eyes swept over Li Changwei, whose arms were trembling, and glanced at Sun Tze, whose blood was seeping from his tiger's mouth, and his long curved hooked sword moved forward, slowly pointing at Zhang Yuan. They are no longer capable of fighting. I'll give you 3 breaths to escape. Chapter 74, with a sword in my hand. I am invincible. 3 breaths, run for your life. 3 breaths were enough for a hidden elemental achievement martial artist to run away tens of feet away. As long as one escaped to dozens of feet away, no matter if they rushed into a store building or went elsewhere, the chances of surviving were great. Sun Tze and Li Changwei no longer have the power to fight. The tiger walking battle formation is already difficult to support. Today's situation, there is death without life. Zhang Yuan, you go first. Chen Liang, who was holding a small shield with his short sword held tightly, drank lowly and moved his feet forward. 3 breaths, we can still stall for another 3 breaths. Li Changwei, who was trembling and gripping his sword, opened his mouth and brought the goose plume sword up reluctantly. In the rear, Sun Tze dropped half of his sword pole and dragged his longsword forward as if it were a battle sword. Girl, if Zhang Yuan doesn't take you with him, you shouldn't blame him. Zhang Chuanwu quenched a mouthful of water in his palm, tightened the large gun in his hand and paced forward. He is still young. Yun Yang nodded, pulling back the arm that clasped the cuffed arrows, the morose arrows resting against her own chest. If Zhang Yuan was going to leave, she wouldn't be a holdout for him. Zhang Yuan said that they would go through life and death. It could be life or it could be death. If she had to die, she was willing to die. Kill. The sound of a long, impassioned whistle rang out. That was Zhang Yuan's answer. 3 breaths to escape? He, Zhang Yuan, would not turn his back on his robe and run for his life alone. He, Zhang Yuan, would not leave his little mother to live alone. The goose feather in his hand was his answer. Holding the sword with both hands, he took a step out, and the wild goose plume sword chopped down heavily. Kill. This sword chopped out, plain and simple. It was not the Xinyu blade technique that was first cultivated, but the cloak blade technique that had long been skilled to the bone. However, the blade carried a brilliance that made it impossible to look directly at it, transforming into a pike and inducing whistling like stormy thunder. Immortal Qin army and army battle techniques. Cloak and dagger. This is the cloak and dagger technique, unusual to the point of being a sword. It was this most unusual blade technique that supported countless immortal Qian military formations and blossomed in the hands of countless immortal Qian soldiers. It was no exaggeration to say that such a blade technique was the foundation of Xi'an Qin. Crosscut, chopping, flip chop, with a knife in hand. There is no enemy for me. Lu Nanchang, who was holding a long curved hooked sword, resisted forward with his long sword, and the sound of the blade clashing seemed like a tremor in a blacksmith store. At this moment, the subtle Jianghu battle techniques lost their color in front of the most simple battle formation sword techniques. The long sword of 100 refined steel carried a sharp whistling, and the blade glittered with snowy cold light under the illumination of the market lanterns. His body was full of qi and blood tremors. A blood bead in his head exploded and turned into bubbling qi and blood, and the green bead also shattered and turned into true essence that escaped into the meridians to support Zhang Yuan's every strike of chopping. With the thick martial qi and blood, and the true essence of the cavernous brightness realm, the battle power displayed by Zhang Yuan at this moment was not weaker than Lu Nanchang of the cavernous brightness realm. He had my invincible blade slashes, and even more so, Lu Nanchang, who was at the cavernous brightness realm, could only take a step back. Dang dash, dang dash, dang dash. After the 9 blades were cut, Zhang Yuan's body's qi and blood bulged to the extreme, and a faint fierce tiger's shadow reappeared behind him. This time it wasn't the power of the battle formation, but the power of qi and blood in his body following the tiger intent that Qian Bin had invoked at the beginning to roam around, and the potential that was created by the true essence penetrating through. Lead the momentum with the sword and transform it into your own intent. That's it, blade intent. The strongest martial artists in the world all possess their own battle intent. Context: the display of a martial arts powerhouse's talent. Blade intent. Lu Nanchang couldn't help but let out a low cry as he watched the blade in Zhang Yuan's hand chop down, and the fierce tiger's shadow behind him merged with the blade, transforming into a 3-inch stream of light. The world's martial artists practiced hard for decades and refined a line before they were able to have a sense of intent. The Zhang Yuan in front of him was only 20 years old. What kind of amazing talent was it to be able to condense the meaning of the sword? Taking a deep breath, Lu Nanchang raised the long curved hooked blade in his hand, replacing the previous one hard strike with a dexterous one. Even a cavernous brightness realm expert subconsciously chose to retreat in the face of a blade that condensed blade intent. It is a reverence for deep martial arts practice. Dang dash. The long curved hooked blade shook and was knocked half a foot away. Lu Nanchang's feet, too, moved back half a step. Cavernous realm, repelled by hidden Yuan realm. This kind of scene is not seen once in 10 years in the Jianghu. Crashing back the curved sword, the long goose-plume sword in Zhang Yuan's hand chopped heavily on the long stone-paved street avenue. Boom! The 1-foot-thick green striped stone was shattered by this slash, and the shattered mess exploded in all directions, causing those White Horse Mountain bandits who stood by the wall to retreat backward. Standing on the side of the White Horse Mountain Grandmaster Du Haizhang frowned, raised his right hand and sketched rapidly in mid-air. A scribbled fall word shadow emerged. It took only a flash of this shadowy handwriting to have fixed all the chaotic rocks in front of him before falling to the ground. Words follow the law. Zhang Yuan's eyes were alert as his feet slowly backed up. Du Haizhang was the bandit leader of White Horse Mountain, a wanted criminal of immortal Qin. How could he mobilize heaven and earth's qi and perform Ru Dao magical powers? In this world, if a Confucian practitioner wants to show his magical powers, he either has to enter the imperial court and borrow the qi of the immortal Qin to add his body, or he has to condense the Confucian cultural treasures with a great Confucian. Du Haizhang he cannot be a government official. The only possibility is that he has a Confucian treasure in his hands. This news was not known to Zhang Yuan at all. If he had known that Du Haizhang had Ru Bao in his hands, he would never have taken the risk of luring the White Horse Mountain bandits to intercept him tonight. At such a young age and such a cultivation level. Rare. Truly rare. The last one who made me think so highly of him was still Meng Tao. It's a pity. Slowly withdrawing his palm, the golden light on his fingertips dissipated. Du Haizhang gently shook his head. Don't worry. I won't make a move before 100 breaths have passed. He looked at Zhang Yuan and let out a light laugh before waving his hand. You guys helped the second leader finish those guys off. He himself didn't make a move, but it didn't mean that the other bandits of White Horse Mountain didn't make a move. Although this White Horse Mountain's big boss is a Confucian practitioner, he is not that kind of pedantic Confucian cultivator, clearly acting unscrupulously. The few bandits who were standing against the wall responded and rushed towards Sunzai and the others. Sunzai and Li Changwei were both badly injured, and Chen Lian was the only one who could barely fight. They'll never be able to stop these bandits. The most crucial thing was that they were surrounded and killed, which would definitely distract Zhang Yuan. To fight with a cave brightness realm powerhouse and be distracted. It would be a certain death ending. Zhang Yuan, run! Sun Tzu let out a long shout. This is an order from this flag officer. If you don't listen you are disobeying orders. The expression on Sun Tzu's face, who carried the broken longsword forward, flashed with absolute determination. The soap opera, after all, is going to have to go down that road. It's a shame that you just can't see your own kid taking the official exam. I wonder if that kid will remember his wish to give up becoming a soap guard if he dies. Li Changwei and Chen Liang looked at each other with a few smiles on their faces and walked forward side by side. Chen Liang extended the round shield in his hand forward, slightly protecting Li Changwei's forehead. Ahead, Zhang Yuan's eyes erupted with fiery battle intent. His voice rang out. Flag officer son, I have a bit of a commander's license here. This place is subject to my orders. I order the rest of Team A4, no further entry. A black token clasped in the palm of his left hand and lifted. Point commander sign. Sun Tzu was shaken and stopped in his tracks. Li Changwei and Chen Liang's faces froze. Zhong Chuanwu, who was already pacing 2 feet away in the back, stopped in his tracks. The rules in the Jinfu division are strict, and the prohibition is engraved in the bones of the creed. Zhang Yuan, you. Sun Tzu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in a low growl. Zhang Yuan let out a long laugh as his qi and blood stirred once again. It was as if one of the blood beads in his mind was ignited and exploded, turning into qi and blood and rushing into his meridians and dantian. A golden bead that had been gently vibrating in his mind shattered. Vast power. The power of vastness allowed Zhang Yuan's mind to be clear at the moment, and he was not at all shocked by the intense qi and blood impacting his divine soul. The true essence drumming in his meridians then bound all the qi and blood forces, allowing them to run according to his heart. At this time, there was no difference at all between him and the cave brightness realm, and even his qi, blood, and true essence were a few points stronger. It was just that the price for this was a burning bead of qi, blood, true essence and vast power in his mind. So what? These things can be gained again when they are depleted, as long as the person lives. Soap clothes guard Zhang Yuan of the Jinfu division captured the bandits. Unrelated people will recuse themselves. Zhang Yuan's voice transformed into a long whistle, which could be heard in a 10-mile radius. This was the power of martial qi and blood merging with the power of true essence, and there was a hint of the power of vastness to catalyze it. Kill. This kill reveals the bravery of Xianqin soldiers. This kill is the foundation of the world of Xianqin. Chapter 75, Immortal Qin World, Jiankuan Lang Lang. Above the long blade, the sharpness appeared. Even if there are millions of enemy soldiers in front of you, you will still fight and go forward. This is the Xianqin war pawns, the strongest soldiers of the 100 battles. The immortal Qin 9 continents are filled with countless soldiers fighting with swords and spears in their hands. Zhang Yuan was holding a wild goose plume, and the momentum of one person was like 10,000 troops rushing into battle. The White Horse Mountain bandits that wanted to surround and kill were momentarily taken by this momentum, and did not dare to approach in panic. Even the second leader of White Horse Mountain, Lu Nancheng, who was holding a long sword with a curved hook, also looked grave and stood 3 feet away, not coming forward to fight with Zhang Yuan. One man and one sword, blocking the enemy from advancing. Above the street, many of those people who were cowering at the corners poked their heads out. Jinfu Division soap clothes guards. This kid is a man. The white-haired old man leaning against the corner whispered softly. This is how I, an immortal Qin male, should be. The pudgy-headed middle-aged man clenched his fists with a fiery heat in his eyes. Ha! Why haven't the patrol guards come yet? You have to wait until I, immortal Qin, and other brave soldiers are dead or wounded before you come? The old man on crutches tapped his cane heavily against the green stone on the ground and exclaimed in a deep, low voice. Several youths rushed out of the street corner, carrying wooden sticks and flat burdens in their hands, and ran forward with shouts. Zhang Yuan said that the Jinfu division was looking for bandits and that unrelated people should retreat. But Xianqin is everyone's Xianqin, and as long as they are the people of Xianqin, who are unrelated people, immortal Qin world, everyone concerned, Zhang Yuan cannot die. Upstairs in Yufeng, Xia Mingyuan steeply shouted in a low voice, Elder Zhu, make a move. The white-haired old man who was standing under the Yufeng building was like a goose, a sweep was several feet, rushing toward the battlefield. Uncle 7, Jin Lin also let out a loud shout. Above the 3rd floor of the Yufeng building, a figure flew down. He Muwen, who was standing behind the windowsill, steeply reached out his hand, and all the golden characters in front of him transformed into intense golden light. His eyes rounded, and he raised his head to the sky and drank long. Immortal Qin's world, Jiankuan Lang Lang. The dry land is clear. With this loud shout, the sky was as clear as day for a 5-mile radius. The power of the immortal Qian heavenly Tao was added, and the words followed the law. Dang, dang, dang. In the direction of the government office in the distance, a golden drum sounded. The golden drums of Wendang can suppress demons and evil spirits. In the direction of the Jinfu division, a blood color rose up, instantly filling half of the sky. Like stars rising in the 9 heavens, the Yao light gathered in the firmament. Yao Guang realm. Du Hai Zhang. If even one person from my Jinfu division is injured or damaged, even if Du Hai Ping himself comes, this captain will kill you. Luoyang Prefecture Jinfu Division Soap Clothes Guard Armor Guard Battalion First Lieutenant Zhou Lin. Zhang Yuan had missed the fact that the second leader of White Horse Mountain, Lu Nanchang, would be in the city, and had missed the fact that Lu Nanchang was in the realm of cavernous brightness. Zhang Yuan even missed the fact that White Horse Mountain's big boss Du Haizhang had Ru Daowen Bao in his hands. He and Sun Zai's squad of them formed the Tiger March battle formation, but they couldn't hold off the other side for a tea. However, he didn't expect He Muan, the prefectural academic record, to be at the Yufeng building. He Muan's words follow the law, with the identity of the immortal Qin officials, attracting heaven and earth's luck plus body, traction throughout the Luoyang Prefecture city of all parties strong induction. The drums of Wendang sounded and the city was under martial law. When a powerful person of the Yao Guang realm of the Jinfu division strikes, he can arrive in person in an instant. Zhang Yuan had one person and one sword, and the light of the sword had been magnificent and radiant to the extreme. 2 of the mountain bandits who rushed up were chopped off by a knife. Blood splattered 3 feet. The others panicked and defeated, not daring to resist. With the courage of martial qi and blood, one person fighting to the death can stop 1,000 armies. Good. When it's really good. Du Hai's facial expression slowly turned into coldness, and a few points of madness came out from his eyes. He raised his hand and a small monkey doll carved from jade flew down in his palm. This little monkey is only inches high, flying down to the ground a roll, has turned into a zhang 8 high, full of green and black long-armed giant ape. This is the great demon that wiped out several squads of the Jinfu division in the first place? Zhang Yuan didn't know what kind of tactic this was, but he knew that the battle power of this object was absolutely extraordinary, or else it wouldn't have been thrown out by Du Haizhang at this moment. Roar! The giant ape let out a hiss, sounding like a mournful ghost's horn, and its body instantly transformed into a green-colored wind scroll, grabbing Zhang Yuan head-on. Quick! Fierce! There was no sight of the realm of cave bright demonic power flashing, but under this grab, it clearly carried the sound of a thunderous landslide. This strike was definitely the power of insight. Zhang Yuan might be able to block this strike with all his might, but after one strike, the attacks that followed would be absolutely difficult for him to resist again. Zhang Yuan's long sword in his hand was gripped tightly, and his eyes were deep. Wendang drumming, heaven and earth as day. He only need to hold out another 10 breaths. This game, even if over 10 breaths, then hold up. The long knife was handed over in his right hand, and his left hand was raised steeply. Hu dash. A yellow rune burned with the wind. Talisman. Immortal talisman. This talisman was the prize money given by Xi'an Dao provider Zhang Wenhe when he fought against Liang Chao of Team A2. According to what Tao Cheng, the confessor, said, this talisman was a defense talisman, which could be turned into a stone wall that could withstand the half-step cave mine realm for 100 breaths. Originally, Zhang Yuan was going to sell this talisman in the market. After all, it is worth 100 taels of silver. However, he was still cautious in this operation and brought this talisman with him. At this point, it happens to work. The talisman burned out. A 2-foot high, 5-foot thick, 3-foot wide stone wall appeared, blocking half of the street, but also blocking the giant ape that came flying. Boom! The giant ape's grip slapped against the stone wall. The lapis lazuli shattered and the stone wall shook and swayed. The stone wall that could block the half-step cave mine realm for 100 breaths shattered mostly under one blow. This giant ape has the power of a caveman, and his body has gathered a huge power that is hard to resist. Zhang Yuan's face was grave. His long sword was held horizontally, and his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. With the strength of this giant ape, the next strike was bound to directly shatter the stone wall. A talisman worth 100 taels of grain silver could not stop this giant ape for 10 breaths. If you want to live, you can only fight for your life. Roar! One strike failed to shatter this stone wall. The giant ape roared up to the sky and slapped out both claws once again. This time, the remaining stone wall turned into rubble in response, flying apart and collapsing. But at this time, Zhang Yuan was no longer behind the stone wall. Between the scattered rocks, his figure is like a flying swallow, one step up to 10 feet high, stepping on half of the window pane. Using the force of this step, Zhang Yuan's body scampered up to 2 feet. The long knife was raised high above his head, and with the momentum of splitting the sky, chopped down heavily. Kill! Holding the sword in one hand and flying to slash, Zhang Yuan's voice rang out behind the giant ape. Not far away, Du Haizhang's face was stunned. Flying swallow chopping horse. Lu Nancheng, the second leader of White Horse Mountain who was holding the curved sword, also stared wide-eyed and murmured in bewilderment. Old Three's stance flying swallow chop. How is this possible? His body was like a flying swallow stepping into the air, and when he chopped down, the horse's body was cracked and bones were shattered. Meng Tao, the horse chopper general, was once famous for this technique in the Jianghu. This sword technique was created by Meng Tao himself. In the world, there is no second person who would. The giant ape turned back, his long arms raised to block his own head. Boom! The long blade chopped down, from the giant ape's arm to its head, stuck at the neck position. Zhang Yuan let out a furious cry. His body's qi and blood in true essence instantly burst out, pouring into the long knife. A mountain peak shadow appeared behind him, and the force of the long knife reached 10,000 pounds. Xinyu Blade Technique. Blade Jin Mountain and River. Chapter 76, Between Life and Death. It is a grand practice. Kaching dash. Zhang Yuan's body and the long sword chopped down from a height of 2 feet. The giant ape's body was chopped in half. The dazzling golden light intermingled with the green-colored streams of light, and eventually transformed into a small inch-tall jade monkey that was chopped in half and fell to the ground. As the blade chopped down, Zhang Yuan knelt on one knee, his long blade on the ground, panting heavily. A single slash cut through a giant ape that possessed the battle power of the cavernous brightness realm. The 3 colored beads in his mind were constantly vibrating, and at this moment, his fleshly body was being rapidly quenched. The power prodding that far exceeded what his body could withstand was the ultimate toughening of his sinews and bones. Between life and death is a grand practice. It's really not true. Flying swallow chop. Third brother. Ha! Amazement flashed across Du Hai's face as he looked at Zhang Yuan, who was half kneeling on the ground before him. You fellow, you haven't even stepped into the cavernous brightness realm yet, and you're even able to defeat a demon spirit beast puppet. That's really interesting. On the other side, Lu Nancheng, who was holding a long-handled curved hooked sword in his hand, landed his gaze on Zhang Yuan. Flying swallow chop, how did you know how to do that? Zhang Yuan looked up at him and didn't say anything. Viewing the memories of the decapitated was the greatest hidden secret of his life. Lu Nancheng's face was grave as he raised his head to look at the blood-colored sky in the distance. A sharp blade light came across with the momentum of chopping the sky. Penis, go away. Du Haizhang raised his hand and swept his gaze over the other scattered White Horse Mountain bandits. Brothers in arms, we are at the end of our karma. He threw his hand and a jade tiger flew down, directly transforming into a 2-foot black tiger, rushing to Lu Nancheng, gripping it and darting away. Big brother, Lu Nancheng shouted. But he was gripped by the fierce tiger and could not get rid of it. The other bandits followed behind Black Tiger, rushing towards over the eaves of the house and flying down into the Guilu River. The sword light above the dome of the sky had come with a whistling sound. Watching these bandits leave, Du Haizhang walked over to Zhang Yuan, crouched down and spoke with a light smile. Do you think I dare to kill you? Zhang Yuan did not reply, only that his right hand holding the hilt of the sword trembled and loosened. Then his left hand held the hilt. He could no longer hold the knife in his right hand, but his left hand, practiced. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhang Yuan was defenseless at this point. A martial artist who practiced sword arts could not hold a sword in his right hand, and he would be without the vast majority of his combat power. How many people in the world are also practicing left-handed sword in addition? Du Haizhang's eyes also revealed a few moments of open-hearted laughter. Little one, do you know why I've come to intercept you? Do you think I really don't know about the secret Xiao Mingjing left behind in his robes? Du Haizhang's words caused Zhang Yuan's eyes to narrow as he slowly raised his head. The smile on Du Hai's face increased, and a faint golden color emerged between his fingers. There are some secrets you will never know. His finger pointed down towards Zhang Yuan's brow. The blade lights that had already chopped down in the distance were still 100 feet apart. The old man who was Xiaoming Yuan's escort was also 10 feet away. The golden light blazing in his hands was also several feet away from Himuan. The martial artists that rushed out of the Yufeng building could not arrive either. In such a situation, Zhang Yuan seemed to be in a desperate situation. Du Hai was wearing a smile on his face as the golden light on his fingertips pointed towards Zhang Yuan's brow. Zhang Yuan's left hand that held the gooseplume sword clenched tightly, his eyes staring at the finger that was getting closer and closer to his brow. As long as the hand rises and the knife falls within reach, Du Haizhang will die. This is the difference between Confucianism practitioners and martial arts practitioners. Being approached by a martial arts practitioner, a Confucian practitioner's hands were powerless. It's easier to kill Du Haizhang than a chicken. It was just clearing Zhang Yuan's mind that a living Du Haizhang was more important than a dead one. Shoo! A shrill whistle rang out. Put! A foot-long black iron arrow pierced through Du Haizhang's right ear, grazed his arm, and nailed Zhang Yuan's shoulder. The arrow did not pierce through the light armor, but only lodged in Zhang Yuan's shoulder light armor. Du Haizhang's finger pointed out, pointing in the empty space. There was a crash sound. Du Hai's face instantly swelled red and he turned back with clenched teeth. Behind him, resting on her arm, Yuna's face tightened, her palms gripping the machine expansion of her sleeve arrows. Villain! Phew! Don't hurt my little boy. Yunyang drank low and pointed her sleeve arrow at Du Haizhang. Her arms trembled and her sleeve arrows wavered. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on Yunyang, and tenderness appeared on his face. My own little mother. What a brave girl she is. Du Haizhang had a vicious look in his eyes as he reached out to brush the blood dripping from his ears on his shirt. Damn! He let out a low roar. His fingers raised. Fingertip golden light solidified, lightly shaking between the air to write out a golden fixed word. With a flash, the word had flown down above Yunyang's head, transforming into the size of a ba dou and enveloping Yunyang's body. The golden light enveloped her, and Yunyang's body instantly stiffened. Du Haizhang stood up, reached out, and the golden light on his fingertips transformed into a foot-long short blade. He took a step forward, his body shaking. Looking down, a large hand hooked around his ankle. Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan held his ankle in his palm and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Ka-ching! With a twist of Zhang Yuan's palm, a sound of bones breaking rang out. Ah! Du Haizhang's entire body fell to the ground, his face all twisted, his leg bone, twisted hard by Zhang Yuan. Du Hai was collapsing on the ground and crying out miserably. The golden handwriting that suppressed Yunyang dissipated. Yunyang's body was relieved and she let out a low cry of Xiaolang, and rushed over to embrace Zhang Yuan's body. The long sword that Zhang Yuan was about to chop down slowly retracted and gently wrapped Yunyang in his arms. My Yunyang is my savior yet. He chuckled softly. Yunyang didn't talk to him and went up to see if there were any injuries on his body with a worried look on her face. Bind dash. A clear and low drink rang out. Himuwan, who ran close to him, raised his hand. A golden vast power in his palm turned into a rope, binding Du Haizhang's body. Du Haizhang's body fell to the ground, fury emanating from his eyes. You dare to press me with your divine power? I'm from the Zhaohua family. There was arrogance in his voice, and even though his body was lying upside down and being held in a chokehold, he still had the arrogance of being above the rest. What about the Zhaohua family? I'm an official who passed the official exam and entered the government school, and I'm an official of Xianqin. So what can the Du family do to me? After Du Gongbu, the reputation of the spring and autumn Confucianism Du family will be ruined in the hands of uneducated people like you. Himuwan pointed at Du Haizhang's nose and scolded him, causing Du Haizhang to be a bit stunned for a moment. He didn't even seem to have expected that someone would dare to insult him so much to his face. Corrupted Confucian, dare to insult my Du family. I will fight you in civil combat. Du Hai was writhing on the ground, roaring angrily. A figure stepped forward. The old man escorting Xia Mingtang walked to stand beside Zhang Yuan. The martial artists who stepped out from the Yufeng building also stepped aside. A magnificent sword light chopped down and landed on top of the street. Wearing a green war robe, the Jinfu Division So Clothes Guards Armored Guards Battalion head Lieutenant Zhou Lin stepped down. His body had a strong qi and blood vibration. Looking around at the bandits scattered with casualties, as well as Zhang Yuan Sunze and their miserable faces, Zhou Lin's face surged with anger. Buzz! The long knife was drawn off his palm as he flew up, holding the knife and chopping straight at Du Haizhang on the ground. This blade carried a fury and murderous intent, cold to the core. Before the blade arrived, it already seemed as if it was going to freeze Du Haizhang's body. No! No killing! A voice rang out in midair, and two figures flew down. Chapter 77, I, Zhang Yuan, am not worthy of death. A man wearing a green-colored Confucian robe, a light golden judge's pen in his hand pointed out, and an astral wind swept Du Haizhang's body off to the side and dragged it to a zhang away. Boom! Zhou Lin's blade chopped into the green stone, cutting out a 10-foot-long gully and scattering the green-colored debris in all directions. A figure spoke in a deep voice with his hands behind his back. Captain Zhou, this person cannot be killed. The green-colored robe with a moonlight white official tattoo embroidered on the chest was a unicorn. Xianqin is of the 5th rank, with a green robe embroidered by a unicorn. The entire Luyang house, Excluding the head of the Department of Jinfu Division Han Changzai, there is only one person with the unicorn suit, Governor of Luoyang Prefecture, head of civil and military officials. In Chang'an, Zhou Lin turned his head and looked at Yu Chang'an with a cool expression on his face. Governor Yu, this man intercepted and killed my Jinfu Division guards on the street, defying Xi'an Qin's law and discipline. Why can't he be killed? Even if Du Haiping comes here, this captain dares to kill him. The fury in his body still stirred. Yu Chang'an, who had his hands behind his back, did not look good either, and only stood there without speaking. The Jinfu Division suppresses the world and dares to kill anyone, but he dared not, could not. In Chang'an, Lieutenant Zhou, the Zhaoa Du family is a great family of the Confucian heritage in the spring and autumn period. Even if we don't give face to the Confucian way, we should give face to the Du Gongbu. The scribe standing at Yu Chang'an's side holding the judge's pen spoke in a low voice. Captain Zhou, please also give my Luoyang Prefecture office, all the Confucian cultivators, a face. Spring and autumn Confucianism and Taoism inheritance family. All the families that involve the word inheritance are all with unimaginable depth and connections. And the name of Du Gongbu is even more prominent. Xi'an Qin dynastic hall 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Mandarins, households, rituals, military, criminal, labor. Only the head of a department, the position of the third-ranking Shangshu, can be crowned with the name of the department hall. Former Ministry of Public Works Minister Du Ruhui had been in charge of the Ministry of Public Works for 60 years. The official Confucianism and Taoism known as Du Gongbu, while the Jianghuan folk, he has another name, the Maker's Saint, improving crossbows, forging 3 layers of heavy armor, and constructing a chain of fortresses to guard the borders. The name of Du Craftsman Saint is a list of feats that the world has celebrated. Even Zhang Yuan and other small soap guards also know the name of the craftsman Saint Du Gongbu. Du Hai is precisely the Du family. No wonder the White Horse Mountain bandits ravaged for several years. No one dares to pacify in Luoyang Prefecture. Fire seemed to be coming out of Zhou Lin's eyes as he gripped his long sword, and he gritted his teeth as he looked toward the scribe holding the judge's pen in front of him. Rao Qinghai, the lives of the brothers in my Jinfu division are not lives? Rao Qinghai, judge of the Luoyang Prefectural Government Office. Hearing Zhou Lin's words, Rao Qinghai turned his head and his gaze fell on Zhang Yuan. Little brother, what do you say? Should we let Lieutenant Zhou take out this breath for you and kill this man, provoking retaliation from the Du family? Yun Yang, who was supporting Zhang Yuan, trembled and looked up at her own youngest son. The others also turned their heads to look at Zhang Yuan. How do you answer that question? This question of Rao Qinghai is simply unanswerable. Zhang Yuan, even if there are 10,000 reluctance in his heart, at this time, he also said that he should not be killed. Zhou Lin is the first lieutenant of the A Guard Battalion of the Jinfu Division, and he is responsible for any damage to the soap-clothed guards under his command. If Zhang Yuan said that Zhou Lin was going to make a move to behead Du Haizhang, Zhou Lin would definitely not hesitate. But in doing so, Zhou Lin had offended the Du family and countless spring and autumn Confucian practitioners. Even the head lieutenant of the battalion in the Jinfu Division is not enough to look at in front of a behemoth like the Du family. On the other hand, if Zhang Yuan said that Zhou Lin shouldn't have beheaded Du Haizhang, was that really what he had in mind? For a martial artist, if the mind is not smooth, the progress of cultivation is bound to be greatly reduced in the future. Rao Qinghai didn't take Zhang Yuan's martial arts future to heart at all. It's just a little soap guard. If the drums of Wendeng hadn't sounded today, and the White Horse Mountain bandits had ravaged the city, how could he and the governor have come here in person? Zhang Yuan, this matter has nothing to do with you. Zhou Lin glared fiercely at Rao Qinghai and raised the long sword in his hand. He Moan's face flashed with hesitation, and he finally took a step back. Rao Qinghai had a cold smile on his face. The words had been said, and he wouldn't stop Zhou Lin if he still wanted to make a move. On the side of the Luoyang Prefecture Governor Yu Chang'an eyes through the color of anger, but still did not open his mouth. Xi'an Qin Dynasty Hall civil and military rivalry has a long history. Jinfu Sea is even more with the official government offices never pissed in the same pot. Today, Zhou Lin did not give him Yu Chang'an face, and in the future, when the Du family comes to seek revenge, the government office will never come forward. Watching Zhou Lin raise his knife, Du Haizhang, who was lying on the ground, was finally terrified and squirmed back in panic. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with an exquisite light, and his mind turned sharply as he took a step out. Lord Capital, let me do it. With a loud cry, he held his long sword in his left hand, the blade dragging the ground. Du Haizhang, no matter which family you are from, as the White Horse Mountain's big boss, the White Horse Mountain bandits are ravaging the party. You can't escape this crime. Zhang Yuan's voice was clear and bright, clearly audible in 100 feet radius. The bandits of the White Horse Mountains have killed merchants, plundered villages, and committed countless evil deeds. At this moment, when the surrounding people heard Zhang Yuan say that this lying on the ground was the White Horse Mountain's big boss, they all had a look of hatred on their faces. Dragging his sword forward, Zhang Yuan looked calm on his face. Zhang Yuan is just an ordinary soap guard. Today's life and death is not enough to mention, but my soap guards and the brothers, the city patrol battalion brothers, for the conquest of the White Horse Mountain lost a lot. I, Zhang Yuan, am not worthy of death, and at the risk of offending the Du family and the city's Confucianism, I will cut this sword. The sound of the ground is 1,000 times louder. Rao Qinghai's entire body froze there, his mouth wide open, not knowing what to say. How could he not have imagined that this kid, who looked quite shrewd, would be such a rash? He wanted Zhang Yuan to open his mouth to persuade Zhou Lin not to kill Du Haizhang, but he did not expect Zhang Yuan, the guy himself, to come out with a knife to kill. Isn't that the same result? Might as well let Zhou Lin chop this one. Zhang Yuan dragged his sword forward as killing intent coalesced on his body. All the people around him looked at him and waited with bated breath. I'm a son of the Zhaohua Du family. How could Du Haizhang not expect that Zhang Yuan would really dare to come and kill himself? He panicked. What he plotted? Not so. Everything was under control. But I didn't expect to mess up at this last step. I am the first nephew and grandson of Du Gongbu. If you dare to kill me, you will be slapping the face of my Du family. My big brother Du Haiping is a Yaoguang realm martial arts powerhouse. The Jianghu people call him Du Jiuhans. I am closest to my big brother. If you kill me, my big brother will exterminate your whole family. Du Haizhang had panicked. The killing intent on Zhang Yuan's body solidified with each step forward. Is the Du family greater? Or is the immortal Qin law and order greater? Immortal Qin's world, the land of the 9 continents. There are still people that my Jinfu division does not dare to kill? Zhang Yuan's voice was like an explosion of thunder as he stepped forward. The blade cut into the ground, bringing out a shower of sparks. Knife raised in hand. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on this sword. Clank! The long knife chopped down. A shower of blood splattered. Du Haizhang had one of his legs cut off with a knife. His body wriggled a few times, and with a wail, he simply fainted. Zhang Yuan stood with his sword and swept his gaze around. Zhang, chopped this blade for the dead and wounded robes in my Jinfu division. Zhang, will not kill this person because the Jinfu division suppresses the world's immortal and demon martial arts, executes demons and removes evils, and never kills innocents presumptuously, much less executes them without guilt. Du Haizhang's crime will be investigated by the Jinfu division. Mr. Zhang doesn't kill him today in order to behead him on the execution platform on another day. Determine culpability, examine the body, and punish it plainly. The voice echoed. Above the long street, there was silence. Chapter 78, Praise from the Governor. The sound of the ground is heard for 10 miles. Zhou Lin revealed a smile, his face twitching. Sun Zhe and Li Changwei, all of them clenched their fists. He Muwen looked at Zhang Yuan, his eyes transmitting a brilliant light. Fan Mingduan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Yuan, the corners of his mouth moving slightly. Rao Qinghai muttered and moved his lips, but didn't open his mouth. On the other side, Governor Yu Chang'an had his hands behind his back, and there was an aura flashing in his eyes as his gaze fell on Zhang Yuan, and he didn't speak either. Good man! In the distance, someone shouted, Good man! This is my good son of Xianqin. Among the people on the sidelines, some raised their arms and shouted, The soap-clothes guards of the Jinfu division are indeed the foundation of my immortal Qin's law and discipline. All around, on the street corners, and the figures behind the ledges, shouted out. Zhang Yuan, Sun Zhe, who stood not far away, clenched his fist and bellowed, Zhang Yuan. Countless voices rang out. It's like public opinion. Immortal Qin world. This is the heaven and earth's Qi. The governor of Luoyang Prefecture, Yu Chagan, flashed deep in his eyes, raised his hand, and pointed at Zhang Yuan. As he raised his hand to make a sound, the drumming around him once again turned to silence. 5th grade governor, head of a prefecture. In the eyes of the people, Yu Chang'an is the most powerful person in Luoyang Prefecture. Your name is Zhang Yuan? Yu Chang'an's voice penetrated with a bit of affinity, no longer rejecting people as before. My humble position, Zhang Yuan, soap-clothes guard of Team A4 of the Jinfu Division's Wuzhen Division. Zhang Yuan stood with his sword, arching his hand and saluting, his voice loud and unassuming. Yu Chang'an nodded his head, his eyes swept over the surrounding area. and his originally tense face revealed a smile. It is a sign of great prosperity when my Luoyang prefecture is able to have such a courageous and fearless man of valor and righteousness as Zhang Yuan. Valor and fearlessness. The heart is great. A man of action. This was a compliment to Zhang Yuan, the head of a government. This one sentence is a lifetime honor. At that moment, the people around them all cheered. With these words, it seemed as if a fresh breeze brushed across the entire heaven and earth. He Muwen, who was standing at the back, took it all in. He finally understood why Xia Mingyuan valued Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's ability was not only in the martial arts cultivation that his peers did not have, but also in the weighing and determination that his peers could not have. In today's situation, whether it is Zhou Lin or Zhang Yuan, there is always a chop. If we don't cut this knife, the prestige of the Jinfu division will be damaged. Zhou Lin chopped this knife. That would surely kill Du Haizhang, and then attract the Du family's retaliation. But this slash that Zhang Yuan chopped was different. A knife to cut off Du Haizhang's leg, not only complete the brotherhood in the Jinfu division, gave Zhou Lin a step down, but also protected the face of the Jinfu division and the martial artists. Not only that, Du Haizhang for the evil Luoyang house, chopping off a leg is not considered an offense to the Du family, but rather, it is a demonstration of the Luoyang house's determination to maintain the law and discipline of immortal Qin. This lawsuit to the Du Gongbu in front of the Luoyang prefecture Confucianism. Governor Yu Chang'an also tightly grasped the righteousness. This cut not only put Yu Chang'an out of the picture, but also gave him the qualification to speak in front of the Du family and the world's Confucianism in the future. The Du family's descendants are evil, and he, Yu Chang'an, being the governor of Luoyang prefecture, what's wrong with chopping off one of his legs? The Du family's descendant was evil, and Yu Chang'an protected his life for the sake of the Du family's honor. Isn't this favor enough? Regardless of whether or not Yu Chang'an was sincere in this praise, it was impossible to take back the words when they were spoken in public. Zhang Yuan's slash was really just the right amount of chopping. That's what it's really all about. This skill, the people present, Zhou Lin with his strong martial arts cultivation did not have it, nor did he Muwen with his refined Confucianism cultivation. To a small soap guard identity, wandering in front of a few Luoyang house top figures, the whole body, but also to ease the relationship between civil and military. This is more powerful than martial arts training. Yu Chang'an looked at Zhou Lin, his face eased, and he said softly, "This house knows that today, Captain Zhou has a heart for his robes, and we will drink and catch up on old times again in another day. Lieutenant Zhou, arresting the murderer and taking down the evil is a matter for your Jinfu division, so this house will not be involved. The ordinary bandits' patrol guards will escort them to the prefectural government office, and the bandit leader, you will take him to the prison cell of the Department of Justice for imprisonment. How to convict is a matter for your town's governor." After he finished speaking, he turned his head to glance at Himuan and nodded toward Zhang Yuan before leaving with quick steps. Behind him, Rao Qinghai also followed at a quick pace. Before he left, he turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Zhou Lin watched them leave before he looked at Zhang Yuan, a smile on his face as he reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "You kid, you're a..." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan had already gone limp and was supported by Zhou Lin's backhand. Xiaolang, Yun Yang was busy pouncing over and holding Zhang Yuan up. "He is off his feet. Send him back. These few days you can first take a leave of absence to recuperate at home." Zhou Lin let go of his hand and spoke. Sun Zhe and the others were busy assisting Zhang Yuan and sending him to the carriage. Yun Yang was together in the middle of the carriage, cradling the reclining Zhang Yuan in her arms. The carriage traveled through a few streets, and Zhang Yuan, who was lying down with his eyes closed, abruptly opened his eyes. "Koro." Zhang Yuan reached out and pressed Yun Yang's lips down, quietly got up and whispered, "Yun Yang, I'll ask brother Chuanwu to send you back first. I'll go home when I'm done." Waiting for Yun Yang to nod her head with a worried face, Zhang Yuan moved his body and quietly left the carriage, disappearing down the street corner in the darkness. The direction he went was the west side. This tussle tonight is sure to rattle the city. Although the bandits of White Horse Mountain escaped, there were many deaths and injuries, and the big boss Du Haizhan was left behind, which has been a great merit in Luoyangfu for a year. It can be said that the banditry that plagued several counties around Luoyang Prefecture finally had an end this time. Zhang Yuan and Sun Zhe and their feats were naturally not small. Over there to clean up the battlefield and capture Du Haizhang to the divisional prison. Zhou Lin will make the arrangements. The merits that belonged to Zhang Yuan and the others would soon be converted into silver and battle merits. This time, there is no way that anyone is going to withhold. Why Du Haizhang did not leave at the last minute and what schemes Zhang Yuan did not know. The hidden secret that Du Haizhang was talking about was not something he was interested in knowing. He just has to get the credit he wants. As for Du Haizhang's scheming, can it still be on this little soap guard of his? What he had to do nowadays was to cultivate with all his might and accumulate credits. Xi'an Qin World. Jinfu division and the size of things is not his turn to worry about. Walking through the night, Zhang Yuan's qi and blood collected. The innate true essence was boiling in the tendons and veins as if it was boiling. In a fight today, he had consumed 16 true element beads, 38 qi and blood beads, and 8 vast gold beads. At this moment, the remaining power of these beads merged into his body, causing him, full of power to surge and his cultivation realm to climb. His already solid hidden elemental achievement realm qi and blood cultivation was catalyzed and climbed rapidly, 10 miles ahead. His cultivation had already reached the peak of hidden elemental great success, half-step insight realm. At this realm, one's own cultivation could already contain a trace of innate true essence power. As long as he took one more step forward and realized the great Tao, he could become a martial arts practitioner of the realm of insight. However, Zhang Yuan was not willing to raise his cultivation to the cavernous brightness realm just yet. He knew that his own realization of cultivation was not enough, and those strong memories were always memories, not his own. Not to mention he has ambitions. He also wanted to boil down his innate true essence so that he could compete with the heavenly pride, quietly moving forward. Running the Xingyu Gong, the originally bulging qi and blood power in his body was continuously compressed and solidified. The cultivation level that rushed up to the half-step cave mind realm was stabilized at the limit level of hidden Yuan Dashang. These qi and blood forces induced the innate true essence to stir and tumble. Buzz. Zhang Yuan was shaken. In this instant, he felt as if the world before him was much clearer. The level of the innate true essence was elevated. Chapter 79 Demon Race Cultivation Method. Do Craftsman Saint Inheritance. The fourth grade of true essence can support cultivation into the Kaiyang realm. The quality of the innate true essence increased, and he could feel his own meridians becoming more stabilized. The true essence traveling through the meridians was even finer and much more agile. True essence dispersed into the meridians throughout his body, causing quite a few of his otherwise occluded meridians to be opened up by the impact. It turned out that there was such a benefit to the elevation of true essence grade. The more meridians and orifices he opened, the thicker his martial cultivation foundation. The true essence traveling in the meridians was fine and subtle, and Zhang Yuan finally discovered the golden points of light hidden in one of the orifices. The point of light was able to transform into a trace of greenish-colored breath dispersed into the body's meridians under the prodding of the subtle true essence. These were the powers of the great medicine that Su Ji had left behind in the beginning. This power would make his body more solid, able to hold more qi and blood power, and his fleshly body power would be stronger. A great medicine for the body. This kind of great medicine is not the rewards exchanged in those Jinfu division in his hand, nor is it a great medicine that can be purchased with 100 taels of grain silver like the red sun purple ginseng. The great medicine that Su Ji had bought to give the great medicine to condense his body and use it to cross over was worth at least 100,000 grains of silver. This is not counting Su Ji's several years of using himself as a cauldron to warm up. The value of this one share of the power of the great medicine is simply not something that can be measured in silver. It turns out that the power of the great medicine will be hidden in an orifice. It seems that in the future, those great medicines in one's hand can also be taken, and the medicinal power is stored in the orifices. This was also true essence to the fourth grade. Otherwise, where could one know such secrets, let alone refining the medicinal power in it with subtle true essence? Without a fourth grade innate true essence, it simply couldn't be done. Zhang Yuan's footsteps abruptly stopped. A greenish-gray aura was coalescing in his mind. It wasn't the power of the qi and blood of the few thieves and bandits he had decapitated. This is buzz. The massive greenish-gray breath bulged and exploded in Zhang Yuan's mind. An image surfaced in his mind. A small green-colored monkey was running and playing freely in the middle of the mountains and fields. The little monkey consumed the foreign fruit and his body changed, slowly growing into a 10-foot-tall giant ape. The giant ape rampaged through the mountains and forests, and a stronger demon appeared to take him in and teach him the cultivation method. Demon cultivation method. The giant ape's cultivation began to rise, growing stronger and stronger, ready to escape the heavenly tribulation and shed his body. A team of soldiers, several Taoists, and a few martial artists stepped in. The giant ape's body was chopped into pieces and its soul was sealed in a jade bottle. For an unknown amount of time, the giant ape became a tiny jade monkey. Demon spirit beast puppets. A treasure made by sealing the spirit of a demonic beast. Dugong Institute of Fine Arts and Research means. This was made by combining immortal Dao refining and martial Dao craftsmanship means, and was crafted by the refining method of the immortal Qin ancient war puppets. outside the 9 continents of Xi'an, there is a heaven and earth that is a demon country, in which there are countless demon races. If this method can be accomplished, it can exterminate all the demons of the demon country, melt their souls, and refine the demon spirit beast puppets. Dugong almost pushed for a war of extermination in the first place. Unfortunately, this demon spirit beast puppet could only reach the Yaoguang realm at its strongest, and a stronger demon beast soul would not be able to carry it. Dugong Bu became the saint of craftsmen by means of creating puppets, but was unable to go further. Demon spirit beast puppets that only had Yaoguang realm battle power had no real effect on the great power of the immortal Qin world. Demon spirit beast puppet, this kind of immortal and martial arts are combined. The peak work of refining artisan means, in the end, cannot be carried forward. Boom! All the images disillusioned, and the green-colored giant ape seemed to be relieved as it bowed slightly towards Zhang Yuan before dissipating. Zhang Yuan's eyes were filled with a refined light that carried delight. Demon cultivation method. Dugong Bu's means of creating demonic spirit beast puppets. These 2 memory experiences, but he had never been exposed to them at all before. The method of cultivation of the demon race was similar to the martial arts method of boiling the body, but it was more brutal and direct, and there were power utilization and polishing means in it as well, which were worth learning from. As for the means of creating the demon spirit beast puppet, in Zhang Yuan's opinion, it was really exquisite. The seal engraving of the jade, the infusion of power, and the branding and sealing of the divine soul. Every step of the process could not allow for the slightest mistake. That carving knife flew, surging with power as if it was dancing on the tip of the knife. Just looking at that kind of maneuvering precision, Zhang Yuan felt his heart palpitate. The name of the saint of craftsmen is true to its name. The value of such a legacy is hard to measure. Memory images flowed, and 30 greenish-gray beads floated in Zhang Yuan's mind. Demonic aura. This bead was the condensation of the demonic qi cultivated by the demon race. On top of that, there were also golden streams of light, which were the demonic soul power of the giant ape demonic beast. Regardless of whether it was demonic qi or spiritual qi, or Confucianism's vast power, or martial arts' true essence, its root was the innate power, the innate true essence. Zhang Yuan had a 4th grade innate true essence to be able to perceive these forces, otherwise he would not be able to perceive these forces even if they were contained within his body. Martial artists can't use demonic energy for cultivation, but demonic energy has its uses. The demonic qi was raging and could increase the instant battle power tremendously. However, it is very damaging to the body, and how it is used depends on the timing. Zhang Yuan turned his mind out of his head and his gaze fell ahead. Arrived. Broken gates, broken walls, broken windows. A seal sealed the doorway. On the ground, there were still dark red marks of blood, the ruins of the 100 Luck clothier. The 100 Luck cloth farm was annihilated, and the place had been reduced to ruins by the battle that day. Zhang Yuan walked before the gate court, and the orientation of the gate where he shot an arrow that day was stopped by the hemp rope. With a flash of his body, he had stepped through the broken window. Shattered shelves, burned and scattered cloths were everywhere. Valuable objects had long since been emptied and scavenged by the rangers and soap guards. The real treasure is the cloth and other things accumulated in the small courtyard at the back, all of which have been entered into the coffers of the Jinfu division. Zhang Yuan certainly didn't come here today to scavenge for any possessions. There are all kinds of hidden account books in the hands of Tang Weiliang of Baiyun Cloth Farm. He was in charge of the black market in the western city and kept clear records of all the transactions. These ledgers can make Rao Qinghai, the magistrate of the government office, lose his office and go to jail, and can make many merchant houses in the city close down. Not only the account book, but also the deed that was signed by all the big merchants in the presence of the scholar Tan Liang. Manipulating prices has violated the laws of Xi'an. This contract is something that will put everyone in control. Zhang Yuan's figure transformed into a dark shadow in the middle of the night and quietly stepped into the already broken second floor of the 100 Luck cloth shop. The second floor of the shopkeeper's study, in which the furniture and desks have been emptied. That is, the floor has been pried open. There's really no place to hide anything in a place like this. Zhang Yuan squatted down and pressed on top of a slightly protruding iron nail in the corner of the threshold. Click! A soft thud came from the other room. Walking quickly into that same cluttered room, Zhang Yuan reached out and grabbed the candlestick on the wall. Turning it gently, a dark compartment appears. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Tang Weiliang, this person, shrewd to the extreme. Any outsider who searched a few times would not think that these things were still on the second floor of the already emptied 100 Luck cloth shop. In the midst of the dark compartment sat a chest that was no more than a foot in size. Chapter 80. I'll tell you when you're dead. Taking out the case, he unveiled it. and in it lay a stack of account books, a roll of deeds, and 2 yellowish talismans, and a roll of golden coupons with a translucent golden light. At least 20 gold coupons, each of which is 100 taels of gold. It's worth 20,000 taels of silver. There was also a small jade bottle with rounded pills pressed underneath the golden voucher. Is this the elixir that practitioners take? This item is worth a lot of money. By the light of the moon, Zhang Yuan flipped the contract scroll open, and on it was a single signed handprint. This was the deed that would shut down most of the cloth merchants in the city and put them in jail. With this deed in hand, the cloth business in the city will be under control. The deed is worth 10 times as much as the roll of gold certificates. Putting down the deed, Zhang Yuan flipped those account books over and quickly found the account transactions with the government office Rao Qinghai. The House of Lords ruled that Tan Liang, a government official, ruled that Rao Qinghai, the principal of a family in Luoyang City, the Golden Ruling, a high-ranking official in the Jinfu Division, codenamed Jin Ruling, Luoyang Prefecture's number 1 Jianghu martial arts sect, Yan Yu Sect's supreme elder, late Yao Guang realm powerhouse Wang Haizhang, codenamed Martial Ruling, the last one, Meng Changhai, the head of the Meng family, Meng Tao's elder brother, was the Dark Ruling. When he first saw Tang Wei Liang's memories, Zhang Yuan simply couldn't believe that the Meng family head was a Dark Ruling. The Dark Ruling in the black market is specialized in all kinds of assassination and stolen goods missions. The Meng family, they have such a business? The Meng family is in charge of these businesses. So why has Meng Tao never been involved? At this moment, looking over the accounts, one of the records of the missions traded with the Meng family made Zhang Yuan finally believe that the Meng family was ostensibly in the business of commerce and trade, but in fact they were secretly taking on all sorts of assassination missions. As for Rao Qinghai, many of his connections with the black market are in the prison of the government office to fish for people, providing shelter for various business firms. There are also many mob forces that need to borrow the power of Rao Qinghai to survive peacefully under the rule of Luoyang Prefecture. The annual tribute from the Yakuza alone is a huge fortune. These are enough to bring down Rao Qinghai. Among these ledgers, there were also transactions related to Su Jinlin, the chief secretary of the Jinfu Division's Wenfu Division. Ka-dash. The soft sound of stepping through charred wood came from downstairs. Someone. Zhang Yuan put away the wooden box, and with a movement of his body, he was already like a civet cat, stepping out of the room quietly. Downstairs, in the lobby, a figure was bending over, rummaging through the scattered cloths. Strange, with Tang Weiliang's nature, those account books would never be taken out of 100 Luck Cloth Farm. Where will it be placed? Study, the figure whispered, looked up, and shuddered. Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at the figure looking up in the middle of the lobby, standing where the moonlight was scattered, with a hint of a smile on his face. Master Tiger, coming to this 100 Luck Cloth Farm this late at night to look for incriminating evidence, and you still say you don't want to rejoin the Jinfu Division. I'll report this matter, and you'll definitely be able to return to the division prison. Master Tiger. Zhang Yuan's voice had a flirtatious tone in it. Luo Shanghu's face slowly grimaced as he pressed his hand on his waist and slowly stepped onto the stairs. Zhang Yuan, I thought that you had died at the hands of the White Horse Mountain bandits today. Staring at Zhang Yuan, there were channels of qi and blood power surging through Luo Shanghu's body. The fury is coalescing. Zhang Yuan nodded and looked at Luo Shanghu, who slowly stepped onto the second floor and said softly, I also thought I would die. Master Tiger, can you tell me why you want to harm me? Luo Shanghu raised his steps to the second floor. His eyes fell on the wooden box held in Zhang Yuan's hands, and a crystal light flashed in his eyes. He stood still, letting the moonlight spill over his body and shine on his somber face. Division prison in the oil and water. On the transmission of some messages, I Luo Shanghu so many years. Fishing also fishing, but that a little bit of oil and water. How with the White Horse Mountain collection compared? That robe records what White Horse Mountain has been plundering and hiding for several years. You say, can I not be moved? I just didn't realize that the people of White Horse Mountain had left it behind. This is something Zhang Yuan knows all about. Even the fact that Luo Shanghu came back alive was arranged by the White Horse Mountain bandits. Zhang Yuan had already seen from the memories of the bandits he had just beheaded. Du Hai is using Luo Shanghu to lure out the last person who contacted Xiao Mingjing. The markings on that shirt are fake. There must be some other message. There were indeed other messages. Only those messages Zhang Yuan had also seen from Xiao Mingjing's memories after beheading him. Outsiders wouldn't even think of it. Just because the people from White Horse Mountain are looking for me. Master Tiger, you want to harm me? Zhang Yuan looked at Luo Shanghu with a calm expression. Luo Shanghu shook his head and said faintly, naturally not. There is someone else who wants to kill you. But, Before the voice was finished, Luo Shanghu had already taken a step out, and a short knife at his waist was steeply sheathed. I'll tell you when you're dead. Between one step is a distance of about 10 feet. The short knife through the ice-cold sharpness, a flash will arrive. The power and speed of the late hidden Yuan stage combined. And the rare thing was that this blade was also windless and stealthy and agile. Not Jinfu see military martial arts, but Jianghu moves. These moves were most suitable for close combat, and for martial artists like Zhang Yuan who practiced military combat techniques. Once they were close, they would absolutely kill them with one blow. Luo Shanghu has absolute certainty. He admitted that Zhang Yuan's cultivation was good and had great potential, but Zhang Yuan was still too young. A jungle fight is not a treat. Kill. A low roar encroached with a fury. A martial artist in the middle stage of hidden Yuan would absolutely panic in front of this double pressure. In a fight to the death, the slightest hesitation is the difference between life and death. Luo Shanghu is definitely a good martial arts fighter. Sure enough, looking at this knife coming at his chest, Zhang Yuan seemed to be stunned and stood still without moving at all. A smile appeared at the corner of Luo Shanghu's mouth, and his blade was 1 point faster. 1 foot. The blade reached a foot position in front of Zhang Yuan's chest, and Zhang Yuan suddenly took a half step backward with his feet. Between half a step, Luo Shanghu's short blade stabbed all the way through, 5 inches short of his chest. Go to hell! Luo Shanghu drank lowly and took a step to follow, his short blade stabbing again. Zhang Yuan took another big step back and suddenly let out a loud cry. There are thieves! The sound echoed through the empty ruins and reverberated through the silent marketplace. Luo Shanghu's face changed. The corner location is guarded by the rangers. A cry at this time will certainly attract the patrol to investigate. His gaze fell on the wooden box in Zhang Yuan's hands. He came here for this very thing. There's definitely unimaginable wealth in this thing. Riches and riches. Kill. Releasing a loud shout, Luo Shanghu's short blade transformed into a blade flower. His body slightly rotated and stabbed out towards Zhang Yuan's left ribcage. Still jungle martial arts. As if Zhang Yuan had been pushed to the brink. His footsteps paused. As the blade reached his ribs, his empty left hand steeply pounded out. A punch to the chest. This punch came out swiftly, faster than Luo Shanghu's short blade. This punch was even more agile. Not at all a Zhenfuzhong martial art, but a Jianghu boxing style. Zhang Yuan had also practiced Jianghu fist technique and had practiced it to such a pure level. Luo Shanghu's eyes widened as he watched the fist strike his chest. Boom! A muffled sound. Luo Shanghu's back shook and his feet stumbled back uncontrollably. 3 steps later, he sat down on his butt and looked up, looking at Zhang Yuan with disbelief. Hidden element, great success, true essence. You were actually able to run true essence and shatter my heart veins. There was blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and Luo Shanghu's face showed pain, as well as a final confusion. The Pine and Crane School stepping tiger fist, true energy infused. I die, not unjustly. The voice breaks, the breath breaks.